Vegito in a depleted Super Saiyan blue form battles Zamasu. He sends Zamasu flying and declares, "I'll send you on your way, obliterate your soul Zamasu." Facing Vegito's ultimate attack, Zamasu raised his hand and used the Supreme Kai's creation ability to produce thousands of metal blocks made of the hardest steel. Each metal block was the size of a house. At the same time he conjured an energy sphere 100 meters in diameter. With a final Kamehameha, Vegito gathered immense energy. The power tore a hole in the dimensional wall and a huge gravitational pull sucked Vegito and Zamasu inside. Trunks and the others were bewildered. What? Uncle Goku and Dad and Zamasu are gone. Uncle Goku and Dad and Zamasu disappeared. Vegito and Zamasu drifted in a powerful spacetime rift. They both activated protective barriers. Vegito changed to Super Saiyan God to conserve energy. Zamasu tried the same, but his barrier faded after a few seconds because his energy had been nearly exhausted by Vegito earlier. Fortunately, Zamasu's body was immortal, so he was unharmed. After a while the space storm suddenly vanished. Suddenly a ball of energy hurtled straight toward them. Since Zamasu was in front, the orb struck him first. Upon contact, Zamasu vanished instantly, utterly annihilated. After destroying Zamasu, the light orb continued at undiminished speed toward Vegito. Vegito, having expended too much energy in the space storm and the fight with Zamasu, activated a barrier with his remaining ki. But the orb passed directly through the barrier and into his body. Vegito felt intense pain and dizziness. He gritted his teeth and endured for a long time, but eventually lost consciousness due to exhaustion. On Earth, a young man named Lin Yan had just rewatched Dragon Ball Super and cursed angrily, "That stupid Toei always favors Gogeta. The setting clearly says Vegito is stronger. If I were Vegito, I'd definitely beat Gogeta to the ground." At that moment Lin Yan's phone rang. A courier's voice came through. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Yan? If so, please come down to sign for your package." Lin Yan laughed happily. "Haha, my Vegito and Gogeta figures. And this Gogeta was custom-made, cost me a lot." Lin Yan laughed and opened the door to go downstairs. But just as he stepped out, he slipped on a puddle of water at the doorstep and fell smashing to his death. Year 778 of the age. In some timeline, Vegito emerged from the spacetime vortex. Now Vegito could also be called Lin Yan because the light orb that destroyed Zamasu was Lin Yan's consciousness. Lin Yan clenched his fists, feeling immense power, and laughed. "Ha ha ha. I died from a fall, but becoming Vegito is great. By the way, where's the obligatory golden finger? If there's no golden finger, that's fine too." At that moment a mechanical voice came from beside Lin Yan's ear. "Congratulations, host. You have transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world as Vegito. May the host begin an invincible life in the Dragon Ball world, and later you can also travel to other universes." Lin Yan asked the system, "Hey system, are there any benefits? Like a beginner's gift pack?" The system mechanically replied, "Ding, congratulations. Now opening the beginner's gift pack. Reward 1, fully merge the consciousnesses of Goku and Vegeta into Vegito's body, i.e. your body, allowing one more fusion later. Reward 2, upgrade the host's bloodline to the divine Ancient Saiyan bloodline, which enhances all Saiyan transformations by a percentage and allows breathing in space. Reward 3, congratulations host, you now understand all languages in the universe. Reward 4, congratulations host, you have obtained the perfect Ultra Instinct first stage with its own aura. Stages 1 to 4. Stage 1 lets you empty your mind and let your body act. Stage 2 allows manifesting a giant avatar. Stage 3 allows controlling emotions without being swayed. Stage 4 allows stacking emotions onto Ultra Instinct." Lin Yan asked the system, "Hey system, what time is it now?" Ding, answering host, it is now year 778 of the age. Lin Yan rubbed his chin, thinking. So this is just before Beerus fights Goku and Super Saiyan God is about to appear. I want to see who is stronger, Vegito or Beerus. Lin Yan used instant transmission to go to Earth. Feeling hungry, he found some criminals, defeated them, handed them to the police and got reward money. He then teleported to a high-end restaurant and began to eat and drink heartily. On Bulma's yacht, an enraged Vegeta charged at Beerus. "Bullying my Bulma. Even a god cannot be forgiven." Vegeta used a flurry of punches, but Beerus calmly blocked them all. Vegeta knocked Beerus back and then began charging a final flash. Beerus calmly punched Vegeta in the stomach. Blood spurted from Vegeta's mouth, but he gritted his teeth and fired the final flash. Beerus was engulfed by the final flash. When the smoke cleared, he stood unharmed. Beerus taunted, "Looks like you're not the Super Saiyan God. Earth will have to be destroyed. Beerus began charging a destruction sphere. At that moment Goku appeared using instant transmission. Seeing his friend Vegeta bleeding on the ground, he quickly said to Beerus, "Respected Lord Beerus, I found a way to find the Super Saiyan God." Goku glanced at Bulma, who understood, and pulled out the Dragon Balls ready to summon the dragon. But at that moment our protagonist Lin Yan made his entrance. Vegeta looked warily at the person in front of him, but when he saw the golden earrings on the ears and the clothes that looked like Goku's, he was shocked. Wasn't this the form of their fusion during the fight against Majin Buu? The fusion of him and Goku? Vegeta trembled and said, This can't be. Isn't this only possible when me and Kakarot fuse?" Goku was also confused. "Isn't that our fusion? But we didn't fuse. And we didn't fuse. So brother, who are you?" At that moment Vegito said a sentence that instantly shocked everyone present. "Lord Beerus, I am the Super Saiyan God." Beerus heard this and, ignoring the stares of others, directly asked Vegito, "Oh. How do you prove you are the Super Saiyan God?" Facing Beerus's doubt, Vegito revealed his smug smile, mobilized the divine power within him, and instantly a red light burst forth. After a moment the red light dissipated, and standing there was Vegito, transformed into Super Saiyan God. Vegito's originally brown-red hair turned red, radiating divine red light, and his body became slightly leaner. "Vegeta, I didn't expect our fusion could directly become Super Saiyan God. What if we fuse again?" "Shut up, Kakarot. I said I would never fuse with you again," Vegeta retorted angrily. Beerus, brimming with fighting spirit, said to Vegito, "How about it? Shall we start fighting now?" Vegito stopped Beerus and said, "Lord Beerus, let's go fight on Earth first, otherwise Earth will be destroyed by the shockwaves of our battle. And if I win, you cannot destroy it." "Fine, but do you think you can beat me? After all, I am the God of Destruction," Beerus said, then charged into space, and Vegito followed closely. In space Vegito charged at Beerus and threw a punch. Beerus quickly crossed his arms to block the attack. Then Beerus turned his hand into a claw, grabbed Vegito's hand and punched Vegito in the chest. Vegito quickly used a light sphere to knock Beerus's hand away, freeing his own hand. Then Vegito and Beerus began to exchange blows. Both sides' punches and kicks were blocked, and some attacks were nullified by the opposing fists. With a double boom their fists collided. Looking at their expressions, both were extremely excited. They fought while flying, eventually landing on an unnamed planet. After a series of exchanges they both charged at each other, colliding with their hardest elbows. Each landed on a mountaintop. Beerus looked at Vegito, who had been fighting with him for a long time, and sighed, "How exhilarating. It's been so long since I felt this excited. And you are just a mere mortal." Vegito smiled and said, "Lord Beerus, the warm-up is over. Now you should be careful." Beerus smiled, assumed a fighting stance, indicating he could continue. Seeing this, Vegito also assumed a stance. Thus the two began to clash on the mountaintops. The battle between gods began to reach its climax. Inside a spiritual space, the original Vegito was watching Lin Yan, who had taken over his body, fighting with Lord Beerus. But when he saw it wasn't himself fighting, he angrily said, "Ha, it should be me fighting, not you, an outsider. But still, I have to thank you for letting me know so many transformation effects and also many parts of the storyline." After saying that, the original Vegito began his own training. Just as he was training, a light door opened in a black hole-like area nearby, and a little girl walked out. It was the system. The system asked Vegito, "How about it? Vegito, do you want me to help you train?" Vegito stopped his training, looked coldly at the system and said, "Ha, an outsider, why should I trust you? Even if I did, how would you train me?" The system just smiled and snapped her fingers. Instantly a flash of white light and Gogeta appeared. Vegito looked at the Gogeta in front of him, intrigued, and asked the system, "Hey, the one called system, I want to ask, what period is this Gogeta from?" The system just smiled and said, "This is just a Gogeta separated from our master. His strength is far greater than yours." Vegito suddenly became interested and asked the system, "Oh, is he that strong? Is he stronger than our fusion?" The system nodded and added, "Your fusion is also inside the master. Oh, by the way, his name is Lin Yan." Within the mental space, Vegito regarded his opponent Vegeta, his expression gradually growing grave as a voice from the other system echoed in his mind, "This one has served their master for an extended period, possessing strength far beyond your reach." Thus Vegito dared not hold back, immediately transforming into Super Blue and charging forward. Vegeta merely offered a faint smile before also surging ahead, and the two clashed violently. From a distance they appeared evenly matched, but at close range Vegito was entirely suppressed by Vegeta. Even in super blue form he was still far weaker than his adversary. Boom! The sound rang out twice as Vegito and Vegeta locked fists. Riding the momentum, Vegito launched himself backward, beginning to charge ultimate. Came. Haim. Ha. Immediately a brilliant blue light flashed across the battlefield, setting up for a transformation to come. Meanwhile, outside the mental realm, Vegito, or rather Lin Yan, had already transformed into full-power Super Blue. Looking at Beerus standing opposite him, he said, "Lord Beerus, let us end this with our final strike." Beside the two, the ground was littered with wreckage, remnants of Jupiter, Mercury, or perhaps other planets lay scattered everywhere. Beerus offered a slight smile and began channeling his ultimate attack. A massive energy wave started gathering at his fingertip, initially 10 meters across, then swelling into a light sphere reaching thousands of billions in height. Meanwhile, Vegito began charging ultimate. Came. Haim. It's over, Vegito. Ha. Instantly the two torrents of immense power collided, causing the seventh universe to tremble. On Earth, Whis, who was enjoying a meal, sensed the disturbance. He hastily retrieved his staff and gently tapped it against the planet, instantly calming the cosmic tremors. In space, Vegito abruptly dispelled his transformation and began falling downward. Beerus, watching Vegito collapse, wiped the blood from his head before also falling to the ground. An hour later, Beerus was the first to rise. Examining his injuries, he turned to look at Vegito, who still lay motionless on the ground. At that moment, was teleported over. Glancing at both fighters, he asked Beerus, "Lord Beerus, how did you lose to her? Shall we make her a candidate for the position of Destroyer God?" Beerus retorted irritably, "I'm not dead yet. Must you find a replacement so quickly? Moreover, didn't you notice, when she transformed into that blue state there was an unfamiliar sensation?" Whis also grew serious. "Indeed. It seems to be the Ultra Instinct. And Lord Beerus, do you feel that familiar sense from before?" Beerus simply shook his head, indicating that it was not quite there yet. Near Vegito, a voice only she could hear sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Beerus. You have obtained the Destroyer God form 10 Senzu beans, a set of indestructible clothing, only pants and top, automatically repaired after battle, and infinite currency usable across all worlds." Hours later, Vegito slowly opened her eyes, glanced around, and when she realized Beerus was gone, she sighed deeply. Sigh. It seems I still cannot defeat Beerus at present. After speaking, Vegito examined herself and noticed a change in her attire. She was now wearing a deep blue garment over a black inner shirt. Noticing the change in her outfit, Vegito's stomach growled loudly. Suddenly overcome with hunger, she quickly called out to her system, "System, are you there? Is there anything edible? I'm starving." The system responded promptly, "Ding. Host, please open your inventory to find food. Also, would the host like to perform today's sign-in?" Vegito opened the system space and spotted 10 Senzu beans. She took one out, placed it in her mouth and swallowed. Then she said, "Alright, let's sign in first." Ding. Congratulations, host. Today's sign-in rewards you with the Super Saiyan 4th form. Instantly Vegito felt a strange sensation near her lower back. She turned her head to look at her tailbone, and discovered a tail growing from it. Several days later, Beerus was enjoying pizza nearby while watching Goku and Vegeta train against each other, with Vegito observing the session. As Vegito was savoring the peace that followed the divine clash, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ear, "Ding, would you like to check in today?" Vegito pondered for a moment before silently commanding within his heart, "Check in." Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the Dark Dragon Ball, which can later evolve into a Super Dark Dragon Ball or unlock Super Saiyan 5. I'll hold off on the fusion for now and do it gradually later. By the way, Frieza should be arriving soon. I might as well bring Gohan along. With that in mind, Vegito bid farewell to Goku and Vegeta and instantly teleported back to Earth. During his time on Beerus's planet, Vegito had acquired several abilities. His consciousness could not be dominated or destroyed. He could deploy the 20x Kaioken without any side effects. He could travel freely across any universe unharmed, and his combat prowess had been amplified 20-fold beyond Goku and Vegeta's performances in the Tournament of Power using Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego. On Earth, Gohan had transformed into his ultimate form as he faced Frieza, who regarded him with keen interest. "Oh ho ho, you must be that kid from Namek all those years ago. I never expected Son Goku's own son to match me in this form without even needing to become a Super Saiyan." Gohan frowned in confusion. "Isn't this your final form? Do you have another transformation?" The reason Gohan still stood firm before Frieza was that after experiencing the overwhelming power of Beerus he had realized that if he could not protect his family with his own strength he would have to become stronger. He was done running away. Frieza smiled slyly at Gohan. However, I do have one new form. And with your current state alone. Then prepare to die. Smack. Frieza stepped forward, spread his arms wide and roared HAH. Immediately golden light erupted from within Frieza, stunning everyone as a terrifying pressure radiated from him. Suddenly with a loud thud, Vegito made his dramatic entrance. Gohan saw him appear and immediately shouted, "Ah, it's Uncle Vegito." Frieza, noticing that no one had paid attention to his new transformation, turned his gaze directly toward Vegito and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Vegito merely smiled and said something that surprised everyone, "I'm just a warrior passing through." "And Frieza, you'd better stay in hell, otherwise if you remain on Earth your stench will pollute the entire planet. You're as disgusting as those Saiyans, just like that Goku and that revolting Vegeta." "Hurry up and say it," Vegito yawned, interrupting Frieza. I know, after this I still have training to do. Let's get this over with." Upon hearing this, Frieza grew even more furious, clenching his fists and shouting, "You insolent fool! I'll smash you to pieces and strip your flesh from your bones." Vegito looked at the enraged Frieza and teased, "Sorry Lord Frieza, but I think monkeys are more evolved than lizards. After all, monkeys can evolve into humans while lizards remain lizards." "You insolent bastard!" Frieza unleashed his full power and charged straight at Vegito, delivering a swift chop aimed at his neck. Thud. The strike landed on Vegito's neck but proved completely ineffective. During his time training with Beerus and combined with the power boost from the system, Vegito had grown significantly stronger, already possessing power surpassing Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan blue forms. Vegito transformed into a Super Saiyan and released a massive explosive blast, obliterating Frieza completely with the sheer force of his ki. Gohan stared in shock as Vegito had effortlessly defeated Frieza in his base Super Saiyan form. At that moment Vegito suddenly punched Gohan in the stomach and said, "Gohan, you need to train harder. Look, Frieza could defeat you in his current state. Think about it, when you fought Cell you became Super Saiyan 2 as everyone's hope. When you faced Buu you could use your ultimate form to help us, but ultimately it was still me who finished the job." Hearing these words, Gohan fell into deep thought. It was true. During the Cell games he had become Super Saiyan 2 under everyone's expectations, and after training with Old Kai he had successfully unlocked his ultimate form, which had allowed him to crush Buu at that time. Realizing this, Gohan prepared to ask Vegito to go train with him, but when he looked up Vegito had already departed for Beerus's planet. At that moment a mechanical voice echoed in Vegito's ear, "Ding, congratulations host. You have obtained the 10 times Spirit House for killing Frieza and developing Gohan to achieve his ultimate form." Vegito merely smiled, already expecting this outcome. On the planet of the God of Destruction, a fat cat resembling Beerus and an angel resembling Whis appeared at Beerus's doorstep. The fat cat that looked like Beerus gasped, "Hee, let me give you a little welcome gift." With that the cat that looked like Beerus unleashed a sphere of destruction. Just as it was about to hit the gate, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan God and swatted it away with one hand. The cat that resembled Beerus exclaimed in shock, "Beerus has a guard. This place is as lavish as a rich landlord's estate." Gohan eyed the opponent warily and murmured, "Wearing the same clothes as the God of Destruction, possessing formidable power and accompanied by someone like Whis. Could it be that imposters nowadays are this sophisticated?" The cat that looked like Beerus growled angrily, "Hey you over there. Listen up. I am Beerus's brother Kampa." Gohan was taken aback, "Brother of Lord Beerus?" At that moment Vegito, standing atop a tree, said, "Yes, he is Beerus's brother, and the one beside him is Whis' sister Vados. I also sensed rapidly moving energy signatures around, likely Kampa and his crew. I came directly because I figured you were looking for something, am I right?" After speaking, Vegito glanced at Vados and thought to himself, truly worthy of being the First Lady of Dragon Ball, in fan works, a figure that rivals Bulma in certain aspects, so imposing. "Hey, how does he know I'm looking for something?" Vados. "I don't know. He was probably just bluffing, and you admitted it, Lord Kampa," Vados said with a hint of exasperation. After easily intimidating Kampa, Vegito turned to Gohan and said, "Gohan. It's safe here now. Go train with Vegeta and Goku. From that last move I can see you haven't mastered that transformation yet." Gohan arrived and trained with Goku and Vegeta. Eventually all of them attained Super Saiyan God. Goku and Vegeta could now transform into Super Saiyan Blue, but Gohan, due to years of neglect and training, simply could not achieve Super Saiyan Blue. In an open area, bam! Goku and Vegeta clashed their arms together. Aw! In the span of a breath they had exchanged thousands of punches. Kamehameha. Gallic gun. Instantly blue-white and pale yellow light emanated from Goku and Vegeta's chests, colliding violently. Boom! A tremendous explosion rang out. Their energy attacks were equally matched. Just then Vegito and Gohan appeared beside them. Seeing Vegito return, Goku asked Vegito what happened. Nothing much, just Beerus's brother showing up. Huh. Beerus has a brother. A few minutes later Whis explained to Goku and Vegeta the relationship between Champa and the others. Goku casually asked Vados, so can I ask who is stronger, you or Lord Beerus? Vados simply raised a finger to her lips and said, you're not allowed to ask that question. By the way, Whis and I are siblings. In terms of strength I am actually stronger. Hearing this, Goku excitedly turned to Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, did you hear that? Now there are people stronger than us. Humph, why are you happy about that? Shouldn't you be discouraged? Vegeta replied with a hint of exasperation. Just then Beerus and Whis stepped out of the house. Whis was initially glad to see his sister Vados, but when he heard her belittling him he said, Sister, that statement is a bit debatable considering the last time we fought was over 1,000 years ago. Vegito, having watched the conversation, said to Whis, Whis, lend me a training suit. I'll return it later. I'm going to train. Whis nodded, tapped his staff on the ground, and a large array of training equipment appeared before Vegito. Vegito picked up the training gear, thanked Whis, and teleported back to Earth. System, I recall you gave me a 10-fold hyperbolic time chamber before, right? Vegito thought back to the time after defeating Frieza when the system had traded him the 10-fold hyperbolic time chamber. Ding, yes, host. Do you wish to open the hyperbolic time chamber? You also have 7 dark dragon balls that have not been fused. Do you wish to fuse them? Vegito pondered and said, open it first then fuse. Also I want to ask, does time inside the chamber count toward the daily check-in? Ding, yes, host. 1 day inside counts as 1 day outside. As the system finished speaking, a flash of white light enveloped Vegito and he found himself inside the 10-fold hyperbolic time chamber. He felt 7 objects in his heart radiating energy outward. Vegito clenched his fists and said, who time to start training? If I don't get stronger my whole transmigration would be pointless. Let's begin with 10 billion sit-ups, 100 billion kilometers of running, 100 million squats, 100 million. Well, that's enough for now. I'll continue later. With that Vegito commenced his training. While Vegito was training in the hyperbolic time chamber at 10 times gravity, Goku and the others were far away on the planet of the Gods of Destruction. On the planet of the Gods of Destruction, Whis and Vados were soaking in a hot spring. Vados looked at Whis and asked, among these 4 Saiyans who do you think will become a God of Destruction? Or become one of us angels? Whis, enjoying the hot spring, was puzzled by his sister Vados' question. Sister, why do you ask? Nothing, just curious. I believe that among those who could become angels, Gohan, Goku and Vegito are candidates. Vegito is the most likely to become an angel because when I watched Lord Beerus fight Vegito earlier I noticed Vegito exuding the power of Ultra Instinct. As for who would become a God of Destruction, it would have to be Vegeta. He acts decisively while Goku's nature is inherently kind. Whis replied after some thought. At that moment Beerus called out from outside the hot spring, Whis, time to eat. Get dressed and come out. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis responded and went to get dressed. Vados followed suit. On the table were a plate of bird eggs and 2 packs of instant noodles. Champa looked at the instant noodles and laughed, ha ha ha, what is this? Just something you add water to in a bowl. Then what's that? These are boiled eggs made from fresh dong-dong bird eggs. Try them, I guarantee you'll be speechless. Goku, standing nearby, asked Whis with a bewildered look, Whis, is this so-called showdown about food? When everyone had just left the hot spring, Champa boasted about the delicious food he had brought. Beerus, unconvinced, retorted, how could there be anything better than what our universe has? And so the rivalry between Beerus and Champa began anew. Yes, Mr. Goku. Every time Lord Beerus and Lord Champa meet they first have a food showdown. Whis explained to Goku, then picked up a spoon and scooped a boiled egg from the plate. Champa, seeing Beerus put the egg in his mouth, laughed, ha ha ha. How is it? The 6th universe is the most delicious universe in all of existence. After finishing the egg, Beerus said, shut your mouth for now. First taste the dish in front of you, Champa. Champa, hearing Beerus's words, swallowed hard, picked up the fork on the instant noodles, opened the lid and began to eat. Beside him Vados also mimicked Champa's actions and started eating. Slurp. After the first taste, Kampa and Vados instantly devoured all the noodles. Beerus watched Kampa drink every last drop of the soup and teased, "Hey, is it good?" Kampa stammered, It's just average. "Oh, if it's not good then spit it out. If it's not good, why did you eat it all, even the soup?" Kampa, not knowing where to hide his face, looked at Beerus's smug expression and asked, "Beerus, where did you get this?" "From a planet called Earth." "Earth?" "That's right, and there's more. Earth has many delicious foods." Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately asked Vados, "Hey Vados. Our sixth universe also has a planet called Earth, right?" "Yes, Lord Kampa. I'll find it right away." Vados eagerly picked up her staff and began searching. Nearby, Goku, Gohan and Vegeta recalled what Vegito had told them earlier. There are 12 universes in total, with 6 twin universes. The one corresponding to ours is the sixth universe. The God of Destruction of the sixth universe is Kampa, and the angel there is Vados. But back then Gohan was busy with his studies, so he didn't know much about the universes. While Goku, Gohan and Vegeta were thinking about Vegito's words, Vados finally found Earth and said to Kampa, "There is one Lord Kampa. We also have an Earth. However, unfortunately the humans on that Earth once engaged in an extremely foolish war which led to their extinction." Kampa, initially delighted, grew increasingly alarmed. "What did you say?" Beerus burst into laughter. "Haha, what a pity. Kampa, it's such a shame that there's no one left on your side to cook such amazing food." "Ha ha ha ha." Goku said calmly, "Come to think of it, if it weren't for us warriors, Earth would have been blown up countless times. Good thing I used the Dragon Balls to wish for its reinforcement." Seeing Beerus's smug face, Kampa gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. If there's no other way, then let's settle this with a fight, Beerus." Beerus was taken aback and looked at Kampa. "What? You want to fight? What will you stake? And how will we do it?" "Hey, it'll be a tournament. If I win, I'll take your Earth to the sixth universe. If you win, I'll give you the Super Dragon Balls." "Oh, the Super Dragon Balls. Don't forget, we gods of destruction aren't allowed to fight." "Who said I'm going to fight you? We'll each pick 5 fighters from our own universes to battle." Everyone present was stunned except for the angels. Kampa continued, "We'll hold a battle between the 6th and 7th universes. A one-on-one round-robin format. The winner stays, the loser is replaced." Goku raised his hands and shouted excitedly, "Great. Finally a fight." Beerus thought for a moment and asked, "When will the tournament be?" How about 1 month from now? Is that enough time?" "Fine, I agree." And so the showdown between Beerus and Kampa began. 15 days later, inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegito looked at his status panel. Host Vegito. Race legendary Super Saiyan God. Bloodline trait can absorb opponent's power and body. Abilities: Dark Dragon Balls, upgradable, fused immortality, infinite ki, space breathing, final flash, Kamehameha, Super Kamehameha, tenfold Super Kamehameha, requires form above Super Saiyan God. Items: 100 million senzu beans, indestructible clothes, time ring, unlimited uses. Power: invincible below angel level, 1-for-1 exchange above angel, surpassing Beerus's combat power. Forms: all forms from Super Saiyan 1 to 4, Super Saiyan God level 4, Super Saiyan Blue level 3, Super Saiyan Deep Blue level 3, Ultra Ego level 2, Ultra Instinct level 2, Crimson level 2, Rose level 1, Kaioken X 100 with no side effects. Vegito smiled in satisfaction at his strength, then used a mobile device to teleport to the balcony of Bulma's house. At that moment Beerus was anxiously searching for Vegito because the battle between the 7th and 6th universes was about to begin. When he saw Vegito appear before him, he said angrily, "Hey Vegito, where have you been? I've been looking for you for half a month." Vegito saw Beerus losing his temper and quickly comforted him, "Lord Beerus, calm down, calm down. I was just training." Beerus sensed Vegito's energy and was shocked. Vegito's power had nearly surpassed his own. Beerus looked at Vegito and said, "Vegito, don't tell me you've already surpassed me." Vegito smiled slightly and nodded. At that moment a system voice echoed in his ear, "Ding. Congratulations host for checking in for 150 years. Would you like to sign in today?" Vegito silently thought, "Sign in. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully signed in and obtained the Azura armor." Vegito saw that it was the armor from the Armor Hero series that could rival the Kamen Rider Decade. Beerus asked Vegito, "By the way Vegito, are you going to participate in the battle between the 7th and 6th universes?" Vegito nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially feared that Vegito wouldn't go, but now it seemed he had worried for nothing. Half a month later, in the boundless cosmos, a planet surrounded by super Dragon Balls appeared. On the planet a ring was set up. Vegito stood on the ring wearing a black martial arts uniform with white bandages underneath. On his chest was a symbol that looked like a curved gene character. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands, Goku and Gohan were being scolded by Chi-Chi. Gohan, how did you become like your father? Do you know how Videl felt while you were away? Gohan began to plead, yes, yes, mother. I won't do it again. Chi-Chi shook her head at Gohan's plea, then glared angrily at Goku. Goku. Do you know? On the ring a referee who looked like Jocko announced with an awkward soundtrack, I now declare the match officially begins. First up from the 7th universe Vegito and from the 6th universe Baramo. Ready. 1, 2, 3, start. As soon as the referee announced the start, Vegito threw a punch at Baramo. Before Baramo could react, he was sent flying. Bang! Baramo fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned, especially Kampa. He shouted in disbelief, referee, he cheated. He struck early. The referee checked the replay and said to Kampa, Lord Kampa, Mr. Vegito did not cheat. He simply threw his punch faster. Kampa grabbed his ears and screamed, Aya. Why is this happening? Now I remember. No wonder Beerus was so happy. Kampa, clutching his ears, suddenly recalled the smug smile on Beerus's face after agreeing to the match and began to regret it. Very well, since Baramo of the 6th universe has lost the second fighter from the 6th universe. While the battle between the 7th and 6th universes was underway, a small crack appeared in the spacetime where Vegito had originally arrived from. Since Baidama was defeated in a single blow in the previous match, please welcome competitor Frost from Universe 6. Having witnessed Vegito's overwhelming power in the first match, Frost held nothing back and immediately transformed into his strongest form. Frost, now in his final form, smiled and addressed Vegito. It is an honor to compete against you, Mr. Vegito. Your performance was extraordinary. I am fully aware that facing you without giving my all would leave me with zero chance of victory. I hope you will allow me to land a few blows. Vegito shook his head. Frost, you know you cannot defeat me. Surrender now. There is no time for foolish banter on the battlefield. Besides, I see right through your tactics. Is this not all some staged performance? Frost broke into a cold sweat. Before he could respond, Vegito punched him squarely in the abdomen. Frost gagged and was sent flying. With a loud crash, Frost slammed into a stone in the spectator area. Competitor Frost from Universe 6 has been defeated. Please welcome competitor Kaba from Universe 6. Seated in the stands, Vegeta smiled and said, I hope he can transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku, sitting beside him, frowned in confusion. Hey Vegeta. I thought becoming a Super Saiyan required reaching a certain level of anger. Wouldn't that be the condition? Moreover, if that's not the case, doesn't it require SLs to exceed 50% and combat power to reach 300,000? Vegeta replied, his situation falls under the second condition, Kakarado. Besides, I went through the same process myself. On the battlefield, Kaba looked at Vegito and said, Greetings, Mr. Vegito. My master told me that you were born from the fusion of him and another Saiyan from your universe. Vegito nodded. Correct. I am indeed the fusion of Vegeta and Goku. Now let me see if you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Kaba nodded and began powering up. Hiya. A golden aura erupted around Kaba. With a flash of brilliant light, he made his dazzling entrance. His hair had turned golden and his energy surged in a blazing yellow flame. Vegito nodded and said, Kaba, this is merely the first transformation for our Saiyan race. We possess many more forms. Witness this one, ha. Vegito immediately exploded into a Super Saiyan transformation. But unlike an ordinary Super Saiyan, Vegito's aura carried an additional emerald green tinge, the legendary Super Saiyan. Unwilling to have green hair, Vegito had the system modify the visual effect of the legendary transformation. Everyone present was stunned. Upon seeing Vegito transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, Kaba immediately declared, Referee, I yield. The referee, momentarily caught off guard by the swift conclusion, announced, since competitor Kaba from Universe 6 has surrendered, the victor is competitor Vegito from Universe 7. In the stands, Kampa grabbed his ears and shouted in disbelief, Are you kidding me? Why would he surrender so easily? Our Saiyan beneath us just gave up. Beerus, seated opposite him, smiled slyly at Kampa. He still smug now. Who said I would not regret betting against you from the start? Kampa was filled with regret, but noticing the Potala earrings on Vegito's ears, he flew over to Beerus and whispered, I seem to recall that the Potala earrings can only be used by Kaisers. Humans using them is a grave offense, you forgot, didn't you? Beerus replied casually, it will be fine. Nothing will happen. Please welcome competitor Hit from Universe 6 versus competitor Vegito from Universe 7. Meanwhile, Vegito was warming up on the arena floor. Sensing Hit's killing intent, he remarked, heavy murderous aura. You are a killer, a professional assassin, I would say. If that is the case, do not hold back. Show me all your killing techniques. Hit ignored Vegito's words and calmly assumed his stance. Vegito stared at him for a moment before charging forward at full speed. Just as Vegito was about to strike, he suddenly felt empty space. He had missed. Hit had employed his time skip ability. Hit punched straight toward Vegito's kidney area. Vegito's eyes widened. Not on that, I cannot risk my future happiness. He dodged desperately and leapt into the sky. Beside the arena, Goku and Vegeta watched in shock. Vegeta exclaimed, how did he disappear and appear behind Vegito like that? Goku analyzed, that must be some kind of ability that stops time for several seconds. High above, Vegito declared, Big Bang Attack. A massive energy sphere formed in his left hand and shot downward toward Hit's position at incredible speed. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted where Hit had stood. Standing in the air, Vegito shook his head in disappointment. So weak. It seems anime adaptations have made him stronger than he truly is. With that thought, Vegito instantly teleported below and kicked Hit off the arena. Following the massive explosion, Hit, who had just used his time skip, was kicked straight off the ring by Vegito. The referee, taken aback by yet another swift conclusion, announced, since competitor Hit has been knocked off the arena by competitor Vegito, Vegito is the winner. The grand champion of this tournament is Universe 7. Standing beside Beerus, Kampa glared resentfully before letting out a heavy sigh. He knew Vegito's power now roughly equaled that of his brother Beerus. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. But I am so furious. After collecting the Super Dragon Balls for so long, I have to hand them over. It makes me absolutely seethe with rage. Hey Kampa. Don't think about backing out. Hey Beerus, how dare you insult me like that? I would never renege. Can I not even complain here? Kampa grew even more irritated upon hearing Beerus's voice. No, look over there. Idiot. Beerus, exasperated by Kampa's stubbornness, pointed toward the distance. Kampa glanced in the direction Beerus indicated and immediately broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly flew over and dropped to his knees. Upon seeing the God of Destruction kneeling, the Kaisers followed suit, kneeling as well. The nearby angels merely knelt on one knee. Most present did not know who this figure was. Vegito explained, this is the Omni King. He stands at the pinnacle of all 12 universes. Everyone was shocked. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Vegeta's face and Piccolo's complexion turned even greener with fear. At that moment, Kampa and Beerus began respectfully inquiring about the Omni King's purpose for visiting. O Omni King, we honor your presence. May we ask what brings you here today? The Omni King replied with an innocent expression, well, today I came to observe your unauthorized tournament and wanted to remind you to pay attention to proper conduct. We are most sorry, Omni King. However, after watching this competition, I found it quite entertaining. In fact, I would like to host another tournament where all universes participate. At that moment, a different voice rang out from the crowd. Really? That sounds absolutely wonderful. Hold it soon, hold it quickly. Goku laughed heartily upon hearing this. Upon hearing Goku's words, Beerus immediately shouted, Gee Goku. What is your status? Do you think you're qualified to speak to the Grand Priest? Hurry back down. But Goku paid no heed to Beerus's words, and the Grand Priest was equally unconcerned. At that moment, Vegito also chimed in, I too find this game quite intriguing. Why not hold it in the near future, Grand Priest? The Grand Priest pondered for a moment, then said, very well, let it be as you say. Upon hearing this, Vegito extended his hand, then it settled. This action sent chills down everyone's spines, especially Beerus and the guards beside him. Vegito, stop right now. Don't do this. Beerus hurriedly tried to stop him. Crack, crack. The guards standing nearby clenched their fists, veins bulging on their faces, exuding an aura that if Vegito dared to make any rash move, they would charge forward and obliterate him. The Grand Priest stared at Vegito's extended hand, paused for a moment, then raised his own hand and grasped Vegito's. Then it's settled. The God of Destruction behind him let out a sigh of relief. Then I shall take my leave. The Grand Priest waved to Goku and Vegito. Until next time, Grand Priest. Until next time, said both Vegito and Goku in unison, waving back. Whoosh. The Grand Priest and his guards used instant transmission to return to the Grand Priest's hall. Seeing the Grand Priest leave, Beerus said to Goku and Vegito, "Vegito, Goku, you two are going to get us killed. Do you realize that? If you anger the Grand Priest, we're all done for." Vegito replied nonchalantly, "Lord Beerus, I understand, no need to fear. Besides, if I weren't prepared, why would I step forward to court death?" With that, Vegito walked over to Kaba and said, "Kaba, take me to the planet of the Saiyans from Universe 6. I want to see how you all are progressing. I'll see if I can help you unlock new realms." After a moment, once Kaba had briefed Vegito on the approximate location of the Saiyan planet in Universe 6, Vegito used instant transmission to arrive there. Before leaving, Vegito took a pair of Potera earrings from the Kaioshin realm of Universe 6. On the planet of Universe 6, Vegito watched as Kale and Caulifla Fusion threw a punch at him, shaking his head helplessly. "Kale, Caulifla, your punches are too slow. If you want to fight, you should strike like this." As he spoke, Vegito swiftly landed a punch to Kale and Caulifla's stomach, causing them to wince and gag. "Vegito, can't you go a little easier? If I don't transform, I can never beat you." Kale and Caulifla began to power up. Watching from afar, Sadala King smiled contentedly as he observed his daughter and the strongest Saiyan from Universe 7 sparring. "Sai, I really wish that Saiyan from Universe 7 could become my son-in-law." A few days later, Vegito returned to Earth in Universe 7 using instant transmission, thoroughly satisfied. By then, Future Trunks was lying severely wounded in the pavilion on Bulma's lawn. Looking at Future Trunks, Vegito had an idea. This must be the beginning of the future arc. He wondered if he would encounter Black Goku and Black Vegeta in the future arc. But since there was nothing to do and he was now above the level of a God of Destruction, though still evenly matched with Beerus, he decided to observe. Future Trunks slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Goku and Vegito standing behind Bulma. Rage surged within him and he charged at Goku, throwing a punch while shouting, "You bastard!" Goku calmly parried Future Trunks' flurry of attacks, looking at him as if he had gone mad. "What happened, Trunks?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Future Trunks finally began to calm down. I am sorry, Uncle Goku. I was just impulsive." Now that Future Trunks had regained his composure, he felt embarrassed about his earlier rashness. Bulma asked with concern, "So what exactly happened, Trunks? What made you so angry? And why did you react that way when you saw Goku?" "In my timeline, after we defeated Cell, a being named Babidi appeared. He killed the Kaioshin and I managed to kill him in turn. But a few years later, two people appeared claiming to be agents of justice. They spoke of justice but slaughtered the humans on Earth, nearly driving us to extinction. We fought desperately for a year or humanity would have been wiped out. But now even Mother has." At this moment, Beerus, who was outside, watched the time machine with interest. He glanced at Future Trunks but said nothing, then resumed eating the sausages on the table. Vegito was puzzled when he heard about two people. He thought to himself, "It seems my worst fears have come true. If it's not Zamasu and Black Goku, then it's Black Goku and Black Vegeta. But why does James know about Vegeta? In the original story he shouldn't know. How troublesome." Vegeta also noticed the "they" in Future Trunks' words and quickly asked, "Trunks, who exactly are they?" "Those guys look a lot like Uncle Goku and your father. The one always wearing black clothes was called Black Goku and Black Vegeta by Mother." "What? The future me has such a terrible naming sense. Isn't that the point? This doesn't seem like the time to say that." Vegito chuckled beside him. It seemed there would be another fight soon, at least not against a fused Zamasu, that kind of opponent. Future Trunks looked around and noticed Vegito, a hint of doubt in his mind. "Who is this? Why does he look so much like my father and Uncle Goku?" Bulma seemed to sense Future Trunks' confusion and explained, "He is the fusion of your father and Uncle Goku. His name is Vegito." "What? A fusion of Uncle Goku and father?" That explanation only made it harder for Future Trunks. Now he didn't know what to call Vegito, Uncle Goku or father. Vegito spoke up, "Don't worry. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. You can just call me Vegito." At that moment the long-lost system's voice echoed in Vegito's ear. "Ding, mission issued. Does the host wish to defeat Black Goku and Black Vegeta from the future timeline? Upon defeat you may absorb them. After a moment of contemplation, Vegito thought to himself, I accept this mission. By the way, system, why does your voice sound less appealing than before? Ding, because the previous system has gone to accompany another host, I am the replacement. Vegito didn't say much more. Then recalling Black Goku's rose form, he asked future Trunks, Trunks, I want to ask, have they ever transformed? Like our Super Saiyan forms? Uncle Vegito, they have terrifying forms. Black Goku has two forms beyond the base. Black one resembles our Super Saiyan but with longer hair, and the other has pink hair just like you said. As for Black Vegeta, he also has similar forms but lacks the first one. Vegito pondered, then said, I'll go alone. I'm afraid they might also be able to fuse. At this, Goku and Vegeta both asked in unison, why do you go alone? Why can't we go X2? Vegito explained, Goku, Vegeta, do you think I can defeat both of you in your current strongest forms without transforming? If so, let me go alone. Besides, don't you think they could also fuse? Don't forget when you fought Majin Buu, you two also fused. Goku, you should know where you got the Potara earrings from. Goku thought back to the fight against Majin Buu and recalled that he got the earrings from the Kaioshin. It seems so. If that's the case, we should both go. Otherwise you can't fight them alone. Alright, you two attack me together. If you can't beat me without me transforming, then I'll go alone. If you can, all three of us will go together. The reason Vegito didn't want Goku and Vegeta to go was mainly to avoid interruptions when absorbing Black Goku and Black Vegeta. On a grassy plain, Vegito used instant transmission to take Goku and Vegeta to a planet's grassy field. He then shook his head at them and jumped back a few steps. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, then assumed fighting stances. Vegito also took up his stance. A moment of calm settled over the three. Suddenly Goku lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Vegito's face. Vegito effortlessly blocked the punch with his palm. Seeing that his full-force punch had no effect on Vegito, Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue full power. But before he could react, Vegito struck him with a ki-enhanced punch to the stomach, sending him flying backwards, spitting blood and landing on the ground, glaring at Vegito in frustration. Vegeta, watching Goku get knocked away so easily, roared in fury, to avenge Bulma. Hiya! But before Vegeta could finish his transformation, Vegito landed a punch that sent him crashing into the ground. Vegito looked at the two of them helplessly and said, Sai, why did it have to come to this? Don't forget, I was already far stronger than you both. And remember, when we fought Majin Buu, I could easily defeat him in my base form. So what about me now? After speaking, Vegito took a time ring from his system space, put it on his right index finger and opened a portal. Just as Vegito was about to step through the portal, he turned back to Goku and said, Goku, Vegeta, you two should train hard. Maybe one day you'll be able to defeat my base form. With that, Vegito turned and walked into the portal without looking back. In the future timeline, Black Goku and Black Vegeta searched high in the sky for future Trunks. Unable to sense his presence, Black Goku cursed loudly, damn it, why haven't we found that coward? No, why is there suddenly a very powerful aura? As Black Vegeta and Black Goku were puzzled, a portal appeared before them and from it stepped Vegito. Vegito glanced at Black Goku and Black Vegeta and said, you two should fuse directly, otherwise you won't stand a chance against me. Why should I listen to you? Ah! Before Black Goku and Black Vegeta could finish, Vegito punched them both in the chest. Sensing Vegito's power, Black Goku exchanged a look with Black Vegeta. Black Vegeta sneered, removed the green Potara earring from his left ear and tossed it to Black Goku, who caught it and placed it on his right ear. A colossal white aura erupted, tearing through the smoke and dust, crushing the surrounding flora, shattering the earth into fragments. An overwhelming presence surged forth and Vegito smiled faintly. Vegito had now transformed into Super Saiyan, while his opponent Black Vegito had become rose-colored, wearing Black Goku's attire but bearing Vegito's appearance, though his earring was green. Black Vegito looked at Vegito, who had only transformed into Super Saiyan, and covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. It seems you're already awed by my power to the point where you can only turn into a Super Saiyan. Bang! Bang! As Black Vegito finished speaking, the transformed Vegito instantly teleported before him, delivering a downward punch to his face. Just as Black Vegito's head was about to smash into the ground, Vegito kicked him in the eye, sending him flying. Black Vegito skidded across the ground for dozens of miles before finally stopping. Vegito looked at the rose-colored Black Vegito and taunted, still not good enough, brother. Your fusion is as weak as ever. You really are pathetic. Black Vegito slowly rose, his face twisted in rage, and roared, human. You will be destroyed by the consequences of your own mistakes. Black Vegito swung a fierce punch at Vegito, unleashing an invisible wave of energy. The already cracked ground instantly shattered under the assault. Vegito maintained his confident smile, shifting his body slightly as the energy wave brushed past his clothes and hurtled into the distance. Rumble. The distant mountains exploded under the devastating strike. Seeing his attack had no effect, Black Vegito charged forward and aimed a punch at Vegito's head. Vegito blocked with one hand, then kicked toward Black Vegito's side. Black Vegito quickly defended and retreated. Vegito, seeing his kick miss, pressed forward in pursuit. Black Vegito retaliated and the two clashed, instantly leaping to the sky and then back to the ground. Their forms flickered erratically as explosions erupted continuously. Black Vegito rapidly formed a sword of energy in his hand and swung it at Vegito. Instead of retreating, Vegito charged forward, raising his arm to block Black Vegito's, preventing the energy blade from harming him. Black Vegito then drove his knee upward, but Vegito's other arm blocked it. Black Vegito then swung the energy sword arm at Vegito's head. Vegito dodged left, evading the blade, and simultaneously kicked Black Vegito in the head. Bang! Vegito's punch deformed Black Vegito's face. Black Vegito, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, was slammed into the ground, trembling. At that moment the system's voice echoed in Vegito's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Black Vegito. Would you like to absorb or fuse now? Vegito frowned at the mention of fusion and asked, System, I want to know, is this fusion additive or multiplicative? Ding! Replying to the host, it can only be additive, but you may unlock some hidden achievements. After a moment of thought, Vegito removed the Potara earring from his own ear and placed it on Black Vegito's left ear. If you wonder why it didn't stack, you'd have to ask the system. Instantly Vegito and Black Vegito collided and a blinding white light flashed. Vegito felt his power had increased only slightly, but he sensed a new effect emanating within him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fusing with Black Vegito. You have obtained Super Saiyan Rose and unlocked the hidden achievement Evil Power, which can be stacked. Sensing the sudden amplification of evil within him, Vegito quickly asked the system, System, I want to know, can this hidden reward be stacked on Super Saiyan? Ding! Replying to the host, yes, and it multiplies all forms by 0. 1 plus the original multiplier. Also, would the host like to sign in? Vegito thought for a moment, then asked, System, I want to know, what does the form look like after stacking the evil power? Tell me, is it like Vegeta in Dragon Ball Heroes? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Infinite Food House. Yes. While Vegito was collecting his rewards, Goku, Vegeta and Future Trunks arrived in the future timeline via the time machine. As they stepped off, they saw only Vegito above. Black Goku and Black Vegeta were nowhere to be found. Goku flew to Vegito's side and asked, Vegito, where are Black Goku and Black Vegeta? Vegito frowned when he saw Goku and said, Goku, didn't I tell you not to come? It's fine, I've already dealt with them. As Goku was about to ask more, Vegito used instant transmission to arrive at Universe 6. Goku stared at the spot where Vegito had vanished, scratched his head and said, why does he always leave without finishing his words? In Universe 6, Kefla was soaking in a hot spring when she heard a whoosh and turned to see Vegito, now completely naked. Kefla saw Vegito suddenly appear in her room while she was preparing to bathe. Her face flushed red and she was about to scream, but Vegito quickly covered her mouth and said, Kefla, don't shout. And don't forget, when you were drunk the day before yesterday, I came into your room and you pulled me in. The next morning you were holding me. Kefla recalled the madness of that night, her face burning even more. She pushed Vegito's hand away and crouched in the spring. Vegito looked down, and what he saw startled him. He noticed that Kefla's chest was now easily a D cup, whereas before fusion it had only been a B. Could it be that the Potara earrings had such an effect? Vegito pushed the thought aside and sat in the spring behind Kefla. Grinning, he pulled her onto his, well, let's just say his third leg. Kefla suddenly felt something below and turned her head, her face scarlet. Seeing Vegito had transformed into Super Saiyan, she softened and whispered, be gentle and don't transform. It'll hurt too much. Ah. The next morning Kefla woke from the night's exertions. Opening her eyes, she saw Vegito sleeping soundly, pouted and muttered, he could have been gentler. I was in pain all night. It really hurt. No, I must make Vegito take me to the hyperbolic time chamber in his universe to train, or I won't talk to him anymore. At that moment Vegito also opened his eyes. Seeing Kefla pouting as if she were badmouthing him, he leaned in and whispered in her ear, what is my dear wife thinking about? Kefla's ear tingled from his breath and she trembled, hey Vegito, who's your wife? But if you call me that, I suppose it's okay, but only if you take me to your universe's time chamber. Otherwise I'll tell my dad. Vegito remembered his father-in-law's warning. Vegito, I can see you have feelings for my daughter. I hope you two end up together, but you must never make her truly angry or there will be consequences. Back then Vegito had agreed wholeheartedly, promising to satisfy Kefla as much as possible. Remembering this, he shook his head helplessly and said, "All right dear, I'll take you." With that, Vegito embraced Kefla and prepared to change clothes. Vegito looked at Kefla, who had already dressed, and said, "Honey, now that you're dressed, let's go." "Hey, Vegito. You'd better not call me honey in public or I'll ignore you." Yes my dear, I won't call you that in public, okay?" After saying that, Vegito directly picked up Kefla and used instant transmission to arrive on Earth. Universe 7. Beerus was anxiously searching for Vegito's location because Grand Zeno wanted to play with Vegito. At that moment Vegito was not on Earth. Just as Beerus was racking his brains to find Vegito, he suddenly sensed Vegito's presence on Earth again and rushed towards Earth. A few hours later Beerus saw Vegito meditating at the top of the Temple of Heaven. Vegito opened his eyes and saw Beerus angrily saying, "Hey, Vegito. Where have you been playing these days? And why does Grand Zeno always want you to play with him?" After saying this, Beerus turned to Whis and said, "Whis, teleport the two of us to Grand Zeno's place." "Yes, Lord Beerus." Whis then directly used his staff to teleport Vegito and Beerus to the Grand Zeno's palace. As for where Goku and Vegeta were. At that moment Goku and Vegeta were training in the ordinary hyperbolic time chamber while Kefla was training in Vegito's 10x hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile at the Grand Zeno's palace. Grand Zeno was observing the 12 universes, and as he watched he said irritably, "This is so boring. Why haven't Vegito and Goku come yet?" The Grand Priest, who was nearby, heard Grand Zeno's words and then comforted him, "Grand Zeno, your desired guest has arrived." Vegito, who had been teleported by Whis, looked at Grand Zeno feeling a bit troubled and thought it should be time to start the destruction of 8 universes. Now he should bring up the Tournament of Power. Thinking this he said, "Hey. How have you been, Quan? Oh, and didn't we agree earlier to hold a martial arts tournament involving all the universes? How's that going? I can't wait to spar with the experts from all the universes." Grand Zeno heard Vegito's voice, but instead of talking about the tournament he asked doubtfully, "Vegito, I want to ask you, what have you been up to lately? Why didn't you come to play with me? I was training at that time, so I didn't know Beerus was looking for me. Besides, you know we fighters like to train whenever we have nothing to do." That's true. Let's do it now then. But I want to see how the gods of destruction from the 12 universes fight." Hearing Grand Zeno's words, the Grand Priest raised his hand to summon the gods of destruction and angels from the 11 universes, indicating that there was an announcement. With a whoosh, the gods of destruction and angels from their respective universes were instantly teleported to Grand Zeno's palace. The Grand Priest looked at the 11 gods of destruction and said, "Now I announce a notice from Grand Zeno. We are going to hold a martial arts tournament called the Tournament of Power." Tournament of Power. Is this Grand Zeno's will? This is the first time in thousands of years. The gods of destruction present began to murmur upon hearing this. At this moment the god of destruction of Universe 8, Laquire, voiced his doubt, "Is this tournament just a friendly match? Or does it have another purpose? Previously Grand Zeno observed that your work was not satisfactory and he intends to eliminate 8 low-level universes." Everyone was shocked by the Grand Priest's words. The god of destruction of Universe 4, the mouse, said in surprise, "Eliminate low-level universes. Does that mean those that don't meet the standard will be destroyed?" "Yes. Except for Universe 1, Universe 5, Universe 8, and Universe 12, the other universes are not up to standard. However, for the sake of this Tournament of Power, these 8 universes will not be destroyed temporarily. At the same time, as a warm-up, let the gods of destruction fight first so that Grand Zeno can also see who is the strongest among the 12 universes." After saying this, the Grand Priest snapped his fingers and the gods of destruction were teleported to the arena created by the Grand Priest. The god of destruction of Universe 12, Jin, said, "Is it a one-on-one match?" "No, it's a battle royale where everyone fights simultaneously. I will decide the rules of the Tournament of Power based on the results of this match. If any god of destruction intentionally holds back, they will be discovered and eliminated on the spot." The Grand Priest's words shocked all the gods of destruction on the arena. Beerus was so frightened by the Grand Priest's words that he broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Damn it, why did Vegito have to bring up this tournament? And the Grand Priest says such terrifying words with such a kind face, just like Grand Zeno." At that moment Vegito looked at the gods of destruction below and said eagerly to Grand Zeno, "Hey, Quan, I want to participate in this match too." This immediately stunned the gods of destruction. How dare a human address Grand Zeno like that? The Grand Priest said with some concern, this is a battle of gods of destruction. Can you handle it? Vegito. Vegito smiled slightly indicating that this was no big deal. Beerus seeing that Vegito was also going to fight breathed a sigh of relief. Because earlier Grand Zeno had asked the gods of destruction to play hide-and-seek with him but Beerus fell asleep while playing which made Grand Zeno want to destroy all the universes. If not for other gods of destruction appeasing Grand Zeno they would all have died. So now the gods of destruction looked at Beerus and wanted to beat him to death. That person seems to be from Universe 7. If it's Universe 7, that makes sense. Beerus hearing all the gods of destruction starting to mock him became very angry. He turned to look at Vegito who had already come down and said, Hey Vegito. You must win this time. If you don't I'll destroy Earth. Vegito said, What Lord Beerus? Don't you believe in my strength? While they were whispering the Grand Priest also announced the start. On the arena the gods of destruction surrounded Vegito and Beerus each assuming a fighting stance. Upon hearing the Grand Priest start signal they all charged forward. Vegito crossed his arms and roared loudly HAA. Around Vegito a golden yellow and dark red aura erupted surging into the sky. At that moment Vegito had transformed into evil Super Saiyan 2. His hair was still the same as normal Super Saiyan 2, but his aura changed from golden yellow to a dark yellow. The Grand Priest above couldn't help frowning and murmured, why does Vegito's aura carry the scent of a demon god? I'll ask Vegito after this match. On the arena the gods of destruction of Universe 9 and Universe 10 looked at Vegito in shock and said, unbelievable a human can achieve the aura of a god. Rumshi of Universe 10 swung a punch at Vegito but Vegito dodged with an instant movement. Seeing that his punch missed the elephant threw another punch at Vegito. Vegito simply turned his head and then delivered a straight punch with his right hand to the elephant's face. Rumshi felt himself being sent flying by Vegito's heavy punch stopping only after flying several dozens of meters. Then Vegito gestured arrogantly to the gods of destruction and said, Hey! All 9 of you come at me together. Stop wasting time. If he weren't participating in the match Vegito would rather spend his time in meditation trying to completely integrate his Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego into his body so he wouldn't have to transform into those forms again later. Although Ultra Instinct had been modified by the system to be usable regardless of emotional changes he still wanted to try to fuse Ultra Instinct into his blood and bones. The mouse and Beerus punched each other once. Then the mouse said to Beerus, that guy's strength is quite impressive. He. This match is getting more and more interesting. Beerus roared, interesting my ass. You stinking rat. After saying that Beerus charged again and the mouse also didn't back down so the two once again became entangled in a fight. Jin, hey. Hellies. Compa. Forget about Beerus for now let's defeat this human first. After exchanging a glance they directly burst with energy and charged at Vegito throwing punches at him. Boom boom boom. Vegito with his arms crossed used his legs to deal with the attacks from Universe 12 and Universe 6. Just then the robot Mosco of Universe 3 also charged over. Vegito sensed Mosco approaching from behind and quickly dodged sideways. 2 booms. Mosco was sent flying by a punch from Jin and Compa. Vegito then threw a punch from behind at Jin and Compa's backs and the two were also sent flying in the same direction as Mosco. While flying Jin didn't forget to fire energy blasts at Vegito. But it was useless. Vegito smiled and said, plenty of power but too slow. While taunting he deflected all the energy blasts. The clown in the distance formed 5 cards made of energy in his hands each extremely sharp and capable of cutting a god of destruction. With a cold laugh he flicked his wrist sending countless cards hurtling toward Vegito. Lequire extended his 9 tails each imbued with powerful energy. With a roar the 9 tails began firing energy blasts continuously at Vegito. Compa Rumshi Iwan Sidra and Arak also followed suit firing energy blasts in imitation. Boom. 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 3 huge explosions occurred at the spot where Vegito stood. Compa looked at the explosion site and said, Is it over? But contrary to Compa's hopes within the rolling smoke a tremendously powerful aura suddenly erupted. The smoke was blown away by this powerful aura. Vegito had transformed into legendary Super Saiyan Evil Super Saiyan 2 and his aura had gained a green tint. Vegito was now a bit angry because his clothes were covered in dust and when he got back Kefla would surely scold him. Thinking this Vegito no longer held back and went all out. Vegito charged forward instantly. Jin and Laquire felt great pain in their stomachs and looked down to see Vegito's fists already planted in their bellies. Immediately the two gods of destruction were sent flying backwards, spitting blood as they flew. Grand Zeno sitting above looked at the smoke below and said discontentedly, "There's too much smoke on the arena, I can't see anything." The Grand Priest also said, "Grand Zeno, it's over now." Grand Zeno heard this and said, "Then let's end it." "Oh, and Grand Priest, next time you hold a match make sure to prepare a way for me to see the process clearly." Hearing Grand Zeno's words, the Grand Priest said, "Very well. That's enough. Please return to your positions, gods of destruction." Snap. After saying that, the Grand Priest snapped his fingers and teleported all the gods of destruction back to their positions. However, Vegito, who was below, was quite annoyed. He had just charged up a full power final Kamehameha and had just released it, and then they said it was over. How wonderful. The Grand Priest informed all the gods of destruction of the start time of the Tournament of Power and also explained the rules, then teleported everyone back to their own universes. However, before leaving, the Grand Priest stopped Vegito. The Grand Priest looked at Vegito and said, "Vegito, why do you have the aura of a demon god?" Vegito didn't expect the Grand Priest to stop him just to ask about the demon god aura. Knowing he couldn't tell the Grand Priest about his system, he thought for a moment and then said, "Grand Priest, I obtained this ability accidentally when I fought Zamasu in the future timeline." "Oh, so how did you obtain this ability?" "After I finished fighting Zamasu, I was knocked to a planet. On that planet there was a black hole. I was sucked directly into it. While being sucked in, I felt my own evilness amplified infinitely, but in the end I managed to overcome it. I gained this ability from that misfortune." Vegito gave the Grand Priest a very plausible explanation. The Grand Priest didn't think much about it. After playing with Grand Zeno for a while, Vegito used instant transmission to return to the God of Destruction's planet. Beerus saw Vegito appear and was about to speak when Vegito stopped him. "Lord Beerus, when does the Tournament of Power start?" "It starts half a year from now in Earth time." "By the way, why do you have the aura of a demon god?" Since Beerus's predecessor as God of Destruction was a friend of the Grand Priest, he knew some information about demon gods. Seeing Vegito transform into Super Saiyan 2, but not yellow with a hint of black, he asked. Vegito used the same explanation he gave the Grand Priest to brush it off. At this moment the system's voice announced the rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating all gods of destruction. Obtained Ultra Ego 5th Stage 9 Tails Female from Naruto. Achieved Hidden Achievement. Defeat all gods of destruction alone. Obtained 100x Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Vegito, seeing that he had obtained two unexpected things, thought silently, "System, I want to ask, what use is this Ninetales? And what am I supposed to do with it?" Ding! Answer to the host, "You can keep it as a pet." Vegito thought for a moment. It seemed like he could let his wife pet it. Thinking this, he said goodbye to the system and then used instant transmission to enter the 10x Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, at 10 times the normal flow of time, Vegito watched Kaifula training with desperate intensity. Smiling wryly, he stepped forward and pulled her up. Startled by the sudden lift, Kaifula frowned and retorted, "Hey Vegito, what are you doing?" "I'm still training. Don't pull me away. The martial arts tournament is about to begin. Get ready, we're heading out now." "Oh. What kind of tournament is this?" "Roughly speaking, 10 formidable warriors will be selected from 12 different universes to clash in a team battle." "That's perfect then, Vegito. If I join your universe, we'd be invincible. Think about it, in the current state, who could possibly defeat the two of us?" "Sigh, never mind. Just go back to this universe to compete. Besides, you can't beat anyone right now, not under any circumstances." Hearing Vegito claim she stood no chance against him under any condition, Kaifula's anger flared and she shouted, "Vegito, you fight me without transforming. I'll take on Super Saiyan 4 form." Upon saying so, Kaifula erupted with ki. Sand and stones swirled around her as an overwhelming pressure burst from her body. Vegito watched as Kaifula transformed into Super Saiyan 4, her frame grew taller and dark fur sprouted across her body, though her chest remained covered by clothing. Why is it that when guys transform into Super Saiyan 4, they're left bare-chested, but girls always keep their clothes? He mused inwardly. Still, it's not bad, he thought. After all, she is my wife. Kaifula, now in her Super Saiyan 4 form, gleefully lunged at Vegito, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed squarely at his face. Annoyed, Vegito snapped, "Kaifula, what's the meaning of this? Are you just trying to punch my face all day?" Vegito retaliated by driving a hard punch straight into her abdomen. Kaifula gagged, retching, and immediately dropped out of her Super Saiyan 4 transformation. After briefing Kaifula on some of the tournament's rules and precautions, Vegito used instant transmission to send her back to Universe 6. Once Kaifula was gone, Vegito summoned the Ninetales from within himself. He immediately began petting its pristine silky white fur. Sensing the pleasant touch, the fox nuzzled affectionately against Vegito's chest. After enjoying a few moments of grooming the beast, Vegito set the Ninetales aside and resumed his own training. Back on Earth. When Wukong and Vegeta heard Bylus mention the Tournament of Power, both were visibly taken aback, surprised that preparations were already underway. Wukong, however, brushed it off with a confident grin. Don't worry, we won't lose. We have Vegito. In Universe 11. On the planet of the Gods of Destruction, Cho Xiao touched his bruised nose, swollen from a previous encounter with Vegito. Turning to Jabba, he remarked, "Jabba, does Jiren still refuse to fuse?" "Yes, my lord," Jabba replied, bowing on one knee. "Jiren places his faith solely in his own power. Then it seems we must take our chances elsewhere." "Lord Cho Xiao, please do not," but the angel pleaded. Ignoring the warning entirely, Cho Xiao simply walked away. 5 months later, though a full 10,000 years had passed within the hyperbolic time chamber at 100-fold acceleration, Vegito activated his system interface to review his status. Host Vegito. Race Divine Legendary Saiyan. Bloodline trait capable of absorbing or devouring the abilities of others. Upon consumption inherits their superior capabilities, the might of demonic and evil deities unawakened, and 100 mastery of the 5 elements lineage. Combat Strength AF Vegito 100 Super Saiyan 2 level. Possessions Shura Armor 5 elements Armor Emperor Armor Summoner Infinitely Scalable Gravity Suits. Abilities Path of Time Path of Space Immortality Comprehension of all cosmic scripts Mastery of every language. Transformation Super Saiyan 15 Super Saiyan God Tier 5 Super Saiyan Blue Tier 5 Rose Tier 4 Deep Blue Tier 5 Crimson Tier 5 Ultra Instinct Tier 5 Self-Transcendence Tier 5. Techniques Final Kamehameha Genkidama Light Blade Key Scythe Final Flash D. After a moment's thought, Vegito summoned an exit portal and stepped through. Back on Earth, Wukong had been puzzling over which warriors to recruit for the 10-person team. Just then Vegito appeared before him. His eyes lit up. "I may not be able to figure this out myself, but that hardly means my fusion self can't," he thought, and immediately asked, "Vegito, who do you think should represent our Universe 7? You should definitely take yourself Wukong and Vegeta. Along with me, obviously. Bring Wufan Wuqian and Tekalankisi as well, though Tekalankisi prefers to fuse on his own, otherwise he wouldn't stand a chance. For the remaining spots, Bieka should be included. Have Shinran help unlock his latent potential. As for the rest, round up Shichi and Shibahao." Vegito paused to consider, then added, "By the way, Wukong, how's your training going?" "And Vegeta's?" It's going alright. I've pretty much mastered half of Ultra Instinct. And Vegeta managed to successfully attain the form of a God of Destruction this past month. He even dubbed it Self-Transcendence Instinct on his own." After a brief silence, Vegito turned without another word and flew north. Alarmed, Wukong called out to stop him, "Hey Vegito. Where are you off to?" "Obviously to rest. I've been training for 5 months straight. I just need to stabilize my power one final time. Wake me up in a month." A month later, Bylus addressed the assembled warriors with grave seriousness. "Vegito, this entire campaign rests on your shoulders. If we lose this time, I won't let you off the hook." "Yes, yes, Lord Bylus. Why do you refuse to trust my strength? Don't forget, currently you couldn't even land a single blow on me. In fact, the odds would be a fair 50-50 at best." Bylus glared at Vegito's smug expression, furious yet utterly powerless to argue. After all, the Vegito standing before him was far stronger than he had ever been. Following a brilliant flash of light, everyone materialized upon the arena of the realm of nothingness. Turning to Wuqian and Little Tech, Vegito cautioned, "Listen up, you two. Remember that your fusion only lasts 30 minutes. You'll need to wait until the latter half of the tournament to combine, unless you're backed against the edge of the ring, in which case fuse immediately." Just as Vegito finished his instructions to the boys, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence and turned to look. He saw the warriors from Universe 11. The one standing at the center wore a pair of earrings identical to those worn by Black Vegito. As Vegito studied the figure closely, the Universe 11 God of Destruction Cho Xiao approached with a satisfied smile. Crossing his arms, Cho Xiao declared confidently, "He was brought forth specifically to eliminate you. He is the ultimate fusion of our universe's top ace, undisputedly the strongest. His name is Super Jiren. Hearing this, Vegito remained utterly unfazed and began to taunt Cho Xiao coldly. He is undoubtedly powerful, but tell me exactly who did he fuse with. If my memory serves me correctly, both fusions and merges should inherit the facial features of both participants. So why does this one you speak of bear absolutely no resemblance to either party? The moment Vegito finished speaking, he unleashed his terrifying pressurized aura, suffocating everyone present except for those from universes 6 and 7. Gazing down at the winded Cho Xiao, Vegito sneered mockingly, true enough. After all, a clown's duty is to entertain. But honestly, your pathetic combat strength is far less amusing than your ridiculous bragging. Perhaps you should just quit being a warrior and pursue comedy full-time after retirement. Clench, clench. Cho Xiao's knuckles whitened as he gripped his fists, veins bulging on his hands and forehead in sheer frustration. Witnessing the clown's impotent rage, Vegito burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is absolutely hilarious. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention something. When it comes to fused warriors, absolutely no one can match me. And you really think that so-called Super Jiren stands a chance against me? Don't forget, I am the #1 fighter in all creation. While Vegito and the clown were taunting each other, Kefla saw Vegito dashed over, wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Vegito, did you miss me?" Vegito glanced at the astonished faces around him and said to Kefla, "Ahem, Kefla, look at Zhou Wei, don't forget." After saying this, Vegito gave Kefla a meaningful look. Kefla looked around, everyone was staring at them in shock, and quickly pulled her hands away from his neck, standing there awkwardly wishing she could dig a castle to hide in. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest announced loudly, "Now all non-combatants please proceed to the stands. You should already be familiar with the rules, but to prevent any violations I will restate them. The use of restorative potions or items is forbidden. Flying is forbidden. Killing is forbidden." After the Grand Priest's announcement, the clown glared at Vegito and reluctantly returned to the stands. Vegito exchanged a few words with Kefla, who then returned to her team with a cheerful smile. Once the Grand Priest saw that all non-combatants were in their seats and each team was ready, he declared, "Then let the match begin." The moment the Grand Priest's words fell, all the universes sprang into action. Trunks and Goten immediately transformed into Super Saiyans and dashed out. Gohan tried to stop Trunks and Goten, but in a flash Goku, Vegeta, Vegito, Android 17 and Android 18 each leaped away to find their respective opponents. Goku and Vegeta both transformed into their strongest forms and began mowing down the competition, sending fighters flying with a barrage of energy blasts. With a tap of Omni King's tiny hand, the eliminated portraits dimmed one by one. After several universes were erased, only Jiren and Toppo from Universe 11, Kefla and Hit from Universe 6 and Vegito, Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, Gohan and Piccolo from Universe 7 remained. By then Vegito had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. He turned his gaze to Jiren, who returned the stare. As the two locked eyes, Goku and Vegeta grew restless. Goku said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, that one's mine." "Hey Kakarote. You took the last one, so this one's mine." Jiren, hearing them discuss him as if he weren't there, said, "Why don't you both come at me at once?" So Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, nodded in unison and charged forward, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. But with a single glare from Jiren, Vegeta was sent flying dozens of meters. Goku, thanks to his perfect self-awareness, dodged the attack. On another battlefield, Gohan looked at Toppo, who had transformed into a destroyer, and said, "Toppo, I know your stamina is running low." "Hey, yours is running low too," Toppo sneered, watching Gohan panting heavily. At that moment Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Realizing his own dwindling stamina, he saw Toppo gathering a purple-black energy ball at his chest. Sensing danger, Gohan immediately began charging his own attack, ha. Destruction. Toppo had already amassed his most powerful destructive energy and fired it. The two ultimate attacks collided, causing a tremendous roar that shook the void realm. From a distance their energy waves seemed evenly matched, but Gohan was gritting his teeth, holding on with all his might. Just as Gohan was struggling to endure, a beam of light suddenly struck Toppo from behind. It was Piccolo using the last of his stamina to unleash the most powerful special beam cannon of his life, aimed at Toppo's back. Toppo endured Piccolo's special beam cannon but was then sent flying by Gohan's full-force strike. However, in his final moment Toppo managed to take Piccolo and Gohan down with him. Gohan teleported to the stands and turned to see Goku and Vegeta battered and bruised. After a brief moment of reflection, he looked back at the arena. On the arena only Jiren, Vegito and Kefla, who was hiding in the distance, remained. Vegito eyed the panting Jiren and taunted, "Oh, the ace player, you look exhausted. I won't take advantage of you. I'll just transform into Super Saiyan 4 to fight you." With that Vegito began to power up. Hi-ya! After a moment a red light flashed and Vegito had transformed into full power Super Saiyan 4. Humph, arrogant fool. I must win this tournament. Jiren then drained every ounce of his own stamina, unleashing his full power. He compressed that immense energy into his right fist and charged at Vegito with a lightning-fast punch, but Vegito sidestepped and dodged. After sidestepping, Vegito delivered a heavy punch to Jiren's stomach, sending him flying. Then Vegito used a technique he had never employed before, Dragon Fist. Instantly a colossal dragon silhouette erupted from Jiren's abdomen, hurling him into the void of the Void Realm. With a tap from Omni King, Jiren's portrait dimmed and Universe 11 vanished. Kefla, seeing that only she and Vegito remained, leaped out of the rubble. From the stands Beerus shouted in frustration, "Hey! Vegito! Don't let personal feelings get in the way. Think of our universe. We can always revive them with the Super Dragon Balls." Kampa, sitting beside Beerus, saw his agitation and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Universe 6 is definitely going to win this time. After all, your universe's ace is on our side. Kefla spoke to Vegito, hee Vegito, it's just the two of us now. Vegito put his hands on his hips and looked at Kefla. Kefla, do you want to go first or should I? You go first. Oh, are you sure? Vegito was a little surprised that Kefla would let him make the first move. Kefla nodded. The moment she did, Vegito threw a heavy punch at her. Kefla quickly raised her arms to block. With a loud bang she clutched her aching arm and glared at Vegito. Hey! Vegito! Can't you hit a little softer? And why are you only using your normal form against me? Vegito shook his head. Have you considered the possibility that you're just too weak to warrant my strongest form? If you don't transform, I'll cancel the reward. Alright, I'll transform, Vegito said, not wanting to lose his reward. He immediately activated the first stage of his strongest form. Suddenly a strange aura, both evil and pure, emanated from Vegito. Angels and gods of destruction all stood up at once because Vegito had transformed into a fusion of corrupted instinct and Super Saiyan God. The gods of destruction were all stunned, speaking in unison, impossible. How can a human achieve a form we've only dreamed of? And combining two incompatible forms? That's impossible. The Grand Priest standing above narrowed his eyes. To fuse two incompatible forms. Truly impressive. I hope you'll continue to surprise me in the future. So strong. This pressure is overwhelming. Kefla had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4, otherwise she would have been blown away. Vegito sighed and lightly punched Kefla's stomach. The impact sent Kefla flying backward at tremendous speed. The Grand Priest looked at Vegito, who was still standing, and announced, "Congratulations to Universe 7's Vegito for winning this tournament." After the ceremony the Grand Priest asked Vegito, "Mr. Vegito, what wish would you like to make?" "I wish to restore all the universes that were erased." "Are you sure?" The Grand Priest asked, a bit incredulous because he thought Vegito would choose something like a power boost. Vegito nodded, confirming his wish. The Grand Priest communicated with the Super Shenron, who then spoke, "Your wish has been granted." After saying that, the Super Shenron dispersed into 7 planet-sized Dragon Balls that flew away. After making the wish, Goku spoke with Omni King for a while, then returned to Earth with everyone else. Vegito teleported directly to Universe 6. Universe 6. Kefla looked at Vegito and said discontentedly, "Humph. You jerk, you have such a powerful form and didn't tell me. Don't you trust me? And don't forget the promise you made me." Vegito thought back to his promise to Kefla, "Wife, I promise you anything, whatever you want." Thinking of this, Vegito shook his head helplessly and looked at Kefla, who smiled and sat on his lap. Months later in the cosmos. Beerus fired a light wave towards Goku, who dodged it by tilting his head. Both warriors' upper garments were tattered and torn. Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue while Beerus assumed his Destruction God form. With a thunderous roar the planet behind Goku and Beerus was instantly shattered. Taking advantage of the debris, Beerus struck at Goku with a claw. Goku sidestepped and delivered a punch at Beerus, who barely avoided it before landing a blow on Goku's neck. Ah! Goku spat blood from the impact. Seeing his own wound, he quickly kicked Beerus away and fled into the distance. As he flew, Goku launched several energy blasts at Beerus, who effortlessly redirected them back at him. With a thunderous explosion, Goku was engulfed in smoke. Beerus smirked at the apparent hit, but Goku suddenly burst forth with a surge of power and charged at Beerus from behind, unleashing the Kamehameha. Boom! Boom! Boom. Several universes were shattered as Beerus was sent flying. The attack drew blood from the Destruction God. Goku watched as Beerus was hurled away, catching his breath. But then Beerus lunged forward and grabbed Goku's face with his claw. Beerus gripped Goku's face and began charging a destructive energy sphere in his left hand. On Earth, tornadoes and volcanic eruptions ravaged the planet. Piccolo spotted a bus being lifted into the air. He rushed over and halted it, shouting to the passengers, "Don't panic. Get off one by one and escape." Piccolo then turned to the sky with a grim expression. Why is Goku so obsessed with power now? Isn't Vegito enough? On the planet of the Destruction God, Vegito and Kefla were training diligently. Not long into their session, Kefla clutched her waist and said to Vegito, "Hey Vegito, let's take a break. My back is acting up again." "Kefla, are you alright? Hey, you've got nerve asking that. If you hadn't promised me before, would this be happening? And in the end I'm still the same as before. Alright, stop it. Let's sit down and rest." Vegito recalled the madness of the past 2 days. Without his supply of senzu beans, Kefla might have collapsed from exhaustion. They had consumed over a dozen beans in just 2 days. In the cosmos, Goku saw Beerus about to press the destructive sphere against his forehead. He quickly used instant transmission to teleport to a planet teeming with life. On a certain planet a sheep was leisurely grazing. Suddenly Goku and Beerus appeared nearby. Beerus, seeing that his destruction had missed Goku's forehead, grabbed Goku's ankle with his right hand and slammed him into the ground with a shoulder throw. Goku infused his left foot with energy and broke free from Beerus's grip, only to be struck by a blade of light from Beerus, sending him hurtling far away. Bang! 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 The force of Beerus's light blade carried Goku through several planets, shattering them in a chain reaction. On a certain planet a group of aliens were shopping at a market. Suddenly Goku plummeted from above and crashed into the ground. He was coughing up blood and barely conscious. Above the planet, Beerus had charged a colossal destruction sphere. Goku looked at the immense destruction sphere looming over the planet. With sheer willpower he forced himself to stand. A nearby child tried to speak to him, but Goku shouted, "Get away." Beerus stood high in the sky, sneering at Goku. "Come up, Goku. If you don't, I'll destroy this planet. And even though I can't beat Vegito, that doesn't mean I can't beat you." Hearing this, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue full power and flew upward. But as he ascended he felt something tugging at his foot. Looking down he saw the alien child clinging to his clothes, trying to ask what was happening. The child had been lifted into the air along with Goku. Beerus, seeing Goku back in the sky, hurled the long-charged destruction sphere toward him. Goku quickly turned and shielded the child caught in his grip. On the planet of the Destruction God, Vegito watched Goku preparing to withstand the massive destruction sphere. He shook his head and said, "It's about time. Let's go pick him up." Vegito turned to Kefla, who was lying in his arms. He smiled helplessly, gently laid her on the soft grass and used instant transmission to appear at the edge of the battle between Goku and Beerus. Whis heard the prophecy fish say, "It will act in our universe." The universe. Consequences. The fish then fell into a deep sleep. Whis grew more uneasy upon hearing the prophecy. During the battle between Beerus and Goku he had sensed a most uncomfortable presence. He asked the prophecy fish, "Is it connected to the fight?" Back on the battlefield Goku had withstood Beerus's fully charged destruction sphere. His back was now a bloody mess. Goku looked at the surrounding cosmos, now dotted with stars and debris, and stammered, "Lord Beerus, that attack must have destroyed nearly every planet within this area. Is this what you wanted? Hey Goku, have you forgotten that I am the God of Destruction? Destruction is my duty." Goku did not reply. At that moment an aura of instinctive ease radiated from him. Beerus saw that Goku had activated Ultra Instinct and became serious, knowing the true battle had begun. In the distance Vegito watched Goku and Beerus without joy. Instead he felt a pang of discomfort in his chest, an inexplicable unease that soured his previously good mood. After activating Perfect Ultra Instinct, Goku flew to a planet, raised it with both hands and slowly closed his eyes. Instantly a tremendous aura emanated from the planet he held, rapidly drawing in all the planets within reach. Within minutes Goku had gathered multiple planets together. From a distance it appeared as if he had assembled them into a colossal dragon, its jaws wide open, ready to charge at Beerus. But then Goku collapsed from exhaustion, the child still standing nearby. Beerus folded his arms and looked at Goku lying on the ground. "Now Goku is the second person to force me into a near-perfect Destruction God form. Vegito was the first. In the distance Vegito flew over after seeing Goku fall. He said to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, next time let's not make such a mess. It would be better if we fought like last time where only a few planets were destroyed. We'll just use the Dragon Balls to repair them." But then Goku suddenly stood up again. He sent the child back and returned in perfect Ultra Instinct. He began to repeat the previous maneuver. Beerus, seeing Goku rise again, instantly transformed into his perfect Destruction God form and grabbed Goku by the shoulder. However, before Beerus could seize him, Goku had already unleashed his most powerful attack. Struck by the immense energy, Beerus coughed blood. Fortunately, Whis arrived in time to catch him. Vegito frowned as he watched Goku unleash such tremendous power. He mused, this attack wasn't used in the previous Dragon Ball Revolution. It seems my arrival has made Goku even stronger. In a place unseen by Vegito and Whis, a massive rift had opened at the spot where Vegito had originally appeared. From within, an overwhelming aura emanated. A few hours later, Whis said to Goku, "Mr. Goku, your current strength is roughly on par with Vegito's when he fought Beerus. You have become quite powerful." Goku looked at his own hands and replied, "This was my fault. If I hadn't been so determined to defeat Beerus, so many universes would not have been destroyed. And now that I have surpassed Beerus, my next goal is to challenge Vegito. Hey Goku, don't forget that I am the fusion of you and Vegeta. My potential is limitless, unlike yours, which has a bottleneck that can only be broken through at certain times. I can improve indefinitely, so as long as I keep training you might never catch up." Vegito's words were like a bucket of cold water dousing Goku's spirits. Goku looked at Whis, who was about to heal him, and said, "Whis, please don't heal the wounds on my back. I want to see them every day, and remember that I must defeat Beerus as soon as possible." Goku continued, "Isn't it enough to fight stronger opponents? Besides, I want to go see Chi-Chi now. She must be worried since I left for training right after the tournament." A few minutes later in the cosmos, Goku, Vegito and Kefla followed Whis toward Earth. Whis said to Vegito, "Mr. Vegito, are you sure you want to bring someone from Universe 6 to Universe 7? Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for her." Just then Vegito sensed a tremendous presence. He nodded to Whis and said to Kefla, "Kefla, go with Goku to Earth. I'll be back soon." "Hey Vegito, are you going to do something without me? Why can't I come?" Kefla was about to argue, but then she saw Vegito transform into Super Saiyan Blue. She fell silent, remembering his words whenever he assumed that form it meant the danger was grave enough to require it. Goku saw Vegito's transformation and asked, "Vegito, what's happening? What kind of enemy makes you go Super Saiyan Blue?" Just then Whis said, "Vegito, Goku, if you two want to go, only one of you can." Before Goku could speak, Vegito said, "I'll go. None of you can fight this opponent. Whis, I sense that you gods are strongly repelled by them, so you want only one of us to go, right? Goku, you go back and spend time with Chi-Chi. I'll go alone. I have a feeling this might be a one-way trip." "No. Vegito, you can't go," Kefla cried out. "Kefla, stop it. This is too difficult. I have to go. Are either of you stronger than me?" Hearing this, both Goku and Kefla sighed. A few minutes later Vegito said to them, "If something goes wrong, call Gohan and the others. I'll be back after I settle things. Don't forget to eat when you get home." With that, Vegito turned and walked into the rift. Inside the rift, Vegito saw a palace before him. He walked toward it, growing increasingly uneasy. He recognized the wife of the Grand Priest, the Divine Mother. Several hours later Vegito had assumed the form of Dual Ultra Instinct 5th stage. Clutching his chest, he muttered, "This is really tough." The Divine Mother had absorbed all her subordinates. She coldly said to Vegito, "I'll ask you one more time, will you join us?" Vegito shook his head. Seeing this, the Divine Mother struck him in the stomach without mercy. Vegito doubled over in pain, coughing blood and falling to one knee. Another few hours passed. Vegito was now covered in blood, kneeling in place. The Divine Mother looked down at him and said coldly, "Since you refuse to submit, you must die." She then punched him in the stomach. But to her surprise, Vegito used the force of her blow to propel himself backward, escaping her grasp. The Divine Mother followed him through the rift. Outside the rift, a multitude of gods, the Z-Fighters of Universe 7 and Kefla from Universe 6 had gathered. Suddenly Vegito shot out of the rift at the speed of light, heading toward another universe. Since the rift had opened, new cracks in the cosmos had been appearing sporadically. The crowd outside watched as Vegito flew out, his body covered in blood and flesh, closely followed by a woman. Vegito flew straight toward a shattered spacetime rift and Kefla immediately transformed into legendary Super Saiyan 2 and charged forward. In a certain universe Goku and Vegeta had fused into Gogeta. Looking at the Omni-Demon who was gasping for breath after being beaten he sneered, "Ha Omni-Demon, this is your death." But suddenly, boom. Next to Gogeta, Vegito fell straight down from the sky, crashing onto the ground with a loud noise and rolling smoke. The Divine Mother stood high above, coldly watching below. Gogeta saw someone standing in the sky staring coldly at him and directly ignored the Omni-Demon and charged at her. The Omni-Demon saw Gogeta suddenly go after the woman above. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he was suddenly stared at by Gogeta's clone. Right after Kefla rushed in from the rift. Vegito smiled slightly as he saw Kefla enter, then turned his head and fainted. Seeing Vegito faint, Kefla rushed over and quickly placed him in a relatively quiet area. Inside the spiritual space, Lin Fan opened his eyes and saw Vegito staring at him. Vegito said, "Hello, stranger from another universe." Hello Vegito." Lin Fan, seeing Vegito speak so calmly, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, his voice trembling slightly. "Don't worry. From your perspective I'm just a virtual person. But thank you for your transmigration, which allowed me to see more undiscovered joys and discover the limits of science and forms I didn't know. Although I was very angry when you first possessed me, after seeing your memories and with the help of that system training me I began to feel at ease." After saying this, Vegito patted Lin Fan. "But what should I do now? Vegito, I have lost now. I even brought the enemy of our universe to another universe. I still failed to protect Earth. Now the entire multiverse will be destroyed. As for this problem, I have long thought about how to tell you. But I haven't had the chance. Now while you are unconscious I'll tell you." "What words? Have you noticed why the system has been giving you trivial things lately?" Vegito said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought about it. It seemed that recently, for the past few months, it had been senzu beans and some trivial items. Vegito then said, "This is because I told your system that the next reward would allow you to directly reach a power perfectly comparable to the Grand Priest." Lin Fan looked at Vegito and said, "Really? What is the reward? Tell me." Vegito glanced at Lin Fan, took a deep breath and said, "Before I tell you this reward, promise me not to say those mushy words again. After all, this is still my body. And also take good care of Bulma this time. I'll leave the rest to you." Just as Lin Fan was about to ask what Vegito meant, Vegito turned into a ball of light and merged into Lin Fan's body. At the same time the system's voice said, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling the wish of the original Vegito. You have obtained Super Saiyan God stages 1 to 5. But Lin Fan was not happy about it. Instead, with tears in his eyes, he looked at the place where Vegito had disappeared and said, "Sigh, don't worry Vegito, I will agree to your request this time." Outside the spiritual space, Gogeta was being suppressed by the Divine Mother and the Omni-Demon. If it weren't for Gogeta having transformed into the third stage of full Saiyan God, he would have already been unable to hold on. At that moment Vegito suddenly punched the Omni-Demon in the face from the side. The Omni-Demon in pain fell straight from the sky to the ground. Gogeta, seeing that Vegito had also transformed into the third stage of full Saiyan God, said, "How can you also transform like this?" Vegito glanced at Gogeta and said, "Is this really important now?" The Omni-Demon, seeing both of them in the third stage of full Saiyan God, was stunned. "Isn't it already hard enough for me to fight one? Good heavens, now there are two. No, I have to activate the second stage now." Thinking this, the Omni-Demon turned and saw the Divine Mother panting heavily, kneeling on the ground gasping for air. Then the Omni-Demon stood up quietly, moved behind her, and under the shocked gaze of everyone the Omni-Demon used a Black Tiger Strikes Heart move to rip out the Divine Mother's heart. Then the Omni-Demon actually swallowed the entire Divine Mother. Vegito watched the Omni-Demon swallow the Divine Mother, squinted his eyes and thought, why did the Omni-Demon swallow the Divine Mother? Could it be that he wants to absorb the Divine Mother's power? Thinking of this, Vegito immediately charged forward, trying to interrupt the Omni-Demon's advancement, but it was too late. A huge burst of energy erupted from the Omni-Demon's body. Gogeta and Vegito both raised their hands to their foreheads to block the gale force brought by the immense energy. Through a blur, Vegito saw the Omni-Demon put 7 Super Dragon Ball-like objects into his mouth and start chewing. A flash of immense evil energy passed, and the Omni-Demon had evolved to a level of power that even if Vegito and Gogeta used all their strength they could not defeat. Under the shocked gazes of Vegito and Gogeta, the Omni-Demon, in a speed that the two could not perceive, rapidly punched Vegito and Gogeta. Bang! 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 After being beaten by the Omni Demon for nearly hours, both Vegito and Gogeta crashed into the ground. Vegito looked at the distant Omni Demon, gritted his teeth, then turned to look at Gogeta. He thought of something. Don't I have a pair of Potera earrings? Can't I give one to Gogeta? Moreover, I asked the system before and it said I am now an individual, so fusion with Gogeta is possible. Thinking this, Vegito directly threw the earring from his left ear to Gogeta. Gogeta, seeing Vegito suddenly give him an earring, said, "Why aren't you defused?" "No, you don't have time to think about that. Hurry up and put on the earring, let's fuse. Otherwise we'll all die." Hearing Vegito's words, Gogeta quickly put the earring on his left ear. Instantly the two collided at super high speed. Boom! A flash of white light passed and Vegogeta successfully appeared. Vegogeta inherited Vegito's clothes and his hairstyle resembled Gogeta's. The Omni Demon, seeing the two successfully fused, felt a pressure that made him tremble. Looking at his own legs, wanting to flee but unable to move, he directly charged forward. Vegogeta smirked coldly at the charging Omni Demon and punched him directly in the stomach. Wah! The Omni Demon felt the excruciating pain in his stomach, vomited blood and fell dead to the ground. At that moment, in the rift above, the Omni King just entered and saw the Omni Demon dead at the hands of someone who looked very much like Vegito. He instantly teleported in front of the Vegito-like figure. Just as Vegogeta was about to speak, he heard crack. The earring on his ear shattered and two figures flew out of Vegogeta's body. The Goku and Vegeta of this universe flew out of Vegogeta's body. At that moment the system's voice came from beside Vegogeta's ear. "Ding, congratulations host for achieving one of the ultimate goals, successfully becoming Vegogeta. Reward: host strength reaches the base level above the Omni King and the ability to compress strength to any percentage." Instantly a tremendously powerful force erupted from around Vegito's body. The Omni King, seeing Vegito suddenly emitting a power identical to his own, said, "What should I call you now?" "Just call me Vegito Aquan." An hour later, when Vegito's universe was about to return to their own universe, Vegito saw all the gods looking at him helplessly. He said to Whis, "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" "Mr. Vegito, you cannot return to our universe now." Kefla heard that Vegito couldn't return to his own universe and was about to speak, but Vegito said to Whis, "Is it because of the Divine Mother incident that I can't return to your universe?" "Yes, and Mr. Vegito, you must now return to the rift you came from, and then we will repair the rift." Just as Vegito was about to speak, he heard the system's voice, "Ding, please host, comply with Whis' words and travel to the myriad worlds. You will receive rich rewards." Vegito fell into thought. If he left, what would happen to Kefla? And if he went to the myriad worlds, he was afraid he couldn't control himself from finding a harem. Half an hour later, after taking all his things and saying goodbye to everyone, just as he was about to step into the rift, he heard Kefla's voice, "Hey, Vegito. If I'm not around you can find some, but at most 4. "Alright, 4 it is." "Kefla, you said that, so I'll only find 4. After saying this, Vegito walked straight into the rift. Within the temporal spatial tunnel, Mo Fan had already journeyed along the path of time and space for what felt like an eternity. You may wonder why he abruptly abandoned the name Vegeta. Simply put, Lin Fan reasoned that since he had already completed his fusion, adopting an entirely new name ought to be perfectly acceptable, wouldn't you agree? And so the protagonist henceforth bore the name Mo Fan, or alternatively Wujite. As Mo Fan walked, he reminisced about a prior notification from the system, "Ding, the complete demon has been placed within the Shinshu spatial dimension." Pondering what transformations might await him should he absorb the complete demon, Mo Fan immediately activated Shinshu teleportation to transport himself into that very space. Within the Shinshu dimension, the complete demon lay barely breathing upon a stone slab. Suddenly a vortex manifested before him and from within it emerged Mo Fan. The complete demon was immediately taken aback. "How could you possibly reach this place?" Obviously, because I intend to absorb you." Having spoken, Mo Fan enveloped the complete demon's entire form like a parasitic entity, beginning the absorption process. At that moment the system's voice chimed in, "Ding. Congratulations host. By absorbing the complete demon you have acquired the demon Lucifer, demon form unawakened, and inherited all abilities of the complete demon." Mo Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, "System, I have a question. Does Lucifer possess consciousness or not?" "Ding. Responding to the host, Lucifer does possess consciousness, yet shall only obey your commands." "I should first consider which universe to visit," Mo Fan muttered to himself. Mo Fan gazed upon the several hours he had already traveled, yet remained undecided about which cosmos to enter, letting out a heavy sigh of frustration. Suddenly a certain anime flashed through Mo Fan's mind, Seraph of the End. When he had finished watching the second season he had constantly wondered whether Krull was truly dead or still alive. With that thought in mind Mo Fan directly teleported to the Seraph of the End universe he had previously passed through. Within the ancient castle a group of children wandered through a brilliantly illuminated grand hall. At that moment a sultry enchanting voice echoed, "Aha," and a strikingly charming man emerged from behind a pillar. A sudden gust of wind swept through as the man clamped his fangs upon the neck of one of the young girls. Before long the little girl had been drained completely dry. "The map is authentic and the path is correct, simply keep walking and you shall return to the outside world," the man remarked as he leisurely licked the fresh blood from his hand. Fear gripped the children's eyes as they beheld the man. After a moment some of them fled in the direction they had come. Thwack thwack. 5 swift strokes, 5 children were decapitated in brutal succession. Remaining at their positions the 2 adolescent boys stood frozen. The yellow-haired youth turned to the black-haired boy and declared, "Remember you, our bond as family shall never fade." The yellow-haired boy then seized Yu's pistol and charged at the man. However, barely making contact he was impaled through the chest. As he attempted to raise his arm to fire the man delivered a single ruthless chop severing his arm clean off. Witnessing his companions fall Yu surged forward snatched the fallen pistol and pulled the trigger, directing a bullet straight at the man's forehead. Bang! Both the yellow-haired boy and the man collapsed to the ground simultaneously. Upon seeing his friend tumble down Yu immediately dragged him and began stumbling toward the exit. "Mika. My friends are all dead now, I shall never ever abandon my last remaining family." Yet from the distance numerous vampires emerged slowly advancing toward them. Mika called out to Yu, "Do not let our deaths prove in vain, run." Tears of reluctance streamed down Yu's face as he turned and sprinted toward the exit. Watching Yu escape Mika felt at peace and gently closed his eyes. Just as Mika lost consciousness a petite pink-haired girl gracefully appeared. Gazing upon the man lying in a pool of blood she asked, "Why did you allow his seraph to escape fried? Oh, and restrain that remaining human as well." He as expected, it is indeed Krull the third ancestor. One cannot deceive you, can they? Mo Fan brushed the blood from his attire and rose to his feet. Krull regarded Mo Fan and inquired, "Then who exactly are you? What purpose brings you here?" "There are 4 individuals I wish to observe. The first 2 are those children you just dispatched, the third is Fried and the 4th is you, Krull. And guess what, why do I wish to see you? Oh, and by the way, perhaps consider wearing different attire during combat. Refrain from wearing that dress, at the very least you are still a young woman after all." Mo Fan gazed upon Krull and a thought crossed his mind, wait. Upon closer inspection one might actually mistake Krull for a sugar-coated doll. The resemblance is uncanny. Krull looked at Mo Fan with a disdainful smirk and retorted, "Hell, let me guess why you wish to see me." Besides, my choice of attire is merely my personal preference." At that juncture Fried spoke up, let us set this individual aside for now. Speaking of you, Krull, I shall report to the Supreme Ancestors your interference with the Seraphim." However, barely finishing his sentence Krull spun around with a devastating kick aimed at Fried. Yet at that critical moment Mo Fan caught her leg mid-strike and cautioned, Krull, could you perhaps mind your own modesty? You are wearing a skirt after all." Krull, bewildered as to why those words from Mo Fan caused her to instinctively retract her leg, found herself pulling back despite her confusion. Observing Krull's compliant gesture Mo Fan turned his gaze toward Fried and sneered, "Still wish to make that threat?" As Mo Fan finished speaking short horns began sprouting from his forehead while his eyes transformed into a blood-crimson hue. Overwhelmed by the sudden oppressive aura radiating from Mo Fan, Fried merely waved his hand and departed without another word. Watching Fried leave, Mo Fan turned back to Krull with a teasing lilt in his voice, my queen, you actually listened to me and withdrew your leg." Pointing downward toward Mika, Mo Fan continued, "First revive him, otherwise he will truly perish. How about this, you save him and I shall grant you permission to feed upon my blood for an entire day. What say you?" After a moment's contemplation Krull turned her gaze toward the unconscious Mika, bit her own tongue and pressed her lips against his, beginning to channel her blood into his dying body. Standing beside them Mo Fan felt a pang of unease. Krull would eventually become his woman, yet seeing her kiss another man filled him with unmistakable discomfort. Upon completing the transfusion Krull lifted her head and addressed Mo Fan, "Shall we now honor your promise?" "Very well. Where shall we feed?" "Either return to my chambers or do not feed at all." Quite acceptable." With that Krull led Mo Fan to her private quarters. The instant Mo Fan entered Krull's room he caught a scent of blood, yet it carried none of the usual foul stench. Instead it exuded an strangely alluring fragrance. The chamber's decor was predominantly adorned in soft pink hues. Outside the ancient castle you burst through the entrance only to find himself engulfed in a frozen wasteland. Before he could fully process his surroundings a voice echoed from behind. Yoisho found you boy. To eradicate the vampires allow me to put you to proper use. Consumed by grief after witnessing his friends slaughtered by vampires you disregarded the man's words entirely. Instead he lunged forward and embraced him declaring, I shall exterminate every last vampire and avenge Mika and the rest. Within Kroll's chamber Kroll perched upon Mo Fan's abdomen and gazed down at him asking, what is your name man? Would you be interested in becoming my soul blood reservoir? Mo Fan inhaled the fragrance emanating from her hair and replied, my queen I am Mo Fan, though you may also call me Vegito. Very well I accept. Kroll had been eagerly awaiting those very words. Without hesitation she bit into Mo Fan's neck. Instantly she savored the exquisite succulent flavor of his blood. Half an hour later satisfied Kroll finally released him and remarked, Mo Fan, an excellent name. I shall remember this. From this day forward serve as my exclusive blood source. My queen I must inform you that I shall need to visit the human world for a time. I wish to observe the technological advancements of humanity. Oh. Why does uncle wish to visit the human world? He no cause for concern, it shall only be a matter of years. As long as each time I return the quantity of blood I provide increases exponentially, how does that sound? That is rather reasonable. Then very well go ahead. Kroll pondered and realized she stood to gain considerably, with monthly visits she would accumulate a substantial supply of fresh blood throughout the year. However, before I depart there is one thing I must do. Having spoken Mo Fan pressed Kroll beneath him. Before Kroll could utter a word of protest Mo Fan captured her lips in a passionate forceful kiss. Feeling the softness of her lips Mo Fan attempted to deepen the embrace but Kroll resisted fiercely. Meanwhile a flush of heat spread across Kroll's cheeks as she gazed at him. Sensing her resistance weaken Mo Fan intensified his efforts. Overcome by her rapidly weakening body Kroll mumbled incoherently, release me. Mo Fan. Please. Stop kissing me. You will break me. Several hours later Mo Fan examined the bite marks upon his body and sighed heavily, sigh. I truly should not have been so hasty. Hearing his lament Kroll retorted indignantly, you have the nerve to complain. You kissed so flawlessly and now we have reached this point, you must take responsibility for me. Mo Fan observed Kroll's suddenly adorable indignation and replied, yes of course. But might I ask why you are so flat? At times it actually causes me considerable discomfort. Why you? Why you? Why you? Do not dare say such things. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words Kroll's voice trembled with fury. For years later at a certain university. After escaping from Gubao Xiaoyu had been attending classes non-stop. He sighed and said besides what's the point of a soldier like me attending a regular university? Hearing Xiaoyu's words the teacher turned around and said hey Bei Yuelong what are you mumbling about? It's class time now. Xiaoyu ignored the teacher and continued staring out the window. Seeing this the teacher shouted if you disrespect me I'll have you suspended. Xiaoyu immediately stood up excitedly saying huh. You can suspend me. Really? Stop joking around. You're completely messing with me. The teacher enraged by Xiaoyu's actions burst into a tirade of curses. At that moment the girl sitting behind Xiaoyu tapped his back. He turned to look at her and she wrote her name on a notebook I'm Zhong Xiaoya. I'm sent by the military to supervise you. If you act uncooperatively I'll report it to the military and extend your confinement time. Xiaoyu stood up in shock after reading it and exclaimed ha. What's the meaning of this? The teacher unable to contain himself any longer said Bei if you disrupt my class again. But before the teacher could finish Xiaoyu spoke first bastard. You dare call me a bastard? The teacher said even more furious. Then Zhong Xiaoya pointed her pen at the word cooperativeness on the notebook. Xiaoyu seeing this sat down reluctantly. Seeing that Xiaoyu had finally calmed down the teacher resumed the lesson. Mo Fan sitting next to Xiaoyu whispered with a smirk hey isn't this Xiaoyu? Why so timid? You've got nerve Mo Fan. Why didn't you help me just now? How could I help? I'm the top of the class but I can't do anything about you talking in class. Half an hour later the bell rang. Mo Fan looked at Xiaoyu and said Xiaoyu let's go. Got it. I'm coming Mo Fan. That idiot Hong Lian said that, but he hasn't changed in 4 years. I wonder what's going on. Xiao Yu packed his things and followed Mo Fan. Suddenly Zhong Xiaoya appeared out of nowhere blocking Xiao Yu's path. She pulled a letter from her backpack and showed it to him. Xiao Yu took the letter and read aloud, "The military has no need for a virgin who cannot make friends or find a lover. If you're dissatisfied, go find a friend and introduce them to me." Mo Fan standing nearby burst out laughing after hearing it. Haha, Xiao Yu, this is too harsh. They even control this. Haha. Is this funny? Xiao Yu grabbed Mo Fan by the collar and shook him. Mo Fan saw Xiao Yu heading for the door and called out, "Hey Xiao Yu, where are you going?" "To get something." Xiao Yu walked out of the school gate without turning his head. Mo Fan exchanged a glance with Zhong Xiaoya and followed with Zhong Xiaoya trailing behind. At the school gate Xiao Yu looked at Zhong Xiaoya, then turned speechlessly to Mo Fan and said, "Mo Fan, did you bring her?" Mo Fan nodded. Xiao Yu sighed and was about to turn away. Bang! Behind Mo Fan a man fell to the ground. Then another man emerged from inside and kicked the fallen man, saying, "Didn't you want to be our partner? Then work like a beast. Hey, did you hear me? Get to work like livestock. Hey, did you hear me?" At that moment Xiao Yu and Mo Fan both turned around, staring intently at the man stepping on the fallen figure. Sensing their gaze, the man looked up with confusion. But when he saw Mo Fan he immediately knelt down and said, Hee big brother, you didn't see anything, right? Do you think that's possible?" Mo Fan said coldly, looking down at the kneeling man. Just as the man was about to speak, Mo Fan punched him into the ground with a loud bang. The man crashed deep into the earth, plummeting rapidly. The underlings behind him, seeing their boss defeated, quickly fled in all directions. Mo Fan looked at the man on the ground, helped him up and asked, "Are you okay? What's your name?" I'm Zhao Yona Yui. Thank you for earlier." That's a nice name. Get up. Don't be so weak next time. You're a man after all." While they were chatting, a loud bang echoed from afar, startling the four of them. The broadcast then announced emergency notice. All teachers and students vampires have escaped from the adjacent Biological Research Institute. Xiao Yu then said to Mo Fan and the other two, "You three hurry and leave. I'll deal with the vampires alone. I'm going to kill a vampire so that Hong Lian will acknowledge me." Ha! X3. Before the three could respond, Xiao Yu rushed to where he had left his bag. Mo Fan watched him disappear, smiled and then turned to walk toward the entrance. In a classroom, a female vampire was holding a girl about to bite her when Xiao Yu ran in wielding a steel blade. Xiao Yu looked at the vampire and said, 4 years no see, vampire. We meet again." With that he threw away the scabbard and swung his blade toward the vampire. The vampire leaped behind Xiao Yu, landed on a desk and then lunged at his neck. Xiao Yu quickly dodged to the side, but as he prepared to strike, the vampire kicked him into the blackboard. The vampire followed up, punching him in the head. Wincing in pain, Xiao Yu rolled to the right to evade. Seeing Xiao Yu's agile evasions, the vampire grabbed a nearby desk and hurled it at him. Xiao Yu dodged, and when the vampire saw that throwing didn't work, he moved in to lock Xiao Yu's neck. Xiao Yu, anticipating the move, swung his blade toward the vampire. The vampire jumped behind him, but just as he was about to succeed, Xiao Yu slashed off his left hand with a swift stroke. At that moment Mo Fan appeared behind the vampire. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded as Mo Fan clenched his fist and punched the vampire. The vampire, unable to dodge, took the blow head-on. But after the hit, the vampire looked at his body in shock. It was slowly disintegrating. In his final moments he glared at Mo Fan with resentment. Seeing that Mo Fan could make a vampire vanish, Xiao Yu quickly asked, "How did you do that? Tell me. I want to learn." "This isn't something you can learn. It's the ability I gained right after escaping 4 years ago. Essentially it can break down the molecules of any living being. So no matter how strong a vampire is, once their molecules are scattered they can't recover. Right, Xiao Yu?" After hearing Mo Fan, Xiao Yu gritted his teeth in frustration and said, "Why didn't I get any ability when I escaped?" Just then Hong Lian saw Xiao Yu and Mo Fan and said, "Hey Mo Fan, you're still the same as 4 years ago. Hey, I haven't changed at all. Anyway, let's not talk about that. First tell me, why are there vampires?" Mo Fan said. Hong Lian shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Just then Yui, seeing that Xiao Yu and Mo Fan were unharmed, rushed over and bumped into Xiao Yu, knocking him over. A few days later. In an underground chamber, Xiao Yu and the others stood before the sealed demon. As Zhong Xiaoya was explaining the dangers inside, Xiaoyu said to the door covered with talismans, simply put, I just need to not lose to the demon. All I want is the power to take revenge. With that, Xiaoyu pushed open the door and walked straight into the depths. Mo Fan gave a glance to the two behind him and followed. Inside, a young man stood foolishly in the center holding a giant axe. Mo Fan teleported to him, knocked him out with a single chop, then teleported back. He exchanged a look with Xiaoyu and Zhong Xiaoya, then teleported to Hong Lian's office. Hong Lian was startled when Mo Fan suddenly appeared in his office with a person. Before he could speak, Mo Fan said, "This guy is for you. Bye." With that, Mo Fan teleported back to Xiaoyu's location. Hong Lian watched the spot where Mo Fan had vanished, smiled, and then took the person away. Xiaoyu stared at the spot where Mo Fan had disappeared, gritting his teeth. Why? Why are all my friends stronger than me? No, I have to get stronger. Ignoring Zhong Xiaoya's words, Xiaoyu ran toward a sword and grabbed it. The moment he touched the hilt, he fell into an illusion. In the illusion, Xiaoyu found himself back in the time when he was eating curry with Mi Jiao. He saw the warm family scene and unconsciously sat down to eat. Then Mi Jia's words made him realize it was an illusion. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger, kill the vampires, and establish a human kingdom? After saying that, Mi Jia suddenly hugged Xiaoyu's neck and said, I'll lend you my power as long as you accept me in your heart. Xiaoyu silently stood up, grabbed Mi Jia's clothes and shouted, Mi Jiao. Mi Jia is not like this. The moment he spoke, Xiaoyu woke up. He rubbed his head and looked around, seeing only Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaoya. At that moment, Mo Fan had his eyes tightly shut and a demonic aura slowly emanated from him. Gradually, black-red energy surrounded him and an overwhelming pressure erupted in the small room, forcing Xiaoyu and the others to cover their heads against the fierce wind. A moment later, when Xiaoyu opened his eyes, he was shocked to see that Mo Fan had completely transformed. Mo Fan's upper body was now covered in black fur, a thick tail protruded behind him, 2 pairs of jet black horns grew on his head, and his hair had lengthened to his waist. Then a system voice sounded in Mo Fan's ear, ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the true demon form. Reward 100x Spirit Time Chamber Dragon Ball upgraded to Super Dark Dragon Ball 10 World Tree Energy. Mo Fan, seeing the sudden bounty of rewards, smiled slightly, then cancelled the transformation. He turned around and teased the 3 gasping people, are you 3 really that scared? Of course we are. Do you know how terrifying that was? The pressure was immense. And what was that thing? Xiaoyu said, staring at Mo Fan, who had returned to his original appearance. You can think of it as my demon form. Basically, it allows me to integrate my power into my body without any reserve. That's about it. Anyway, I'm starving. Let's go get something to eat. Damn, are you a pig? We just ate a few hours ago. Mo Fan scratched his head apologetically and walked out of the room first. Xiaoyu sighed and followed. Inside Gubao, Kolulu was tossing and turning restlessly on her bed, thinking about what Mo Fan had said 2 years ago. Hee hee Kroll, I don't know when I'll be back next time, so goodbye. Every time Kolulu thought of this, she would scratch her head in frustration and mutter, hey Mo Fan, next time I'll tie you to my side and never let you escape again. Even though you can teleport away with that magic of yours, I don't believe you haven't made any new friends in these 2 years. After saying this, Kolulu's eyes glowed with affection as she morbidly placed her hand on her lips, thinking of Mo Fan. At the place where Xiaoyu and Mika had parted ways, Fide strolled leisurely and said, Mika, oh, you're here after all. Did you hear the report? Fide walked toward Mika, who was standing in the spot where he had once fallen to the ground. Without lifting his head, Mika directly pointed his blade at Fide's throat. In a certain city, the 4 Knights of John were chasing fleeing humans. Just then a girl tripped and fell. As the 4 Knights of John prepared to trample her to death, Mika silently stepped out from behind the little girl. Mika coldly fixed his gaze on the approaching 4 Knights and swung his sword in one swift motion, reducing the 4 Knights to fragments with a single slash. At that moment the crowd cheered, we're saved. We'll be protected just like Osaka. Lakis walked down from the small hill behind and said, they're talking about protection. How amusing. Who would protect livestock? Don't confuse protection with raising right. But you're really strong. Could it be? Ahem. Suddenly a mecha appeared beside Lakis. Mo Fan, clad in the Shura armor, looked at Lakis, who wisely shut his mouth. Mika looked at Mo Fan and asked, how's Xiaoyu? Fine, still thinking about you, hee hee. Mo Fan teased Mika. After hearing this, Mika turned and walked away. But as he turned, a faint smile flickered across his face, only to vanish quickly. By the way, how has Kroll been these past few years? Why don't you go back and see for yourself? I haven't been back in ages. After hearing Mika's words, Mo Fan shook his head, turned around, summoned a portal and stepped through it. In the ancient castle, Mo Fan had already deactivated his transformation. He stared blankly at Krull, who was already soaking in the bath. Seeing Mo Fan suddenly appear, Krull smiled sweetly and pulled him directly into the water. Splash! Mo Fan fell into the water with a splash. As he propped himself up with both hands and opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Krull's alluring figure. Before he could speak, Krull wrapped her arms around his neck, pulled him down and kissed him passionately. The next day Xiao Yu scratched his head and yawned. As he walked, a red-haired youth bumped into his shoulder. Hey, why did you bump into my shoulder? Ha! Are you picking a fight? The red-haired youth said, throwing a punch at Xiao Yu, who was about to speak. Xiao Yu winced as he hit the railing, but he retaliated without backing down. Just then Mo Fan, still half asleep, walked over and said to Xiao Yu, "That's enough, Xiao Yu. Let's go." But. Alright, today's the day we pick up our supplies. Mo Fan finished speaking and walked past Xiao Yu's shoulder. In the training classroom, Zhong Xiaoya, Mo Fan, Xiao Yu and the other two walked in. Zhong Xiaoya greeted politely, then glanced at Lin Yan, who was sitting on a bench already asleep against the blackboard. Mo Fan released a slight burst of energy and Lin Yan nearly fell off the desk. He glared at Mo Fan in annoyance. Then Lin Yan stood up and addressed the students sitting below the podium. Alright, listen up. As your homeroom teacher, I'm rarely here, but today I made a rare appearance because we have transfer students. Mo Fan settled into his own seat and casually pulled a white-furred fox from his chest, beginning to stroke it. Hong Lan glanced at him but said nothing, then continued, "Anyway, they are Yuichiro Hayakuya and Yoichi Satome. To sum them up in one word, an idiot and a coward." Xiao Yu, displeased by Lin Yan's words, retorted, "Who are you calling an idiot? That's just the truth. Alright, introduce yourselves." Before Xiao Yu could speak, Mo Fan released a burst of energy and glared at him. "Behave in class and don't cause trouble, understood, Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yu was silenced by Mo Fan's words. He quietly found a seat and was about to sit down when someone's foot blocked him. The person who had stretched out his leg lowered his book, looked at Xiao Yu in slight shock, and Xiao Yu was equally surprised. He asked, "Aren't you the telephone pole from this morning? Why are you here?" "What the hell? That's my line." "And what's with telephone pole?" Lin Yan watched the two suddenly start arguing and asked, "What's up with those two?" Mo Fan, while playing with the fox, said, "They almost got into a fight this morning too. If I hadn't stopped them, it would have been trouble, believe it or not. Sai Junyu has been sent to the regular class to make friends, right? Under your surveillance." Zhong Xiaoya replied calmly, "Yes, that's correct." "And the results? As you can see." A few days later, on the training ground, Xiao Yu and Junyu were reluctantly linked together by a cuff. Xiao Yu looked up at Mo Fan, who was watching him with a smile, and asked in dissatisfaction, "Why are you up there?" Mo Fan. Mo Fan waved at Xiao Yu and said, "Maybe because you can't withstand my punch." Xiao Yu immediately recalled the sight of Mo Fan killing a vampire with a single punch and fell silent. The large door before the crowd slowly opened and several giant humanoid machines emerged. They slowly raised their hands and slammed them into the ground. Seeing the fists descending, some people quickly dragged their partners to dodge to the other side. Suddenly the training machines all stopped. A voice came over the loudspeaker, "Junyu, report to the ward immediately. Your sister Mirai, her condition has taken a sudden turn for the worse." In the conference hall, a white-haired vampire held a microphone and declared passionately, "Today I have summoned all nobles who inherit the bloodline of the progenitor for one reason: a threat. This threat comes from an organization called the Imperial Japanese Army, active north of Tokyo. They slaughter our kin and recklessly tamper with forbidden curses." At that moment Mika slowly walked in through a large door, glanced around, saw Fide waving at him, ignored him and turned to walk in another direction. "According to the intelligence we have obtained, they have even resumed the Seraph of the End experiment. If we allow them to continue their atrocities, it will surely trigger a catastrophe as great as the one 8 years ago." Krull also stepped down from her throne and said, "Therefore we have decided to annihilate the Imperial Japanese Demon Army. Let the war begin. To maintain peace in the world, we will slaughter all greedy humans." As soon as she finished, the entire hall of vampires erupted in fervor. At that moment Mo Fan's phantom emerged from the shadows, now clad in martial arts attire. He looked toward Krull and said with a chuckle, "Hey, I hope that incident won't happen again." After Mo Fan spoke, his phantom slowly dissipated. Krull suddenly felt a sensation of being watched. She looked around but saw no one. Then she thought to herself perhaps she was just missing Mo Fan too much. While Xiaoyu and Junyu were chatting in the park, Mo Fan glanced at the system's mission, pondered for a moment and said, "System, are you serious? I really have to fight the Salt King?" Ding, replying to the host, "Yes, and your current strength is slightly greater than the Salt King's." Mo Fan sighed, opened a portal and stepped through. In a certain void, the Salt King reclined upon his throne of salt, enjoying a tranquil moment. Suddenly he sensed an immensely powerful aura and turned to see Mo Fan staring at him. The Salt King eyed Mo Fan warily and asked, "May I ask what is this friend doing here?" "To defeat you, of course. You could interpret it as my desire for battle." With that, Mo Fan transformed into Super Saiyan and hurled a punch at the Salt King, who instantly summoned a wall of salt to block the attack. But Mo Fan shattered it with a single blow, then followed up with a kick to the Salt King's abdomen. Just as Hong Lian emerged from a meeting, he saw Xiaoyu leap up for a kick, only to have his ankle caught by Hong Lian's hand. After struggling for a moment, Xiaoyu was about to give up when Hong Lian suddenly released his grip, causing Xiaoyu to fall backward. "If you don't give me the cursed weapon, I'll disappear for 10 days. "So what are you up to?" "Not that. Do you really want revenge that badly?" Hong Lian said while scratching his head. "Of course. I've lived only for revenge." Hong Lian thought for a moment and muttered to himself, "Forget it. I've left this guy here too long. If the Hiragi family targets him, it'll be trouble." With this in mind, Hong Lian spoke toward Xiaoyu, "Then make a contract with the demon. I'll send you to the front lines." "Really?" "Yes, that's the way it is. Even if you can't keep up with training, I'll allow it. But your death will be your own responsibility." "No problem." Xiaoyu stood up excitedly. At the cafeteria, Xiaoyu scratched his head as he entered. Toma Shirnoa spotted him and teased, "What happened to your head? Did you skip class to fight again?" "Not at all." Xiaoyu brushed it off and leaned against the wall, watching Toma Shirnoa. After finishing the drink in her hand, Toma Shirnoa picked up her tray, and as she passed by, Xiaoyu nudged him with her elbow before walking out. Lieutenant Colonel Hong Lian may be harsh and prone to violence, but he's a man of principle. That night, Michaela watched the blood demons below preparing to fly a plane into the sky. Ferret, leaning against the railing beside him, said, "The moment has finally come. Aren't you happy? After all, you'll get to see your precious angel." Michaela turned and walked back the way he came. Ferret watched him and chuckled, "I'm looking forward to your performance, Michaela." The next morning, Sayuri Hanayori held a stack of test papers and announced to the class, "All right, everyone. After I hand back your written exams from a few days ago, you're dismissed. The results will affect the grade of cursed weapons you receive. Please analyze and review this outcome and strive for improvement next time." At that, Xiaoyu glanced around and asked Sayuri, "Wait, where's Mo Fan?" Sayuri turned and replied, He can come whenever he wants or not come at all." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu looked at his own score and then quickly scanned the room. Toma Shirnoa grinned at him. "Did you think I'd let you get away with that?" With that, Toma Shirnoa snatched Xiaoyu's test paper and ran off. Xiaoyu chased after her, cursing, "Bastard! Give me back my paper." Just as Xiaoyu was about to grab Toma Shirnoa's clothes, she spun around to evade his grasp. But Xiaoyu couldn't stop in time and crashed into a pillar. Only a prodigy could score this well. He's that kind of student. A few minutes later, Hong Lian entered and announced, "Anyone who dies will only have themselves to blame for lacking cultivation." With that, Hong Lian drew his sword, channeled a curse and thrust it into the ground. Instantly the classroom became pitch black, accompanied by the screams and cries of women. After a moment, Hong Lian pulled the sword from the ground and sheathed it. Suddenly the classroom stopped shaking. Those still standing were Xiaoyu, Yuichi, Junyu, Mo Fan and Toma Shirnoa. Hong Lian looked at Mo Fan, who had changed into new clothes, and remarked, "Unexpected, Mo Fan. You've put on the 5 talismans and actually look decent." "Hey. What do you mean, Hong Lian? I always wear this kind of clothes. If the school didn't require uniforms, I'd have worn my own long ago." Hong Lian continued, "Don't tell me you're also going to take a weapon." Mo Fan nodded and left the classroom. Hong Lian sighed and led the remaining students out. In the elevator, Xiaoyu asked Mo Fan, "Mo Fan, when did you get here? Why didn't I see you before?" Mo Fan turned to look at Xiaoyu and replied, I was delayed by some matters earlier." After saying that, Mo Fan recalled how he had fought the Salt King, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and barely defeating him, finally using the Kamehameha to knock him down. The system reward came. Ding, congratulations host, for defeating the Salt King. You have obtained 1 Yamato sword and the power of the demon has been integrated into your body. Back to the present as Mo Fan remembered the system reward, the elevator doors slowly opened. Before them appeared 5 masks representing sword double blades. The author didn't know the term while watching the anime, so let's call them double blades. If anyone knows, please comment and I'll correct it. Bow. Xiao Yu walked toward the sword and was about to draw it when Mo Fan stopped him. Xiao Yu, wait. There's something I must do first. Before Xiao Yu could speak, Mo Fan drew the sword from the sand. A dazzling blue light flashed and everyone shielded their eyes, trying to block the blinding radiance. When the light faded, Mo Fan held the sword. Its hilt had become wrapped in bandages and turned silver white, indicating the blade's sharpness. Seeing Mo Fan awaken such immense power, Xiao Yu was even more determined to obtain a greater power for himself. He stepped forward again to draw a newly appeared sword. Suddenly a green flash enveloped Xiao Yu and he found himself standing on a flat radiant ground. Mist swirled around him, but then a voice, Michaela's, came from behind Xiao Yu. As Xiao Yu turned, the scene changed to a familiar one from the past. Michaela stroked a small bear nearby and looked at Xiao Yu, saying, "You abandoned us and ran away, Xiao Yu." But then with a crack, Mo Fan shattered the illusion and leaped in. Michaela dropped the act. After a flash of white light, Xiao Yu opened his eyes to see a boy with a very feminine face. The boy looked at Mo Fan and said, "Why do I feel a familiar aura emanating from you?" Mo Fan smiled and replied, "It's nothing. You'll understand later. I came to see your appearance so I can plan accordingly." Then Mo Fan turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Alas, from now on you'll have to handle it yourself. I'm afraid I'll be leaving soon." As Xiao Yu was about to ask why, Mo Fan flew out through the gap he had made. After Mo Fan left, the boy looked at Xiao Yu and said, "First set aside that person just now. I hold great affection for you. As long as your heart remains steadfast, I will obey you. But if he shows even a moment of hesitation, I will take your body." "No problem." Xiao Yu finished speaking, stood up and met the boy's gaze. At that moment the boy spoke, "My name is Azuluawan. If you desire power, summon me. Also, since you have become my master, I shall tell you one piece of information. Your body has been tainted by something strange. Already about 10% of it is no longer human. Perhaps you have been subjected to some nefarious modification by humans. One more thing, never trust humans. The malice of humans is far more terrifying than that of vampires or ghosts. Though it is strange to say this to you who are human." After listening to Azuluawan, Xiao Yu was completely stunned. But just as he was about to ask for more details, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the floor. Turning around, he saw Mo Fan with his eyes closed tightly, furrowing his brow. He looked at Hong Lian and asked, "Hong Lian, what happened to him?" Mo Fan was fine at first, but a few minutes before you woke up he just stood there and no one could get through to him. Meanwhile the others were discussing outside. In Mo Fan's spiritual space, after leaving Xiao Yu's spiritual space, Mo Fan had entered his own. Inside Mo Fan's spiritual space, a black dragon raised its head as Mo Fan entered, glanced at him, then lay back down to sleep. Mo Fan sighed and said, "Alright, why did you call me in?" Obviously to let you inherit all my power. What else would I summon you for? Disturbing my peace." After the dragon spoke, its body slowly dissipated into the air. Mo Fan reached out and caught the drifting powder, pressing it against his chest. Instantly he felt a surge of immense power stirring within him. At that moment the system's voice rang out, "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining all the power of the dragon and Nina. Reward: Demon True Dragon Bloodline. Skills acquired: Dragon Roar, Dragon Pressure. Palms can be transformed into dragon parts." Hearing that the system could manifest the true dragon from his bloodline onto his hands, Mo Fan thought to himself, if he could add a pair of dragon claws to his appearance in Woodjite village, how cool would that be? With that thought, Mo Fan couldn't wait to summon his dragon claws. Upon inspection he found that the scales were not like a dragon's shell but rather resembled a towering mechanical arm. The claws were razor sharp and a dark red glow emanated from the gaps between the scales. After examining the newfound abilities and skills, Mo Fan stepped out of his spiritual space. Emerging from his spiritual space, Mo Fan felt an overwhelming power about to burst forth. He glanced at Xiao Yu and the others, then slashed open a rift with his demon slashing sword and stepped through. Xiao Yu and the others followed, leaving only Xiaobei to watch over Yue. On the plain, Mo Fan saw that the surroundings were calm and devoid of people. He ceased suppressing the power within his chest. Instantly a terrifying evil aura erupted from Mo Fan, sending Xiao Yu and the others flying dozens of meters away. Stumbling to his feet, Xiao Yu saw that Mo Fan's hair had grown to his waist, his horns had become extremely long, his body was covered in black fur and his tail swayed in the air. Mo Fan controlled the tail, wrapping it around his belt. Though his face looked much the same, it now bore the signs he had before being demonized. After feeling the strength in his body, Mo Fan retracted his aura. In a place no one noticed, Yui slowly rose from the floor, picked up the bow and arrow on the table and aimed at Lin Yan, who was standing in the distance. But with a single glance from Mo Fan, the arrow was withdrawn. Mo Fan instantly teleported behind Yui and struck him with a palm. Immediately two spirits, one of Yui and one of a female lowly ghost, drifted out. The ghost looked at Mo Fan, sighed and said, "You won't be so lucky next time." After speaking, the ghost silently returned to Yui's body. When Yui opened his eyes, he saw the anxious faces of the crowd and quickly said, I'm sorry, it was my book that caused this accident." Morning. Xiao Yu woke up, washed his face, dressed and left the room. But as he went out, he glanced at the gun Lin Yan had given him, then walked out resolutely. Clack clack. Xiao Yu stepped on the quiet stairs, looked up and saw Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaoya. Smiling, he noticed Mo Fan was wearing a martial arts uniform and asked, Mo Fan, don't you need to wear a military uniform? Mo Fan waved his hand, no one on the battlefield cares what you wear. So I'll just wear whatever feels comfortable. The one I wore before was terrible. Outside the gate, Lin Yan was being scolded by a blonde girl. Mo Fan led Xiao Yu and Zhong Xiaoya out through a portal opened by Yan Mo. Jun Yu looked at the sword in Mo Fan's hand and asked, Mo Fan, is that sword you carry innate or your own skill? Mo Fan silently raised a forefinger and said nothing more. Jun Yu seemed to understand and didn't press further. Then everyone turned their attention to Lin Yan. Even if I take 100 steps back, I could understand if I were a squad leader training new recruits. But that Zhong Xiaoya always grinning and joking, she's the squad leader. Isn't that ridiculous? You're all here. Lin Yan greeted Mo Fan and the others. Mo Fan and the others nodded, symbolically returning the morning greeting. Then the blonde girl glared at Zhong Xiaoya, held back for a moment, then rushed forward to confront her. Please don't argue, Xiaoya. Mitsuba will be joining your squad from now on. Of course, no problem, Lieutenant Colonel. I'm very mature. I won't be the slightest bit angry at a defeated dog barking without appetite. Hearing Zhong Xiaoya's words, Sangong San immediately drew her weapon and prepared to swing an axe at Zhong Xiaoya. Zhong Xiaoya let out an ahaha and summoned her own weapon. You directly summoned your own weapon. In the distance, Lin Yan covered his face, unable to bear watching. But then he heard a voice, Kamen Ride Decade. Mo Fan transformed into Decade, grabbed the weapons of Sangong San and Zhong Xiaoya with both hands and said, alright, haven't you two had enough? Zhong Xiaoya and Sangong San sighed helplessly and withdrew their weapons. Then Mo Fan looked at everyone and said, once we're outside the walls, I'll only fight in a different form. And unless there's a life-threatening crisis for the group, I won't intervene. After speaking, Mo Fan instantly teleported to the top of the city wall, waved to the people below and then jumped down. A few minutes later, Sangong said to the others behind her, how you've only brushed off a few weak John the Fourth nights wandering around the barrier walls and you're already so proud. That's really troubling. The monsters called John the Fourth Knights, once they're about a kilometer away from the barrier, their strength increases by leaps and bounds. They are fundamentally different from the ones you've defeated before. A single moment of carelessness here means death. Don't just chat and break formation. TCH, if you don't want to die, keep your nerves taut. You naive brats. If it weren't for Mo Fan, I'm sure you'd all be dead within a few days. After speaking, Sangong turned and walked away in shame. Zhong Xiaoya watched her retreating figure and laughed, ahaha, how adorable. She thinks the lieutenant colonel entrusted the new recruits' lives to her, so she feels a heavy responsibility. After several hours of traveling, the group arrived at the designated mission location. They saw a little girl suddenly run out from a corner with a John the Fourth Knight in hot pursuit. Just as Xiao Yu was about to rush forward to save her, Sangong stopped him and scolded, don't act on your own, you idiot. Don't break the formation. The three behind him were stunned by Sangong's inexplicable move and momentarily didn't react to save the girl. At that moment, Mo Fan's voice echoed in their ears, are you idiots? Don't you have an archer? Shoot. Yui suddenly remembered he was an archer, drew his bow and fired an arrow at the John the Fourth Knight. Suddenly 3 vampires emerged. One of them slashed at Xiao Yu, who quickly blocked with his sword. Then Xiao Yu shouted to the sword, give me power. Azu Lua 1. A powerful aura erupted around Xiao Yu. After gaining power, he knocked back the vampire entangled with him, then slashed at the 3 vampires. The two sides stared at each other and then the vampires retreated. Xiao Yu calmed down and said, this time I was wrong but I won't regret it. I had to save that girl. However, if you need to hit me to vent your anger then go ahead, do whatever you want. San Gong stamped her foot and said, I hate people like you the most. You'll get the whole squad wiped out. Even with Mo Fan as a safety net, how can you be sure he'll save us in time? After speaking, San Gong headed toward the bathing pool. Zhong Xiaoya glanced at Xiao Yu and San Gong then followed. Just before disappearing she turned back and looked at Xiao Yu thoughtfully before leaving. In the women's bathhouse San Gong scrubbed herself while cursing, what's with that by Yi Yui Lang? Disobeying orders and acting on his own. How can someone like that be in the Moon Demon Squad? I'll never acknowledge him. As San Gong finished, Zhong Xiaoya's voice came from the adjacent bath, and so the two conflicting individuals gradually attracted each other and fell in love. Zhong Xiaoya made a heart shape with her hands as she spoke. Angrily San Gong grabbed the shower head and sprayed water in Zhong Xiaoya's direction. San Gong looked at Zhong Xiaoya, who had suddenly barged into her bath, and said, don't just enter someone else's bath next time. Zhong Xiaoya blinked then smiled and said, don't be so shy. After saying that she pounced on San Gong. Outside Xiao Yu was drying his hair when he heard a sound that made his face flush, don't pinch. Mo Fan grinned at Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, when you find a girlfriend you'll probably have that kind of relationship too. You're a blockhead. Xiao Yu shouted angrily at Mo Fan. Just then Jun Yu asked Mo Fan, was that you who spoke this afternoon? Mo Fan nodded and walked toward the bedroom. Jun Yu watched him disappear, shook his head, then turned to the little girl and asked, I have a few questions for you if you don't mind. Where are the vampires who captured you hiding? At that moment Xiao Yu looked at the little girl who seemed hesitant to speak. He comforted her, if you don't want to answer that's fine. Just then Zhong Xiaoya's voice came from the women's bathhouse, ah, so comfortable. Hearing this Xiao Yu instinctively turned his head and saw San Gong and Zhong Xiaoya walking out drying their hair. For some reason Xiao Yu felt his face flush and quickly turned away. At that moment the little girl made a decision and said, I'm willing to answer. Please let me repay your kindness in saving my life. It's in Omotesando at Omotesando Station. After saying that the little girl shook her head indicating she knew nothing more. Xiao Yu and Jun Yu exchanged a glance then silently turned and walked toward the bedroom. The next morning everyone packed their belongings and headed in the direction the little girl had indicated. As they walked Zhong Xiaoya looked at the note in her hand and said, according to the information provided by the girl the vampires are keeping humans in the railway ruins of Omotesando. Jun Yu then raised a question, what should be done with the captured civilians? San Gong answered, first ignore them for now. We are not yet in a position to worry about others' safety from Longdao. What's that expression on your face? If you're not convinced go back to Shibuya. Xiao Yu defended himself, who said I'm not convinced. As long as I can kill vampires that's a small matter. Oh, and also if the vampires are armed and equipped retreat immediately. While everyone was talking they reached the top of the station. Mo Fan gave them a look then used the Yanma blade to open a portal and entered. Before leaving he said, it's fine, you won't die going down, at most you'll get hurt. I've checked. After everyone stomped their feet at the spot where Mo Fan disappeared, Zhong Xiaoya turned to the group and said, I'll forget about Mo Fan for now. Honestly, with the Black Demon series you might be able to accomplish something. But since we're doing this I hope to annihilate the enemy without casualties. However, acting alone is. At this moment Xiao Yu interjected, I won't do that. It's great to annihilate them without getting hurt. Xiao Yu and Zhong Xiaoya exchanged smiles then Zhong Xiaoya led everyone down. While descending she gave some instructions and said, I'll say it again, be careful. At that moment San Gong suddenly spotted a vampire and said, everyone prepare to attack. The next second after San Gong spoke Xiao Yu directly raised his blade and charged at the vampire, thrusting it into the vampire's chest. Seeing Xiao Yu defy his orders again, San Gong roared, you idiot. How many times have I emphasized before the operation not to act alone? As he prepared to slap Xiao Yu's face, Xiao Yu caught his hand. Just as he was about to explain he saw a vampire suddenly appear behind San Gong and quickly pulled San Gong over. Then he quickly used his blade to block the vampire's sword and kicked the vampire away. But at that moment a voice suddenly rang out, skill drive /. Then several vampires rolled out from the shadows looking resentfully at the Black Knight standing in the distance. Everyone watched the Black Knight warily. Then the Black Knight slowly walked out of the shadows. Seeing the Black Knight, Xiao Yu quickly said, Mo Fan, can you not suddenly scare people like that next time? And why did you suddenly start fighting? Also, what is this armor you have? Mo Fan wiped his Kamen Rider card sword and said, "Oh, this is Dark Decade. I was just too bored, so I wanted to kill some vampires." Then from behind Mo Fan a fox suddenly jumped out. It rubbed against the Decade helmet and then curled up comfortably in Mo Fan's arms to sleep. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly, then deactivated his transformation and looked at Xiao Yu and the others. Seeing it was Mo Fan, Sangong looked at the fox in his hand and said, "Wow, Mo Fan, where did you get that fox?" "It's kind of my pet," Mo Fan said, then took a deep sniff of the fox's scent. The fox rubbed against Mo Fan's chest symbolically before falling asleep on his chest. Mo Fan fired 3 light bullets directly at Junyu. Junyu quickly dodged the 3 light bullets and was about to ask Mo Fan why he shot at him when the glass behind him shattered and 3 vampires inside looked at Mo Fan in confusion. Mo Fan gave everyone a look and said, "Put your hands on my shoulder. I'll teleport us to the military camp." Whoosh! 6 figures appeared instantly in the open space of the military camp. Seeing this skill, Sangong exclaimed admiringly, "Wow, Mo Fan, can you teach us how to learn this?" Mo Fan shook his head, then walked to a nearby bench. He patted the guard beside him on the shoulder to indicate everything was fine, then sat down and began to stroke the fox. Mo Fan suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, this fox is called Bai Gui." The next morning in the city, Xiao Yu looked admiringly at Junyue, who was repairing a car, and said, "Wow, can you really make this car move?" "Yes. Really? You're amazing. I only rode in a car when I was a child. In the vampire city there are no cars at all." While Xiao Yu was speaking, Junyu had already fixed the car. But with a series of bang 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 sounds, Xiao Yu and Junyu looked back in bewilderment and saw a scene that shattered their worldview. At that moment Mo Fan was punching the wall. Within minutes the wall began to crumble and a tall building collapsed, but then Mo Fan restored it. After several hours of this, Mo Fan thankfully withdrew his hand and turned to see everyone with stunned expressions. He smiled slightly and changed clothes in front of everyone. Now Mo Fan was wearing a black and white martial arts uniform. Wiping his sweat with a towel, he said, "Why are you all staring at me like that?" Xiao Yu and Junyu laughed awkwardly and turned their heads back, whispering, Hee, it seems we can't provoke Mo Fan. If we anger him we'll all die." After this farce, everyone got into the car that Junyu had repaired and set off, but Mo Fan, who seemed out of place, was flying in the air. Just as everyone was about to reach Shinjuku, a red-haired vampire slowly stood in front of them. Junyu, seeing a person suddenly standing ahead, hurriedly prepared to brake, but Xiao Yu shouted sternly, "Don't stop, Junyu. It's a noble. Just charge through." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Junyu gritted his teeth and floored the accelerator. Just as they were about to collide, everyone opened the doors and jumped out. Mo Fan stood in the air looking at the vampire and said, "Alas, if Kalealai has come, it means the final battle is about to begin." Below, Kalealai watched the car rushing toward him, calmly extended his right hand and blocked the speeding car. The car exploded with a boom. Yui shot an arrow toward the explosion. Kalealai drew his sword and knocked the arrow away, then swung his blade toward Yui's direction. But Mo Fan struck him with a palm blast, sending him flying onto a building. Kalealai stood in place looking at Mo Fan and said, "Oh my, not bad. This time humans have finally brought a few strong ones." At that moment 2 more vampires jumped out from behind Kalealai, one with yellow hair and a purple-haired lowly. Seeing the 2 vampires, Mo Fan directly called out their names. Isn't this Cheesy Buyer and Foam Cyclode? Alright, you 3 should leave. You can't beat me." Cyclode was about to speak when Kalealai silenced him with a glance, and then they all jumped away in different directions. Xiao Yu turned to Mo Fan and said, "Mo Fan, how do you know their names?" Xiao Yu, have you forgotten that I was also one of the people who escaped from that vampire breeding ground?" "Oh." Xiao Yu suddenly remembered what Mo Fan had told him before and nodded in understanding. Mo Fan said to everyone, "Now you go ahead. I have something to deal with, something I must take care of." Mo Fan then took out the Decade driver, placed it on his waist, and pulled out a card with Decade's face from his pocket. He inserted it into the driver, and with the sound, Kamen Rider Decade, he summoned a dimensional wall and teleported himself away. Seeing Mo Fan suddenly disappear, Xiao Yu cursed, "Hey Mo Fan, where are you going? In this situation you're going outside." "What do you mean?" On the city wall 6 helicopters flew toward the human wall. Seeing the 6 helicopters suddenly heading their way, a human commander ordered his men, "Fire arrows." Then hundreds of arrows shot toward the helicopters. But at that moment a Boeing 747 suddenly appeared and flew directly toward them. At that moment Lakusi and Lanai drove the Boeing 747 toward the human stronghold. Lin Yan looked back at the explosives inside the plane. Boom. Boom. The human stronghold's wall was blown open by the Boeing 747, creating a gap. Countless vampires rushed out with Lakusi and Lin Yan standing in the center. Lakusi standing in the center looked at his handiwork and said, "Not bad, right? Right on target." Then Lin Yan standing behind him said, "There's nothing to be proud of with that aim. It was 3 meters to the right." Lakusi shrugged at Lin Yan's words and said, "You're still so particular about details." In the military camp, Captain Chang Jing-woo of the 3rd Squad said to Zhong Xiaoya, "The western defensive wall has been breached and vampires are invading. The counterattack forces are holding them back, but they can't last long." Zhong Xiaoya listened to the 3rd Squad leader's words and said worriedly, "It seems the situation is even more severe than expected." "Exactly. It's like a nightmare. I hope you can quickly head to the west to assist in hunting the vampires there." At that moment Xiao Yu interjected, "You don't need to say it, we'll go help anyway. That's our mission." Haha, reliable as always. Then Captain Chang Jing-woo of the 3rd Squad explained the situation to the soldier guarding the vehicles and then led Xiao Yu and the others to the western defense point. At the western defense line, Red Lotus stood atop a high vantage point peering through binoculars at the vampires below. With a smirk he remarked, "So it begins, the vampires are truly here. But where is their leader?" As he spoke, Red Lotus scanned the area with his binoculars. His gaze halted when he spotted 2 vampires standing on a utility pole. Suddenly Feed felt a pair of eyes fixed upon him. He looked up in the direction of Red Lotus. While observing, a vampire attempted a sneak attack from behind Red Lotus. A crimson-haired woman intervened, landing a direct punch that disintegrated the vampire. Red Lotus glanced back at her and said, "Hey, you're too late, Mitsu." Mitsu brushed aside her red hair with a hand and retorted, "Too late. Calling me here suddenly, what's the meaning of this?" At that moment a black-haired girl and a blonde middle-aged man arrived. A dimensional wall materialized beside Red Lotus from which emerged Mo Fan, transformed into Decade. Recognizing familiar faces he greeted politely, "Long time no see everyone, Mitsu, Yukimi and Itsu." Mitsu and Yukimi nodded politely. Mo Fan then turned to Red Lotus and asked, "Do you think I need to step in this time?" Downstairs Feed noticed Mo Fan's sudden appearance and smiled. "Ah, someone is watching us. By the way, how do you feel? Returning to Tokyo after so long, though it holds no fond memories, coming back in person must stir deep emotions. And meeting that little you who shares your surname, doesn't that make your feelings even more profound? Besides, you don't need to drink blood. Michaela. If you don't feed during the battle, you won't be able to drink directly once we return to our city." Hearing this, Michaela laughed. "You're ignoring your own development. Are you asking me to drink your blood, Ferret Bathory?" "Ahaha, don't say things that could be misunderstood, Mika. You invited me to drink your blood, didn't you? And you stole the gun and map from my mansion, am I wrong?" Michaela jumped off the railing and walked as he spoke. "Don't make me angry. Back then I was too weak to protect my family." "Hey, you're still so insecure. So you're at least protecting that one family member, the little you who shares your surname. How deeply you love, ha ha ha." As he walked, Michaela recalled the moment he was forced to drink blood after being rescued. 3 years ago. Krull sat upon her throne watching with interest as Michaela knelt on the floor. She spoke, "Come Michaela, drink blood. After drinking, your cells will cease to age, granting you transcendent power and an immortal body. You will become a complete vampire." Michaela looked at the child lying on the floor, then turned his head back to Krull. "I won't drink blood. I don't want to become a vampire." You say that, but your body cannot resist. You will ache all over and your thirst will be unbearable. Don't hold back, follow your desires." Krull said, gently lifting Michaela's chin with her hand. Michaela jerked his head away from Krull's hand and shouted angrily, "I won't drink blood." Krull stood up, still amused. "Then you would rather die?" "I would rather die than become a vampire. Indeed, living for 1,000 or 2,000 years without growing, spending eternity in boredom is not a pleasant choice. But you can no longer die normally, I have changed you. If you don't drink blood you will become a hideous mindless demon." As Michaela was about to retort, Krull cut her own arm with a cup, letting blood spurt out. Michaela's eyes constricted at the sight of the blood gushing from her arm, his breathing rapid. When the cup was nearly full he knocked it out of Krull's hand. Krull was not angered by the spilled cup. She reached out and touched Michaela, then turned and walked toward the throne. As she walked she deliberately spilled blood on the floor. Unable to resist any longer, Michaela grabbed her arm and bit down. Kroll turned to see him drinking and laughed excitedly. Yes, drink. Now you can never leave me. You will be my dog for eternity, Michaela Yuichiro. At that moment Mo Fan's voice came from the side. Ahem, Kroll, watch your words or else. Before he could finish, Kroll silenced him with a glare. Back in the present, Michaela recalled his first drink. He pulled out the first tube from the pouch at his waist. It contained Kroll's blood, and gulped it down. Inside he thought Kroll's blood will last 10 days. With that thought, Michaela wiped the blood from his lips, looked up at the sky and silently vowed, I must find little you within 10 days. Boom. The car carrying you was blasted into the air by a helicopter. You quickly tucked away the stimulant given by Shirnoa Hiragi and ran toward cover. Then Kimizuki shouted at Yoichi, Yoichi, shoot now. Yoichi's arrow struck the helicopter, which launched 3 missiles as it crashed, sending everyone tumbling. Bang! An explosion sounded behind Michaela. He turned and saw Red Lotus smack a vampire's arm to the ground beside his feet. Red Lotus stared at Michaela and said, damn it, I failed to kill the leader. Ah, impressive, killing several at once. The humans have sent out their main force. Then Feed spotted the most prominent figure among the humans, Decade. It seems that Black Armored Man is the strongest. Shinjuku Central Park. You and Shirnoa Hiragi, having just run from the camp, found 3 people gasping for breath. A vampire was about to slash at Kimizuki's back from behind when you intercepted with his blade. Shirnoa swung her scythe, reducing 2 vampires to dust. Then you asked Kimizuki, where is the enemy force? It's over, that was the last one. You looked around, noticing scattered clothes. What? You guys are really good. We're much better than you. So what are you doing here? You ask me. I heard you were in a desperate crisis, so I came to help. I didn't ask for your help. And our mission was to rendezvous at the defense point, you said so yourself. You lowered his head, dejected. Of course I know that. I know, but... But what? Did you think we would die here? Could you at least trust us a little? Sorry, I'm sorry. After you spoke, the rain stopped and the sun rose. Shirnoa bent over and addressed everyone, well, everyone, the rain has stopped. Let's move. On the battlefield, after a skirmish, Red Lotus and Michaela leaped to safe positions. Red Lotus asked, who are you? You're quite strong. Michaela stared coldly at Red Lotus. Is that so? But I don't think you're strong. Suddenly Red Lotus produced a talisman from his pocket, rushed forward and pressed it onto Michaela's forehead. He then kicked backward, escaping the explosion range. Boom! An explosion erupted at Michaela's position. Michaela leaped out just before the blast. At that moment Feed, standing on a railing, said, ah, overwhelming power and physique, but that arrogance will trip you up. Let me help. Michaela looked at Feed. What do you mean? Do I look like I'm losing? Feed shook his head helplessly. I told you, look at your feet. Michaela looked down and saw a grid-like formation trapping him. Red Lotus, seeing Michaela had discovered the trap, ordered his men to pull it up. Michaela ran out, but as he reached safety, Red Lotus teleported behind him and prepared to strike. However, Feed blocked the blow with a sword and then punched Red Lotus in the face. Bang! 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 The punch sent Red Lotus flying, smashing through several pillars. Red Lotus pulled out a pocket watch, checked the time and then produced a box of stimulants. Before he could use it, Michaela slashed him across the chest, causing the stimulants to fall from his hand. From afar, you and the others saw Red Lotus impaled by Michaela. Unable to contain himself, you drew his sword and charged forward. Michaela turned to see who was approaching and was suddenly stabbed in the chest by you. You froze when he saw the person he had been longing for. Michaela turned and saw his attacker. It was you, staring in disbelief. Gasping, you and Michaela stared at each other, faces flushed. Red Lotus, noticing you wasn't using his cursed gear, roared angrily, what are you doing? Use the spell and kill him, you. Hurry up. Seeing that you wouldn't move despite his command, Red Lotus grabbed the sword lying nearby in frustration. As he swung it, Michaela pulled out his blade and leaped away. Red Lotus staggered to his feet, punched you and yelled, what the hell? Why didn't you kill him? After speaking, Red Lotus coughed up blood. You quickly moved to help stop the bleeding. At this moment Mo Fan spoke dryly, hey you, this isn't the time for love talk. And why are you looking at Michaela like he's a woman? His words left everyone baffled. You and Michaela's faces turned bright red. Feed, hearing this, looked at Michaela and said, oh, so that's the relationship. The nostalgic Yuichiro Hayakuya actually has this kind of connection with Armika. But I didn't expect their fateful reunion to be like this, it almost brings tears to my eyes. So what are you planning to do? Your little you has probably been used by the humans. After calming down from his blushing, Michaela replied, I will save him no matter what, I'll rescue him from those ugly humans. I have a more convenient method. How about I turn little you into a vampire just like Kroll did to you? Michaela grabbed Feed by the throat in a rage. If you dare lay a hand on little you, I'll kill you. Feed, seeing Michaela's extreme reaction, said, I'm joking. You actually got worked up. Let me help you, I'll hold off the humans and you go reclaim your precious princess. At this point Shinoa Hiragi with a dark expression asked, you that misunderstanding. It can't be true, right? You, suddenly aware of her anger, said, how could it be that kind of relationship? Besides, we're both guys. Then you turned to Mo Fan, you help. Mo Fan just shook his head. You can run now, why rely on me? Besides, you can't save him now, there are too many vampires. Are you looking for death? The group began to pull you toward the defense point. But Feed leaped over. I won't let you escape. Seeing Feed approach, he remembered his helpless escape from the castle and recklessly swung his sword at Feed. Red Lotus sighed as he watched you charge to his death again. As he prepared to save him, Feed kicked him into a stone wall with a spinning kick. Far away, Mitsu saw Red Lotus fall and moved to help but was blocked by Kroll. Kroll unleashed a blade of air, forcing Mitsu back. In the distance, Yoichi began trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Kroll. Kimizuki noticed a vampire about to slash at the dazed Yoichi, pushed him aside and shouted, Idiot! What are you doing? Get up! Feed grabbed Red Lotus by the neck. You charged from behind, aiming at Feed's neck. Feed jumped away and Yu's sword stopped just short of Red Lotus's neck. Red Lotus saw Feed about to bite you and yelled, behind you. You tried to dodge but was caught by Feed. Just as Feed was about to sink his fangs into Yu's neck, Michaela's blade slashed off his arm. Yu was thrown to the ground by the sudden intervention. Michaela scooped him up in a princess carry. Yu protested, stop. Let me down. Yu kicked free from Michaela's embrace and demanded, why are you making me leave? You're not human anymore. Is it my fault? Did my escape cause this? Enough. It's not your fault, you. Don't say any more. Come with me. This is dangerous, little you. I'm begging you this time. Yu was about to speak when he heard Shinoa's scream behind him. He turned and saw the group being held by the neck by a noble. Mo Fan was about to move to save them, but Yu's eyes turned red. Suddenly two pitch-black arms grew from Yu's arm. Red Lotus, still being choked by Feed, smiled at the sight. Shinoa choked, stared in horror at Yu's transformation. With a casual wave, Yu sent Michaela flying with a blade of air. Mo Fan was taken aback by Yu's sudden change. He remembered from the TV series that it was only one arm. Mo Fan cancelled his transformation and slowly walked up to Yu. As everyone stared in confusion, Mo Fan began to transform. Ha! A roar erupted from his throat. Boom! An incredibly powerful aura burst from Mo Fan, forcing everyone present to shield their eyes with their hands. When they looked again, Mo Fan's hair had turned golden, not pure gold but with streaks of black. His body emitted a dark aura laced with black-blue lightning, and his arms had become pitch-black dragon claws. Sensing the power within, he took a deep breath and punched Yu in the stomach, knocking him unconscious and reverting him to normal. Mo Fan exchanged a glance with Michaela, then carried Yu away. He unleashed a burst of energy toward the vampires and said coldly, leave or die. His words carried an icy chill. Feed commanded retreat. The vampires fled toward the rear. Michaela was reluctantly dragged away by Feed. Watching Mo Fan disappear, he produced 10 senzu beans from his space and tossed them to the unconscious key individuals. After Shinoa ate the senzu bean Mo Fan gave her, she looked at his current form and asked, Mo Fan, what is this form? And what did you just give me? You can think of it as a form I achieved by activating my bloodline's constitution combined with the power of the cursed gear. After speaking, Mo Fan gave Red Lotus a look and teleported home. In the medical bay, Michaela slowly woke up. He looked at the tears in his hand and thought, even though I became a vampire, I shouldn't have tears. Then a broadcast came, Lord Michaela Yuichiro, the third progenitor Kroll Teep summons you. Please proceed to the king's chamber immediately. Michaela dressed and headed to the assembly point. In the hospital, Yu slowly sat up in bed. He saw Yoichi sleeping beside him. Yoichi, sensing the movement, opened his eyes and saw you awake. He hugged him and said, You're awake. I have to tell everyone. With that, Yoichi ran out the door. You watched him go with a smile, then thought of Michaela and smiled, but soon the smile turned to tears. Shinoa, who had just entered, leaned against the doorframe and said, Is this the crybaby's room? It seems so. It's okay, everything will be fine. She sat on a stool and looked at you. You noticed the bandage on her neck and asked, Shinoa, what happened to your neck? As you leaned closer to examine her neck, he was startled by a figure appearing at the door, Mikuru. He lost his balance and fell toward Shinoa. Mikuru, seeing the intense scene, was at a loss for words. You fell onto Shinoa's chest, their lips meeting. They stared at each other for a moment before you quickly stood up, his face flushed. Shinoa's face was equally red. At that moment Kimizuki grabbed Mikuru's head and turned it away. He said to you, You sure are energetic just after waking up. Speaking of which, where's Mo-fan? Oh, him. He went somewhere else. A few months later. Xiao Yu and Jun Yu stared blankly at Mo-fan, who was currently fighting against his own clone. Bang. 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 Mo-fan and his clone punched several bottomless holes, but within just a few minutes they were repaired and shattered again. Just then Hong Lian walked over. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yu asked, Hong Lian, does Mo-fan always train like this? Roughly, though he's even more insane than before. He's a bit better now. Mo-fan caught his clone's incoming fist with one hand and executed a perfect shoulder throw, slamming it onto the ground. Despite the sharp pain coursing through his body before he could even turn to dodge, Mo-fan smashed it apart with a single punch. Library. Xiao Yu was flipping through books, growing increasingly frustrated with each page. Finally she tossed the book onto the table, leaned back on a stool and squinted sleepily. At that moment Shinoa Iroh's voice echoed right beside Xiao Yu's ear, Are you here again, you? The sudden appearance caused Xiao Yu to tumble off the stool. Staring at Shinoa in exasperation, she said, You scared the hell out of me. Shouldn't you be resting properly these days? It's been nearly 4 months since you recovered. It's fine, I've recovered from resting too long. Xiao Yu suddenly noticed Shinoa's clenched fists and asked curiously, What's wrong? After a while Shinoa snapped out of her daze, picked up the book that had fallen to the floor and said to Xiao Yu, Reading smut again. Boys really are something. Hearing Shinoa's words, Xiao Yu reached for the book, but Shinoa deftly dodged her grasp. Shinoa dodged Xiao Yu's attack while flipping through the book's contents, but froze upon seeing the title, How to Turn Vampires into Humans. Then, with Xiao Yu looking completely baffled, Shinoa returned the book and headed toward the door. As she turned to leave, she asked, Do you want to turn Michaela back into a human? If you're willing to hear the intel I've gathered, I'll tell you. Shinoa observed Xiao Yu's stunned expression, then added with satisfaction, Honestly, you're only well-behaved and adorable at times like these. So annoying, stop rambling and just say it. First of all, human vampirization is extremely rare. Vampires generally do not welcome the addition of new members. Most importantly, only nobles are granted the authority to convert humans into vampires. Xiao Yu's eyes widened as if enlightened. So you're saying Michaela was chosen by a noble? Exactly. And now are you planning to exterminate all vampires? Main hall. Xiao Yu had just finished slaughtering a vampire when he noticed Shin Kagetsu watching him. Shin Kagetsu observed Xiao Yu's recent performance with visible approval. The test to check for betrayal is complete. Now let the audience begin. Xiao Yu looked at Shin Kagetsu across from him and asked his question, Then who are you? Shin Kagetsu, Lieutenant General of the Japanese Imperial Army. Michaela, first let me see your swordsmanship. Rule: you are not allowed to activate your demon snake abilities. Fine. If some big shot from the Shin family loses and looks foolish, that's not my problem. After Shin Kagetsu spoke, he immediately activated his demon snake ability and slashed toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu hastily blocked with his blade, but the overwhelming force sent him flying several meters backward. Just as Xiao Yu prepared to counterattack, Shin Kagetsu instantly appeared beside his neck, pressing his blade against him. Looking somewhat disappointed, Shin Kagetsu said, Only focused on what's in front of you. I see, so that's all you can do. Were you planning to shout about cowardice on the battlefield and then die? This completely stifled Xiao Yu's sharp retort that had been building up. However, Shin Kagetsu continued with his assessment, but your attitude is commendable. You followed the order to not use your demon snake abilities without any doubt, completely unlike that reckless subordinate of Red Lotus's. Mikazuki August blocked with his blade, but Xiao Yu showed no disappointment. Instead he said cheerfully, if you hadn't had your companion's protection just now you would have died long ago. Or were you about to say that ambushing me from behind is cowardly? Shin Kagetsu scoffed then continued walking as he spoke, I take back my previous words. You truly are Red Lotus's subordinate. By the way Shin Higumo. Unlike my brother Kagetsu I don't enjoy bullying the weak. You're just an adopted son don't talk back. Shin Higumo sighed and immediately began beating Xiao Yu brutally. A few minutes later Xiao Yu saw his bound companions and turned to glare at Shin Kagetsu furiously, you bastard what did you do to them? Because you displayed suspicious behavior this is a lesson for you. Are you kidding me? Just then a deafening boom echoed from outside the room. Cough phew. Did you have to hit that hard? Mo Fan looked at his armor which felt on the verge of shattering and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that without the knight armor even this titanium alloy suit wouldn't suffice. Then Mo Fan watched as everyone hurriedly ran out of the building. After they laughed destroyed the armor on their bodies and scratched their heads Mo Fan said, well sorry about that. I was a bit too rough. After finishing Mo Fan teleported away right in front of everyone. Before leaving he thoughtfully repaired the destroyed area. Conference hall. Kroll was watching Xiao Yu's mutation when Michaela walked in. The other progenitors at the dead man's meeting were shocked by Xiao Yu's mutation. At this moment Fada loudly announced, exactly. Humans are gradually succeeding in turning the seraphim of termination into weapons. This is extremely dangerous. A progenitor inquired, but that research should have been terminated after Lord Kroll destroyed the White Knight Church. Kroll also spoke up, 8 years ago I terminated the experiments. Every child with the seraphim of termination factor was personally killed by my own hands. Oh. Are you saying you killed all the test subjects? A young progenitor spoke up, then why has the research made such tremendous progress? Aside from the White Knight Church no other organization should have achieved such massive success. If this is due to your mismanagement Kroll then this is a serious matter of responsibility. Shut up rest card. Are you provoking me? Perhaps. If you are incapable I will take your place and ascend to the throne of Japan. Ugh damn kid. How we're only about 200 years apart in age and my strength holds the advantage. At this moment Fada stepped in to mediate, calm down everyone. However Lord Kroll humans are indeed gradually succeeding in weaponizing the seraphim. What countermeasures will you take? The basic strategy won't change. We will deploy a large force to annihilate the Japanese Imperial Army. I look forward to your results. Just then a voice rang out, how lively. Mo Fan clad in Shura armor walked up to Kroll's side. Before any of the progenitors could speak Mo Fan addressed them first, you may consider me a traveler of this world someone who came to observe. By the way you need not interfere with Japan. The moment Mo Fan finished speaking a vampire's voice emerged beside each progenitor, terrible news my lords. Directly above us a massive meteorite has appeared radiating extremely powerful energy and it is fixated upon us. Upon hearing this the progenitors pondered for a moment before speaking, very well. We will not interfere with Japan for now. But could you remove this threat? Mo Fan shook his head and said, it's fine. I will leave but whoever breaks this agreement will be destroyed immediately. After a while the progenitors withdrew from the broadcast. Kroll was in a reasonably good mood but upon seeing Fada's insufferable expression she disregarded whether Mo Fan was beside her and angrily unleashed a chi blade at the round table. Mo Fan looked at Fada and said, by the way Fada it would be wise for you not to cause too much trouble or you will die. After Mo Fan spoke the entire room grew extremely cold especially oppressive to Fada's senses. Fada quickly put on a grin and insisted everything was fine but unnoticed by others cold sweat streamed down his back. However at that moment the round table split open by Kroll's chi blade could no longer withstand the pressure and began to collapse. Michaela and Fada silently watched as Kroll started to fall downward. Seeing this scene Mo Fan immediately recalled the days before his transmigration when witnessing such moments would make him laugh uncontrollably. And so Mo Fan burst out laughing. This laugh darkened Kroll's expression to ink black. Fada exchanged a glance with Michaela before walking out and Michaela tactfully followed him out. Now only Mo Fan and Kroll remained standing. Kroll looked at Mo Fan's continuously smiling face and coldly said, is it funny? Yeah haha not funny not funny. So will you cancel the transformation or not? Alright I'll cancel it okay. Mo Fan was pulled into the room by Kolulu who then directly threw Mo Fan onto the bed and sat on his stomach. Seeing Kolulu so proactive today Mo Fan smiled and said, why are you so eager all of a sudden? Before Mo Fan could finish, Kolulu directly kissed him. Meanwhile, at another place outside the wall, Xiao Yu and Jun Yu were shocked to see Yu Yi using his new power. Xiao Yu, seeing Yu Yi using the power of a demon, turned to Zhong Xiaoya and asked, "Hey, Xiaoya, what's going on? Did you secretly train him?" No, Yu Yi's control over the demon curse was already extraordinarily high, so it's as if he comprehended the manifestation on his own. After hearing Zhong Xiaoya's words, Xiao Yu directly drew his sword and cut his own palm, drawing blood. Seeing Xiao Yu's action, Zhong Xiaoya hurriedly prepared to tell everyone to get ready for battle, but then saw Xiao Yu collapse straight to the ground. Inside Xiao Yu's spiritual space, after waking up from a Zhu Luo Wan's illusion, Xiao Yu turned to look at a Zhu Luo Wan. At that moment, Mo Fan ran out from the side covered in blood, glancing stealthily at the portal behind him as he ran. A Zhu Luo Wan and Xiao Yu looked at Mo Fan in bewilderment. Mo Fan, seeing himself suddenly intruding into Xiao Yu's spiritual space again, scratched his head and apologized. But just as Mo Fan was about to leave, a Zhu Luo Wan called out, "Why do I smell a very familiar aura on you?" Hearing this, Mo Fan stopped and turned to look at a Zhu Luo Wan, saying, "Well, you'll find out later. Let me give you a hint, it's the aura of your sister." After saying that, Mo Fan ignored the two who were stunned and directly walked out of Xiao Yu's spiritual space. A Zhu Luo Wan looked at the place where Mo Fan had disappeared and said thoughtfully, "It seems I'll have to ask Mo Fan some questions later." Outside the spiritual space, everyone was quite shocked to see Mo Fan suddenly emerge from Xiao Yu's body. "Hey Mo Fan, why did you come out of Xiao Yu's body? And why are you covered in blood?" "Well, don't mind the details, okay? By the way, I'm going to transform in a moment. Don't be surprised." "What could be surprising?" Jun Yu said nonchalantly, but then changed his tone. Although Mo Fan's original appearance didn't change, his eyes turned blood red and his teeth became extremely sharp, which made everyone's faces solemn. At this moment, Mo Fan looked at the solemn crowd and said fearlessly, "Don't look at me like that. There's something even more surprising." After saying that, while everyone was still confused, Mo Fan opened a portal and walked in. But as the portal closed, a screen appeared in the distance, playing before everyone's eyes. Inside Mo Fan's spiritual space, Mo Fan returned to the place where he had originally obtained his demon form. Turning around, he saw Lu Shifa sitting leisurely on the ground. Seeing Mo Fan suddenly return to his own spiritual space again, Lu Shifa teased, "Yo, isn't this Mo Fan? Who was it that said they would never come in again? What are you doing here now?" Mo Fan looked at the very cheeky Lu Shifa and said helplessly, "Lu Shifa, since when did you become so cheeky?" "Forget it, let's not talk about that. Let's get down to business. I came here for your full power." "Oh, tell me why I should give you my power. Give me a satisfactory reason and I'll agree." "Well, how about this? I'll just beat you until you activate your second stage, okay?" Lu Shifa couldn't hold it in and laughed, "Haha, Wu Jite, don't make me laugh. Don't forget that even with all your power you can't beat me, let alone reach my second stage." "Heh, how do you know without trying?" "Ha." After saying that, Mo Fan immediately transformed into the evil god legendary Super Saiyan 1 and threw a punch at Lu Shifa, but Lu Shifa easily dodged it. However, Mo Fan felt a sharp pain in his stomach and saw Lu Shifa's fist land on his abdomen, sending him flying backward. This scene directly shocked everyone outside the space. Xiao Yu, who had just woken up, saw Jun Yu and the others staring at a screen, not even looking at him. He was about to go up and scold them when he saw the battle between Mo Fan and Lu Shifa on the screen and was astonished. Bang! Mo Fan struck Lu Shifa's neck with his elbow. Lu Shifa immediately used his tail to grab Mo Fan's ankle and threw him down. Feeling the force of Lu Shifa's grip, Mo Fan instantly transformed into legendary Super Saiyan 4, then broke free with even greater power. After being shaken off, Lu Shifa was about to get up and charge again when Mo Fan punched him directly on the chin. Boom! Lu Shifa was punched straight into the ground, creating a huge crater. Rubbing his neck, he looked at Mo Fan and said, "Not bad. You actually managed to dislocate my jaw without using the god form. Very impressive. That's normal. I've been training in the hyperbolic time chamber this whole time. Alright Lu Shifa, stop playing around and get ready to use your second stage." Lu Shifa smiled and then began to burst out his aura. Mo Fan followed suit, releasing a sacred aura. After a few breaths, Mo Fan activated the second stage of Super Saiyan Rose Blue, surrounded by magenta and blue lightning. In contrast, Lu Shifa's transformation was relatively plain. His body became more muscular, sharp horns grew on his head and black lightning flickered around him. Mo Fan took a deep breath, then instantly teleported behind Lu Shifa and threw a punch. However, Lu Shifa had already detected it and kicked Mo Fan in the stomach. Fortunately, Mo Fan's Ultra Instinct had been integrated into his movements, allowing him to barely dodge the attack. Mo Fan punched Lu Shifa away, then panted heavily as he looked at him, thinking, "Huh, looks like I'll have to use my ultimate move." With that, Mo Fan instantly teleported in front of Lu Shifa and threw a punch. But Lu Shifa felt a vast energy explode on his stomach, and he was immediately carried away by a purple-white dragon that roared. Boom! Mo Fan looked at the exploding Lu Shifa and laughed. "Ah, finally I beat you." Exhausting. "So Lu Shifa, I've beaten your second stage. Now you should give me all your power, right?" But before Mo Fan could hear Lu Shifa's reply, he felt a tremendous power surging within his body. Then, accompanied by the system's voice, "Ding, congratulations host, you have gained Lu Shifa's recognition. Rewards: Degula's bloodline, the essence of all Kamen Riders, the essence of all armor heroes, absorption of all things can be transformed into your own abilities." Mo Fan found himself in the system space, listened to the system and frowned slightly, saying, "System, why are the rewards so generous this time?" Ding, answering host, this reward is the last of the final 10 rewards. After completing the last 10 rewards, the system will detach from the host and seek a new host. Mo Fan sighed upon hearing the system's words. It seems that even the system would part ways with him. He wondered if in the end everyone would die and he would be the only one to survive. Mo Fan quickly shook his head, thinking it impossible. Then he looked around and left the spiritual space. The moment Mo Fan stepped out of the spiritual space, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and looked at Xiao Yu with resentment. Then Mo Fan cursed at Xiao Yu, "Damn you monkey. Xiao Yu, are you insane? I just came out and you stabbed me. What do you mean by that?" Mo Fan pulled out Xiao Yu's knife with one hand. Xiao Yu, seeing Mo Fan's wound heel at a visible speed, let out a sigh of relief and said, "It seems you haven't been corrupted by the ghost. By the way, why do you smell like a vampire, and why is your recovery so strong?" Mo Fan patted the dust off his clothes and said, "Well, you simply didn't see the scene of my fight just now. I saw it, but I didn't see you get seriously injured. And what kind of form was that?" "That's a trait from my bloodline. Since we're on the topic, let me show you the new power I've gained." Mo Fan then began to transform right in front of everyone. Boom! A pillar of light shot up into the sky from Mo Fan's direction, causing Xiao Yu, Zhong Xiaoya and the others to be unable to open their eyes. Far away, Hong Lian saw this change and sighed, "Alas, it seems the final battle is coming." Xiao Yu felt the light dim significantly, so he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Mo Fan's new transformation, he opened his mouth wide and shouted in surprise, "Wow! Mo Fan, this transformation of yours is similar to before yet different." "How so?" At this moment, compared to when he awakened his true demon form earlier, Mo Fan's body hair had become darker, his eyes had turned purple-red, his aura had changed from a flame type to a jet type, his horns had grown longer and 2 pairs of small fangs had emerged beside his mouth. At this moment, Mo Fan suddenly remembered that he still had a daily check-in to complete. Then he silently chanted, "System check-in," in his mind. Ding! Congratulations host. Today's check-in reward: Snake Weasel. Mo Fan was stunned by the system's reward. Then in front of everyone a flash of white light appeared and a snow-white weasel materialized. However, its tongue was like a snake's and its eyes resembled those of a snake. At this moment, Bai Mei, who was sleeping in Mo Fan's spiritual space, suddenly sensed a new entity approaching her master. She emerged from Mo Fan's chest but was blocked by something soft and cool. Bai Mei then directly summoned a tunnel and burrowed into it. Seeing her master suddenly hugging another snow-white weasel, Bai Mei looked up at Mo Fan angrily and then bit him. However, in Mo Fan's eyes, Bai Mei was acting cute. He smiled and stroked Bai Mei's back, but the weasel lying in his arms looked at him discontentedly, its eyes seeming to ask, "Isn't having me alone not enough?" Mo Fan, seeing the weasel's expression, smiled and picked it up as well. He then rubbed both pets against his face wildly. Sanyi, seeing Mo Fan treating the pets so roughly, said, "Mo Fan, that's not how you do it. How come you get to encounter 2 such cute animals? Why can't I ever meet one? Boo-hoo." After a while of sniffing them, Mo Fan placed the 2 pets on his chest. Looking at Sanye's expression, he said helplessly, "It's probably my physique. Anyway, isn't it late? Why aren't you sleeping? Go to bed now." The next morning, Xiao Yu and Jun Yu ran into the kitchen and saw Sanyi holding a pan with flames shooting out. Zhong Xiaoya, seeing Sanye's cooking technique, said, "How did you make the omelette rice catch fire, Sanyi? But the book says adding alcohol makes it more delicious." "Forget it, let me do it. Your cooking is truly baffling." Sanyi. But the book says adding alcohol makes it more delicious. Forget it, let me do it. Your cooking is truly baffling. Mo Fan passing by the door saw the scene and shook his head. He entered, skillfully turned on the fire, poured the beaten eggs into the hot pan, and then under the incredulous gazes of everyone began his high-speed movements. A few minutes later Sangong, Sanyi and Zhong Xiaoya looked at Mo Fan with wide eyes and said, Mo Fan, why haven't I seen you cook before? X2. Let's eat first. I'm starving. After saying that, Mo Fan picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Xiao Yu and the others also began to eat in imitation. Mo Fan saw Xiao Yu and the other 5 sitting at the table eating, and he smiled. But as he smiled he quietly began to cry. Mo Fan wondered how his parents in the original world were doing after all this time in another world. Although he had transmigrated into the body of a character he admired, he was still entirely alone. What use was strength if one remained so lonely? Even if he found his place here or in another world, hadn't it only been possible because he had transmigrated into Vegeta's body? His current strength either came from the system or from the terrifying combat power and talent he possessed after transmigrating into Vegeta. If he had never transmigrated into Vegeta's body, would his life have taken a completely different path? Xiao Yu turned around and saw Mo Fan sitting on the sofa with his head bowed. She walked over and patted his back, saying, Mo Fan, why are you suddenly so despondent? Cheer up, that's your personality. Mo Fan brushed Xiao Yu's hand away and said, Hey Xiao Yu, want to go practice after we finish eating? No need for that. It's fine, I'll help you train so you'll have more strength when you're looking for Michael. Alright then. On the balcony, Xiao Yu, still catching her breath after Mo Fan's training, sat by the edge and glanced at the relaxed Mo Fan before asking, Mo Fan, just how strong are you really? That's a good question. You can understand it this way, you couldn't defeat the entire world or even the whole universe, and even if you added them all together they still wouldn't be worth a glance. Got it. Oh my, aren't these our Mo Fan and Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu, why are you so out of breath? At that moment Hiragi Shirera walked over and teased, seeing Xiao Yu panting. Hey! Shira, try training for once and you'd know how exhausting it is. Why are you wearing casual clothes today? What do you think? Doesn't casual clothes look good on me? Seeing Xiao Yu and Hiragi Shirera about to start bantering, Mo Fan quickly interrupted, Alright, stop that. Listen to me first. Here, take these. After speaking, Mo Fan tossed a button toward Xiao Yu and Hiragi Shirera. Xiao Yu hurriedly caught hers and looked at the object in her hand, asking, Mo Fan, what are you giving us these for? Well, if an emergency arises, call out my name, Vegeta. If I don't arrive within a few minutes, press this button and I'll teleport directly to help you resolve the trouble. Convenient, right? But it can only be used once. After finishing his explanation, Mo Fan waved his hand and jumped straight off the balcony. Xiao Yu rushed to pull him back up, but Mo Fan opened a portal and disappeared through it. Just as Xiao Yu was about to stand up, Hiragi Shira, unable to break in time, crashed into her. Their lips met and the two stared at each other in shock. Before long both stood up with flushed faces. Inside the castle, Kurulu was still basking in the joy of her victory from the previous night when Michael suddenly burst through the door and lunged forward, biting into Kurulu's neck. Seeing Michael's unusually aggressive behavior, Kurulu smiled and gently stroked Michael's hair. Just then Mo Fan emerged from the portal and cleared his throat upon witnessing the scene. Michael slowly regained consciousness and, realizing she was feeding on Kurulu's blood, immediately pushed her away. Mo Fan thought for a moment before addressing the system. System, I remember when I was in the Dragon Ball world you gave me some currency, didn't you? Ding. Affirmative, host. May I ask if you wish to open the system mall? Open it. Ding. Opening the system mall for the host. A few minutes later, after the virtual screen appeared before Mo Fan, he opened the search bar and typed in, third originator Kurulu's blood. A flash of white light ensued and bottles of Kurulu's blood materialized before his eyes. He clicked on them and a purchase dialog popped up showing he could buy up to 50 billion bottles. Mo Fan purchased over 100 bottles. After completing the purchase, 2 boxes appeared in Mo Fan's hands neatly containing 50 bottles each. Mo Fan handed the boxes to Michael and said, Michael, take these 100 bottles and head out first. If you need more, come find me. I have some business to attend to with Kurulu now. Michael was momentarily startled, then understood Mo Fan's words. She took the 2 boxes of blood bottles, walked out the door and closed it behind her. Kurulu watched Michael leave with the boxes and was about to ask Mo Fan a question when he suddenly kissed her. Kurulu offered nominal resistance before surrendering to Mo Fan's embrace. After a long while Mo Fan reluctantly pulled away. Kurulu, seeing him prepare to kiss her again, hurriedly said, "Wait, Mo Fan, don't, unless you're wanting to make up for yesterday's defeat by MMH." Mo Fan didn't let her finish and kissed her once more, his hands wandering as they embraced. In the evening Mo Fan had just returned from Kroll's place when he saw Mitsuba and Shinoa frantically petting by May and the snake Martin. The two adorable pets, catching sight of Mo Fan, bounded out of Mitsuba and Shinoa's arms and pounced on him together. Mo Fan rubbed the two pets, then looked at the snake Martin and realized he hadn't given it a name yet. He spoke up, "Martin, I should name you. How about Snow White?" Snow White nodded, indicating that the name was lovely. Then Bai Mei's eyes rolled and she stood up on Mo Fan's chest using her right paw to trace characters in the air. "Master, I want to be the big one." This move left everyone bewildered. Mo Fan was surprised that Bai Mei could write characters. She hadn't even had a horn before, so she shouldn't have been able to. But maybe she could. The original story didn't mention it. This enraged Snow White, who lunged at Bai Mei, but Mo Fan quick-eyed intercepted her. He looked at the furious Snow White and hastily comforted her. "Snow White, don't be angry, don't be angry. I'll teach her a lesson." Bai Mei took advantage of the gap between Mo Fan and Snow White's conversation to directly attack. At this sight Xiao Yu was utterly stunned and asked, trembling, "Tch, Mo Fan, are you that beastly? You can't even spare animals." Mo Fan heard Xiao Yu's words, quickly pushed Bai Mei away and scolded sternly, "Bai Mei, have you forgotten what I told you?" As soon as Mo Fan finished speaking, a flash of white light enveloped Bai Mei and from within emerged a little girl with white hair and fox ears. After transforming, Bai Mei immediately threw herself onto Mo Fan, saying happily, "Hee Mo Fan, this is what you said. I remember I said before that once I transformed I'd marry you." These words left everyone, including Snow White, dumbfounded. Jun Yu nudged Xiao Yu's shoulder with her elbow and asked, "Ha, Auntie, I didn't hear that wrong, did I? I must have heard wrong. It's a hallucination, right?" Jun Yu, you didn't mishear, that's exactly what happened. Mo Fan noticed the increasingly strange looks from Xiao Yu and the others, so he took Snow White and Bai Mei outside. Outside the house, Mo Fan watched as Snow White, whom he had just brought out, suddenly transformed into a human as well. Snow White, now human, flaunted her proud chest and sneered at the gritting teeth. "Bai Mei, what do you think? Mine is bigger, so I'll be the big one and you'll be the small one, how about that?" Mo Fan, exasperated by their argument over who was bigger, asked directly, "Bai Mei, how did you suddenly manage to transform? And Snow White, when did you learn to transform too?" But the two little ones weren't listening to Mo Fan. Snow White continued taunting, "Tisk tisk, maybe when it comes to supporting our master you won't be up to the task." "Bullshit. Impossible. The master will definitely find it more comfortable to be supported by a small chest, while your support will suffocate him, got it? Small chests are good." Then both little ones shifted their gaze to Mo Fan and licked their lips in unison. Mo Fan, seeing the impure thoughts in the two little ones, scolded, Hey you two impure ones, don't drag me into this. And what do you think you're doing, Bai Mei?" The next morning Mo Fan sat in the car looking utterly dejected as Snow White's small feet stepped on his face while Bai Mei sat between his legs and even stuck her head inside. Seeing Mo Fan so lifeless today and the way he just twitched, everyone sitting nearby couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Mo Fan, seeing their grinning faces, angrily destroyed all the John 4 knights in the distance. That made Xiao Yu and the others stop laughing and sit quietly nearby. Mo Fan threw Xiao Yu out of the car. Xiao Yu, suddenly finding himself on the road, stared at Mo Fan in confusion and asked, "Hey Mo Fan, what's the meaning of this? Why did you throw me off? Who told you to be the first to laugh?" After saying that, Mo Fan drove the car straight to the Sea Empress's place. Xiao Yu, watching the car disappear, cursed in frustration, "How can you be so shameless? Leaving without even telling me the location. I'm really grateful." Finally Xiao Yu had no choice but to head toward the Sea Empress's location. At the Sea Empress's place, Gashi fished out a swimsuit magazine from Guren's supermarket and said to Guren, "Hey Guren, what do you think? I haven't seen any girls in swimsuits lately. Shigeru and Yuzuru won't wear them." Shigeru replied coldly, "Even if you look at me like that, I won't wear one. If Lord Guren wishes me to wear one, I would. Anytime." Yuzuru trailed off, blushing and covering her mouth. Gashi, hearing this, turned to Guren in shock and said, "Really?" Guren said he hopes she'll wear one and she'll do it right away. Guren spoke impatiently, "Shut up. So what about the vampires?" Just then Mito also came out of the supermarket and said, "Guren, the interior has been checked. No sign of vampires. Gashi, hearing it was Mito, said, Mito, how about wearing a swimsuit? Mito, blushing deeply, replied, what are you saying? Pervert Guren really wants to see Mito in a swimsuit. Just then Mo Fan approached from afar and teased, Hey Gashi, if Guren dares to ask the girls to wear swimsuits, aren't you afraid his sister will come out of the sword? Guren looked at Mo Fan in surprise and asked, how come you're so fast? That's because of Xiao Yu. Oh Snow White, stop it, it tickles. Snow White finally stopped her paws. Yuzuru, seeing the new pet that had appeared from Mo Fan, asked, Mo Fan, what is this? A weasel. Snow White, displeased at being called a weasel, retorted, go to hell, weasel. Your whole family are weasels. I'm a marten, the marten that makes marten fur coats, got it. Mo Fan lightly tapped Snow White's forehead at her words. Snow White quickly covered the spot with her paws, looking at Mo Fan with pitiful eyes. Mo Fan, seeing that pitiful expression, inexplicably felt awkward and turned away. Mito, intrigued by the talking animal, said, Mo Fan, how come your pet can talk? And what about that white fox you had before? When Mo Fan heard Mito mention that stinky fox, his earlier joy vanished. Then he put Snow White into his chest, actually back into the spirit space. Then he opened a void beside him, pulled out the Decade driver, placed it on his waist, and took out a card with the image of Dark Decade, inserting it into the driver. Kamen Ride Dark Decade. Then as the card flew out of the driver, Mo Fan transformed into Dark Decade. Inside the spirit space, Bai Mei glared fiercely at the smug Snow White and said, this time I won, not you. So according to our previous agreement, I'm the big one and you're the small one. Oh, that's not certain. Tonight I'll still be first. You. Bai Mei, upon hearing Snow White's words, nearly choked. Mo Fan, sensing the turbulence in the spirit space, shook his head and found a comfortable spot to lie down. But he was woken by Xiao Yu's incessant questioning nearby. Annoyed, he cancelled his transformation, grabbed Xiao Yu by the neck and asked, Xiao Yu, can you keep it down? Will it kill you or something? Xiao Yu, seeing Mo Fan truly angry, quickly made a gesture of apology, repeatedly saying sorry and promising to be careful next time, which finally made Mo Fan let go. Mo Fan changed his clothes in front of everyone. Mitsuba and Shinoa quickly covered their faces but left a tiny gap between their fingers, only to see Mo Fan already finished changing. Mo Fan was now wearing the martial arts uniform that the system had given him, which would repair itself infinitely if damaged. Xiao Yu, seeing the perfect muscle curves on Mo Fan's arms, asked, wow. Mo Fan, how did you get so strong? Just run 10 kilometers every day from childhood, do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, then gradually increase. Xiao Yu, seeing Mo Fan say it so casually, replied, Mo Fan, are we the same kind of being? Are you a demon or not human? A few minutes later, Guren stood on the platform about to announce the rules to those below when the sound of bang, bang, bang bang echoed. Guren, already in a bad mood, got even more irritated and shouted at Mo Fan, who was training nearby, Hey! Mo Fan! Can you wait until I finish speaking before you start training? How can I talk with all that noise? Mo Fan snapped out of his training and looked up at Guren, saying, that's your problem, not mine. If you remember when I went to the battlefield with you before, my training was even more intense. Don't forget. And you know that when you first met me I was already training, right, Guren? Guren was completely stumped by these words. Mo Fan continued, and don't forget, how many times were you about to die when I suddenly showed up and saved you? Guren sighed and said, fine, go train in the air. Don't train here, it's too noisy. After Guren finished speaking, Xiao Yu ran over to Mo Fan and asked, Mo Fan, is what you said just now true? Yes, it's true. If it weren't for me, Guren would probably have been controlled by your fiancé. Shinoa, hearing Mo Fan's words, asked doubtfully, Mo Fan, why do you say Commander Guren would be controlled by my sister? Oh, so Guren never told you? Just as Mo Fan was about to explain to Shinoa, Guren stopped him from a distance. Mo Fan glanced at Guren, smiled and said no more. He just gave Shinoa a look before heading toward Guren. Shinoa, seeing Mo Fan's expression, sighed and followed. Mo Fan walked up to Xiao Yu, patted his shoulder and said, come on, let's train. With your current physique you'll die on the battlefield. Before Xiao Yu could respond, Mo Fan had already dragged him away. Xiao Yu, seeing Mo Fan's smiling face, shivered but dared not complain. He pushed Mo Fan's hand away and silently followed. Xiao Yu will rest once I start sweating. Ha! Mo Fan, are you sure? Who knows when you'll start sweating? You're going to kill me, aren't you? Xiao Yu, though running alongside Mo Fan, was exasperated by his requirement. That just proves you're not good enough. Can you handle it, skinny dog? Hearing Mo Fan's words, Xiao Yu found an inexplicable surge of strength and started running even faster in the direction ahead. A few hours later Mo Fan stopped only when he felt his first bead of sweat. Xiao Yu, panting heavily, said, "Huff huff, Mo Fan, you finally stopped. I'm exhausted. How many kilometers did we run?" About 300 or 400 kilometers. Well, rest a few minutes, then we'll start strength training. Huh? Mo Fan, are you a demon? Mo Fan just smiled and said nothing. Then he looked at Guren, then at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, catching Mo Fan's gaze, turned to see Guren and said, "Guren, let me go back. I promise I won't cause any trouble today, okay?" A few minutes later Xiao Yu, seeing the 20-ton iron bar Mo Fan had thrown at him, took a step back. Mo Fan, looking at the ground without raising his head, said, "Xiao Yu, don't run. If you do, it'll be harder." Hearing this, Xiao Yu stopped. He looked at his hands with determination, then grabbed the iron bar from the ground and lifted it, but after only a few seconds it fell heavily to the ground. Mo Fan, seeing Xiao Yu training calmly, also picked up a chunk of earth from the ground. Then to everyone's astonishment he began training with the lump of earth he had lifted, without a single grain of soil spilling. Then a beam of light shot into the sky. Mo Fan had already transformed into Super Saiyan and was training with full abandon, not even noticing Xiao Yu sneaking back to Shirnoa. Xiao Yu, watching Mo Fan's insane training, despaired, "How am I going to survive this?" But some noticed that Mo Fan's eyes were turning red and his aura had gradually shifted to a red-green hue. Yes, Mo Fan had now fully integrated the power of the cursed seal into his transformation. Mo Fan, feeling that fighting alone was too boring, summoned a clone to spar with himself. Bang! 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 Every clash between Mo Fan and his clone made the ground tremble. Mo Fan dodged the clone's attack, then punched it in the stomach. Using his tail to wrap around the clone, he slammed it heavily into the ground. The clone quickly used greater strength to break free from Mo Fan's tail, then took the opportunity to deliver a side kick aimed at Mo Fan's shoulder, but Mo Fan dodged it. Mo Fan, seeing the clone on the ground, struck it with a heavy punch to the stomach. The clone instantly turned to dust and vanished into the air. Coming out of the battle, Mo Fan saw that the Sea Empress's place had been destroyed by him. With a wave of his hand, the entire decimated structure returned to its original state. Mo Fan teleported behind Xiao Yu, patted his shoulder and said, "Xiao Yu, you escaped training this time, but next time won't be so easy." In the countryside, Mika saw Crow-Eye biting a girl's neck. The girl was looking at him in despair. When Crow-Eye released the girl's neck, Mika saw the blood on Crow-Eye's lips and swallowed hard. Mika watched as the children boarded the plane in an orderly manner. Lakis walked up from behind and said, "If you want to drink blood, do it now, Mika. These people seem to be offerings for the nobles in Nagoya. I have no interest in human blood." With that he turned and walked away. Lakis, watching Mika leave, sneered, "How is that possible? Don't worry about anyone finding out you drink blood, I'll keep it secret." What a strange guy. Mika walked to a corner of the house, leaned against the wall, covered his heart with his hand and gasped heavily. He quickly pulled out a vial from the 100 vials Mo Fan had given him, drank it and slowly recovered. But he didn't notice that his chest had slightly swelled. However, remembering what Kroll had said yesterday, he started gasping again. But just then a girl's scream snapped Mika out of his suffering. Mika struggled to the pillar and saw the girl desperately struggling. At the sight of the girl's neck, Mika's pupils contracted. Just as he was about to leap and bite the girl's neck, Mo Fan stopped him. Mika looked at Mo Fan in agony and said, "Quick, get me over there. I need to drink blood." Mo Fan pulled out a vial of medicine and injected it directly into Mika's neck. Mika, after the injection, slowly came back from the bloodlust, looked at Mo Fan and said, "Thanks, Mo Fan. By the way, do you have any more of this medicine?" Mo Fan shook his head. "No, but it can last a long time, about a year or half a year." Mika was disappointed at first, then nodded and left. Mo Fan, watching Mika walk away, said, "It's okay. At least it will hold until you drink Xiao Yu's blood. By then I don't know what you'll become, but I know it'll be a girl." Mo Fan looked at the broken blood vial on the ground, smiled and teleported away. Mo Fan had just arrived when he saw a vampire stabbing a knife toward his chest. But at that moment a ki blast suddenly shot toward him and Mo Fan quickly deflected it. In the air was the person who had left Mo Fan most bewildered. Kefla had come here. Mo Fan, seeing Kefla suddenly appear, was stunned for a moment, then burst his aura and charged at her. Kefla, seeing the Vegito she had been searching for so long, smiled, cancelled her technique and flew straight down. Mo Fan, seeing Kefla suddenly falling, quickly rushed over and caught her. Xiao Yu, seeing Mo Fan suddenly holding a strange girl, asked, Mo Fan, who is this girl? Do you know her? Before Mo Fan could speak, Kefla said, Vegito, I finally found you. Kefla then directly kissed Mo Fan. Caught off guard by the kiss, Mo Fan was stunned for a moment, then quickly held Kefla back and said to everyone, let me explain later. Kefla, how did you get here? What about Universe 6? Don't you need to take care of it? What about your dad? Oh, don't worry about my dad, he said so himself. And I'm much stronger now than before. Vegito, how about we have a fight now? Mo Fan ignored Kefla's words and instead worried about what would happen when he ran into Krull. He didn't even dare to think about what would happen if Kefla met Krull. About half an hour later, Mo Fan explained Kefla's origin to everyone. Then Xiao Yu, shocked, was about to speak when Mo Fan's cold glare silenced him. Mo Fan scratched his head as he looked at Kefla, who had suddenly arrived in this world, then said to his companions, Xiao Yu, the two of us will be staying out of sight for now. So from now on you'll have to rely on yourselves. If you run into someone you can't beat, just call me out using the method I told you before. After saying this, Mo Fan directly pulled Kefla into the teleportation portal he had opened and stepped inside. Inside the spiritual time chamber, Kefla found herself in the white space with Vegito and immediately pounced on him, nuzzling against him as she said, Hee Vegito, long time no see. Did you miss me? Alright Kefla, get off me first. Kefla reluctantly climbed off Mo Fan's chest, then as if recalling something said, Oh right Vegito, I remember you said before that you'd find a new girlfriend here, didn't you? Mo Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he heard Kefla's words. Her voice was incredibly soft and gentle, but to his ears it sounded like the Grim Reaper coming to collect him. Seeing her eerie smile, he hurriedly said, Ahem Kefla, let me explain, don't. Before Mo Fan could finish, Kefla directly silenced him with a kiss, and he once again experienced the sensation of being forcibly kissed. Meanwhile, outside the spiritual time chamber, Yue Qi quietly asked Xiao Yu, should we report this to Commander Red Lotus? Xiao Yu shrugged indifferently and said, no need. Let Mo Fan handle his own mess. This is his own karmic entanglement, so we don't need to get involved. Inside the city hall, after draining a human's blood, Bell let out a sigh and said, I'm full. Scrud, who was playing Go, turned around and looked at Bell, who had already drained the hostage dry, and said, Kiss, you can't kill the hostages. Bell was startled by Scrud's words and exclaimed, Huh? No way. Wait, why did you die just like that? Scrud looked at the hostage that Bell had already drained dry and said helplessly, Really now? I'm so sorry, Lord Crowley. Crowley glanced casually at the report in his hand and said, It's fine. There are still others. Crowley, you're still as idle as ever. Just then Mo Fan, having just fed Kefla until she passed out, took a moment away from the dawn room and stepped out to witness this dramatic scene. Bell, seeing Mo Fan shirtless, silently swallowed her saliva, while Scrud didn't even look at Mo Fan but couldn't help glancing in his direction. Oh Lord Mo Fan, what brings you here? Crowley put down his documents and turned to face Mo Fan. Well, you could say I'm here to see what you're all up to. At that moment Scrud asked Mo Fan, Lord Mo Fan, what do you think of this incident? The humans have finally breached the haunted house. And last time, why were you on the human side? Mo Fan calmly replied to Scrud's two questions, first stroking Bell's arm that was clinging to him, then said, To answer your first question, my answer is it depends. If the humans win this time, I'll increase their oppression just as before. But if the vampires come, especially from other countries, I'll directly destroy all nations except Japan, turn them back into primeval forests, and then develop peacefully with the humans. That's the plan. As for your second question, you can think of it as me going there to have some fun. Otherwise, why would I have told the women back then that I was going to the human world, right? One more thing, Crowley, remember this, don't tell Fide about everything. After saying that, Mo Fan turned and saw Belle looking shy. He patted her head and said, Belle, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold it in. I want to drink Lord Mo Fan's blood. Belle said, blinking her innocent eyes at Mo Fan. If it weren't for the training he had undergone with Krull, Mo Fan would have been unable to resist. He took a deep breath and said to Belle, Ahem Belle, next time don't do that. Just ask if you want to drink. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Belle eagerly bit into his arm and began to drink. Meanwhile, on the other side, the group, having just slain the vampire progenitor, sat resting on benches in the park. Bored, Xiao Yu asked Shinoa Hiragi, how long do we have to wait here? Until the other units assemble. The rendezvous time is 1420. What time is it now? Shinoa pulled a pocket watch from her pocket, glanced at it and said, 13 minutes. At that moment a group of battered people emerged from the distant mist. The girl standing in the center said to Guren, "Where is Lieutenant Colonel Ichinos?" "Not here yet." Hearing Guren's reply, the girl said to her companions, "Is that so? Stand by until 20 past. Understood." X7. Kimazuki asked Shinoa, "Shinoa, the other units are 3 teams of 15 people total, right?" Shinoa didn't speak, just nodded silently. Then Mitsuba, looking at the sparse group, said, "They must have been killed." Xiao Yu sighed at Mitsuba's words, then looked at the remaining few with a determined gaze. Guren held his water bottle and said to the girl, "AI, was the mission completed?" AI took the water bottle and said grumpily, "Otherwise I wouldn't have come back." "Did your squad suffer any casualties?" AI glanced at the almost unscathed squad, then opened the water bottle and chugged it down. Guren waved his hand and said, "Thanks to our excellent captain, right? Captain Shinoa Hiragi." "Ha! You're passing the problem to me. Well then." Shinoa fell silent as she watched Xiao Yu walking toward AI. Just then an overwhelmingly powerful force surrounded them. Yuichi immediately fired in that direction alongside Shinya Hiragi. But the attacks were broken one by one and the force flew straight toward Xiao Yu. Just as it was about to strike him, Xiao Yu and Shinoa barely managed to block it. Emerging from the smoke, Xiao Yu saw that it was Imo Fan's Yamato blade with a note attached. "This sword is for you, Xiao Yu. I've lowered the restrictions a bit. If you have some understanding of space, you can unleash 10 of its power. If you encounter an enemy that even this sword can't beat, call my name Vegito and press that button in time. Imo Fan." Xiao Yu looked at the note on the Yamato and cursed, "Damn it, Imo Fan. You go off to find women and then you come back and throw this highly fluctuating sword at us. What do you mean by that? Imo Fan." But despite his curses, Xiao Yu still obediently picked up the Yamato. Just then Red Lotus emerged from a nearby corner and seeing Xiao Yu holding the sword asked, "Where's that guy Imo Fan?" "Imo Fan went to play with some girls and it seems he was forced to go." Shinoa spoke first. Red Lotus was taken aback, then after a moment asked Guren, "Guren, where are the other units?" "They haven't arrived yet." "Is that so? Then without waiting for the other units we'll proceed with the next mission. The 9 squads of the 3 nobles at the City Hall's washing machine have been wiped out and 25 people are taken hostage. The war ahead still requires many combatants. We'll kill those nobles and rescue our comrades." AI wiped the tears from his face and said to Red Lotus, "Lieutenant Colonel, please let me join as well. I want to lend you my strength." "No. People with tears on the battlefield will only hold us back." "Just kidding. After successfully rescuing the hostages, regroup at the airport. Please convey this order to the returning units." AI, who had been disheartened by Red Lotus's earlier words, brightened up at the later part and said joyfully, "Understood. Alright, let's go, kids." But in a place Red Lotus didn't notice, Shinya Hiragi was staring at him with jealousy in his eyes. Several vampire helicopters landed near the park where Xiao Yu had been. AI, seeing the helicopters overhead, didn't even bother greeting the newly arrived comrades and directly summoned his weapon, firing at one of the helicopters. But Mika, jumping down from the helicopter, grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. Mika coldly looked at AI, whom he had pinned down, and said, "Human, I have questions for you." AI turned his head with difficulty and saw many others also being strangled. He shouted, "All personnel, code 284. Some who weren't being strangled bit the poison in their mouths and fell dead on the spot. AI was about to do the same when Mika's hand stopped him. Locus, who was strangling someone, saw the person suddenly die in his hands and exclaimed, "Huh? What? Why are they all dead?" Renee next to him explained helplessly, "They committed suicide by poison before being interrogated." AI struggled to free himself from Mika's grip, but just as he was about to speak, Mika covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "Play dead. Otherwise the other vampires will know you're alive. Just answer my questions and I'll let you go. Do you know a human named Yuichiro Hayakuya? Your eyes prove you do. If you want to live, tell me everything." Mika released his hand and AI took a deep breath, then looked at Mika with determination and said, "Kill me. I won't betray my comrades." Mika, hearing that Xiao Yu was considered a human comrade, said angrily, "Shut up. Xiao Yu is not your comrade." AI was slightly startled and asked, "What are you talking about?" At that moment Locus saw Mika still not moving against the girl on the ground and urged, "Hey Mika, what are you doing? Why did they commit suicide? Are they all idiots?" Hey you guys, look at this. These are traces of vampires being killed. Around here it's Lord Ferret Bathory's territory. Locus was shocked by Renee's words and said, impossible. Humans can't defeat a noble right. At that moment a vampire ran over from a distance and said, Lord Locus, Lord Renee, all our comrades underground have been wiped out. What about Lord Mel Stefano? We can't find his whereabouts. We should evacuate for now. Lord Crowley is stationed at the city hall. As Locus and Renee were about to leave they heard a voice from behind, don't move. If you do I'll kill him. Locus holding a giant axe asked Mika, what are you doing? This guy is still alive. We'll capture her first and get some information. On a distant skyscraper near the city hall after Red Lotus had discussed the tactical layout with the group, Yui Chi was just drawing his bow when he saw Crowley sitting leisurely on a chair reading documents. He shot an arrow imbued with demonic curse power toward that direction. But just before it hit a figure in armor and a cape caught it with one hand. Yui Chi, seeing a new person suddenly appear, quickly called out to Red Lotus, who hadn't gone far, Lord Red Lotus, a man in armor just appeared and caught my arrow with one hand. What should we do? Red Lotus was shocked by Yui Chi's words and quickly raised his binoculars to look in the direction Yui Chi had shot. At that moment Mo Fan was holding the arrow Yui Chi had shot and then silently opened the Azura armor summoner on his left hand, pressing the buttons dark. He directly summoned the Azura Hell Halberd and sent a slash toward Xiao Yu's direction. A massive purple blade of energy flew straight at Xiao Yu. Seeing the incoming blade, Red Lotus shouted to his companions, dodge. When everyone had scattered, Xiao Yu turned back and saw a huge crater where they had been standing. He couldn't help but shiver and asked Red Lotus, who is that armored guy over there? He's the only one who can go toe-to-toe with Mo Fan. So we need to run and see if we can rescue the hostages. If not. But Mo Fan, seeing them about to flee, shouted, I won't get involved this time. You'll fight Crowley and the others. I'll just watch. After all, no one can beat me. Inside the room, Bell looked at Mo Fan and said, huh? How can you do that, Lord Mo Fan? That's your problem. I'm leaving. After saying this, Mo Fan opened a teleportation portal and stepped inside. He had calculated that Kathla would be waking up soon, so he hurried back. Crowley sighed and said to Bell and Schroeder, alas, I thought we could avoid a fight, but it seems we have to do it ourselves. Inside the high-rise, Hong Lian, seeing that Mo Fan had disappeared, said with relief, good, the one who caused us the most damage is gone. Now we'll deploy the battle situation as before. Crowley, watching Hong Lian charging straight at him, directly drew his sword from his waist and deflected Hong Lian's attack, then said, oh, I've seen you. You're the commander, aren't you? Hong Lian ignored Crowley's words, directly pulled out several explosive talismans from his pocket and threw them towards Crowley. Crowley blocked the explosive talismans, then caught Hong Lian, who was still falling in the air. But just as he turned his head, he saw Zhong Shinai directly aiming a gun at his face. Crowley immediately hurled Hong Lian towards Zhong Shinai. Crowley, with a relaxed expression, unhurriedly parried Hong Lian's attacks. Meanwhile, whenever Zhong Shinai tried to shoot at Crowley, he was interrupted by Schroeder's whip. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, bang. 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 Mo Fan, watching the image of Kaifula, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, teased, what? Kaifula, it's been so long since we last met. Your combat power is now so low. And don't hold back that new form, I believe you must have been trained by Xiangpa. As expected, Beijite, in your presence everything I have is still worthless. Now without even transforming you can already fight back and forth with my legendary Super Saiyan 4. If I didn't feel that the god form is not as powerful as my current state, I would have changed long ago. Kaifula had earlier heard Mo Fan tell her about his current name, saying that he no longer wanted to be called Beijite as it felt awkward, and that he was no longer the Beijite of the past. If not, Wujite would also do. But Kaifula, already accustomed to the name Beijite, had gotten used to it, so she still called Mo Fan Beijite as before. Mo Fan nodded helplessly and never pursued the matter again. After speaking, Kaifula directly began a powerful burst of energy. A flash of blue-white light passed and Kaifula slowly walked out of the light pillar. Mo Fan saw that she had now transformed into legendary Super Saiyan 4 Blue. However, as he slowly looked down, he noticed that Kaifula's form was similar to Wukong's Super Saiyan 4, except the color had turned blue, everything else was identical. Mo Fan looked at Kaifula, who seemed larger than before, and asked, hey, next time don't transform. It's not good. Kaifula, hearing Mo Fan's words, was momentarily stunned. Seeing Mo Fan's gaze, she silently looked down, then quickly retreated back to the legendary Super Saiyan 4 state, thus preventing Mo Fan from seeing the indecent scene again. You Vegito. Kaifula stammered, then rushed over, hugged Mo Fan's head and began pounding on him. Mo Fan smiled and hugged Kaifula's waist, then let her playfully hit him. Meanwhile the others were dragging Xiao Yu away. Xiao Yu struggled and shouted at them, "Hey, let me go." Zhong Xinai directly threw Xiao Yu to the ground. Xiao Yu brushed the dust off himself and said to Zhong Xinye, "Are you really going to do this? Are you really planning to abandon Hong Lian?" Xiaoya, quiet him down for a while. He's your squad member, right? Zhong Xiaoya placed her arm on Xiao Yu's shoulder and said, You promised me before the mission started no matter what happens we retreat when the time comes. Right, but Lieutenant Colonel Xinye has spent much more time with Lieutenant Colonel Hong Lian than you have, but Zhong Xiaoya said, then looked at Zhong Xinye, who was standing by the window gazing into the distance. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth but then sighed and said, then we really. At that moment Zhong Xinai also spoke, it's not about abandoning him. Think about what Hong Lian said. We must not only return alive, we must return in triumph. Xiao Yu followed Zhong Xinye's words. Zhong Xinai turned to look at Xiao Yu and said, with people we want to protect we will not lose. Therefore we must continue the mission. Xiao Yu, hearing Zhong Xinai mention the mission, gritted his teeth and said, mission. At that moment Wuxia arrived. Zhong Xinye, seeing Wuxia, quickly went up and said, Wuxia. Thanks to your help, are you all okay? Yeah, I guess we're okay. Wuxia said, then looked back at the three who were crying. Meisha wiped her tears and said to Zhong Xinye, let's continue the mission. Lord Xinye, what is the next mission? Wuxia and Zhong Xinai exchanged a firm look and nodded. Zhong Xinai said firmly, first we rendezvous with the Minghai squad. They should have already rescued the hostages and are waiting for us at the ambush point. For the mission we must endure abandoning our family. Is that it? But Xiaoya, in this crazy world, if we easily abandon our family, then what will we live for from now on? After speaking, Xiao Yu slowly squatted down against the wall, recalling some words Hong Lian had said to him before. The others, already feeling oppressed by the situation, became even more depressed to the extreme because of Xiao Yu's words. After a while Xiao Yu forced himself to stand up and said to everyone with a smile, I still can't cooperate with everyone. Sorry, I need to go back to Hong Lian's side. As he spoke, Xiao Yu took out the stimulant given by Zhong Xiaoya from his pocket. Zhong Xiaoya saw Xiao Yu take out the stimulant she had given him. Just as she was about to rush over to stop him, she saw a ghostly spirit drift out from the Enma sword at Xiao Yu's waist, and from the spirit emerged Mo Fan. Mo Fan suddenly sensed Xiao Yu's life force as if it were about to be choked by death. He quickly stopped his fight with Kaifula and transmitted his consciousness to the Enma sword. Upon arriving, he saw the extremely oppressive atmosphere and also saw Xiao Yu about to take the drug. At that moment Mo Fan suddenly thought of Xiao Yu and gained even greater power. He quickly snatched the drug from Xiao Yu and crushed it. Xiao Yu, seeing Mo Fan suddenly crush the drug, angrily shouted at Mo Fan, Mo Fan. Where have you been? Hong Lian might be dead or alive by now. Mo Fan sighed, shook his head and said to Xiao Yu, forget it. This time I'll help you unlock even greater power. As he spoke, Mo Fan directly entered Xiao Yu's body. The others saw that after Mo Fan entered Xiao Yu stood still motionless. Inside Xiao Yu's spiritual space, Azuluan, seeing Mo Fan suddenly enter, looked at him warily and said, what brings Mo Fan to our place? Well, I came to temporarily boost Xiao Yu's power. This time I hope to give him power only until the end of this decisive battle, then withdraw it. How about that? Azuluan was about to retort but then thought of Mo Fan's terrifying combat power, so he quickly stopped himself. However, on second thought, he couldn't just give Xiao Yu power for nothing, so he asked, alright, but I have one condition before I give it. Azuluan saw Mo Fan nod, then continued, alright, tell me what my true identity is. Mo Fan was startled by Azuluan's question but then understood. After all, he had once told Azuluan that he was someone's brother. After thinking for a moment he said, you are the brother of Kroll Teeps from the third group. However, later for some unknown reason you were modified by someone and lost your memory. That's all I know. Don't ask me anything else because I don't know either. As he spoke, Mo Fan tapped Azuluan's forehead. Instantly a vast amount of memory rushed towards Azuluan's forehead. Azuluan began rolling on the ground, clutching his head. But after a short while Azuluan finally stood up with difficulty and said to Mo Fan, thank you Mo Fan. I'll agree to this. Oh, by the way, remember that if something happens to Kroll you should take over for her. Then I will release you. But only when humans and vampires have achieved peace will I release you, or in dire circumstances. Otherwise stay inside Xiao Yu's body. At least until after this battle I might release you. Before leaving, Mo Fan told Azuluan about when he would be released, then left. Xiao Yu, seeing Mo Fan emerge from his body, felt a powerful force surging inside him. Mo Fan said a few words to everyone and then dissipated. Xiao Yu, after seeing Mo Fan leave, directly leaped towards the place where Hong Lian was tied up. While Bell was interrogating Hong Lian, Xiao Yu directly broke through the window with his sword. Just as he was about to slash at Bell, Crowley stepped in and blocked the attack. Crowley felt that this attack was more powerful than before and asked Xiao Yu, "What's with this power?" But Xiao Yu ignored Crowley's words and continued slashing towards Crowley. However, Crowley kicked him into the wall. Xiao Yu struggled for a moment, then leaped directly towards Crowley, but Crowley knocked his sword away with a single slash. Just as Crowley was about to strike back at Xiao Yu, Hong Lian blocked in front of him. Hong Lian looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Why did you come back? Run. Why? Why? Why am I so powerless?" Xiao Yu looked at his own hands, then directly drew the Enma sword given by Mo Fan and glared at Crowley. Crowley sensed that this attack carried a hint of spatial attribute, so he blocked more frequently. Xiao Yu's attacks became faster and more ferocious. However, Crowley used his skill to counterattack with non-lethal strikes while blocking, making things worse for Xiao Yu, who was already overexerting his stamina. Hong Lian, seeing Xiao Yu covered in wounds, said, "Run. You, even with Mo Fan's sword you can't win. Run. I have my own plan." Xiao Yu struggled to get up from the ground and said to the air, "I won't give up. Give me more power, Azuluan. Still want to continue? I will really kill you next time, even if you are a human in someone's interesting plan." Xiao Yu ignored Crowley's words and continued, "Continue. Continue to give me power. Give me the power to protect my comrades, to protect my family." As he spoke, Xiao Yu's body began to slowly transform into a demon. Hong Lian, seeing the demonization, quickly tried to stop him. "Please. Stop you." While Xiao Yu was frantically shouting for power, a phantom of Azuluan appeared behind him. He put his mouth to Xiao Yu's ear and said, "Excellent, you. I'll give you as much as you want." After all, Mo Fan didn't set a limit. After speaking, Azuluan dissipated. At that moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, Xiao Yu's left cheek began to transform into a cursed demon's appearance and a huge horn grew on his forehead. Crowley licked his lips as he watched Xiao Yu slowly transform into a demon. At this time, Xiao Yu's eyes turned into heterochromatic green and red, and sharp fangs grew in his mouth. At that moment, Jun Yu's voice rang out, "Time to enter the demon realm countdown. Demon Box King." Accompanied by a huge coffin slowly rising from the ground, Jun Yu leaped through the broken glass and was shocked to see Xiao Yu nearly fully demonized. He quickly jumped over and threw Xiao Yu towards the Demon Box King. Xiao Yu was directly swallowed in midair by the huge mouth that emerged from the Demon Box King. Jun Yu quickly leaped to where the Demon Box King had landed. Then a gash was cut in front of him, and from it emerged the cursed demon summoned by Yui Chi and Mitsuba, which stopped the attack. On the bridge, Mika glanced at the helicopter flying overhead, then turned to see Zhong Xinai and the others running towards him. Mika used his vision to scan the group, but when he saw Xiao Yu being carried on Jun Yu's back, his pupils contracted. Then he jumped down from the truck. He drew the sword from his waist and charged at the crowd. With a single slash of the intentional blade, a white blade wave flew toward the crowd. Minghai, seeing the incoming blade, quickly thrust his weapon into the ground and summoned a shield to block the attack. But how could one person fight against dozens? Just as Mijia was about to reach Xiaoyu, he was knocked to the ground by a single punch from Meisher. When Mijia was about to lose consciousness, he saw Xiaoyu fainted and burst forth with even greater speed, rushing toward Xiaoyu. Mijia, ignoring his injuries, ran toward Xiaoyu. When Zhong Xiaoya saw Mijia, she was startled at first, then turned to Junyu and said, "Let Mijia take Xiaoyu away. Otherwise Xiaoyu's family will die here, and when he wakes up he will scold us severely." Just as Junyu was about to speak in objection, he glanced at Xiaoyu on his back and then at Mijia, battered and running toward them. He sighed, then placed Xiaoyu on the ground and ran off in another direction. Mijia saw the people suddenly clear the way, and he directly carried Xiaoyu away. At that moment, Zhong Xinai saw several vampire aircraft and ordered everyone, "Go quickly. If there are nobles it will be dangerous." After Mijia saw that there were no humans behind him, he put Xiaoyu down and tried to take a blood bottle from his bag to recover, but found that they were all shattered. Seeing this, Mijia angrily threw all the blood bottles on the ground. Turning around, he saw a human boy trembling as he looked at him. Mijia immediately rushed over and grabbed the boy's neck. The boy turned to the children hiding behind him and pleaded, "Help! Help! But he watched in despair as the children all ran away. He turned hopelessly to Mijia. Mijia, seeing the desperate child, suddenly came to his senses. He released the child and knelt on the ground dazed. After dragging Xiao Yu into a warm supermarket, Mijia sat despairingly by the shelf. Xiao Yu woke from his coma, turned around and saw Mijia sitting by the shelf. He walked over and saw Mijia's pained expression. Mijia was startled at the sight of Xiao Yu and was about to get up from Xiao Yu's side when he was restrained by the urge to drink blood. Seeing Mijia's agony, Xiao Yu directly unbuttoned his collar and placed Mijia's head near his neck, saying, "Drink, drink, Mijia. This way you won't suffer, right?" As he spoke, Xiao Yu felt a slight pain in his neck. After Mijia drank Xiao Yu's blood, he felt uncomfortable in his clothes, so he unbuttoned his collar. But Xiao Yu suddenly felt something very soft on his chest and opened his eyes. Looking down, he saw a revealing sight. He quickly pushed Mijia away, blushing, and asked, "Mijia, why are you a girl now? Weren't you a boy just now? How is that possible?" "Xiao Yu, huh? Ah." As Mijia spoke, he heard his own voice start to sound like a girl's. Then he touched his neck and found it smooth. He then remembered the 100 bottles of blood that Mofen had given him and realized that Mofen must have tampered with the blood. But what made Mijia even angrier was that Xiao Yu, upon seeing Mijia's current appearance, couldn't help but get a nosebleed. Although Mijia's clothes hadn't changed, his eyes had turned blood red, his hair had become long, and his chest had become prominent. A certain peach said, "Why can a man be better than me?" Xiao Yu quickly turned his head away but felt his body and found that he did not have the knives Mofen had given him. He asked Mijia, who was still redressing, "Mijia, did you see 2 knives on me earlier? Those were the knives Mofen gave me. I need to return them to him when I find him." Mijia shook his head and said, "No, and why are you still thinking about others?" Xiao Yu saw Mijia's suddenly morbid expression and couldn't help trembling. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crowley saw Jin being choked by Honglian, who was being choked by a vampire. Honglian looked at the vampire choking him and spat at him. The vampire, seeing that a human had spat on him, slammed Honglian onto the ground. The sound made Kroll, who was giving a speech, look over. As Honglian was being stepped on by the vampire, a ghost emerged behind him. The ghost stroked Honglian's face and said, "Enough, Honglian. Hand your body over to me. Poor Honglian, you have no intention of resisting me anymore." Just as Honglian was about to speak, the ghost covered his eyes. Ferret, seeing this from afar, said, "The other one is possessed by the vengeful spirit of his deceased original lover. The perfectionist who has fully become a ghost. The monster has awakened." After Ferret spoke, the sword at Honglian's waist flew out. Honglian directly grabbed the vampire that was kicking him and said, "Don't touch me with your filthy feet. I'll kill you." After Honglian moved the vampire's foot away, his pupils turned red. When the vampire tried to kick him again, Honglian slashed it with his sword. Kroll looked at the current Honglian and smiled. Then with a palm strike she grabbed Honglian's neck and slammed him backward. Holding Honglian by the neck, Kroll asked, "You are Zhongjinji's envoy, aren't you? Where is she?" "Jinji is dead. There is a contract here. The one who made a deal with me before the world's destruction was Zhongjinji. Since she is not here, I will not join forces with you. Besides, you know someone on your side named Mofen, right? Hey, it seems our Mofen has such great charm that he even attracted Kroll. Moreover, you cannot kill me. You have long reached the point of no return in betraying your comrades. Today you must make the Seraph of the End experiment succeed." Cough. "That's enough. Continue the act. The experiment site is at the airport." After hearing the satisfactory answer, Kroll tightened her grip on Honglian's neck. Finally she said to the vampires behind her, "Head to the airport. Humans are gathering at the airport. All forces transfer." "Yes." Multiple voices at the airport. Everyone saw 3 helicopters flying toward them. From them stepped out Zhong Muren. Zhong Muren looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I am Lieutenant General Zhong Muren, a member of the Zhong family commanding the Imperial Japanese Army. You have all worked hard. Thanks to the sacrifices of the Moon Demon Group, today we can finally defeat the vampires. Leave everything to me from now on. Put down your weapons and rest well." After Zhong Muren finished speaking, the others began to murmur, but they also put away their weapons. At this moment Zhong Xinai shouted at his brother in rebuttal, "Completely defeat. The vampire nobles are coming. Brother, how do you plan to defeat them?" "Xinai. Where is Honglian?" "Captured." "Ah, are you joking? Is he an idiot? Which personality? Or is he trying to deceive even me? Don't you know yet?" Zhong Muren was surprised at first when he saw Zhong Xinya's expression, then calmed down. At that moment several iron chains suddenly shot out from the helicopter heading toward the crowd. Ming Hai blocked the iron spikes flying toward him, but when he turned around he saw that his few remaining team members had all been pierced by the spikes. Seeing his entire team dead, Ming Hai angrily charged at the unharmed Zhong Muren. Zhong Muren blocked Ming Hai's attacks one by one, then kicked him away. Just as he was about to summon blades to stab Ming Hai, a few arrows shot him back. Jun Yu took the opportunity to pull Ming Hai away. At this moment Zhong Xiaoya blocked Zhong Muren and said to those behind her, "Prepare to escape. Don't resist, Xiaoya. I'll spare you. You are still a member of the Zhong family. But now die." After speaking, Zhong Muren directly sent the fate iron spikes hurtling toward Zhong Xiaoya. At that moment Xiao Yu also hurried to block the attack. Just as Zhong Xiaoya was about to thank him, she was suddenly blocked by Mijia. Seeing Mijia, who had turned into a girl, Zhong Xiaoya felt a sense of bewilderment. Suddenly several more helicopters appeared, from which a large number of vampires jumped out charging toward them. Just as Xiao Yu finished off a vampire, he saw the person he most wanted to see, Hong Lian. Hong Lian looked at Xiao Yu and said, You seem quite spirited." After speaking, Hong Lian directly drew his sword and was about to slash at Xiao Yu, but Mijia blocked the attack, sneering, "I knew I couldn't trust humans. Don't interfere, vampire." Hong Lian knocked Mijia away, then immediately followed up with a slash aimed at Mijia's neck. Zhong Muren saw Hong Lian and said, "Hey Hong Lian, it's time to begin. Drink the blood of the human vampire progenitor." Hong Lian's sword turned magenta in his hand, and then he wielded the new blade, swinging it toward the still fighting crowd. Every time Hong Lian killed a person or a vampire, the iron flame would directly drain the fallen dry. When it had absorbed enough, there was a boom. From within burst a sphere emitting holy light with several wings growing from its back. This stunned everyone present, and some even exclaimed how beautiful it was. When the sphere broke open, a girl floated quietly in the air. But when Jun Yu saw this girl, he quickly shouted, "Wei Lai." At this moment Wei Lai said, "Ugly humans, the time of your destruction has come." As she spoke, Wei Lai raised her right arm and waved it forward, directly summoning a giant horn. Wei Lai gently blew into the horn. As Wei Lai blew the horn, she directly summoned a barrier over the airport. The ground under everyone inside the barrier began to crack. Seeing Wei Lai emerge, Zhong Muren quickly ordered his subordinates to shoot arrows. Thus Wei Lai was bound by 4 ropes with talismans. Jun Yu, seeing his sister bound, walked toward her in a daze, then angrily shouted, "You bastards! What have you done to my sister?" Just as he was about to charge at Zhong Muren, Hong Lian stabbed him in the stomach. Xiao Yu, seeing Jun Yu pierced, shouted, "What are you doing?" As he spoke, he swung at Hong Lian but was dodged by Hong Lian. Just as Hong Lian was blocking Xiao Yu's attack, Mijia suddenly appeared behind him and slashed at Hong Lian's head. But Hong Lian kicked him away, though Mijia blocked with his arm, so he wasn't sent flying far. Seeing such a large opening, Xiao Yu stabbed directly at Hong Lian's stomach but stopped at the last moment. Xiao Yu suddenly saw Hong Lian smile but also cry. Then while Xiao Yu was distracted, Hong Lian gently stabbed him in the abdomen. Hong Lian, seeing the blood of Xiao Yu on his blade, laughed wildly. At that moment a huge black demon suddenly appeared behind Wei Lai. Zhong Muren laughed at this scene and said, "It has begun. The 5th angel's trumpet has summoned the demon of destruction, Abaddon. Humans have successfully controlled the seraph of the end. Now leave the rest to it." Behind them, Sanyi's sister directly took out 4 darts from a nearby box and threw them one by one at Abaddon. The 4 darts stuck in Abaddon slowly turned into a circle, then exploded, rolling out countless John the 4 Horsemen. Seeing such a desperate scene, Xiao Yu remembered a sentence Mofan had said before: "If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat and can't escape and you're about to be wiped out, shout your other name and take out the button from the same name pouch and press it. I will come to save you in time, but only once." Thinking of this, he endured the pain, took out the button Mofan had given him from his chest and pressed it while shouting, "Wu Ji Te." At the spirit time chamber, Mofan, who had just finished a fierce battle with Kaifula, had just put on his pants when he was directly teleported to a place far from Xiao Yu. Seeing that Mo Fan had not appeared, Xiao Yu let out a laugh, but her smile was steeped in sorrow. As she picked up the blade beside her and was about to plunge it into her own heart, Mo Fan intervened, stopping her. He looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Ah, don't be so desperate. Let me save the day now. By the way, Mika, do you like this gift?" Mika was about to fume with anger but then sighed, "Alas, Mo Fan, this time you just need to rescue us." At that moment Kroll also came running over, looking at Mo Fan and asked, "Long time no see, Mo Fan." Cough, "Yes indeed, Our Lady Kroll. Mo Fan scratched his head as he spoke, but upon seeing Kroll's benign expression he broke into a cold sweat. He then turned and walked toward Abaddon. When he reached Xiao Lu's side he drew the Yanma blade. While charging his power, Mo Fan said to Xiao Yu, watch closely, this is the highest level. Once you reach this degree with further training you can execute it swiftly. As he spoke, Mo Fan swiftly drew the Yanma blade from his waist, sheathed it just as fast and then turned around. Bang! When Mo Fan turned, Abaddon's body split in two and collapsed to the ground, simultaneously shattering the barrier that had enveloped everyone. Seeing his plan suddenly interrupted by magic, Zhong Muren, disregarding the disparity in strength, charged furiously toward Mo Fan, enchanting his blade as he ran. Mo Fan looked at the enraged Zhong Muren and chuckled, Zhong Muren, have I been too lenient with you lately or what? In the blink of an eye Mo Fan teleported right in front of Zhong Muren and delivered a heavy punch, slamming him forcefully into the ground. Zhong Muren was struck so hard he coughed up blood, writhing in agony on the ground while clutching his stomach. Phew, finally over. Now it's time to face. Before he could finish he felt two extremely icy auras. He turned to see Kroll and Kaifula glaring at him with cold expressions. Mo Fan, can you explain who this woman is? Vegito, you should also give me a proper explanation. Seeing the two women's icy words, Mo Fan turned to Hong Lian and asked, Hong Lian, do you have any advice on how to deal with girls? After all, you're still possessed by Mahiru right now. Hurry and give me an idea, I'm in trouble. Before Mo Fan could finish he felt two icy hands grab his shoulders. He turned his head mechanically to see the two women, their expressions deceptively gentle. Seeing Mo Fan still afraid of women, the crowd snapped out of their despair and grinned at him. At that moment a ghost emerged from Hong Lian's body. Zhong Mahiru also floated out, grinning at Mo Fan and saying, hey, if it isn't our Lord Mo Fan. Fancy having a romantic interest but not knowing how to handle it. Mo Fan, you really don't understand the consequences, are you going to help or not? Save me. Mahiru, help me. I don't want to be torn apart alive. Mo Fan said helplessly upon hearing Zhong Mahiru's words. Meanwhile in a corner Ferd watched this scene with a sinister smile. Once Mo Fan is gone I don't believe I can't find a way to cure you, Kroll Kepesi. If necessary I'll cooperate with the angels. Zhong Xiaoya, seeing her elder sister emerge, said with tears brimming in her eyes, long time no see, my lady sister. Indeed it has been a long time, Xiaoya. Have you suffered all these years? Zhong Mahiru, hearing her sister's voice, stopped her playful grin and looked at her with a sorrowful expression. While the family reunion unfolded on one side, Mo Fan's situation was far from pleasant. Mo Fan, seeing Kaifula about to strike, grabbed her body and said, hey Kaifula, calm down, calm down. We need to stay composed. Kroll, say something quickly. Kroll simply smiled, and under the shocked gazes of Kaifula, humans and vampires alike, she directly pressed her lips against Mo Fan's right in front of Kaifula. This act made the already irritable Kaifula even more furious. Just as she was about to transform into Super Saiyan, Mo Fan struck her neck with a hand blade, knocking her unconscious. Mo Fan caught the unconscious Kaifula in his arms, then looked at Kroll with annoyance. Tisk tisk tisk, look at what you've done. If I hadn't acted the whole earth would be destroyed, you know. A few months later Mo Fan took everyone to the seaside for fun. During these months Mo Fan had guided both humans and vampires toward tremendous development. Now Mo Fan was essentially able to dominate the development of Japan's vampires and humans alike. Mo Fan and Xiao Yu were leisurely basking in the sun when they turned to see Mika, Kroll, Kaifula, Zhong Xiaoya and Sangu Miwa all wearing swimsuits. The sight made the three sunbathing boys and the one playing in the water feel parched. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow at Kaifula, who had surprisingly not quarreled with Kroll for the past week. Oh Kaifula, have you already adapted to living with Kroll? Kaifula jumped into Mo Fan's arms and nuzzled him, saying, giggle Mo Fan, you haven't seen me for half a month, do you welcome me? Before Mo Fan could speak Kroll interjected, move aside. Didn't we agree that each person gets half a week? So now it should be half for each, right? Kaifula pouted reluctantly at Kroll's words, climbed off Mo Fan and grabbed his left arm while Kroll took his right arm. Mo Fan felt the different sensations on his left and right arms, the left felt warm, while the right was slightly firmer. Instead he felt the slight firmness on the right and sighed with relief. At least it wasn't as hard as Hutao's, if it were that would really be uncomfortable. A certain Peach retorted, you dare to insult me. Go on, keep insulting. So what if I'm small? It makes running much smoother. After a while Mo Fan managed to extricate himself from the two women's soft embrace. He then took out a grill and barbecue ingredients from his system space and began to cook. Soon everyone was hit by a tantalizing aroma and they saw Mo Fan placing the grilled meat on the table grinning at them. Time to eat. As the sun set, Mo Fan was leisurely enjoying the barbecue when he saw Kroll and Zhong Xiaoya arguing over a piece of winter melon. He laughed, "Don't fight, you two. There's plenty and you've both eaten some anyway. It's not like you've missed out." Mo Fan regretted his words instantly. Kroll grabbed his ear and yelled, "Wow Mo Fan, I haven't scolded you in a while and you've gotten cocky. From now on don't you dare touch me." Okay, I'm sorry. Stop pinching, it hurts." Kroll finally let go, satisfied. Just then a vampire rushed over frantically. "Lady Kroll, Lord Ferd requests your return for a discussion on a matter of utmost importance." Hearing this, Kroll bid farewell to Mo Fan and boarded the plane. After watching Kroll board the plane, Mo Fan felt a very uneasy sensation churning inside him. Suppressing his anxiety, he said to Kaifula, "Come on Kaifula, let's go train. There's nothing else to do anyway. Let's train for 3 years, 3 years without leaving." Inside the helicopter, Ferd watched Mo Fan vanish from the world's satellite feed, smiled and then flew the helicopter toward Kroll's location. Bang! Ferd looked at the helicopter he had just blown up, smiled and then piloted his aircraft toward the crashed helicopter. When Kroll regained consciousness, she found herself in a pitch-black room, her hands and feet bound with iron chains. She struggled, but the chains remained immovable. Just then a door in the distance opened and 5 figures slowly entered. Kroll, seeing Ferd in the center, shouted angrily, "Let me out, ferret. Hey, our queen, you don't still think Mo Fan will save you, do you? He's gone off to another world. You worthless scumbag and irredeemable vampire. When you can't win, you resort to underhanded tricks, or you bully those weaker than you after they're gone." Ferd grinned at Kroll's curses and said, "Drive her mad, but don't let her die. I want Mo Fan to see Kroll's insanity when he comes. What a thrill that will be, ha ha ha." Kroll's voice trembled as she spoke, "You ferret, what are you going to do? Don't touch me. If you do, I swear Mo Fan will kill you." "Heck Kroll, you don't think I would imprison you without preparation, do you? How laughable. I always have a backup plan. This place is an angel stronghold. Do you really think Mo Fan can fight his way in?" Ferd finished speaking, turned around and walked out, followed by Kroll's screams. 3 years later, Mo Fan looked at the calendar in the spiritual time chamber, realizing it had been over 30 million years. He then turned to Kaifula and said, "Kaifula, let's go. We've been training long enough, it's time to take a stroll outside." Meanwhile, outside the spiritual time chamber in a certain room in Shinjuku, Mijia supported Xiao Yu as they walked out of the room. Over the past 2 years, Xiao Yu had been trying to gain a new variation of the ghost curse, but every time she reached a critical moment, the ghost's power would uncontrollably spread outward. Fortunately, Mijia had repeatedly helped her suppress the power of the ghost curse, preventing her from completely turning into a ghost. Xiao Yu had just recovered from the ghostly state and became worried again, sighing, "Alas, 2 years ago Kekulu was kidnapped and has been missing ever since. I wonder how Mo Fan will feel when he comes out and sees Kekulu gone." Zhong Xiaoya patted Xiao Yu and said, "You don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. In these 3 years, Mijia, what has been happening on your side?" Mijia glared at Zhong Xiaoya with obvious hostility, but still answered truthfully, "I heard recently that Fide is going to hold a major trial, apparently to punish a vampire." At that moment, a broadcast connecting humans and vampires came through with Fide's voice. "This afternoon, the third ancestor Kekulu Kai Peishi will be executed. Because Kekulu Kai Peishi violated the vampire code by committing the crime of leaking secrets and conducting an unprecedented experiment behind the other ancestors' backs, which failed and caused enormous changes to the earth. Kekulu Kai Peishi will be executed by the sun this afternoon." Xiao Yu was stunned by Fide's words. She turned anxiously to Mijia and asked, "Mijia, what's going on? If Mo Fan hears this, he will definitely recreate the entire world once more." Mijia was also bewildered and said to Xiao Yu, "You, I don't know. And look outside." As Mijia spoke, dozens of angels flew past the window, one after another, heading toward the vampires. At that moment a bang was heard. With a sound, Mo Fan angrily kicked open the door, startling everyone as they dodged the flying door. Junue and Xiao Yu exchanged a glance and quickly rushed over to stop Mo Fan, grabbing his arm and saying, "Mo Fan, calm down. Let's talk nicely." He said, "I'll count to 3, 2. Xiao Yu and Junue heard Mo Fan start counting down and quickly released his arms. Mo Fan, seeing that his arms were freed, continued, "No one stop me this time. Whoever stops me will die. And I will destroy the angels directly. Some vampires had better wash their necks and wait to die." On the other side on the execution platform Kekulu was dragged up by several vampires in a delirious state and tied to a wooden frame. Fide looked at the now insane Kekulu and laughed, ha ha ha, the once glorious Kekulu. Kai Peishi has now fallen to such a state. How ironic, he he he. Alright, I've said what needed to be said. Now let the execution officially begin. As soon as Fide finished speaking, Kekulu's entire body began to burn. Ah. 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 At that moment a blade of energy shot toward Fide. Fide saw the sudden flying blade and quickly jumped aside. In the distance Mo Fan covered in blood slowly flew over. Seeing Kekulu's miserable state only made his already furious anger burn even hotter. Fide looked at Mo Fan and laughed, ha ha ha, Mo Fan, this is what you get for stopping me. Before Fide could finish, Mo Fan instantly teleported in front of him, grabbed his neck with one hand and slammed him heavily into the ground. Just as Fide was about to speak, he suddenly found that he could not make a sound. He stared wide-eyed at Mo Fan. Mo Fan sneered and said, don't worry, I'll deal with you after I destroy the angels. After speaking, Mo Fan trapped Fide on the ground, then ran to Kekulu, tore apart the cross that bound her and gently lifted her bloodied body into his arms. Mo Fan took a senzu bean from his system space, chewed it in his mouth and placed it into Kekulu's mouth. After Kekulu swallowed the bean, her burned flesh rapidly regenerated. As soon as Kekulu recovered, she trembled and tried to push Mo Fan away. Seeing her trying to push him away, Mo Fan only held her tighter, patting her back and comforting, it's okay, I'm here. Just sleep for a while. After saying that, Mo Fan knocked Kekulu unconscious with a chop of his hand, then coldly glanced at Fide before teleporting to Xiao Yu's location. Xiao Yu was still angry that Mo Fan had gone alone to fight the angels when she saw Mo Fan suddenly appear here. She was startled at first, then noticed that Mo Fan was holding a weary-looking Kekulu in his arms. Mo Fan placed Kekulu on a blanket, then looked at Xiao Yu and said, Azulun, I'll release you now. Watch over your sister. Saying that, Mo Fan slapped Xiao Yu on the back. Azulun found himself suddenly ejected from Xiao Yu's body. Mo Fan then said to Zhong Xiaoya, watch over Kekulu for me. And Azulun, after this you will take control of the vampires. I will destroy the other countries directly. Just do as I told you before. Boom. Suddenly explosions erupted around Shinjuku. Mo Fan's location was also affected, but fortunately he erected a protective barrier in time. Mo Fan gave Kaifula a look, then transformed directly into the evil god Super Saiyan 2nd grade. He then placed his right palm over his left and pulled out a scythe made of black-green energy. Xiaoya, this is how you use a scythe, not like you did. Mo Fan then swung it toward the sky and a massive energy blade shot upward. Boom. Mo Fan's energy blade tore a huge gap in the heavens, and from within flew out snow-white angels. Mo Fan gave the others a look behind him, then burst with energy and charged forward. Bang. 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 With each punch, Mo Fan destroyed one angel after another. At the same time as his attacks were about to shatter the temporal barrier of the Seraphim of the End, Yan Wang directly flew out of Xiao Yu's body and arrived here. Yan Wang looked at the rampaging Mo Fan and said, Mo Fan. If you keep fighting like this, the whole world will collapse. Mo Fan paused slightly upon hearing Yan Wang's words. He coldly stared at Yan Wang and said, hey, you think I'll stop just because you say so? Besides, I can do it, even if the world is destroyed I can repair it. So let me try again. Ahem, let's talk things out calmly, young man. This isn't entirely the angels' fault. You should blame that seventh ancestor, not the angels. Fine. But I have two conditions. Yan Wang frowned slightly upon hearing Mo Fan's demands and said, alright, but don't make excessive demands. Of course. My conditions are: first, angels can no longer casually attack humans or vampires; second, when humans or vampires face great difficulties you must lend a hand. That's all. Nothing else. Yan Wang thought for a moment after hearing Mo Fan's conditions, then said, I accept these conditions. But what about that vampire? How should he be dealt with? Mo Fan tore open space and pulled Fide, who was trapped on the ground, over. Fide saw himself suddenly in the void with a figure made of salt appearing beside him. Mo Fan looked at Fide and said, first let him stay in the sun for 100 years. After another 100 years your body will develop a constitution that attracts men. You'll have no combat power, and besides being unable to die you can only live in agony. Mo Fan gave Yan Wang a look, then ignoring Fide's pleas for mercy directly threw him into the sun. While everyone was still tending to Xiao Yu, Mo Fan flew back in through the window. The moment Kekulu saw Mo Fan, she covered her head with both hands trembling and crouched in a corner, her pink eyes staring at him in terror. Mo Fan said to everyone, "I'll take a walk around Kekulu's circle, otherwise this will cause trouble sooner or later." Saying that, he directly picked up Kekulu and teleported outdoors. Mo Fan pulled Kroll beneath a towering cherry blossom tree. Kroll gazed at him, her voice trembling. "Mo Fan, why have you never appeared before? Why?" With each strike, Kroll pounded her fists against his chest with even greater force than before. Watching Kroll teeter on the brink of madness once more, Mo Fan paused mid-explanation and gently cupped her tear-soaked face. "This time is my fault," he said softly. "Will you stop being angry with me? I swear to you, if you ever suffer such harm again, I will take my own life right before your eyes." Kroll faltered at Mo Fan's words, her heart tingling faintly. The force behind her punches gradually weakened. Sensing her composure return, Mo Fan pressed his forehead against hers, their eyes locking in silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ajuro Maru had barely been released by Mo Fan when he reached out with his divine sense to sense the other progenitors. The moment he did, a cold sweat broke out across his back. Hong Lian, having rushed over in a panic after Xiao Yu fainted, witnessed Mo Fan's actions. She then turned to Ajuro Maru, whose face had drained of color and was glistening with cold sweat. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Mo Fan has annihilated every vampire except those in Japan." These words sent gasps rippling through the crowd, each person utterly stunned by the enormity of Mo Fan's deed. Suddenly, a dark purple arm brushed against Hong Lian and Ajuro Maru. A knight clad in black-purple armor rose from the ground, extending an arm toward them. Hong Lian immediately retreated several steps backward. The dark purple knight addressed Hong Lian and Ajuro Maru. "Do not be alarmed. I am Yi Grelite, summoned by our Lord. This visit is to inform you that the authority over both humans and vampires now rests in your hands. However, the Lady Mother will be taken away by our Lord." Ajuro Maru's spirit sank upon hearing Yi Grelite's words, yet the knight's next statement reignited a flicker of hope within him. "They will remain for only half a month before departing." With those words, Yi Grelite vanished before everyone's eyes. Yui watched Yi Grelite disappear and nudged Jun Yu with his elbow. "Jun Yu, did Mo Fan truly wipe out every nation besides our Japan?" Jun Yu shot him an exasperated glance. "Naturally. Didn't you hear Commander Hong Lian's words?" Beneath the cherry blossom tree, Mo Fan observed Yi Grelite's return and realized the arrangement with Hong Lian and the others had been finalized. He then turned and gently stroked Kroll's cheek after their fierce battle. Mo Fan recalled the abilities of Cheng Xiaoyu from the system-given novel I Alone Level Up. As a result, he had inherited all the powers of the Shadow Monarch. Feeling the surge of new strength coursing through his veins, he smiled. Perhaps in the future he could let defeated enemies rise again before absorbing them. It wasn't such a bad idea. Lost in thought, Mo Fan happily squeezed Kroll's plump soft cheek. It felt so irresistibly bouncy that he nearly wanted to take a bite, imagining juice would burst forth. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the desire. Kroll was roused by Mo Fan's squeezing and murmured in her soft voice, "Mo Fan, how much time has passed? And please be a little gentler, I'm still recovering. You know my fragile constitution." Hearing her voice, Mo Fan nearly lost control once again, but he managed to restrain himself. Noticing the purplish-blue flush spreading across Mo Fan's face, Kroll chuckled without pressing further, understanding his predicament well. Seeing Kroll had finally settled down, Mo Fan exhaled and said, "By the way, Kroll, would you like to see your brother?" Hearing that she could see her long-deceased brother, Kroll disregarded her pain and threw her arms around Mo Fan's waist. "Really? Mo Fan, take me to see him now." Witnessing Kroll's desperation, Mo Fan gently stroked her hair, helped her dress, and then teleported them to Ajuro Maru's location. As Mo Fan sent Kroll to reunite with Ajuro Maru, he turned to find three people entangled in an intimate moment. Xiao Yu struggled to free herself from Mika and Shiroyasha's grasp. Spotting Mo Fan grinning at her, she snapped irritably, "Hey Mo Fan, how can you even smile? Don't you know what your other girlfriend is going through right now?" As Mo Fan turned his head in response, Kafla launched herself from a distance straight onto his face. Catching her sweet scent, he reluctantly set her down and said, "Kafla, there's no need to be so enthusiastic the moment you see me. Has your appetite changed recently?" Xiao Yu watched the two interact warmly and sighed, thinking of the disparity between her family and the mighty Mo Fan household. Just then two voices echoed from behind Xiaoyu, "Oh my, what is our little Xiao Yu staring at? Surely we're not enough for you." Xiaoyu's blood ran cold at those chilling words. With stiff mechanical movements she turned to face Mika and Shiroyasha, both beaming at her, and swallowed hard. Before she could react, Mika and Shiroyasha dragged her into a room. As Xiao Yu was being pulled away, she cried out to Mo Fan, "Mo Fan, save me." Mo Fan watched as Xiao Yu was pulled into the dark room and said, "Enjoy this comfort while it lasts, there's worse to come." Xiao Yu's screams echoed from within the dark room. Jun Yu took a deep breath, glancing at the grinning Mo Fan and listening to Xiao Yu's pained cries. A few months later, Kolulu was swinging her legs while watching Mo Fan and Kai Fula training. With a look of utter despair she said, "I'm so bored, brother. I don't know what to do anymore. Mo Fan has pushed all the responsibilities onto you and now I'm just stuck here bored to death." Originally Kolulu was very happy when she learned she no longer had to be queen. But after a few months of this life she found it extremely boring and she would rather go back to being queen, at least then she would have something to do. Zhu Luo looked at Kolulu speechlessly and said, "Sister, didn't you say you were happy? How come after just a few months you want to go back?" At that moment Mo Fan easily caught Kai Fula's punch, then turned to look at Kolulu and said, "Alright, get ready to go to another world, Kolulu. Prepare yourself, we'll leave this afternoon." Kolulu was initially delighted upon hearing Mo Fan's words, but soon she thought about how she might never see her brother again. Zhu Luo saw Kolulu's expression, smiled and patted her head. "It's okay, sister. As long as you don't get bullied in the future, that's enough. After all, I was never supposed to exist in the first place, I was resurrected by someone. Even Mo Fan doesn't know who that person is. But now I've finally seen you, my sister, and I'm already content. Go ahead, sister." 3 hours later Mo Fan watched Kolulu come out carrying 2 large bags. He smiled but said nothing. After waving goodbye to Xiao Yu and the others, he took Kai Fula and Kolulu to the place where he first arrived and jumped in. Kolulu found herself walking amidst the stars, looking left and right in wonder. Mo Fan saw her behavior and said, "You can look but don't go inside. If you do it will be hard to get out." Kolulu nodded at Mo Fan's words. She was a bit more restrained than before, but she still glanced at all the spacetimes they passed by. Mo Fan gave Kai Fula a look, then teleported to a very important marker he had. "Search." Mo Fan instantly teleported to a doorframe marked with the SCP symbol. He summoned the system and asked, "System, I want to know what my survival rate is in this world." Ding replying to host. Survival rate is 50. The system strongly advises the host not to enter this world. Mo Fan fell into deep thought upon seeing the system's reply. He was a T0 level figure in other worlds, yet here in SCP his survival rate was only half. Indeed, the powerful beings of SCP were formidable. Although he could copy and absorb abilities, if he tried to withstand their attacks head-on he would be reduced to nothing but bones. He decided never to come to the SCP world again, or else he wouldn't make it through. Mo Fan shook his head, then marked the SCP door as danger, before teleporting back to Kolulu. When Kolulu ran to a spacetime door, she didn't stop in time. Just as she was about to fall, and Mo Fan, who had just teleported, grabbed her. Kolulu scratched her head, turned around awkwardly and looked at a grim-faced Mo Fan. "Mo Fan, I won't do it again. Give me a chance, please." Mo Fan sighed, pulled Kolulu back and said, "Alright Kolulu, we need to find a world." Hearing that they could finally enter another dimension, Kolulu immediately clung to Mo Fan like a sloth, rubbing her face against his. Okay, let's go." Mo Fan lovingly ruffled Kolulu's smooth hair, then extended his other hand to Kai Fula. Kai Fula also placed her right hand on Mo Fan's left hand. Fox Spirit World. A red-haired uncle and a thin young man shouted at a person lying on the ground, "You brat. If you don't come out I'll break your legs in no time." The child lying inside the 2 Shan boundary said, "Then go ahead. They didn't take me away anyway. If you dare step into this territory I'll give you my legs. This is 2 Shan after all. Think it over, you two." The white-haired youth beside him said to the red-haired uncle, "Brother, who go in and drag him out." At that moment a person pushing a wheelchair stepped out from behind and said, "The twin immortals of Tiger and Crane are famous figures in the martial world, yet here they are bullying a child. However, their suggestion is not bad. The demons of 2 Shan devour people without spitting out bones. Little friend, you'd better come out quickly lest you lose your life." Just then the white-haired youth recognized the person in the wheelchair and said, "Wind passes without turning the head, jade-faced wind lord Shimen Chue Sha. I never expected you to be here too." At that moment the sound of bells came from afar. The child looked up and saw a girl with fox ears floating down from the sky. The jade-faced wind lord saw the fox demon and said, "Ah, could you be the master of this place, Miss 2 Shan Hong Hong?" From Tu Shan Honghong's mouth came an ethereal voice, Tu Shan. I protect it. Got it. As she spoke, Tu Shan Honghong's originally emerald green eyes instantly turned a terrifying red. Ah! 3 screams rang out and the 3 people were knocked to the ground by Tu Shan Honghong. When they stood up they saw something stuck to their faces. At that moment a childish voice rang out, that only proves your lack of knowledge, uncle. Your wind is just a magical artifact infused with spiritual power. But my sister can stop any artifact with her bare hands. Just as the childish voice finished, Tu Shan Honghong kicked over a nearby forest and from within jumped out a very handsome man. Mo Fan, seeing that he had been exposed, smiled and caught Tu Shan Honghong's fist. With a teasing look he said, Hey, don't hit me. I'm not here to cause trouble in Tu Shan. I just saw you fighting and came to take a look. And Tu Shan Rongrong, aren't you worried that your sister might kill your important client? Tu Shan Rongrong, upon hearing Mo Fan's words, rarely opened her eyes that were usually squinted. Mo Fan was quite surprised to see Rongrong with her eyes open. It turned out that Tu Shan Rongrong's eyes were emerald green. In the anime he had watched, her eyes were often replaced by money symbols or other signs, and even when they were normal a green screen obscured the true color of her irises. Tu Shan Rongrong squinted her eyes again after a moment and said, Hee, it's fine. My sister knows her limits. But why do you have monkey demon traits? Mo Fan looked at Tu Shan Honghong, who had withdrawn her leg, and said, Well, you can think of it as atavism. And Dongfang Yuechu, aren't you sure you want to do something to earn some money in Tu Shan? Moreover, don't forget that almost everyone wants to capture you to obtain. Mo Fan paused here. Dongfang Yuechu, lying inside the Tu Shan territory, was startled and asked, Hey, how do you know my identity? Mo Fan smiled at the surprised Dongfang Yuechu. It seemed that young Dongfang Yuechu was quite cute when he was dumbfounded. But suddenly Mo Fan felt a pain on his tail. He quickly turned around and saw Bai Mei and Shui Bai biting his tail. Bai Mei, seeing that Mo Fan had finally noticed them, let go of his tail and grinned at his pained expression. Tu Shan Honghong, Tu Shan Rongrong, and a giant loli with a childlike face standing beside the Tu Shan cave all turned their gazes to Mo Bai's tail. At that moment Mo Fan heard the system's voice ding, Congratulations, host. You have arrived in the world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. You have obtained Void Tears, Ultimate Fire, Ultimate Water, Ultimate Metal, Ultimate Wood, Ultimate Earth, Ultimate Light and Darkness, and the Infinite Wine Flask. Hearing the system's rewards, Mo Fan's urge to beat up Bai Mei also dissipated. Bai Mei saw Mo Fan suddenly stop his fist mid-air from hitting her head, and then saw Mo Fan's expression as if he had gained something and decided not to hit her. This made Bai Mei bite Mo Fan's tail even more recklessly, while Shui Bai lay quietly beside Mo Fan's neck. Mo Fan's just subdued anger flared up again due to Bai Mei's bite. However, just as Mo Fan prepared to deliver a real headbutt to Bai Mei, he was stopped by an ice spike summoned by a distant fox-eared loli with a childlike face and a voluptuous figure, accompanied by, Don't you dare bully our fox clan. Tu Shan Rongrong looked at her sister with a speechless expression. Bai Mei, seeing Mo Fan about to hit her, also stopped her mouth that was about to bite Mo Fan's tail again. Mo Fan, hearing the fox-eared loli say, Tu Shan Yaya, hello. I won't hit your fox clan, but your ice magic is not well learned. How about I teach you, and after you master it you can help your sister. Tu Shan Yaya burst out laughing upon hearing Mo Fan's words. However, having just interrupted Mo Fan's attack herself, Mo Fan cast a regretful look at Tu Shan Honghong, who helplessly ruffled Tu Shan Yaya's hair. Tu Shan Yaya broke free from her sister's head patting and said to Mo Fan in an extremely arrogant tone, Hey stinky monkey, teach me now. After I master it I'll definitely treat you to the finest food and drink. Alright, yes. First let me rest in your Tu Shan for a few days. And I'm not called Stinky Monkey, I'm Mo Fan. Mo Fan also looked at Tu Shan Yaya helplessly. It seemed that what was said online before was right. Tu Shan Rongrong inherited 50 of the intelligence, Tu Shan Honghong inherited 40, and Tu Shan Yaya only inherited 20 intelligence and 0 emotional intelligence. Thinking of this, Mo Fan turned around and saw the sneaky Tiger Crane Immortals and Jade Face Wind Lord trying to slip away. He smiled and dragged the 3 struggling people toward Tu Shan. Along the way a casual remark from Mo Fan sent chills down the backs of everyone present except Tu Shan Yaya and Tu Shan Honghong. Tu Shan Rongrong only inherited intelligence but not size, Tu Shan Yaya inherited size but not intelligence or emotional intelligence. Tu Shan Honghong is basically average in all aspects except. Before Mo Fan could finish he saw Tu Shan Rongrong turn around with a face full of black lines, so he quickly shut his mouth and quietly stroked the Bai Mei and Shui Bai in his hands. After being comfortably stroked by Mo Fan for a while by Mei Yan rubbed against Mo Fan's chest and then quietly fell asleep on his chest. Seeing Tushan Rongrong still with a black-lined face, Mo Fan hurriedly took 10 bags of gold from his system space and threw them to her. But then he thought that he hadn't given a gift to his newly accepted disciple yet. So Mo Fan also exchanged a box from the system space which contained chest bindings and some ice element fruits or techniques and threw it directly toward Tushan Yaya. As Mo Fan approached the Tushan gate, he thought about how he should stay until 500 years later after the Southern Kingdom Princess arc, when he could probably destroy the entire outside world. Then he would see if he could trick Tushan Yaya into leaving with him, if not he could just visit this world often. At that time he would separate Su Su and Bai Yuechu's bodies from Dongfang Yuechu and Hong Hong's souls, create 2 new bodies, stuff Tushan Hong Hong and Dongfang Yuechu into them, and then he could go to other worlds. He wondered how Kaifula and Kulu were doing over at the Black Fox's side. At the Black Fox's place, Tushan Fengshi looked at the 2 girls who had suddenly arrived. Before Tushan Fengshi could speak, Kaifula directly said to her, "We have come to join you. We too are from another world and we have come here precisely for the bitter love tree in the Tushan region." Tushan Fengshi frowned upon hearing Kaifula's words and said, "Oh, may I ask what reason do I have to believe what you two say?" Kulu smiled slightly upon hearing Tushan Fengshi's words and directly used what Mo Fan had said when they first arrived in this world: "If you don't believe, you can go see that human with a monkey tail over at Tushan. When you see his fighting style and battle scenes, you'll know how strong he is." Upon hearing Kulu's words, Tushan Fengshi also thought that she had not been monitoring Tushan recently because she was preparing a major event and hadn't paid much attention to that side. She hadn't expected that such a big figure would appear while she wasn't watching. Now she definitely needed to go and monitor him. Then Tushan Fengshi said to Kulu and the other, "Then please formally join our Black Fox faction. May I ask what your names are?" Half a year later, a small thatched hut appeared beside the Tushan gate. Inside were the already starving and emaciated Jade-Face Wind Lord and the Tiger Crane Immortals, 3 people crouching and waiting for Dongfang Yuechu. Standing on the city wall, Tushan Hong Hong looked at the 3 emaciated people. At that moment Tushan Yaya ran tremblingly toward Tushan Hong Hong while shouting, "Sister, save me. That stinky monkey is inhuman. He catches me every day and grinds me." Bang! Before Tushan Hong Hong could speak, an explosion sounded from behind her. Tushan Hong Hong and Tushan Yaya both turned to look at the boat on the pond outside the city wall. On the boat, an old man in a red cloak summoned 2 huge fireballs and stared at Tushan Hong Hong. The Taoist standing beside the old man taunted, "Tremble. Don't think this time is the same as before. This time we have invited the legendary Golden Face Fire God who once fought across the world." Tushan Hong Hong coldly leaped onto the boat that had sailed under the wall and said to the humans below, "Same rules as always, if you lose, get the hell out of here." The Golden Face Fire God, standing in the middle of the crowd, sneered coldly, "Heh heh heh, what an arrogant demon. Die for me." As he spoke, the Golden Face Fire God's eyes began to glow red and his body erupted with a red light. The burst of light forced Tushan Yaya, who was on the city wall, back a few steps. But the rushing light split the city wall in 2, which directly caused the just-arrived Dongfang Yuechu to fall into the river through the crack. When Dongfang Yuechu slid onto the shore, he looked up and saw the Tiger Crane Immortals and Jade-Face Wind Lord grinning at him. Jade-Face Wind Lord laughed tremblingly, "We searched high and low but found nothing. Seeing someone from the Ichi Dao Alliance, we knew we could take advantage of the chaos to do something." Dongfang Yuechu looked at the 3 who had turned themselves into monsters and said tremblingly, "Oh, hello you. Aren't you afraid of my fairy sister?" Upon hearing Dongfang Yuechu still mention his fairy sister, Jade-Face Wind Lord scoffed, "Fairy sister? You really think that little girl is invincible? He is the Golden Face Fire God who has been in seclusion for many years and the only one in the world who can use the demon-destroying divine fire, Pure Young Flame." While Jade-Face Wind Lord was speaking, Tushan Hong Hong touched the fireball conjured by the Golden Face Fire God and an extremely scorching sensation burned in her hand. Even though she could deflect most magical artifacts, she could not withstand this. Seeing that a demon actually dared to touch his Pure Young Flame, the Golden Face Fire God laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, I've long heard that you demon can catch magical artifacts with your bare hands, but my Pure Young Flame is an ancient divine fire, your nemesis. If you want to catch it, even a touch will burn you." Tushan Hong Hong felt the burning pain in her hand and her eyes turned blood red. After dodging a few fireballs from the Golden Face Fire God, she turned around and saw that she was completely surrounded by fireballs. After seeing her sister engulfed by the fireballs, Tushan Yaya just jumped down from the city wall but was immediately blocked by several swords. At the same time, several Taoists surrounded Tushan Yaya. One of them standing on a sword said to her, "This is Lord Fire God's duel. You little demons, don't be insolent." Tushan Yaya looked at the Taoists surrounding her and cursed, "Damn it. Stinky monkey. Come help sister or else I won't let." Before Tushan Yaya could finish, she was directly embraced by Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked at Tushan Yaya, whose face had turned red with embarrassment, in his arms and smiled, "This is a secret that no one can tell. I am the leader, but if I help now your sister will lose something important. After your sister obtains that important thing I will act." Mo Fan as he spoke leaned close to Tushan Yaya's ear and whispered. The Taoists, seeing Mo Fan ignore them, said, "Humph. Impudent monkey." Just as the Taoists were about to attack Mo Fan, they felt a warmth on their necks. Touching it, they saw their perspective rapidly flying downward while their bodies still stood in the air. At that moment purple-black figures emerged from the shadows of the slain Taoists. Ygritte, standing at the lead, respectfully said to Mo Fan, "Master, do you have any further orders?" Mo Fan waved his hand and said, "You all wait and watch from the side. After it's over, just kill everyone present." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Ygritte directly commanded the soldiers beside him to stand neatly not far from Mo Fan. Tushan Yaya stared blankly at the purple-black crowd that suddenly emerged from behind the Taoists and decapitated them. She turned to Mo Fan and asked, "Stinky monkey, who are these people?" Mo Fan rubbed Tushan Yaya's ear and said, "You can think of me as their master. They are people who were dead and then summoned by me." Tushan Yaya felt the comfort on her ear but was also startled by Mo Fan's words. Just as she was about to say something, she thought of her sister and turned to look in her direction. Dongfang Yuechu looked at Tushan Honghong, who was being suppressed, and quickly shouted at the Golden Face Fire God, "Golden Face Senior Uncle. I'm here. It's me. I am your junior sister Dongfang Qinlan's son Dongfang Yuechu." Hearing Dongfang Yuechu from below, the Golden Face Fire God looked at his appearance, then thought of his junior sister's face and immediately shouted, "So you are the son of my junior sister. I've been looking for you for many years. Don't be afraid, your uncle will deal with this demoness and then come to save you." Tushan Honghong burst through the smoke and punched at the Golden Face Fire God, but he dodged. Tushan Honghong looked at him and said, "Who did you say you're going to deal with? Demoness, get out of the way." As soon as he finished, the Golden Face Fire God was punched in the face by Tushan Honghong, but he managed to block it. Seeing her attack blocked, Tushan Honghong immediately punched him in the stomach. The Golden Face Fire God was hit so hard that his eyes rolled white and he slammed heavily into the city wall, stuck so firmly that he couldn't be pried off. Tushan Honghong walked step by step toward the Golden Face Fire God and said, "All your ribs are broken, internal organs severely damaged. Let your men carry you back for major repairs. From now on, never set foot in Tushan again." With his last strength, the Golden Face Fire God pulled out an orange pill from his chest. Tushan Rongrong, leaning against the wall, looked down and saw him take the wrong pill. She immediately opened her eyes wide and shouted at Tushan Honghong, "Sister, sister. Stop him. He's not eating an ordinary pill. It's the Crimson Flame Demon pill that massively increases demonic power in a short time." The person standing closest to the Golden Face Fire God was grabbed by the face by him. While swallowing the pill, the Golden Face Fire God said, "Good eyesight, but unfortunately you said it too late." As he finished speaking, the Golden Face Fire God's demonic power increased exponentially. When Tushan Honghong was about to reach him, she was sent flying by his demonic power. Tushan Yaya felt the extremely powerful fire element and said, "Damn, pure fire quality with golden light protecting the body, so strong. Is this the strongest form of the Golden Face Fire God who has dominated the Daoist world for decades?" Suddenly Tushan Yaya and Tushan Rongrong felt a very cool sensation. Turning around, they saw that the surroundings were slowly forming ice crystals. Mo Fan looked at the flame and sneered, "Alas, if it weren't for your sister obtaining that artifact, I would have extinguished this long ago." After laughing for a while, the Golden Face Fire God conjured an enormous fireball with both hands, covering the entire Tushan in a fiery red color. Just as Tushan Honghong was staring at the fireball with a grave expression, Dongfang Yuechu slowly walked over, placed her hand on his chest, and under her shocked gaze directly thrust his arm into his own chest. Seeing this, Mo Fan instantly teleported behind the Golden Face Fire God and punched him in the back. The Golden Face Fire God, in pain, lost control of his spiritual energy and fell straight toward the ground. Tushan Yaya watched this as a real fireball. Mo Fan said as he summoned a fireball even hotter than the Golden Face Fire God's and threw it in his direction. Mo Fan watched as the Golden Face Fire God was engulfed by the fireball he had summoned. He rubbed his neck, snapped his fingers, and instantly the surrounding terrain that had been destroyed was restored by that single snap. As Mo Fan flew toward Tushan Yaya, he felt two unfriendly gazes. Dongfang Yuechu looked at Mo Fan speechlessly, as if to say, "Why couldn't you come out earlier? Did you have to wait until I got stabbed?" In the distance, Kulu and Kaifula, along with the black fox standing beside them wearing a shocked expression, exchanged a glance. Both saw the answer in each other's eyes. It seemed Mo Fan had found another sister for them. Tushan Honghong looked at Mo Fan, who had effortlessly dealt with the golden-faced fire deity, then glanced at Dongfang Yuechu lying on the ground being treated by Tushan Rongrong, and asked Mo Fan, "Why didn't you step in just now?" Tushan Honghong, just feel your own hands." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Tushan Honghong used her demon power to sense her hands, and this direct sensation made her, who had previously felt guilty, look at Mo Fan without a trace of remorse. Mo Fan smiled and pulled an immortal being from his system space, tossing it toward Tushan Rongrong as she treated Dongfang Yuechu on the ground. "Tushan Honghong, do you know why I didn't intervene? You should have felt your own hands. You could control all magical treasures. And the bean I gave Rongrong can pull someone back from the brink of death, though they would still need some time to rest and recover." Although Mo Fan produced an immortal being from his system space and threw it toward Tushan Rongrong to treat Dongfang Yuechu, it was only a half-finished product, more like something he was developing through his own research for personal use. Tushan Honghong was startled upon hearing about the immortal being's healing effects, but Mo Fan's following words quickly dampened her excitement. After speaking, Mo Fan turned to look at Tushan Yaya. Upon seeing his gaze, she let out a long sigh without saying a word. Mo Fan was taken aback. At first, getting Tushan Yaya to listen had been extremely difficult, but this time it had gone so smoothly. It seemed she had finally recognized the gap between herself and a true powerhouse and was now eager to work hard. Half a year later, Dongfang Yuechu slowly woke from his bed. He recalled that although Mo Fan had played a trick on him, he had finally experienced his first kiss with his fairy sister, and there would surely be more opportunities to develop their feelings in the future. Dongfang Yuechu smiled foolishly and slowly opened his eyes, only to see an enormous furry caterpillar with a teasing female voice looming before him. Dongfang Yuechu screamed upon seeing the massive insect. "Ah! Monster! Such a giant maggot monster, don't come over. If you keep coming, I'll throw a pillow at you." The leech-like creature with the female voice heard Dongfang Yuechu's words and instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke. From within emerged a young girl wearing turquoise robes reminiscent of the Tang dynasty style. Hearing his words, she said, "Such rude behavior. I am a leech spirit. My specialty lies in blood regeneration and related demon arts." Seeing such a beautiful older sister, Dongfang Yuechu quickly changed his tone and said, "I can tell you're a kind and noble person at first glance." The girl chuckled upon hearing Dongfang Yuechu's words and said, "I am a renowned physician in the demon realm. My consultation fees are quite steep." Dongfang Yuechu heard the girl's words and asked, "Ah. Did fairy sister Tushan ask you to come?" Upon hearing a human refer to her best friend Tushan Honghong as fairy sister, the girl grew curious and asked, "Goodness, I've known Honghong for so many years, yet she has never once asked me for help. So just what are you to her?" Just as Dongfang Yuechu was about to boast, Mo Fan, who had been standing by the doorframe for quite some time, chuckled and said, "Quilling, enough teasing. This time I paid the most, and it's all because of my own affairs." And Dongfang Yuechu stopped talking for a moment. "Look behind you first." Dongfang Yuechu was thoroughly startled by Mo Fan's words. Turning his head, he saw Tushan Yaya resting her head on the bedside with an adorably blank expression. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Yaya roughly understood what Dongfang Yuechu was about to say and directly threatened, "I advise you to watch your words. You've seen how fierce my sister can be. Those who offend her usually meet a miserable end. Ah, by the way, Quilling, this is payment for this time. Feel free to come to me anytime in the future. And Yaya, you don't need to rest anymore, it's time to train. If you don't build your strength now, wouldn't you be afraid of encountering something like the golden-faced fire deity incident again?" Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Tushan Yaya immediately abandoned her lazy attitude and rushed to Mo Fan's side, asking, "Stinky monkey, shall we go train now?" Quilling was surprised to see the previously lethargic Tushan Yaya becoming so diligent under Mo Fan's influence. She asked, "I had previously heard Honghong mention that you could motivate Yaya to work harder. It seems I am truly witnessing it today. Moreover, I also want to see what qualifications you have to teach Yaya." Mo Fan smiled and retrieved from his system space the jar he had kept since killing the golden-faced fire deity, back when the system had reminded him to collect all of the fire deity's blood and store it within his space, which he had done without question. He never expected it to prove useful so soon. Quilling stared at the sudden jar that appeared in Mo Fan's hand and asked, Mo Fan, what are you planning to do?" Mo Fan tossed the jar to Qiuling and smiled, pointing at it with his finger. Qiuling followed his gesture and opened the jar, immediately sensing a highly authentic Eastern bloodline emanating from within. Looking up, she met Mo Fan's gaze, smiled knowingly and securely closed the jar. Dongfang Yuechu watched Qiuling receive the jar from Mo Fan and asked, "Is there something extraordinary about this?" Mo Fan turned to Dongfang Yuechu and explained, "Cough, let me tell you what's inside. Actually, it would be better if I share a story with you first. Over 10 years ago, a handsome young human man arrived in a village. A female demon much like yourself, naive and inexperienced, fell wildly in love with him and followed him when he left the village. A month later her body was discovered at a pharmacy in a neighboring town, wrapped and preserved. It was said that she had even passed on her clan's exclusive demon art to someone else. That someone was the man. Here's a hint: Eastern." Upon hearing Mo Fan's story and his clue, Dongfang Yuechu immediately thought of the only relative still alive in his family, his uncle, the golden-faced fire deity. Qiuling frowned upon hearing Mo Fan's tale. The clues she had been searching for so long had been solved in less than a day by this person. She asked, "Then may I ask, Mr. Mo Fan, how did you come to know about this matter?" Mo Fan smiled and waved his hand, explaining, "Actually, I possess a skill that allows me to copy other people's techniques, such as Tushan abilities or even your Leech clan's powers. That is precisely how I knew. By the way, this is not payment, consider it compensation for your pitiful clan ancestor. Disposal is entirely up to you. Additionally, here is something else for you." As he spoke, Mo Fan directly handed a bag of immortal beans to Qiuling. She caught them in a fluster and opened the bag to find a large quantity of green beans inside. Tushan Yaya, who had been idly playing with her fair smooth stomach, noticed what Mo Fan had thrown and exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this the immortal bean you gave the stinky cockroach?" Mo Fan affectionately ruffled Tushan Yaya's head and said, "This is the complete version. As long as the person is not yet dead, it can pull them back from the jaws of death itself. What I gave Dongfang Yuechu last time was a half-finished product. It was meant to be exchanged for this jar of blood for you, Qiuling." Qiuling looked at the immortal beans in her hand and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Mo Fan. I owe you a favor." On the water's surface an intensely frigid ice energy radiated outward, causing the small animals nearby to scatter in fear. The fish in the water also swiftly swam away from the freezing pool. Mo Fan watched with satisfaction as Tushan Yaya gradually learned to transform ice elements to sub-zero temperatures. Just then he felt an unusual sensation in his palm. Opening his hand, he saw a knight in dark purple armor respectfully addressing him, "My lord, today is the main lady's birthday. Very well, you may return for now." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Mo Fan dismissed him and looked up at Tushan Yaya, who sat with her eyes tightly closed upon a snow lotus. He thought to himself that he should gift her a set of clothes she could wear as she grew, and also a small castle. He would use the method developed by Long Ziyu. After all, he had always wanted to try it since first encountering it. If not for lacking money, he would have had someone build one for his own birthday celebration. Even if he couldn't find a girlfriend, he could still make his own birthday enjoyable. He would also gift her a cultivation technique and snow pills. Thinking thus, Mo Fan directly summoned Belle and said, "Belle, have your ant colony construct a castle. The first floor will be a meat section, the second floor for fruits and desserts, and the third floor for wine." Upon hearing Mo Fan's instructions, Belle nodded and summoned dozens of ants comparable to great demons to go out and gather ingredients. She then retreated. Mo Fan watched Belle retreat, then looked up at meditating Tushan Yaya and called out, "Yaya, I'll take you out to eat." Upon hearing Mo Fan offer to take her out to eat, Tushan Yaya emerged from meditation, using her demonic power to leap directly in front of him and asked, "Stinky monkey, what's gotten into you today? Why are you suddenly taking me out to eat?" Mo Fan smiled without saying anything, pulling a bag of gold coins from his system space and tossing it to Tushan Yaya. Seeing the gold coins in her hand, she asked curiously, "Hey stinky monkey, why are you giving me gold coins? Aren't you taking me out to eat? Go buy your own food. I don't know what you want to eat, so it's better for you to buy it yourself." Hearing Mo Fan's words, Tushan Yaya ran straight toward the Tushan restaurant. At that moment Mo Fan looked at the tree beside him and said, "Come out, Romrom. What is it this time?" Tushan Romrom, seeing that she had been exposed, stepped out from behind the tree and said to Mo Fan, "Mo Fan, I've noticed that over the past year you've always had a special feeling toward my sister. Could it be that you like her?" Mo Fan watched as Tushan Romrom's eyes narrowed at the end of her words. Looking at her gossipy nature, he said helplessly, "Well, I do like your sister. But that's not why you came to find me, is it?" Tushan Romrom was shocked to hear Mo Fan confess so calmly that he liked her sister. Seeing her own loss of composure, she quickly calmed down and said, "There is something. My sister asked you to help Tushan with a favor, to find something." Mo Fan smiled upon hearing Tushan Rongrong's words. It seemed that what he had said to Tushan Honghong earlier had been effective. A few nights ago Mo Fan approached Tushan Honghong and said, "Tushan Honghong, I have something to attend to soon and will be leaving. So on the day I go tell Rongrong that you asked me to do something." Tushan Honghong asked doubtfully, "Mo Fan, what do you need to do?" I'm going out to do something and might be away for half a month. Don't tell Rongrong and Yaya what I'm doing." Back to the present, Tushan Rongrong remembered that when she had wanted to ask further, her sister had suddenly stopped talking. So she asked Mo Fan, "Then Mo Fan, what did my sister say you were supposed to find? And it seems today is Yaya's birthday. How did you know that?" "Rongrong, let me answer your second question first. Since I'm pursuing your sister, I naturally need to know her lifestyle and birthday. As for the first, I won't say. I'll be back in about half a month." After saying that, Mo Fan waved goodbye to Tushan Rongrong, then placed his finger on his forehead and teleported to where Tushan Yaya was. Mo Fan teleported to a dark corner not far from Tushan Yaya, watching her spend lavishly on purchases. He smiled and asked the darkness behind him, "How is it? Is Bell ready?" From the darkness behind Mo Fan, a purple-black ant slowly emerged, kneeling on the ground, and said, "Yes, master. Beside the 10,000 Flowers Valley." After saying that, the purple-black ant slowly sank into the ground. Mo Fan, hearing Bell's words, looked up at the sunset, scratched his head and walked out of the alley. Tushan Yaya looked at the dazzling array of goods, recalling Mo Fan's earlier words and demeanor. She wondered what had gotten into that stinky monkey actually letting her off before finishing her training. Suddenly Tushan Yaya felt warmth on her ear. She blushed deeply and looked up at the person touching her ear. If it weren't someone she knew, she would definitely kill them. But when she looked up, she saw a gentle expression on Mo Fan's face which dispelled her urge to fight. Under Tushan Yaya's surprised gaze, Mo Fan lifted her in a princess carry. This action made Tushan Yaya aware of the stares from others. Even with her outgoing personality, she was embarrassed by the onlookers and buried her head in Mo Fan's chest. Tushan Yaya felt the surrounding gazes suddenly disappear. She lifted her head and saw that she had instantly arrived at the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Before her eyes stood a small castle. It took a moment for Tushan Yaya's mind to catch up, and she quickly climbed down from Mo Fan's chest. Tushan Yaya looked at the castle and asked Mo Fan, "Stinky monkey, how did this castle suddenly appear?" "Yaya, guess what day it is today? And you can go up and smell the scent." Tushan Yaya, skeptical but curious, slowly approached and sniffed the castle. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's meat. And today seems to be my birthday. Hey stinky monkey, how did you know my birthday?" Tushan Yaya then thought about how Mo Fan's gifts had been getting better over the past half year and asked, "Also Mo Fan, why have you been treating me so well lately?" After saying that, Tushan Yaya turned and caught a delightful fragrance. It turned out that Mo Fan had earlier asked Belle to inform the flower spirits about tonight's plan, and they had promised to make it perfect. Mo Fan pulled out a rose he had prepared behind his back, knelt on one knee among the flowers, and said to Tushan Yaya, "Tushan Yaya, I love you. These two things are for you as birthday gifts." Tushan Yaya stared at Mo Fan, who had suddenly knelt and confessed to her. The embarrassment she had just barely recovered from was reignited, her eyes turning red and steam rising from her body. On the distant city wall, Tushan Honghong and Tushan Rongrong watched Mo Fan and Tushan Yaya with the gaze of proud parents. But on the other side, Kafra and Kroll, seeing this scene, were so angry that the ground began to tremble. However, they quickly restrained themselves and looked at Mo Fan with a deranged expression, saying, "Hee Mo Fan, there won't be a next time. From now on, every time we catch you, you'll be drained dry." Originally Kroll had been somewhat Yandere, and now Mo Fan had fully turned her that way. Kafra had initially understood Mo Fan finding another partner, but now that both of them were here and he was still looking for another, that was unacceptable. However, they knew they couldn't interfere with Mo Fan's way of doing things. He could harm people but not the innocent. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was oblivious to the two girls' feelings and was still focused on Tushan Yaya. Tushan Yaya, her voice trembling, said, "Stinky monkey, are you serious?" "MMH." Before Tushan Yaya could finish speaking, Mo Fan couldn't help but kiss her. After a long spring moment, Mo Fan reluctantly pushed Tushan Yaya away. Under Mo Fan's relentless advances, Yaya was still dazed even after being pushed away. Mo Fan, seeing the foolishly adorable Tushan Yaya, smiled and tapped her forehead. Only after Mo Fan's tap did Tushan Yaya snap back to reality. Seeing Mo Fan still looking at her with a teasing gaze, she directly delivered a heavy punch to his chest. Fortunately Mo Fan's chest was sturdy enough, most other great demons couldn't withstand such a blow. Rubbing his chest, Mo Fan looked at Tushan Yaya and said helplessly, "Yaya, I'm about to leave soon and you still hit me so hard." Woo woo. After being punched, Mo Fan suddenly started crying. Although Tushan Yaya knew he was pretending, she was still puzzled by his words about leaving immediately. "Ah. Stinky monkey, why do you suddenly have to leave? Tell me. Stinky monkey, why do you suddenly have to leave? Tell me." Mo Fan, seeing Tushan Yaya acting normal one moment and strange the next, thought helplessly to himself, "Sigh, I really wish I could choose Tushan Rongrong instead. If not for Tushan Yaya, at least she's not so scheming. Actually, small chest isn't that bad, Kroyalu is the same." Mo Fan took Tushan Yaya to sit on the cliff of the 10,000 Flowers Valley and also magically protected the castle. Mo Fan looked at the opposite mountain, then turned to Tushan Yaya and said, "I'm going to the place where your sister once struck that earth-shattering punch at the northern border of the northern mountain, right?" Hearing Mo Fan suddenly mention her sister's punch, which made all humans and demons know the name of Tushan Yaya was still puzzled by his words. Stinky monkey, that incident did happen. So what are you going to do? I wasn't there that day, so don't ask me about the details. Actually, you don't need to know the details. Just know that I'm going to the northern mountain region. Have you heard of Jin Chensi? Then Stinky monkey, what do you want with Jin Chensi? Mo Fan didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up from the cliff and said to Tushan Yaya, "Let's not talk about secrets first. Anyway, I'll leave in a few minutes. So goodbye." Although today was somewhat happy, suddenly there's something. Before Tushan Yaya could respond, Mo Fan directly teleported away, leaving only the furious Tushan Yaya staring at the spot where he vanished. Finally, unable to hold back, Tushan Yaya shouted, "Stinky monkey! How dare you confess to me and then leave immediately? What kind of confession is that?" Despite saying that, Tushan Yaya still opened the box Mo Fan had given her and looked inside. Mo Fan thought that since he was going to train, he might as well absorb Jin Chensi and avoid the trouble of the final chapter of the anime. Besides, that Black Fox was quite pretty too, hee. Realizing that his smile was rather lecherous, Mo Fan immediately stopped. Anyway, he had already arrived at the border of the northern mountain, so he might as well absorb Jin Chensi now. With that thought, Mo Fan pressed his hand downward and golden liquid began to seep from the ground. Before Jin Chensi could even speak after being discovered by a monkey demon, Mo Fan directly absorbed it. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding, congratulations host on absorbing Jin Chensi. You have obtained liquefaction." Mo Fan smiled slightly at the system's reward and said, "Well, although I don't have divine might now, with Jin Chensi's skill I can dodge attacks in time. Even if it can't block fatal strikes, it's still something." After speaking, Mo Fan waved his hand, summoned a glowing door, stepped inside and began his training. 3 months later, inside the spirit time chamber. Mo Fan suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked his accumulated check-ins for a long time. He summoned the system and opened the check-in interface. Check-in has accumulated over 100 million years. You have obtained golden iron kidney. Recovery has been greatly enhanced, battle power increased by 50. Would you like to claim the reward? Mo Fan was puzzled by the first reward, golden iron kidney, and asked, "Claim. But system, why is my first reward the golden iron kidney?" Ding, replying to host. This is because although the host has unlimited stamina, your energy is not unlimited. Mo Fan twitched the corner of his mouth at the system's reply, indicating that this answer was quite speechless. But then he thought that he could finally go out and train Yaya, so he calmed down and teleported to the Tushan territory. As soon as Mo Fan teleported to the Tushan territory, he felt a dead, oppressive atmosphere. Walking toward the Tushan Grand Hall, he noticed that there were hardly any demons on the streets. This gave Mo Fan a sense of unease and he quickened his pace. Inside the Tushan Grand Hall, Mo Fan pushed open the door and saw Tushan Honghong and Tushan Rongrong sitting on chairs with expressions of utter despair, while Dongfang Yuechu was tied to a pillar struggling. Mo Fan looked at the two women and Dongfang Yuechu's actions and asked, "What did you all do?" Tushan Honghong, upon seeing Mo Fan return, had just a flicker of anger in her eyes before she suppressed it herself. Tushan Rongrong despairingly tossed a letter to Mo Fan. Mo Fan caught the letter from Tushan Rongrong and opened it. It read, "Demons of Tushan, we have captured your second-in-command Tushan Yaya. You have two choices. First, your second-in-command will be executed. Second, humans must take over your Tushan to ensure your second-in-command's life, and the last bloodline of the Dongfang family must bear a child. Deadline 1 month. The Ichi Dao Alliance of Humans. Bang! 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 After reading the letter Mo Fan burned it to ashes and the ground began to tremble violently. Tushan Rongrong tried to say something as she watched the suddenly enraged Mo Fan, but he interrupted her. I'll go alone to rescue Tushan Yaya. Mo Fan finished speaking and walked over to Dongfang Yuechu. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Mo Fan directly created a duplicate of Dongfang Yuechu. Then Mo Fan teleported with that duplicate Dongfang Yuechu to the human Ichi Dao Alliance. Inside the Ichi Dao Alliance, Tushan Yaya lay in the dungeon staring hopelessly out the window. But suddenly she heard a voice she had long been waiting for. Ichi Dao Alliance. I've brought Dongfang Yuechu. Release Tushan Yaya now. This voice also startled Wangquan Fugue, who was still training. He immediately ran out of the training room and looked up at the sky. Wangquan Bei quickly grabbed Wangquan Fugue, who wanted to go outside to see what was happening. Seeing his father's action, Wangquan Fugue stopped and stood quietly at the window of the training room watching Mo Fan. At that moment many sword cultivators flew out from the buildings mocking Mo Fan. Ha ha ha, Tushan is truly weak. Sending a mere little demon to our Ichi Dao Alliance headquarters, how laughable. And look, that demon is holding the child of the last Dongfang bloodline. Some sharp-eyed observers noticed the child in Mo Fan's hand. Mo Fan coldly stared at the crowd. At this moment Wangquan Bei flew out from the training room and said to Mo Fan, very well, first hand over the person, then we release the hostage. Mo Fan frowned at Wangquan Bei's words and said, but I must see the second-in-command Tushan Yaya first. Otherwise I won't release anyone. Wangquan Bei sneered at Mo Fan's words and mocked, then I'd like to ask, what ability do you have to fight against all of us? Oh, is that so? Mo Fan said, then stomped his foot in the air. Behind him a vast dark mass of humanoid figures appeared. This scene terrified the humans in the Ichi Dao Alliance and in the villages and cities that could see it. They collapsed to the ground in fear, forgetting to run. Mo Fan looked at Wangquan Bei and continued, how about now? Release her. If you dare to make a move, then your Tushan Yaya will die too. But Wangquan Bei saw Mo Fan grab Dongfang Yuechu by the neck and hold him in midair. Dongfang Yuechu struggled trying to breathe fresh air from Mo Fan's grip. Seeing Mo Fan's action, Wangquan Bei quickly stopped him, saying, alright, don't move. We'll release her. Only after hearing that did Mo Fan slightly loosen his grip. But Wangquan Bei, seizing the opportunity, immediately struck out, trying to cut off Mo Fan's arm to rescue Dongfang Yuechu. Well. Is it okay now? And I only said 3 numbers. After Mo Fan finished speaking, he gradually loosened his grip, allowing Dongfang Yuechu to quickly breathe fresh air. Wangquan Bei was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of a large troop of soldiers behind Mo Fan, but he soon rallied himself. 3. 2. When Mo Fan counted to 2, he slashed a chi blade towards the mountain beside the Ichi Dao Alliance headquarters, instantly shattering the mountain. This scene made Wangquan Bei think that after Mo Fan finished counting, he might destroy the entire Ichi Dao Alliance or even all of humanity. He hurriedly shouted at Mo Fan, alright. We'll release her. Hurry and release Tushan Yaya. The Daoist beside him, hearing Wangquan Bei's words, quickly ran towards the dungeon. After a while Mo Fan saw Tushan Yaya being pulled out by 2 Daoists already a circle thinner. His heart ached and he said sternly to Wangquan Bei, leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance, this time I'll give you a taste of my power. It's best not to provoke the people of Tushan. Boom. After Mo Fan finished speaking, a vast aura erupted from his body, causing Wangquan Bei, who was already suffering, to fall to his knees and gasp heavily due to the sudden release of Mo Fan's power. Wangquan Bei quickly said, yes. We will never provoke the people of Tushan again. After hearing this, Mo Fan withdrew his aura into his body, finally allowing Wangquan Bei to clutch his chest and gasp for fresh air. Mo Fan walked around Wangquan Bei towards Tushan Yaya, who was being supported by 2 Daoists. The Daoists stepped back. Mo Fan picked up Tushan Yaya in a princess carry. Before leaving, he casually crushed Dongfang Yuechu's doppelganger. However, before leaving, Mo Fan said to the Ichi Dao Alliance, as long as you don't make any more extreme moves, I can resurrect Dongfang Yuechu. Within Tushan territory, after Mo Fan fed Tushan Yaya an immortal being, he placed her by a waterfall. He rested her head on his lap and quietly watched her closed eyes. Her face was thinner than before. At this moment, due to the effect of the immortal being, Tushan Yaya slowly woke from her coma. Opening her eyes, she saw Mo Fan looking at her with a doting expression. As soon as Tushan Yaya opened her eyes, she directly hugged Mo Fan and cried, "Stinky monkey, don't leave me. This isn't a dream, is it? Seeing Tushan Yaya like this, the blame in Mo Fan's heart for her sudden appearance dissipated. He hugged her and comforted, "It's okay Yaya. I'm here." Tushan Yaya heard Mo Fan's voice and stopped crying. While Mo Fan was wondering why she abruptly stopped, he was caught off guard as she kissed him and was pressed to the ground by her. After a long moment their lips parted. Tushan Yaya, feeling breathless, reluctantly stood up from Mo Fan's body. Mo Fan pinched Tushan Yaya's ears, which had become straight from shyness due to the kiss. This made her even more embarrassed. She looked at Mo Fan's incessant mischievous grin and coquettishly said, "Stinky monkey, stop pinching or they'll break. Yaya, will you run off recklessly again? If you do, it won't be as simple as just pinching your ears." Hearing Mo Fan's words, Tushan Yaya thought about what would happen if she ran off again. The image that came to mind made her face flush red and faint steam seemed to rise from the top of her head. Seeing Tushan Yaya's reaction, Mo Fan smiled and gently kissed her forehead. Half a year later, Mo Fan watched Tushan Yaya quietly cultivating on the water's surface. She had already grown to half her future height and had changed into a blue Cheongsam-style dress with a chest binder that Mo Fan had put on her. At this moment Tushan Romrom walked over from beside Mo Fan and sat on the ground looking at her sister and the changes over the past half year. Mo Fan asked Tushan Romrom, who had suddenly appeared, "Romrom, why aren't you continuing to look at the account books?" Tushan Romrom murmured while looking at Tushan Yaya, "Taking a break today. It seems elder sister isn't lazy anymore." Mo Fan looked at Tushan Romrom and Tushan Yaya shook his head helplessly, stood up and flew into the sky using his chi to summon a doppelganger. The doppelganger was positioned directly opposite Mo Fan and both sides assumed a combat stance ready to fight. Bang! 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 Tushan Yaya, hearing the sound of fists and feet striking together, opened her eyes in bewilderment and saw two Mo Fans fighting in midair. At that moment Mo Fan barely blocked a punch from his doppelganger, which had already transformed into Super Saiyan 1, only to be sent crashing to the ground by a spinning kick from the clone. Drip drip. The sky gradually turned dark with thick clouds and large raindrops began to fall upon the earth. Mo Fan rose from the crater, wiped the mud and rain from his face and looked at the doppelganger. "Ah, it seems the clone broke the rules first. Ha!" As he spoke, a golden aura erupted around Mo Fan. Tushan Yaya and Tushan Romrom exchanged a glance before hiding behind a tree to watch the battle. This movement also caught the attention of Tushan Honghong, who was sitting in her room. She looked out the window and saw a golden aura soaring into the sky, piercing through the dark clouds and allowing sunlight to stream down onto the land. After half a month of recuperation, Dongfang Yuechu resumed his daily routine. Just as he was about to cut a tomato in half, the cutting board shattered. He turned to see a massive golden aura erupting from the mountain behind the bitter love tree. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1, Mo Fan teleported behind the doppelganger and struck its face with his right fist. Just as he was about to land a left punch to the stomach, the clone's tail coiled around him and flung him several meters away with a back suplex. After creating some distance, the doppelganger began hurling a barrage of energy blasts at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was about to deflect them but remembered they were still in Tushan, so he redirected the blasts into the sky with his left hand. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed high above Tushan. Tushan Yaya and Tushan Romrom, hiding behind the tree, widened their beautiful eyes at the sight. At that moment Tushan Yaya wondered what would happen if Mo Fan unleashed such destruction upon the One Dao Alliance. She quickly shook her head to dispel the fantasy. Seeing more and more energy blasts flying toward him, Mo Fan gathered a golden blue sphere of energy on his left chest and shouted, "Ulti. Mate. Came. Haim. Ha." As he finished the chant, he instantly teleported behind the doppelganger. Wave. With that, Mo Fan released the fully charged ultimate Kamehameha wave from his left chest directly at the doppelganger. The clone, unable to dodge, took the full force of Mo Fan's Super Saiyan 1 powered ultimate Kamehameha wave. Phew, it seems I've gotten a bit rusty after not fighting for so long. Tushan Yaya and Tushan Romrom, who had witnessed the battle from below, were stunned by Mo Fan's attack, but his words left them even more dumbfounded. Mo Fan looked at the mountain he had ravaged, then suddenly sensed a glowing figure watching him from afar. He smiled and said to Tushan Yaya, "Yaya, someone wants to see me. I'll be back soon." With that, Mo Fan teleported out of Tushan, but not before restoring the area he had destroyed. Outside Tushan, Mo Fan looked at the golden figure floating in the air and said, "Oh, what wine brings you here today, fourth young master of the Owl-like kingdom?" The golden figure chuckled upon hearing Mo Fan's quick deduction of his identity. "Oh. How do you know I'm the third young master of the Owlite Kingdom? Mo Fan pointed at the golden glow surrounding the figure and said dryly, anyone who's seen the fourth young master of Owlite Kingdom would know he's always shrouded in golden light. And by the way, shouldn't I be calling you the great sage Sun Wukong instead of the fourth young master? The fourth young master remained calm when Mo Fan identified him but was shocked when Mo Fan revealed his true name. What? How do you know my identity? As he spoke, the fourth young master dispelled the golden light, revealing his true form, a golden battle armor and a red cape flowing behind him. Mo Fan said, fourth young master, I'll handle the foreign invaders but not now. We'll have to wait a little longer. A few hours later Mo Fan returned to the Tushan domain looking slightly exhausted. He walked back to the same grassy field and saw Tushan Rongrong and Tushan Yaya lying peacefully gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. Forcing a cheerful expression, he approached Tushan Yaya. Mo Fan, watching Tushan Yaya playing happily around, recalled the desperate lovemaking with Kaifula and Kekelulu hours ago. Mo Fan shuddered at the thought. Tushan Rongrong, sharp-eyed, noticed his action and asked, Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Mo Fan heard Tushan Rongrong's voice, quickly snapped back to reality, shook his head indicating he was fine. Seeing Mo Fan's state, Tushan Rongrong also lay leisurely on the grassland, allowing the sunset glow to bathe her. Hours earlier, just as Mo Fan finished speaking with the fourth young master and was about to return, he saw Kaifula and Kekelulu tear open a rift in space and step out. Mo Fan, looking at the sudden appearance of Kekelulu and Kaifula, inexplicably felt cold sweat all over his body. Kekelulu grinned, placing her right hand on Mo Fan's shoulder, and said calmly, long time no see, Mo Fan. Isn't it time to feed us? Mo Fan swallowed, looking at Kekelulu, whose pupils had turned into pink hearts, and asked, Kekelulu, I haven't offended you too, right? At that moment Mo Fan felt an incredibly soft touch on his back. Just as he was about to turn his head, he felt a tingling sensation on his ear. By then Kaifula had teleported behind Mo Fan, wrapped her arms around his neck and blew a hot breath near his ear, saying, Mo Fan, do you want it? As she spoke, she reached for Mo Fan. Kaifula added, after all, it's been so long. This action made Mo Fan unable to hold back any longer. He pulled Kaifula and Kekelulu into the spirit time room. Back in the present, Mo Fan thought of the time spent in the spirit time room and subconsciously touched his kidney. Fortunately, the system had given him a golden iron kidney earlier, or he wouldn't have been able to keep up. After a moment Mo Fan stood up from the grassland and said to Tushan Yaya, Yaya, I'm going to find Dongfang Yuechu. Bye. Tushan Yaya nodded upon hearing his words. Seeing her gesture, Mo Fan teleported to Dongfang Yuechu. In the kitchen, Dongfang Yuechu was preparing dinner for the three Tushan sisters. Just as he was about to put the sliced pork belly into the wok for stir-frying, he saw Mo Fan suddenly appear behind him and lightly tap his back. Startled, Dongfang Yuechu jumped up and screamed, wow! A ghost! Mo Fan, annoyed, pulled Dongfang Yuechu back to the ground and saw that he had actually thrown a piece of premium pork belly into the pot. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly, grabbed the apron nearby, tied it around his waist, and holding the spatula said to Dongfang Yuechu, Sai Dongfang Yuechu, I'll make 2 dishes for you. Watch and learn. Mo Fan took out the ingredients for braised pork and fried tofu from his system space. Mo Fan first washed the green onions, ginger, garlic and bok choy. He sliced the ginger and garlic, then cut the bok choy, which he had boiled in hot water, in half. He put them into the pot, then added oil and salt from his system space and set aside. Then he seared the pork belly until golden brown on all sides, placed the golden brown pork belly on a cutting board and cut it into pieces. Then he added oyster sauce and cooking wine into the pot. After the aroma was released, he directly added the cut pork belly and stir-fried over high heat. Then he added water, covered the pot and waited for the sauce to reduce. This scene left Dongfang Yuechu utterly astonished for an eternity. Then Mo Fan felt a tug on his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Dongfang Yuechu looking at him with tearful eyes. Mo Fan said helplessly, Sai, let me tell you what you need to prepare. Mo Fan explained the ingredients and side dishes required for the pork belly. Upon hearing that there were delicious things, Dongfang Yuechu shouted, wow! Mo Fan, you are my savior, no, my culinary god. Mo Fan, seeing Dongfang Yuechu's sudden excitement, shook his head helplessly, then scooped the pork belly out of the pot and placed it on a plate. Mo Fan set the pork belly aside, then picked up 5 pieces of tofu that had been soaked in a bowl for 3 minutes, placed them on the cutting board and sliced them into thin pieces. Then Mo Fan dried the surface moisture of the tofu. Then he poured out the broth from the pot, added oil, and once the oil was hot, he put the sliced tofu into the oil. Sizzle, sizzle. As soon as the tofu touched the hot oil, its surface turned golden. The oil pot stimulated by the sudden addition emitted sizzling sounds. Mo Fan, seeing the tofu golden and crispy on both sides, picked them up one by one and placed them on a plate. Dongfang Yuechu, watching his actions, asked curiously, Mo Fan, what else are you making? Mo Fan, however, ignored Dongfang Yuechu's words and took a small bowl. He put in 2 spoons of light soy sauce, half a spoon of dark soy sauce, 1 spoon of oyster sauce, 1 spoon of cooking wine, a small spoon of sugar plus the ginger puree he had made, and finally half a bowl of water. Then he used chopsticks to stir evenly. He poured the prepared sauce into the pot, then boiled it over high heat. Mo Fan, seeing the sauce was almost ready, quickly added the fried tofu stir-fried and then poured it onto a plate. Now all the dishes were prepared by Mo Fan. Dongfang Yuechu, watching this operation, exclaimed, "Awesome." 12 years later, inside the Tushan archives, a man holding a matchmaker case manual, read aloud, "Spread across the valley when the confession is made, 100 flowers bloom." Acceptable. Not bad, this one will do. Hey, it's not in vain that I infiltrated the archives and read in quiet elegance for so long. Ahahaha. At that moment a cold female voice came from behind. "Dongfang Yuechu, who allowed you to be here?" Hearing the name Dongfang Yuechu, the man started and asked without turning his head, Dongfang Yuechu. Who's that? But from the name alone it sounds like a handsome fellow. Before he could finish, the woman behind struck him with a palm strike, sending him flying. The woman looked at Dongfang Yuechu and said, "Cut the act. You think I didn't recognize that cowlick of yours?" Dongfang Yuechu quickly scrambled up from the ground and said to the woman, "Truly sharp-witted as always, Rongrong Jia. That won't work. Trespassing into the archive vault, fine of 500. Upon hearing that Tushan Rongrong was fining him 500, Dongfang Yuechu hastily removed the red cloth covering his face, his eyes sparkling as he pleaded, "Dear Rongrong Jia, my admiration for you is like a raging river." Tushan Rongrong, seeing Dongfang Yuechu's behavior today, knew there must be a big story. With a gossipy gleam in her eyes she said, "Save it, that's a last century meme. But if you tell me the reason, I might consider waiving the fine." Mo Fan, hiding in the shadows, couldn't hold back his laughter anymore and stepped out from the corner. "Ha ha ha, Rongrong, do you know how ridiculous your expression looks right now?" "Ha, fine, I'll tell you. Why is Dongfang Yuechu so diligent today?" "Dongfang Yuechu, should I tell or will you?" Having been too startled earlier, Dongfang Yuechu hadn't noticed Tushan Rongrong's expression. Now, prompted by Mo Fan's words, he looked at her. The sight instantly transformed his fear into laughter and he rolled on the floor, clutching his stomach, pointing at Tushan Rongrong. "Ha ha ha, could it really be true? That's hilarious, ha ha ha." Tushan Rongrong watched the two of them laughing endlessly. She couldn't do anything to Mo Fan, but that didn't mean Dongfang Yuechu could laugh at her. With that thought, she pulled out a ledger from her chest, its cover stamped, "Account Book." Seeing the ledger in Tushan Rongrong's hand, Dongfang Yuechu immediately knelt at her feet and begged, "Rongrong Jia, don't take it seriously. I was wrong. I'll tell you what I'm planning." Tushan Rongrong silently tucked the ledger back into her chest, but upon hearing Dongfang Yuechu's words she blurted out, "What? You're going to confess to sister?" Such a loud voice startled the fox demons outside the archive, nearly causing them to drop the goods they were carrying. Hearing Tushan Rongrong's outburst, Dongfang Yuechu waved the non-existent cape behind him and said, "Ah, you said it so loudly, it's so embarrassing." Tushan Rongrong looked at his antics and said helplessly, "There's not a hint of embarrassment in you. But honestly, you've been sending sister lunchboxes every day for years now, it's way too obvious." Dongfang Yuechu asked, Is it that obvious?" "Oh, so even though it's obvious, the fairy fox hasn't refused. My chances are pretty good, right? So tell me, fairy sister, where will she be going tomorrow?" As he spoke, Dongfang Yuechu leaned closer to Tushan Rongrong. Just as his face was about to touch hers, he stopped, his dark eyes fixed on her. Mo Fan watched the scene and rubbed his forehead. If anyone had lost their balance just now, they would have kissed. Hearing Mo Fan's words, Dongfang Yuechu quickly pulled away. Tushan Rongrong responded to his earlier question, "Tomorrow. Why must you confess tomorrow?" "Because tomorrow is Qixi Festival. The perfect day for a romantic drama. And I drew a fortune at the most spiritual marriage temple, my star of romance is blazing bright." "Pretty good, huh? Isn't it a great plan?" Tushan Rongrong silently watched his movements, then turned around. Dongfang Yuechu, seeing her about to leave, quickly called out, "Hey, wait, Rongrong Jia. Don't go. Can you give me a hint? This is a matter of lifelong importance." Before leaving, Tushan Rongrong said, "Twin Peaks, the valley there is a bit special. You might want to try it. Remember, I told you nothing." Mo Fan sighed and shook his head helplessly. It seemed Dongfang Yuechu was destined to pursue Tushan Honghong, that was the way of fate. Before leaving he also said, Dongfang Yuechu, remember to control your emotions tomorrow. Don't cry. Dongfang Yuechu only heard Mo Fan's blessing but missed the part about crying. He was delighted thinking Mo Fan was also happy for him and Tushan Honghong. The next day at Twin Peaks. Dongfang Yuechu instructed the flower spirits beneath him, every Qixi festival the fairy fox goes to a place no one knows and stays there the whole day. So today. So today everything is ready. Just follow the plan. The red-clad flower spirit below him replied, okay. As long as you send out the flower petals as a signal we'll have the flower spirits hidden all over the mountain bloom all the flowers. Dongfang Yuechu praised, well done. I'll treat you all to tea next time. The red-clad spirit quickly refused, and no need. Just please cause less trouble at our place in the future. We'll be off now. With that she fluttered her wings behind her back and flew away into the distance. Dongfang Yuechu turned around and saw Tushan Honghong dressed in white holding a yellow flower in her left hand and a basket in her right, her face dark. He quickly hid in the bushes behind him, even pulling down his cowlick. Listening to the footsteps growing fainter, Dongfang Yuechu looked up and suddenly thought of Tushan Honghong's appearance. He wondered, strange. Normally Fairy Fox would have noticed me by now. Ah wait, pure and elegant attire, fragrant flowers, a delicious lunchbox, and today is Qixi, the perfect day for a love story. Oh no, what if Fairy Fox has a date with someone else? Damn it, I have to check it out. With that Dongfang Yuechu jumped out of the bushes and ran in the direction Tushan Honghong had gone. After walking for some time he saw Tushan Honghong enter a cave from a distance. He followed, but as soon as he entered a chilling cold surrounded him, making him hug himself. Reaching a corner he saw Tushan Honghong kneeling before a corpse. He quickly hid behind a rock nearby and observed the scene. Tushan Honghong looked sorrowfully at the corpse and said, it's been a year. How have you been? I miss you so much. I've handed over the business of the 3rd district to Rongrong. Because in my heart besides your dream there's no room for anything else. Work life, none of it matters anymore, let alone falling in love with someone else. Hearing these words from afar, Dongfang Yuechu with a pained expression ran out of the ice cave. On a large boat on the water, a red-haired man with a coxcomb-like hairstyle, arms crossed, said to the Tushan city wall, the torrent of history surges washing away the sand. Those whose names remain are surely heroes, like us brothers. The bald man beside him asked, Big brother, is this really okay? I heard the Tushan Fox demons are extremely powerful and there's someone inside who killed the golden-faced fire god back then. The red-haired man waved his hand, don't worry brother. I got an exclusive tip, the Tushan Fox demons don't kill humans. And it's been so long, who knows if that person is still in Tushan. I heard it from the One Chi Alliance. Such soft-hearted monsters are nothing to fear, right brothers? This is our chance to become famous. Once we wipe out the Tushan Fox clan our names will be renowned. And Tushan has plenty of treasures, we'll take them all. Get rich. The bandits behind him, hearing their leader's words, cheered, yeah. Big brother is mighty. Big brother is mighty. At that moment the bald man noticed Dongfang Yuechu sitting on a wooden staff ahead and said, Hey big brother, there seems to be someone up ahead. The red-haired man walked to the edge of the deck and shouted at Dongfang Yuechu, Hey, get out of the way. Don't block my path to fame. Dongfang Yuechu, already angry and upset from Tushan Honghong's words, grew even more furious at the shouts from the boat. Seeing that Dongfang Yuechu wouldn't budge, the bald man picked up a wooden stick from the boat and threw it at him. Dongfang Yuechu caught the flying stick and hurled it back at the boat with pure yang fire. The sudden immense pressure shattered the vessel. At that moment Dongfang Yuechu thought of Mo Fan's earlier words. He let go of the rose in his mouth and a gust of wind carried the petals scattering into the distance. The flower spirits hiding on the mountain saw the flying rose petals and shouted, The great immortal's petals are scattering. We must make it romantic enough to satisfy the great immortal, or else if we ruin his grand plan we'll get beaten again. So hurry up everyone, bloom faster. More gorgeous, more gorgeous. Instantly petals began drifting down from the mountain. The scene amazed passers-by who marveled at nature's divine craftsmanship. Dongfang Yuechu looked at the drifting petals and wept, You flower spirit's isle. But he couldn't finish. Tushan Honghong, watching the weeping Dongfang Yuechu from afar, said, So? Do you understand now? Mo Fan observing the two sighed, if I hadn't read the script I'd think that since Tushan Honghong doesn't love him she shouldn't hold on to her feelings. If you love completely. If Dongfang Yuechu wasn't so devoted I doubt anyone else would keep pursuing Tushan Honghong. Luckily he bet right in the end. Then Mo Fan lowered his head and petted Baishue and Baimei who were now about half his height. The two wolves rubbed against his waist in response. 6 months later Tushan Romrom opened the door before her and said to Dongfang Yuechu who had been refusing food and drink, it's been half a year. You're not a child anymore. Do you think this self-torturing behavior of locking yourself in without eating or drinking will earn sister's sympathy? Don't be foolish. By now you should realize that sister said those words that day on purpose, didn't she? That person's life stopped and with it sister's heart. Perhaps that person wasn't truly right for her but he stopped at the moment that touched her most. His stillness constantly beautified and perfected him in her heart. How could you ever reclaim her heart? Dongfang Yuechu sneered, I've been here to think some things through. And my conclusion is this: even if sister's heart remains with him. He slowly stood up from the floor, walked to the wall where a cloak of the One Chi Alliance hung through his white robe aside and put on the cloak. Love is not there. Attention given out of guilt is not love. Love is not about binding or restraint. So I won't give up. I want to be with the fairy fox. When I help her repay this debt of gratitude, at least then the direction of her heart will be her own choice. Tushan Rongrong grasping his meaning turned and looked at him, wait, this is just your own speculation. What if sister truly loved that person? Wouldn't all your efforts be in vain? Dongfang Yuechu pushed back the hair covering his face and said without turning, if that's the case then Rongrong Jia can advise me to give up. Gambling is not a good thing, but when you're trapped in a hopeless situation with no retreat you have to risk it all. The last gamble won me back my life. This next one is a bet for a lifetime. If I fail I'll become a laughingstock. Elsewhere at the headquarters of the One Chi Alliance. Wangquan Fugui grasped the Wangquan sword hanging beside him, about to strike the spider spirit beneath him. The junior sister standing beside Wangquan Bei could barely hide her excitement at seeing her love rival about to be eliminated. But to the shock of Wangquan Bei and the junior sister, Wangquan Fugui tossed the Wangquan sword aside and picked up the blood-soaked spider spirit Qingtong. Holding Qingtong tightly, Wangquan Fugui turned and walked toward the door saying, "Forgive me, father." He glanced at Qingtong in his arms, then at the crowd of Taoists outside. "If we survive this, would you be willing to traverse the mountains and rivers with me?" The Taoists, seeing Wangquan Fugui embracing a demon, all drew their swords and thrust them into his body. Blood splattered, but Wangquan Fugui felt no pain and continued walking toward the gate. But at last he fell to one knee exhausted. The Taoists, intimidated by his spirit, dared not move. Just as one Taoist was about to separate Wangquan Fugui from Qingtong, Wangquan Fugui suddenly stood up, startling the Taoist into stepping back. The Taoists, seeing him stand again, tried to pull their swords out of his body, but no matter how hard they tried they couldn't. At that moment a voice came from behind, "If he had a decent sword in hand, even twice as many of you would be no match." Surrounding an unarmed man with 180 immortal swords. Is this the style of the One Chi Alliance? A Taoist asked the suddenly appearing Dongfang Yuechu, who dares to be so insolent? This is, before he could finish, Mo Fan's voice silenced him, "What about me?" Instantly a vast aura erupted from Mo Fan. Dongfang Yuechu, a candied hawthorn stick in his mouth, clasped his hands in salute to Mo Fan. Mo Fan waved his hand. Dongfang Yuechu then leaped to Wangquan Fugui's side. Looking at the grievously wounded face he quipped, "How could you not protect your face? Look at the damage, your wife won't be happy." After removing all the swords from Wangquan Fugui's body, Dongfang Yuechu examined his face again, "See much better now that the swords are gone." But there are still many wounds and they're not symmetrical. Let's start with the face." Dongfang Yuechu raised his hands, golden light flickering at his fingertips as he began to heal the wounds on Wangquan Fugui's face. Mo Fan shouted toward the hall, "Wangquan Bei. Don't you want to see your Dongfang Huaizhu?" Whoosh! Mo Fan dodged the Wangquan sword thrown by Wangquan Bei. Wangquan Bei, shocked, grabbed Mo Fan's shoulders and asked, "Really? Can it really be done?" At this moment Wangquan Bei had lost all his former majesty and severity. His eyes were filled only with anticipation. Mo Fan said to Dongfang Yuechu, "Dongfang Yuechu, take your cousin, well he should be your cousin, to meet your mother's sister." Dongfang Yuechu and the newly revived Wangquan Fugui, both bewildered, were led by Mo Fan to Wangquan Bei's mansion. Just as Dongfang Yuechu was about to ask what Mo Fan meant, he saw Mo Fan stomp his foot on the ground before Dongfang Huaiju's tombstone. A soul slowly drifted out from the tombstone and eventually formed a physical body. Dongfang Huaiju opened her eyes, confused about how she had suddenly awakened. Hadn't she died? Wang Quanbei, seeing his beloved wife Dongfang Huaiju revived, wept and embraced her. Dongfang Huaiju looked at the old man holding her and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" Huaiju, it's really you. You're back, woo-woo. Mo Fan, seeing the reunited couple, said, "Ahem, let me clarify, Dongfang Huaiju, you can only be revived for 1 day. At this time tomorrow you will return to where you belong. And this is your Wang Quanbei, and beside you are your son and daughter-in-law." Dongfang Huaiju, hearing Mo Fan's words, turned to look at the bewildered Dongfang Yuechu and Wangquan Fugue, then down at Qingtong in Wangquan Fugue's arms. Dongfang Yuechu, finally digesting what Mo Fan had said, thought, could this woman be his mother's sister? That would mean she was his aunt. Could Mo Fan also revive his mother? With that thought, he grabbed Mo Fan's arm and asked, Mo Fan, can you revive mother for 1 day?" Mo Fan smiled and pointed behind Dongfang Yuechu, "Look who's behind you." Dongfang Yuechu turned around and saw Dongfang Qinlan already in tears. Dongfang Yuechu rushed toward Dongfang Qinlan, who embraced him and patted his head, comforting, "Be good, don't cry. Mom is here." Dongfang Qinlan also silently shed tears. Wiping them away, she asked Mo Fan, "May I ask, benefactor, what is your relationship with my son?" Mo Fan waved his hand, Actually I should call you aunt. Because Dongfang Yuechu has fallen in love with Tushan Honghong, who is the elder sister of Tushan Yaya and Tushan Rongrong. And I have feelings for Tushan Yaya, so I should call you aunt." Dongfang Qinlan, hearing that she was called aunt and that her unruly son had fallen for the head of Tushan, playfully rapped his head with her fist, "Rascal, how did you suddenly fall for the head of Tushan? Besides, does she even see you as worthy?" Mo Fan watched the suddenly cheerful Dongfang Qinlan and twitched his mouth. Indeed, she was scatterbrained. A month later, Mo Fan lounged in a chair, basking in the sun and savoring life. "Stinky monkey. Stinky cockroach. We're leaving soon." Startled by Tushan Yaya's sudden voice, Mo Fan fell to the ground. Rubbing his head, he cast a speechless glance at her. At the border of Tushan, Dongfang Yuechu munched on a sugar-coated hawthorn stick while reading a notice. Sugar-coated hawthorn stick's my favorite. Just then he turned his head and saw 3 ice spikes hurtling toward him. As he prepared to summon the pure yang flame, he realized it couldn't even melt the ice spikes. "Ah!" Dongfang Yuechu screamed and was instantly frozen. Mo Fan said to Tushan Yaya, "Okay, that's all the help I'll give. The rest is up to you. I'll just sit here and watch the show." Mo Fan leaned against a tree trunk, gazing at the icebound Dongfang Yuechu. "Hey, are you serious? Can't take a joke. You actually called Mo Fan?" Tushan Yaya planted her hands on her hips and said defiantly, "You traitor. Who told you to sneak off and take the Yidao Alliance entrance exam? What has Tushan ever done to wrong you? You want to join them and oppose us? Didn't you once say you wouldn't think of humans again? Have you forgotten how they treated you before?" Feeling the chill easing, Dongfang Yuechu melted the ice with his pure yang flame and pleaded, Little Yaya, could you pretend you didn't see me and let me go?" Infuriated by his words, Tushan Yaya snapped, "No. If you want to leave Tushan, you'll have to trample over me." Bang! With lightning speed, Dongfang Yuechu stomped her to the ground, snatched the gourd she carried on her back and took a swig. Good wine. Tushan Yaya pounded the ground with her fists. "Let me go. Using our own spells against us, you despicable worm. I'll kill you, bastard. And Mo Fan, why aren't you helping me?" Mo Fan slowly opened his eyes. "I told you I wouldn't interfere. And here's a principle: when talking to someone close in the wild, stay alert against sudden attacks. Besides, don't forget, Dongfang Yuechu isn't the only one who has tricked you, your sister did too." Hearing this, Tushan Yaya calmed down, but seeing Dongfang Yuechu heading toward the border, she shouted, "Come back here." Dongfang Yuechu sighed. "Ah, Yaya, stop fussing. You can't stop me. Keep practicing your cold chi with Mo Fan and try to reach absolute zero. And remember, don't rely too much on your sister's power techniques. That stuff." Tushan Honghong appeared behind him. "What about my power techniques?" Startled, Dongfang Yuechu turned and laughed. "Almost scared me to death, Rongrong." Tushan Honghong reverted to her true form, Tushan Rongrong, who praised, "Not bad, you saw through it so quickly." Dongfang Yuechu grinned but his face darkened. If it really were your sister she'd have punched me long ago, not wasted words. Tu Shan Rongrong asked, are you really leaving Tu Shan? Flustered Dongfang Yuechu stammered, well. This. But his face grew even darker at her next words. The Yaoxinzai owner sent me to catch you. You've owed 3 months' worth of pastry money. Don't think you can skip out without paying. And that big pile of pure yang flame in the abandoned warehouse, that was you, wasn't it? Why did you want to burn the warehouse before leaving? Rongrong tries summoning that fire in the warehouse with the simplest method. Following his advice, Tu Shan Rongrong raised her right hand and summoned the pure yang flame. Dongfang Yuechu watched the sudden blaze. With a simple summoning spell you can call that pure yang flame right here. You don't kill humans or demons, so with this demon-slaying sacred fire you can deal with any troublemaking monsters. So please take care of the pastry money. Ha 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 ha. With that he dashed off into the distance. Tu Shan Rongrong yelled after him, he slipped away while I was distracted. Running Dongfang Yuechu turned back and grinned. I'll pay you back someday. Thanks Rongrong. But as he turned forward he saw his lips almost touching Tu Shan Honghong's. He slammed on the brakes and stumbled back a few steps. Waving at the dazed Tu Shan Honghong he said, Rongrong, it's no fun to keep scaring me like this. Hi. He turned around to see Tu Shan Rongrong waving at him and Tu Shan Yaya standing with her hands on her hips both staring at him. Startled Dongfang Yuechu stammered, what? Then. You. Fairy sister, weren't you supposed to come back tomorrow? Why didn't you keep your word? Actually I don't want to leave. I just wanted to find a richer place to take a piss, that's all. Just then Tu Shan Honghong said coldly, if you want to go, go. Seeing him about to actually leave, Tu Shan Yaya shouted, you bastard. But Tu Shan Rongrong stopped her, Yaya, don't take his choice away. Let him decide. Leaning against a tree stump, Mo Fan suddenly heard the system's voice ding, congratulations host. New quest acquired, reincarnate once. Obtain a body that can withstand the full force of Yan Emperor Xiao Yan's Buddha's Wrath Flame. Subsequent forms may increase durability. Mo Fan frowned. System, is this quest mandatory? Ding reply, host may accept or decline. Tempted by the reward, Mo Fan thought even though his body could withstand Tang San's Azura God's full power without damage, without transformation he couldn't survive attacks from Xiao Yan and above, let alone his dream of fighting the Heavenly Emperor Yi to see which was stronger, Dragon Ball or Perfect World. After a moment's thought he stood up and walked toward Dongfang Yuechu. Tu Shan Yaya asked, Stinky Monkey, where are you going? To catch up with Dongfang Yuechu and Tu Shan Honghong. Dongfang Yuechu turned back just in time to catch a wooden token thrown by Mo Fan. On one side was a chibi version of Tu Shan Honghong. Tu Shan Honghong herself received a chibi of Dongfang Yuechu. Both Dongfang Yuechu and Tu Shan Honghong looked at Mo Fan with confusion, while Tu Shan Yaya and Tu Shan Rongrong also eyed him suspiciously. Mo Fan waved his hands summoning by Mei and Shui Bai from his summoning space, then placed them in Tu Shan Yaya's arms and ruffled her soft hair. Glancing at his clothes he quickly stripped them off and changed into the martial arts uniform the system had given him. Feeling its comfortable texture once more he rolled his shoulders. Unable to contain herself, Tu Shan Yaya asked, Stinky Monkey, why are you so weird today? I have a bad feeling about this. Mo Fan smiled. Yaya, you guessed right. I'm leaving soon. Before I go I have 2 things to say. First, Dongfang Yuechu, you'd better seize the opportunity. If you don't, I swear I'll fully resurrect Dongfang Qilan. Then your mother will have 100,000 ways to knock some sense into you, believe me. So hurry up and get it done. Second, I'm going to reincarnate. If I'm not here when you 2 get married, consider this gift for you. Goodbye Yaya. I'll come back and marry you. With that he kissed Tu Shan Yaya's forehead, waved to everyone and teleported into the space-time tunnel. Looking around he said to the system, alright system, begin. Ding, initiating reincarnation for host. 3, 2, 1. Reincarnation begins. Then an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him and he lay down on the corridor of the space-time tunnel, falling asleep. Before leaving, Mo Fan had explained the situation to Kafura and Kroyalu. They licked their lips and said, fine Mo Fan, but when you come back you'll have to let us have fun for a few days before we let you off. Mo Fan nodded and vanished before their eyes. Inside the temporal tunnel, Mo Fan had been lying there for a long time. Crack crack. Mo Fan's arms suddenly straightened. He opened his eyes, saw his own hands, then scratched his head and stood up from the ground, calling out to the system, System, how long has it been? But Mo Fan heard no response from the system. Instead he saw a letter and a notebook. As if possessed, he opened the letter. It read, Dear host, this system will depart before you awaken. As a final reward I grant you the all-time language and devour abilities. When you wake up you will find a notebook containing the rules and time of all timelines. After reading the letter, Mo Fan collected the rewards and opened the notebook given by the system. He flipped to the timeline of Fox Spirit Matchmaker, which was now 1 month after the deaths of Tushan Honghong and Dongfang Yuechu. Mo Fan let out a breath, relieved that he hadn't completely messed up the later timeline. Mo Fan thought that he still had 500 years to roam freely. He decided to go to the Ultraman universe first. Although he probably couldn't defeat an Ultraman or monster of Nova's level, he figured he should be at least T0 level in that world. But he didn't dare to gamble. At the Monster Academy a young girl held an invitation and said coldly to the building before her, Even though I thought who would ever respond to an invitation like this. She looked at the card in her hand. All answers lie here. She raised her head and continued, Even so I still came. Lately all sorts of incredible things have been happening to me. I think I might find the answers I seek here. At that moment a silver-haired girl wearing glasses and a black-haired girl both saw each other as they approached the building. They began introducing themselves one by one. The brown-haired girl's original name was Gongsha Aji or Ajila. The black-haired girl was Mi Jelisai or Mi Ku. The silver-haired girl was Baiyin Linghua or Wu Yingdemi. Just then a red-haired loli walked out of the gate and said to the 3 girls, Welcome everyone. This is the International Monster Rescue and Guidance Organization, commonly known as Girls. Welcome all monster girls. Then the red-haired girl led the 3 into the building. In the corridor Mi Jelisai crossed her arms and sighed, I never imagined we were the legendary monster girls. So Disu Ne. That explains everything. That uncontrollable emotion we sometimes feel, it's because a monster's soul dwells within us. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise came from a room. Mi Jelisai and Wu Yingdemi, who were talking, were startled by the sudden sound and rushed to the source of the explosion. When the 2 girls opened the door they saw an unbelievable scene. Hey Lady Wang, can you take a break? You can't hit me and you can't beat me anyway. A boy dodged the girl's attacks while complaining. The girl was enraged by his words and said, Fine Mo Fan, if you have the guts don't dodge. If you dodge again you're not a man. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly, instantly teleported behind Lady Wang and lightly punched her in the back. Instantly Lei Duong felt tremendous force in her back and was knocked to the ground with a single punch, the floor cracking beneath her. At that moment Mo Fan turned around and saw the 3 girls who were frozen in shock. He scratched his head, pulled Lei Duong up and snapped his fingers to repair the floor. Mo Fan had been in this world for half a year. By now he had built some rapport with all the monster girls, at least they no longer treated him as a stranger he had to earn favor with. Mo Fan saw the red-haired girl walking in behind the 3 and said, Pai Guming, if nothing else I'll take my leave. Oh, and if Gomola comes tell him I left his meal in his locker. Also keep an eye on Lei Duong, I don't trust that crazy woman not to wake up and come looking for me again. Mo Fan recalled last month when after a fight with Lady Wang she had been pestering him ever since. Before leaving he said to the 3 girls, Hello, I'm Mo Fan, or you can call me Wu Jite. See you later. Pai Guming's eyes dimmed for a moment as she watched Mo Fan disappear. Then she turned her eyes bright again, clasped her hands together and said to the 3, Since you've heard my name from Mo Fan, please call me Pai Guming. Now let me introduce the school situation. Please come this way. Pai Guming led Ajila, Wu Yingdemi and Mi Jelisai into the classroom. Pai Guming stood at the podium and said to the students below, That concludes the equipment explanation. The soul device is an indispensable tool for transformation. Please be careful not to lose it. At that moment Mi Jelisai asked, What if I lose the key? Pai Guming said flatly, The liquidation price is only 24800 yen. Mi Jelisai was shocked by the calm statement of such a high price and exclaimed, That's impossible for a high school girl to pay even with part-time work. But Wu Yingdemi caught the key point of Pai Guming's words and said, So with this soul device we can transform, right? Before Pai Guming could finish explaining the precautions, Mi Jelisai stood up from her chair and said, Then let's try it right away. I can't understand this at all. Mi Jelisai suddenly stood up and shouted, Let's go. Ah. Hey. Ha 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 ha. At that moment Mo Fan suddenly appeared out of nowhere and burst into uncontrollable laughter at Mi Jelisai's actions. Now everyone was staring at her with strange looks. Even Mi Jealousai's outgoing personality couldn't withstand the gazes of several people. She wished she could crawl into a hole. Mo Fan stopped laughing silently, pulled out the Dark Decade driver from his pocket, placed the belt around his waist and said to Mi Jealousai, "Alright, let me show you a real transformation." As he spoke, he inserted the card with the Dark Decade face into the driver, and the driver emitted a transformation sound effect, Kamen Ride Decade. Instantly 10 beams of light shot out from the belt enveloping Mo Fan, and Dark Decade made his official appearance. Mo Fan turned around and saw the murderous look in Pai Gumeng's eyes. He silently took off the belt and sat quietly to the side, listening to Pai Gumeng's words. Pai Gumeng turned and with a demeanor completely different from before gently explained to Mi Jealousai, "Just imitating the pose won't make you transform." Wu Yingdemi heard Pai Gumeng's words and asked, "Then how do we transform?" Pai Gumeng explained to Wu Yingdemi, "You must feel the instinct to become a monster, that is the monster soul. Only by sensing it can you transform into a monster girl for the first time." While Pai Gumeng was speaking, an explosion sounded outside the school. The noise made Ajila, Wu Yingdemi and Mi Jealousai, who were sitting, rush out of the classroom and run outside to look at the source of the explosion. Ajila looked up and saw a girl standing on a tall building. She quickly said to the other two, "Hey, look at that girl." Ajila recognized the girl on the building and murmured, "Jia Dun." Jia Dun teleported from the high altitude to the ground. Just as she was about to use a barrier to contain the flames, Mo Fan stopped her. "Hey Jia Dun, you're still using a barrier for this? Forget it, I won't bother lecturing you." Mo Fan waved his hand and extinguished the flames. Jia Dun said coldly, "It's my way of doing things and I'll do as I please." After saying that, Jia Dun turned and teleported away, but before disappearing she glanced inadvertently at Ajila. Ajila was startled by the look. Ajila looked at the spot where Jia Dun had vanished and sighed, suddenly being told I'm a monster girl, I'm still completely confused. But when I saw Jia Dun just now my heart raced. Can I become like that? Mi Jealousai heard Ajila's words and said, "You definitely can. Together the three of us will have no problem." Wuing-chan Mi Ku-chan. Half an hour later Pai Gumeng said to the three girls below, "Let me repeat girls, monster girls evolve and transform using this Een Soul device. With this divine sword." Wu Yingdemi raised her hand and asked, "So how do we operate the Een Soul device?" Pai Gumeng scratched her head awkwardly and said, "I don't know either. The method varies with each monster. You have to ask your own monster soul. So it's okay to operate it randomly." Pai Gumeng saw the dejected looks on the three girls and comforted them, "Don't worry. When the time comes you'll naturally be able to transform." "Probably." Pai Gumeng said this, then turned her head awkwardly to hide her embarrassed face. Wu Yingdemi, hearing that Pai Gumeng had stopped speaking, raised her hand and asked, "When did Pai Gumeng learn to transform?" "Because I love humans very much. When I thought about how much I love humans, yes, at that moment my fingers moved naturally and I successfully transformed." The three girls heard Pai Gumeng's words and cold sweat began to form on their backs without them realizing. Pai Gumeng continued, "For now you should start by experiencing various things and getting to know yourselves." Mi Jealousai perked up and said, "Then let's touch everything." As she spoke, Mi Jealousai touched her phone all over, but the phone emitted a beep 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 sound. She looked at the screen that read, "Please operate again in 30 minutes. She clutched her head in despair and stared at the phone saying, "It's telling me to operate again in 30 minutes. In the lounge Mi Jealousai filled her cup with water, sat down and thought about what Pai Gumeng had said earlier. She said in a resigned tone, Can we really learn to transform? If we're supposed to do it, at least show us some monster footage first. Is it that time already?" Mi Jealousai saw the time on the clock and quickly turned on the TV to play, Great Monster Battle. On the TV screen appeared the words, Great Monster Battle Gomola vs Wujite. Ajila heard the name Wujite and saw Mo Fan's figure gradually appear on the screen. She exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, isn't that Mo Fan who's with us?" At that moment Mo Fan stood opposite Gomola. Mo Fan looked at Gomola and asked, "Gomola, are you sure? If you lose you'll have to." Mo Fan didn't finish his sentence, but under Gomola's visible glare he made a squeezing gesture in the air. Gomola saw Mo Fan's gesture and blushed at first, but the color quickly faded. Gomola also made a condition to Mo Fan, "Alright Mo Fan, I agree, but you have to let me see your transformation." Mo Fan frowned at Gomola's request. He had transformations that were either too powerful or too weak. Kamen Rider was definitely not suitable. Armor Hero, yes, he could use armor for this fight. At this moment the referee's voice shouted, 3, 2, 1. The battle now begins. Gomola, hearing the referee's signal, immediately rushed forward and threw a punch at Mo Fan. After dodging Gomola's punch, Mo Fan pulled out the Shura summoner, pressed fire, wind and thunder and kicked Gomola away. Gomola steadied herself and looked up to see Mo Fan enveloped by lightning. Then, accompanied by the sound armor combine, a dignified yet elegant suit of armor enveloped Mo Fan. Mo Fan flexed his arms and looked at Gomola with blood-red eyes, saying, "How about it? Still want to fight?" Bang! 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 Bang bang bang! Instantly the two clashed. Mo Fan blocked Gomola's kick and was about to punch her stomach when Gomola quickly withdrew her arm and crossed both hands over her abdomen, barely managing to block Mo Fan's punch. Mo Fan saw Gomola's feet slowly glowing with a golden white light as she slid backward, and he knew she was about to unleash her ultimate move. Gomola's feet emitted a platinum light that enveloped her body, and then a white aura burst from within her. Mo Fan blinked, sensing danger behind him, and quickly bent over. Gomola saw that her super vibration wave had been dodged by Mo Fan, and now she was in the air with no way to evade. Thus Mo Fan's punch sent her crashing to the ground. At that moment the referee announced, "Congratulations to the newcomer Wu Jite for winning this match." Mi Jealousai, who had witnessed this battle, was utterly stunned. Mi Jealousai suddenly felt a pain in her head. Just as she closed her eyes, a memory burst into her mind, replacing the previous one. Mi Jealousai suddenly grabbed Agila's head and shouted, "We won. So awesome." Wu Yingdami quickly said, Miko, I know you're excited, but if you don't let go, Ag won't be able to breathe." Mi Jealousai heard Wu Yingdami's words and hastily released her grip on Agila, apologizing, Sorry. Afterward everyone sat down. Agila, who had just been through Mi Jealousai's grip, now sat on the chair with a look of utter despair. Wu Yingdami saw Mi Jealousai's actions and recalled what Pai Gumming had said earlier. She said to Mi Jealousai, "It seems Miko really loves power." Mi Jealousai heard Wu Yingdami's words and shifted from the earlier awkwardness to happiness, saying, "Yes. Power is the feeling of authority. It's so cool. I want to become like that, to be strong." At that moment a golden light suddenly emanated from Mi Jealousai. Agila stood up from her chair and said, "Miko, your body is glowing." Wu Yingdami also stood up, adjusted her glasses and said, "Miko, now is the time." Mi Jealousai, hearing Wu Yingdami's words, took out her phone from her pocket. But she suddenly said, What should I say? Soul Drive. Alright, Soul Drive." The next afternoon Agila was walking home from school, thinking about how Yuingdamu could now transform as well, leaving her as the only one still unable to do so. At this thought Agila's expression darkened. She looked up to see Jia Dun staring into the distance. A few minutes later Agila sat down beside Jia Dun, wrapping her arms around her knees. Gazing into the distance she said, "Sorry for suddenly calling you over." Jia Dun replied coldly, "It's fine." Suddenly recalling the way Mo Fan had spoken to Jia Dun, Agila asked, "At the fire scene earlier I saw you. Do you know Mo Fan?" Jia Dun remained indifferent, responding, "Yeah, we're acquainted. I want to become someone like you or Mo Fan, but I can't transform." "What exactly is a monster soul?" "Even if you tell me I used to be a monster, I have no memories of it." Jia Dun turned her head and for once cracked a faint smile. Agila felt her cheeks flush inexplicably. Jia Dun looked at her and said, "You're a lot like me. I have to go." Hearing this Agila thought she had annoyed Jia Dun into leaving and quickly said, "I'm sorry for calling you over and complaining. It's fine. Goodbye." With that Jia Dun turned into a beam of light and teleported away. Agila stared at the spot where Jia Dun had vanished, recalling her words about being similar. She murmured, "I'm like Jia Dun." Just then a woman's scream made Agila turn. She saw a car speeding toward a kindergarten. When Agila saw the driver's seat she exclaimed, There's no one inside. At this rate it'll crash into the kindergarten. Who can stop it?" Listening to the panicked voices around her, Agila clutched her schoolbag tightly. "I can't do anything. Even if I'm a monster girl I can't transform. I'm just a high school student. I can't do it." At that moment a flash of light passed through Agila's heart, "Please Agila." After the voice echoed, Agila felt an inexplicable surge of strength and dashed toward the car. Bang! Agila used her hands to block the truck. On the distant overpass Jia Dun teleported there and watched Agila holding back the vehicle. As Agila desperately struggled to stop the truck, golden light began to emanate from her limbs. Seeing this Jia Dun shouted, "Agila, Soul Drive! Soul Drive!" Instantly a flash of white light erupted. After transforming, Agila hurled the truck into the sky. Jiadun teleported in front of it and caught it steadily. After panting heavily for a few breaths, Agila pushed herself up from the ground, looked at her large orange-palmed hands and said, "I did it. I transformed." Jiadun teleported in front of her. Agila looked at Jiadun's smile and said, "That I." Before she could finish, Mikulasi's voice came from behind, "Hey Ag." Agila turned her head symbolically to glance at Mikulasi, then turned back to see that Jiadun had already teleported away. Mikulasi panting stood beside Agila and said, "I heard a scream and came to check." "Hey, you transformed. Amazing, you did it Ag, Vex too." Agila smiled at her companion's words, but then her phone rang. Agila opened her phone to see a call from Pai Gu Meng. As soon as she answered, Pai Gu Meng said, "There are some things the three of you need to do. First, help your seniors with some tasks." Mikulasi, overhearing, asked, "Alright, what do we need to do?" "Help with the great monster battle." While Mikulasi was speaking, a pile of flyers appeared in front of Agila and Yuing Damu. At the shopping mall, Agila and Yuing Damu approached passers-by saying, "Please take a look." Looking at the flyers in her hand, Agila said, "I didn't expect girls to have jobs like this. I don't want to do such a boring job, I want to help with the great monster battle." Yuing Damu comforted Mikulasi, "One day you will. So let's just hand out flyers today." Agila looked at Pai Gu Meng, who was giving out balloons in the distance, and said, "But." Mikulasi also noticed Pai Gu Meng's work and said, "She's really amazing, surrounded by kids working hard to hand out balloons. Look at us, we still have so many left. Ah. I hate this, I hate it. Let's finish quickly. The key is to attract attention, right? Watch this, how about that?" Mikulasi tossed the stacked flyers into the air, making everyone look up as the papers fluttered down. Yuing Damu realized the flaw, saying, "But scattering them everywhere, if no one picks them up it's just littering." Mikulasi, who had been smug about her idea, suddenly panicked, "Oh no, I didn't think of that. What do we do? Littering will get us scolded." Yuing Damu rolled her eyes at Mikulasi's reaction and said, "For now let's pick up the flyers." Agila saw a girl with pink hair pull out her tail, leap into the air and use it like a whip to retrieve all the scattered flyers in a few strokes. After landing, she placed the flyers in her left hand and tucked her tail back behind her back with her right hand. Yuing Damu noticed the bag on the pink-haired girl's shoulder and trembled, "I saw it. That bag's pattern is from my favorite anime, Make You Fall for Me, and I bet it contains the super limited edition model released today. Awesome." Just then a male voice rang out beside Yuing Damu, "AI Lei Wang, help me block Guemo La. Guemo La is trying to skin me alive." The pink-haired girl turned to see Mo Fan being chased by a blushing Guemo La. She stepped aside and Mo Fan looked at AI Lei Wang in despair. Guemo La, while chasing Mo Fan, yelled, "Mo Fan! Don't you dare run. I swear I'll tear your skin off." Mo Fan ran faster at Guemo La's words. Although he could fight her, why would he fight his future wife? Even if they weren't official yet, that didn't mean she wouldn't become his wife in the future. AI Lei Wang watched Mo Fan being chased around the streets, her expression shifting from stern to a smile but quickly returning to seriousness. Just as Yuing Damu was about to speak to AI Lei Wang, she leaped into the air and flew off into the distance. Pai Gu Meng suddenly appeared and said to the three girls, "AI Lei is like that, she always keeps to herself unless she's with Mo Fan. Don't mind her, she's actually kind. By the way, were you throwing flyers around just now?" Pai Gu Meng's face grew darker as she spoke. Mikulasi stammered, "Sorry." Pai Gu Meng jumped up and said, "Handing out flyers and then littering, Pai Gu Meng is angry." Mikulasi laughed at her, bouncing, "Pai Gu Meng is so cute. Hey, isn't anyone going to help me? Guemo La, stop hitting me, let me finish speaking." At this everyone turned to see Mo Fan being pinned to the ground by Guemo La. Pai Gu Meng said sourly, Mo Fan, whenever Guemo La hits you, you barely fight back. But when anyone else hits you, you just tap their forehead lightly. Are you playing favorites?" Guemo La, upon hearing this, realized that she was sitting on Mo Fan's stomach, pounding him with her fists. She felt the strange gazes of the others and quickly scrambled off him. Guemo La stood up, looked at Agila, Yuing Damu and Mikulasi and introduced herself, "Hello, you can call me Guemo La." The three girls nodded symbolically in greeting. Agila asked Mo Fan, "So Mo Fa, what did you do to make Guemo La want to skin you?" That's because I, Before Mo Fan could finish, Guo La clamped her hand over his mouth, silencing him. A few hours earlier, after Mo Fan had carried Guo La to the bed and climbed onto it, he placed his trembling hand on her horn. When he touched her ear, he felt a difference from battle. Her horn was hard during combat but soft and warm when at rest. Guo La trembled. Mo Fan, how much longer are you going to squeeze? It's been 3 minutes. You said just 3 minutes, haha. Mo Fan, stop or I'll feel really uncomfortable. In the end, Guo La was left limp from Mo Fan's touch, lying on top of him. Later, well, one dare not think further, Mo Fan was now being glared at by Guo La with murderous eyes. The next morning in Harajuku, Ewing Damu said to Agila, what do you think of Harajuku? It has a youthful vibe. Mikulasi chimed in, Aji, you're very young. Speaking of the last great monster battle, I really hope Lei Dawang wins. Ewing Damu took a bite of her egg roll and said to Mikulasi, Miku, you've been saying Lei Dawang will win all along. You must really like her. Mikulasi perked up, of course. If I could meet Lei Dawang in person, I'd be overjoyed. Suddenly Lei Dawang appeared from somewhere and said to Mikulasi, then let me see you, dumbfounded. Hearing Lei Dawang's voice, Mikulasi turned, mechanically saw her and exclaimed, Lei Dawang. She dropped her egg roll in shock. Lei Dawang scratched her head, looking at the stunned Mikulasi, and said, I really have seen someone frozen in place for the first time. By the fountain, Mikulasi ran over with a drink and handed it to Lei Dawang. Senior, I bought the drink. Lei Dawang downed the drink in one gulp and said, thanks. Ewing Damu teased, Miku actually ran an errand. Mikulasi turned and retorted, but it's Lei Dawang. Being a monster girl is truly wonderful. Lei Dawang was caught off guard by Mikulasi's words and said, Mikulasi, can you stop calling me senior? But weren't you just calling me Lei Dawang casually a moment ago? That's true. Lei Dawang seemed to seize on something and grabbed Mikulasi's shoulder, saying, then just call me Lei Dawang. Don't be so stiff. Startled by the gesture, Mikulasi began flailing and shouting, Senior. Senior. Ignoring Mikulasi's antics, Lei Dawang asked Ewing Damu, by the way, can all three of you transform now? Yes, X2. Since it's rare, let me see. Ewing Damu was taken aback. Here. Yes. The one who transforms fastest can. No, I'll treat her to beef rice. Hearing that her senior would buy beef rice for the fastest transformer, Mikulasi immediately pulled out her phone. Agila and Ewing Damu exchanged glances and transformed simultaneously. After a flash of white light, the three emerged from the glow. Lei Dawang looked at them and said, all the same. Mikulasi was about to retort, but Ewing Damu dragged her into the beef rice restaurant. Half an hour later, after finishing her beef rice, Lei Dawang asked Mikulasi, so do you really like the great monster battle? Mikulasi raised her chopsticks enthusiastically, I love it. Absolutely love it. Lei Dawang watched her and said, then how about becoming a great monster fighter? Mikulasi felt a sudden pang of doubt. Me? Yeah, you look strong. Ewing Damu, who was about to take a bite, heard Lei Dawang and said to Mikulasi, isn't that great? Boom. Suddenly an explosion echoed from afar. Lei Dawang slammed her chopsticks on the table, stood up and looked toward the blast. Again. There have been frequent small-scale arson incidents lately. Rumors say it's the work of rampaging monster girls. Ewing Damu looked puzzled at the mention of rampage. Lei Dawang explained, if a monster girl doesn't transform using a soul device, she can't control her power and goes berserk. Well, the meal's over. If this commotion continues, it'll hurt the public's image of monster girls. I'm off. Be careful on your way home. Goodbye. Before leaving, Lei Dawang patted Mikulasi on the head and ran toward the explosion. Mikulasi stared at the spot where Lei Dawang had disappeared, a great monster fighter. When she asked if I wanted to become one, I couldn't answer immediately. I'm useless. Agila comforted her, Miku, we've only just started. We're still new monster girls. In the afternoon, Pai Gu Meng used a ruler to point at the blackboard which read, the development of monster girls, and said, as a monster girl it's important to find your life path. Next week's exam will be about your future plans. Everyone should think carefully about your future. Mikulasi stood up abruptly, wait, exam? What does that mean? It's just a test of what you've learned to become official Girls' Council members. It's not difficult at all. If you've understood the lectures, you have nothing to worry about. Also, I've invited a senior monster girl to be your guest lecturer today. At that moment, Lei Dawang entered through the door. Pai Gu Meng said, this is Lei Dawang. And thus Agila experienced the most painful morning of her life: push-up, sit-up, sprinting and high jumps. During the break Agila collapsed on the ground gasping, so tired. Yuing Demu also panting sat on the ground but looked at Agila's state. That's because you never exercise. Lei Dawang stepped forward to explain, a strong body is needed to house a powerful monster soul, isn't it? Also Lei Dawang want to guess something. Mo Fan pushed open the door and walked in addressing Lei Dawang. Just as Lei Dawang was about to tell him to stop, Mo Fan spoke first. Lei Dawang, you do have strength, but when it comes to speed you're like a little chick. Provoked, Lei Dawang threw a punch at Mo Fan, who blocked it with a single finger. Mo Fan quickly said, alright, let's not talk about that for now. Meanwhile Mikulasi was listlessly staring at the wall. Yuing Demu asked, Miku, are you okay today? Instead of answering, Mikulasi walked up to Lei Dawang and asked, Senior, what you said earlier. Ah, that. I want to become a great monster fighter too. You really took my words to heart. Actually it was my fault for suddenly bringing it up. Being a great monster fighter is different from just watching. Listen to more opinions and decide what you truly want to do. If you still want to become one, then you're very welcome. Lei Dawang patted Mikulasi's head. Tears welling up, Mikulasi said, Senior. Agila noticed her expression. Miku, you're crying. Mikulasi retorted, I'm not crying. Are you sleepwalking? I learned from my senior. Mo Fan smiled at the now cheerful Mikulasi, then turned to Lei Dawang, alright, you're done with that. Want to train a bit? I've been bored without training for so long. Lei Dawang, hearing that Mo Fan had finally initiated training, threw a sudden punch without warning. Mo Fan dodged every punch, then prepared to strike Lei Dawang's neck with a chop, but Lei Dawang grabbed him with her massive arm and yanked him down. She tried to slam him into the ground, but Mo Fan hit her arm, causing her to release her grip. Mo Fan took a few steps back. Mo Fan looked at Lei Dawang and said, not bad, Lei Dawang. Looks like you finally understand the need to improve your speed. Otherwise your attack speed is too slow, you'd only be a meat shield. The next day Pigming said to the three girls before him, I've called you all here today because of the recent spate of fires breaking out in the city again. Wying Damo remarked, there are rumors that it's the work of a monster girl. It's not just a rumor, it's true. It's a rampaging monster girl who hasn't joined the girls. So I'm counting on all of you. If you find a rampaging monster girl, you must work together to save that lost child. Mikulasi asked Pigming, has she already gone berserk? That's right, then she must be in violent mode, right? Can we really stop her with just the few of us? Mikulasi glanced at Pigming, who was smiling reassuringly, and muttered, Pigming is terrifying when she leaves no room for negotiation. A few minutes later Agila walked along the road and said, what's a rampaging monster girl? Sounds really scary. Wying Damo, worried because Pigming had said monster girls could go berserk, asked, does that mean we might go berserk too? Mikulasi comforted her, Wooing, you'll never go berserk. No matter what form, I'm still the scarier one, right? Ah. But saying that feels like a death flag. At that moment Agila spoke up, this place seems to be where the recent explosions have been happening. Wying Damo, scared by her own death flag, said, you mentioning it makes me worry about the flag too. That's terrifying. Boom. Just then an explosion erupted right in front of Wying Damo and Agila. Wying Damo stared at the blast site and sighed, it really was a death flag. Mikulasi turned to Agila and Wying Damo and said, Wooing Aji. Then after exchanging glances they pulled out their phones. A flash of white light swept over them, and from the light leaped Agila, Wying Damo and Mikulasi, already transformed. As the distant smoke cleared, a purple-haired loli brushed off the dust and shouted angrily, Why? Why does everyone blame me? After shouting she lifted her head, spewed flames from her mouth and swung her neck, letting the fire spread all around. Wying Damo watched the purple-haired loli as she swung her head and said, that's the rumored rampaging monster girl. The purple-haired loli heard Wying Damo's words and jumped directly, punching down at Agila's position. Fortunately Agila, Wying Damo and Mikulasi dodged in time, otherwise taking that punch would have been painful for anyone. Roar! The purple-haired loli shot flames straight at Mikulasi while flailing her arms and legs. An hour later Mikulasi knelt on one hand staring at the still energetic purple-haired loli and said, so strong, even though it's 3 against 1. Click click. Agila turned to see Lidwang with his arms crossed and Mo Fan standing beside him drinking milk tea. Lidwang looked at the 3 girls who had been fighting for an hour and said, you've all worked hard. Thanks to you the damage was kept to a minimum. Leave the rest to me. Wang walked around. Agila stood opposite the purple-haired loli and calmed her. Okay, no more playing with fire. It's time for a little one to go home. The purple-haired loli retorted. What? What? Even you treat me like a kid. Not just mom but all of you. At that moment Mo Fan finished his milk tea, tossed the cup into the trash, pulled the three girls aside and said to Wang, do you need my help with your net? I've handled most of the troublesome monster girls before. And kid, you really are too short, makes you look like an elementary schooler. After all, I usually take care of the more difficult monster girls. And you child, you're indeed a bit too short, people might mistake you for a primary school student. Hearing Mo Fan's words, the purple-haired loli ignored Wang and swung her fist directly at Mo Fan. Mo Fan simply snapped his fingers and the purple-haired loli fell asleep in midair, landing safely on his shoulder. Mo Fan handed the purple-haired loli to Wang and said, Wang, take this kid back and talk to her parents. Give them some advice on how to guide her. She's probably under too much pressure and acted out because of it. After speaking, Mo Fan turned to the three girls and said, alright Agila, Wang Damu, Michelasi, in a few weeks I'll take you for training. You're too weak now. If you encounter stronger enemies later you'll just be spectators. So rest for a few weeks and then I'll prepare you for training. Just then Agila's phone rang. She pulled it out of her pocket. The screen showed Pigming's avatar. She answered and put it on speaker. Agila, if you're free now, go find Michelasi and Wang Damu. There's a mission for you. Agila, what mission? Why so urgent? Pigming, help with an event. It's in Osaka, a special live interview event with Gemola. Also, after you find your friends, go to Mo Fan and have him take you three to Osaka. Michelasi, thrilled at the prospect of going to Osaka, exclaimed, I've never been to Osaka before. So brother Mo Fan will take us. Mo Fan. Meanwhile, Wang Damu thought about buying the Osaka exclusive Fall for Me character keychain at Nipponbashi. At the thought she raised both hands. Michelasi noticed Wang Damu's gesture and asked, by the way, why are you making a victory pose? Oh, I was just thinking about something else. Anyway, Mo Fan, take us there. Agila was briefly stunned by her companion's antics. When she looked back at her phone, Pigming had already hung up. Mo Fan smiled helplessly at the two airhead girls, placed his finger on his forehead and said to Agila, just put your hands on my shoulders. Agila, Wang Damu and Michelasi did as Mo Fan said and placed their hands on his shoulders. A cool sensation washed over them, and when they opened their eyes again they found themselves standing in front of a shrine in Osaka. Just as Agila and Michelasi were looking for Gemola, they heard, this tiny octopus can't be called octopus. You got a problem with that? Yeah, I do. Yes. At that moment Gemola was making a huge fuss in front of a takoyaki cart. Mo Fan rubbed his forehead, walked over, pressed Gemola's head down and apologized to the shop owner. Sorry boss. The boss, seeing someone step in to defuse the situation, said nothing and turned back into the shop. Mo Fan waited until the boss was out of sight before releasing his hand from Gemola's head. The moment he let go, Gemola immediately shouted at him, hey Mo Fan. Take a look at this takoyaki, does it even have any octopus? Mo Fan found Gemola's reaction amusing, but thinking about the takoyaki's meager octopus content he sighed, what can you do? Gemola, it's already decent that this takoyaki has any octopus at all. Other shops might not even put octopus in, they just use substitutes. So don't complain. Look behind you, what's that? Why don't you turn around and see what's behind you? Mo Fan pointed behind Gemola. Gemola followed his finger and turned to see Agila, Wang Damu and Michelasi each holding a takoyaki. But when she compared her own takoyaki to theirs, she fell into deep thought. For comparison, Agila's takoyaki was about the size of a newborn Mo Fan. Wait, why did I suddenly think of Mo Fan? Mo Fan watched Gemola, who had been fine at first, but her face grew redder and redder until faint steam could be seen rising from the top of her head. Ignoring Gemola's reaction, Mo Fan reached into his earring space and pulled out a takoyaki identical to the ones the girls had. Mo Fan remembered that when he came the system had upgraded the pot era earring, granting it a storage ability. So now, even without the system space, he could use the earring to store items. Mo Fan handed the takoyaki to Gemola, who glanced at him and then at his lower half with a sly smile. Mo Fan leaned close to her ear and said, Gemola. Before he could finish, Gemola covered his mouth with her hand and pulled him onto a bench where they joined Wang Damu and the others to eat takoyaki. That takoyaki seller was really awful. But anyway, Gemola, aren't you going to take care of that anymore? Gemola popped the takoyaki off her fork into her mouth, waved her hand and said, just call me Gemo from now on. Wang Damo felt the address was disrespectful and said, I think Gemola is amazing and you're a senior, but now we're calling you Gemo. No, because we're all monster girls, we should be closer. Makes me feel like I'm a monster girl too. Mo Fan heard Gemola's comment and thought, if I were a girl how could I fall in love? Then he suddenly spoke up. Gemola ignored Mo Fan and said to the three girls, then I'll call everyone by nicknames tu Miko Aji Damuzi. Wang Damo was surprised at the nickname Damuzi. Gemola explained, because wooing is hard to say. So it ended up as Damuzi after all wooing. Wang Damo looked at Michelasi and Gemola, who were smiling at her, and complained, don't call my name in a way that's hard to say now. Gemola took a bite of the scallop in her hand and said vaguely, Rampage. Oh, you mean the mess that girl Sandalias caused, right? Michelasi suddenly realized she still didn't know what Mo Fan's monster form was, so she asked, hey Mo Fan, what's your monster? Mo Fan smiled and said, well, I'm actually not a monster. I'm a traveler from another world. As he spoke, a tail began to grow from behind him, wagging gently. Michelasi was shocked. Wow, Mo Fan, you're not from this world. Yeah, I'm not from this world. In about 3 years I'll go to another universe. By the way, let me tell you about my bloodline. It can be called Saiyan or True Dragon Bloodline. Wang Damo perked up her ears when she heard Mo Fan talk about his bloodline, but hearing two completely unknown bloodlines left her stunned. After a moment she snapped out of it and asked Mo Fan, can you tell us about the characteristics of your bloodline? Okay, let's start with the first one. You can think of it as a monkey bloodline, but mine is special. It underwent atavism and became extremely powerful. So I can transform into. As Mo Fan spoke, a faint yellow aura began to emanate from him, then burst forth, blinding Agila and the others. After a moment the light faded slightly and they opened their eyes to see Mo Fan's hair turn completely gold and his eyes green. But soon he released the transformation. Suddenly Michelasi, Wang Damo and Agila felt an overwhelming pressure. Mo Fan's eyes had turned into vertical slits and his tail had transformed into one resembling a dragon's. Mo Fan instantly released that transformation as well, looking at the three girls gasping for breath on the ground, and said, hey, no need to breathe so heavily, right? These are just my basic forms. The real thing allows me to stack my Saiyan bloodline on top. So usually I only use the Saiyan bloodline to play around with you. Only when I face a really tricky situation do I use the True Dragon bloodline. Michelasi gasped for air as he felt the oppressive aura that had just appeared. After several minutes of heavy breathing he struggled to rise from the ground. A few minutes later Gomola took Michelasi, Agila and Wuyingdamu to explore Osaka City. After eating the squid in his hand, Gomola casually tossed it into the trash bin, then heard Agila's voice, without the silver soul device we can't transform into monster girls, can we? Gomola turned around and explained to Agila, not exactly. After all, when monster girls were first discovered there were no girls. Wuyingdamu, reminded by Gomola's words, recalled an event from over a decade ago and said, is it the Yue River breach incident? Yes. So this soul device is merely a tool that helps us transform into monster girls smoothly. I believe that as long as we have a strong heart we won't go berserk. By the way, I'm holding a special interview event tomorrow. Wuyingdamu then remembered what Pai Gu Meng had said earlier. If not for the overwhelming pressure Mo Fan had suddenly unleashed, which made her forget, she would have been reminded by Gomola's words. She said, yes, that's why we came to help. Gomola pondered for a moment and said, then before that let me tell a joke. Gomola pointed at Agila. Agila glanced at Wuyingdamu and Michelasi beside her, then saw Gomola's finger pointing at herself and exclaimed in surprise, me? Yes. Because you had that look of, it has nothing to do with me, all over your face. Consider this a kind of training to cultivate a strong heart. Gomola then lunged at Agila, rubbing her face. Mo Fan watched Gomola, who kept rubbing Agila's face with a lecherous grin and with a dark expression pulled Gomola up. Gomola struggled for a moment, but finding herself unable to move she simply hugged Mo Fan's back and said to Agila, who had just stood up, alright, first let's take a look at this. While Gomola and Agila were chatting and laughing, a mud-like monster slowly appeared on a distant high-rise building, watching Gomola, Mo Fan and the others. Sensing the gaze, Gomola looked up at the spot where the monster had vanished, then turned to see Agila's grave expression. Is it? She asked. Agila sensed it too. Gomola jumped down from Mo Fan's back, took a few steps and said to the three girls, it's about to get busy. The enemies of the girls and humanity, the shadows, have become active. Wuyingdamu opened her phone and saw a social forum post titled Zhou Fong suddenly fractured today, is it human depravity or moral collapse? Agila heard a sound behind her, turned around and saw Wuyingdamu's face dark with distress. She heard Wu Yingdemu murmur, Zhou Fong has a fracture. Impossible, how could it be? Because it's Zhou Fong, known as the precise machine. This is the last summer for Zhou Fong and Mu Zheng. How could it be? How is it possible? Mikila Si looked at Wu Yingdemu, who was on the verge of breaking down, and asked, what's wrong with you? Wooing Zhang's behavior is so strange. Seeing Wu Yingdemu's state, Mo Fan instantly teleported behind her and knocked her unconscious with a single hand chop. Mo Fan looked at the bewildered Agila and Mikila Si and explained, you all must have heard what Wu Yingdemu said just now. That was a huge blow to her. The software you call the soul driver is merely a tool to help you better integrate with the monster's soul. But from my perspective, you can also be called vessels for monster souls. Because of this you have gained the power of monsters. The essence of monsters is their violent nature. When your heart is deeply wounded, the monster's soul seizes the opportunity to infiltrate and control you. Just like the girl we encountered this morning, she was taken over by a monster's soul because she lacked familial affection. After Mo Fan finished speaking, he pointed to his shoulder, signaling Agila and Mikila Si. They placed their hands on his shoulder. Mo Fan handed Wu Yingdemu to Mikila Si and said, hold her well. Mo Fan then pulled Gomola's arm and teleported directly to his own house. Agila and Mikila Si felt the scorching heat instantly turn into coolness. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves suddenly inside a room. Mo Fan pointed to the sofa behind Mikila Si. Mikila Si turned around, saw the sofa and placed Wu Yingdemu on it. Mo Fan then said to Gomola, alright, now talk to them. I'm going to sleep, I'm too tired. With that he walked into a room. A flash of white light passed and Gomola had changed back into her original clothes. Now she was wearing a dark blue dress. Seeing Gomola change back, Mikila Si and Agila followed suit and transformed back into their original clothes. The three of them sat on the coffee table. Gomola asked the two girls what kind of blow caused Wu Ying to go berserk. At that moment Agila recalled that just before Wu Yingdemu's phone hit the ground and the screen went black, she had seen the title, Let You Fall For Me. So she said, it seems to be, Let You Fall For Me. Let You Fall For Me. Oh, it's a very popular anime among high school girls, especially the bromance within it. Although the anime and manga are not originally like that, the fans themselves imagine and elevate the emotions, creating secondary adaptations, like assigning roles of top and bottom to the characters. They even produce merchandise. Ah! Stop it, stop it. Before Gomola could finish speaking, Wu Yingdemu woke up from her coma. But upon waking she heard such words, so she sat up from the sofa, rushed behind Gomola and covered her mouth to prevent her from continuing. Beep beep beep. Your dear Pai Gu Meng is calling. With a puzzled expression, Agila took out her phone and answered Pai Gu Meng's call. At that moment Pai Gu Meng, seeing his call finally connected, shouted, everyone, it's bad. Many shadows have suddenly appeared in the city. Although it's too early for you three and we haven't explained it yet, girls have another mission to eliminate the enemies of humanity, the shadows. As for the shadows, we don't know what they are or how they are born, and there are many unknowns. At that moment Mo Fan's voice came from the room, Pai Gu Meng. Have you forgotten where the name, shadow, came from? Shadows are born from the combination of people's negative emotions and their shadows. Far away at the Monster Girl headquarters, Pai Gu Meng heard Mo Fan's words and suddenly realized, right, why didn't I think of that? But now is not the time to talk about this. AI Lei Wang and Lei De Wang are currently dealing with a large number of shadows in Asakusa. Now quickly let Mo Fan take you all there. Gomola shouted to Mo Fan in the room, Mo Fan. Then a dimensional wall appeared before the four girls and slowly approached them. Gomola transformed first and leaped into the dimensional wall. Agila, Mikila Si and Wu Yingdemu exchanged glances, then transformed together and followed Gomola's lead, jumping in. Asakusa. Lei De Wang shattered a shadow that was about to ambush AI Lei Wang from behind, then saw a large dimensional wall rise from the side. From it leaped out Gomola, Mikila Si, Agila and Wu Yingdemu. Cracking her knuckles, Lei De Wang looked around at her companions and said to the shadows, now it's our turn to take the stage. Your game is over. From now on it's our victory, girls. Let's go. Lei De Wang finished speaking and everyone attacked the shadows before them. Bang! 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 Gomola bounced around on the heads of several shadows, simultaneously channeling the super vibration wave into her feet, causing the shadows she stepped on to explode one by one. Lei De Wang took the shadow she had been twisting in her hand and hurled it toward the pile of shadows in the distance, resulting in a loud explosion. AI Lei Wang dispersed the 4 shadows before her, then looked at the scattered remnants and said, "Don't make me, someone who isn't the type to stand still, take action. I mean it." Lei Wang looked at the shadows she had killed, once more wiped the sweat from her brow and said, "Even so we still can't eliminate all of them." Gomola dodged a shadow's hidden arm and said to Lei Wang, "I think that since so many shadows have appeared here, their nest must be somewhere nearby." Lei Wang scratched her head and said, "If we don't destroy the nest, who knows how many more of these guys will come." At that moment AI Lei Wang held up her phone to Gomola and Lei Wang and said, "No, the number won't increase. Also look at the message from Jia Dun, the nest has been destroyed. So now we just need to take care of these." Roar. Just then a huge shadow dinosaur appeared behind Agila. As AI Lei Wang was about to go to her aid, a massive shadow centipede suddenly emerged in front of her, blocking the way. Mikila C looked at the enormous shadow dinosaur, her voice trembling as she spoke, "Is this a shadow beast?" The shadow dinosaur was about to bite Agila, Mikila C and Wu Yingdamu, but the 3 girls managed to dodge in time. Mikila C leaped directly beside the dinosaur's stuck mouth, pounding its jaw with her fists and shouting, "Damn you, you bastard, ora 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 ora." The shadow dinosaur in pain pulled its mouth up from the ground. Meanwhile on the other side AI Lei Wang had just chopped off the head of the shadow centipede and was about to go help Agila when the centipede suddenly regrew its head and blocked her again. The shadow dinosaur stomped directly toward where Mikila C and Wu Yingdamu stood. Unable to dodge in time, they were struck and sent flying heavily into the nearby wall. Wu Yingdamu struggled to free herself from the wall. Looking around, she didn't see Agila and said anxiously, "Agi? Where is Agi?" Mikila C suddenly pointed at the tall building opposite and said, "Ah, look, Agi is over there." Agila looked at the shadow dinosaur beneath her and declared with firm resolve, "I must do this." As Agila was about to plunge straight down, crashing into the yellow forehead of the shadow dinosaur, Mo Fan caught her. He looked at the reckless Agila, smiled and said, all right, don't act on impulse. Don't make anyone sad, right, Jia Dun?" At that moment Jia Dun also appeared beside Agila, snorting coldly, "Who said I would cry? All right, yes. Bay air, time to stretch your muscles." After Mo Fan finished speaking, a purple-black humanoid ant appeared behind the shadow dinosaur, stabbing its abdomen with a single-hand knife. Then came the sound of tearing. The purple-black humanoid ant tore the entire body of the shadow dinosaur apart from the middle. When the shadow centipede saw this, it tried to flee but was also pulled out by the purple-black humanoid ant, which tore it apart from the middle with the same motion. Mo Fan looked at the 2 corpses piled up by Bay Air and thought, what if I revive them? With that thought he stomped the ground and said, "Stand up." Although it sounded Chinibu in others' ears, in Mo Fan's mouth it was utterly dignified and solemn. When Mo Fan finished speaking, purple-black energy rose from the 2 corpses, then condensed into the shadow dinosaur and shadow centipede that had just been torn apart by Bay Air, accompanied by a vast dark mass of shadows rising from the ground behind them. Mo Fan looked at the 2 shadow beasts, but seeing the shadows behind them he frowned slightly and said, "Can you merge? If you can merge. After merging, walk into that gate. If you can't, I will dismiss you." The group of purple-black shadows seemed to understand Mo Fan's words. They gathered together and forcibly transformed into a humanoid shadow even taller than the dinosaur. Then the 3 shadows walked toward the black gate behind Mo Fan. Mo Fan turned around and said to the 3 behind him, "It seems I must train you 3 immediately. And you 2 don't think you can escape." Mo Fan tilted his head and looked at Gomola and Lei Wang, who were about to flee. Lei Wang looked at Mo Fan in fear and said, Mo Fan, I remember I left the gas stove on at home, I'll go turn it off first." "No way. Mo Fan, we shouldn't have to, right? After all, we 3 were attacking with all our might." Lei Wang looked at the expressionless Mo Fan side and said in resignation, Mo Fan, do you know that your training is deadly?" Mo Fan looked at Lei Wang's expression and said helplessly, "All right, I'll give you veterans a week of training." Lei Wang heard Mo Fan's words and was about to shout in joy when she heard his voice, "But it's a week on my side." Half a month later, Pigming looked at Agila Miklas and Wying Damu sitting across from him, recalling the great battle a fortnight ago, and said, "You all look like full-fledged members of the girls now." Wying Damu said, "I still haven't fully adjusted yet. Please have some confidence, okay? Since Pigming has spoken, then I'll have confidence." Pigming saw Agila smile and laughed as well, saying, Aji, you finally learned to smile too." Agila, hearing Pigming's words, replied, Is that so?" It was indeed tough to join the girls right in the middle of the shadow riot. "By the way, there's a meet and greet with little Jean today, so security is up to you." Agila thought about the image of Jingukyo and said, "This is my first time meeting Senior Jingukyo. Hey, am I the only one on duty today?" Piggyman comforted him, "Don't worry, someone will come to support you later." A few hours later, Agila, hiding in the distance, watched Jingukyo cheerfully handing out flyers to the people in front and recalled Piggyman's earlier words. He couldn't help but mutter, "Easier said than done, no one came to back me up. Still, as long as nothing happens it should be fine, right?" Agila also remembered his first encounter with Jingukyo when Jingukyo had exclaimed in surprise, "You must be little Agila. Your eyes look like you've just woken up, they're quite beautiful." As Agila was reminiscing, Jingukyo said to the man who looked like Gagula, "Thank you for always supporting me." But the man who looked like Gagula replied, "I'm too happy. I've been down on my luck lately, even my closest friends won't talk to me. I hope one day I can spend a wonderful night with you." As the man resembling Gagula spoke, black aura began to emanate from his body and his anger grew apparent. Just then a girl standing on a high platform in the venue shouted to the man resembling Gagula below, "Then I'll put an end to this here." After speaking, the girl leaped down. As a flash of white light burst forth, she landed on the ground and said to the man resembling Gagula, oh my, here I am a Geisai alien come to defeat you." Jingukyo instantly moved behind Geisai, hiding and complaining, "Really, you always arrive so late. The protagonist always makes a grand entrance at the end, or so they say, right?" Pfft. Mo Fan had just arrived when he heard such an explosive remark, reminding him of how Zero had always said that line before Jeed. He immediately sprayed out the milk tea he had just drunk. Geisai looked at Mo Fan with a helpless expression. "Mo Fan, after you trained us for half a month you still pull this. You almost hit me, you know." Mo Fan waved his hand, "Sorry, I was just reminded of someone." While Mo Fan was speaking, the man resembling Gagula kept howling, which finally drove Mo Fan past his limit. He instantly teleported behind the man and knocked him out with a single chop to the neck. Mo Fan let out a breath as he looked at the unconscious Gagula on the ground. So noisy. But then he noticed a wisp of black energy rising from the man's body and quickly reached out to grab it. Geisai saw the object in Mo Fan's hand and asked suspiciously, "Mo Fan, what do you want with a mist shadow?" "Wait, Mo Fan, what are you doing?" Under Geisai and Jingukyo's horrified gazes, Mo Fan directly absorbed the black aura. The moment he absorbed it, his body began to tremble violently but soon returned to normal. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned into a terrifying blood red. Geisai watched Mo Fan warily. "Are you still Mo Fan or someone else?" Mo Fan turned his head and looked at Geisai with a helpless expression. Geisai, do you think I'm that easy to control?" However, unnoticed by Geisai and Jingukyo, Mo Fan secretly took photos of the two women. Later, Jingukyo looked at the venue, which was now quiet but still in disarray, and said, "That was a close call." Agila apologized to Jingukyo, "I'm sorry I couldn't be of much help." Jingukyo comforted her, "Not at all. You were the first to notice something was wrong, giving me time to react." "I'm glad you think so." Geisai chimed in, "Yeah, you're awesome, so awesome. Unlike someone who arrived late and almost missed everything, so many bad habits." "Stop bringing that up. And besides, Mo Fan arrived even later, didn't he?" Mo Fan, hearing this, shook his head and said, "Geisai, look behind Jingukyo." "What is that?" Geisai, puzzled by Mo Fan's words, looked behind Jingukyo. Jingukyo also glanced back, and suddenly a purple-black humanoid armor emerged from behind her. Geisai sighed when she saw the purple-black armored figure and said nothing more. Agila, recalling Geisai's earlier mention of the mist shadow, asked, "What exactly is that mist shadow?" Jingukyo explained, "The mist shadow can invade the hearts of the vulnerable, making them irritable. It's similar to the rampage of monster girls. There is a slight difference, but both attack people after going berserk. Since the possessed are humans, we can't go all out on them. We need a new way of fighting." Geisai leaned close to Agila and whispered, "That's a bit tough for Jingukyo since she only fights with satisfaction." Jingukyo, with golden light flashing in her eyes, stared at Geisai. What are you muttering about?" Just then a shadow suddenly appeared behind Geisai and Agila. Jingukyo, who was frustrated and needed an outlet, slowly walked toward the shadow. Boom! Jingukyo leaped directly onto the shadow, which was instantly crushed under her weight. At the same time, a large crack appeared on the ground. Mo Fan looked at Jingukyo, then at Geisai, and sighed. "Geisai, how many times do I have to tell you not to talk about Jingukyo's fighting style? Forget it, let's go get some food." As Mo Fan led Geisai and Agila to eat, he also repaired the large crack Jingukyo had created. On the way to the meal, Mo Fan spotted another shadow emerging and killed it with 2 punches. Losing his appetite, he waved goodbye to Geisai and Agila and teleported to where Gamora was. That night Geisai woke up feeling uncomfortable in bed. After a flash of white light she transformed into her monster form and finally fell asleep peacefully. But after she slept, a girl who looked exactly like Geisai emerged from under the bed surrounded by black aura. Let's call her Black Geisai for now. After glancing at the sleeping Geisai, Black Geisai teleported outside. Meanwhile, Mo Fan, who was at home holding Gamora, sensed a dark aura and woke from his sleep. He instantly teleported to the beam above Geisai's room. Mo Fan looked at Black Geisai, who was exuding dark energy. Black Geisai saw him and asked, "Why are you here?" "Just came to take a look." "Will you stop me?" Mo Fan shook his head and continued, "I'm going away for a while. Just remember not to hurt Gamora too badly. I don't want to get involved in what's between you and Geisai. After all, in that other world 7 may have defeated you, but it wasn't entirely your original form's fault." Before Mo Fan could finish, Black Geisai teleported away. Mo Fan looked at the spot where she vanished and sighed, I shouldn't have shown her the video of 7 from that other world beating her." Mo Fan shook his head helplessly and teleported back home. He looked at Gamora sleeping on the bed and gently rubbed her ears. Still uneasy about Gamora's safety, Mo Fan had a perception-type shadow attach itself to each monster girl. The next day, Pigman, seated opposite the listening monster girl, said, "That concludes the methods for dealing with misty shadows. It's terrifying to have them attached to a person." Gamora, lounging in a hammock, said lazily, "But if they're attached to a human, it's not that big a deal. As long as you're not careless, it's fine." Aquila, looking at the relaxed Gamora, teased, "Aren't you being careless right now, all lazy like that? But I guess we'll be facing more and more battles soon, so we need to start special training for everyone." Hearing Pigman's words, Gamora immediately stood up from the hammock and said, "We elder monster girls have already been trained by Mofan, shouldn't we be exempt from further training?" But when Gamora saw Pigman silently pull out a phone, a flash of white light erupted and Pigman transformed into its monster form. Gamora sighed, then lay back down in the hammock to rest. A few hours later, Gamora held an iron ball with its tail, supported its body with its left hand, and held a fan in its right hand with a glass of water balanced on the fan. Meanwhile, Eleking placed a multi-ton lever on its feet and did push-ups. Gamora watched the newborn Aquila and the other 3 girls running on the treadmill and consoled herself, but they do look a bit pitiful. Miklas, seeing that if he finished last, iron spikes would stab him, ran frantically. The slowest runner, Sunderlass, gradually floated up while running and said comfortably, "So tired. So tired." Pigman, with a smile in its eyes but no veins showing on its neck, looked at her and threatened, holding its own, "Balloons, if you keep slacking off I'll give you more balloons." Sunderlass ran with all her might, feeling the weight of the balloons, and complained, "They look like balloons, but why are they so heavy?" Aquila turned around and saw Gats, who had just finished lifting boulders, but black smoke was slowly seeping from Gats's body. Aquila rushed over and asked, "What's wrong?" "And nothing, I'm fine." From a distance, Eleking saw Aquila's expression and glanced at the message from Pigman on her phone, "Investigate." She walked away. Red King, who was lifting a bus with Gamora, saw Eleking preparing to leave and asked, "Hey Ele, where are you going?" Eleking turned around and said, "I need to look into something." After training at the girls' building, Pigman watched the video sent by Eleking. "The misty shadows are just a byproduct. It seems there's actually some entity that produces them." Upon hearing Eleking's words, Pigman quickly typed on the keyboard and sent the incident to Red King, Gamora and Zedan's phones. That evening, as Miklas was heading home, he turned a corner and suddenly a dark Gats appeared from the corner, punching him straight in the stomach. Fortunately, Miklas managed to transform into his monster form in time, cancelling out the attack. But just as Miklas was about to ask why Gats had attacked him, the dark Gats fired a beam, knocking him unconscious. The next morning, after returning from visiting Sunderlass's home, Aquila heard from Pigman that Miklas had been attacked by Gats the night before and had just woken up in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Uindam and Red King rushed to the hospital. Miklas rubbed his head sheepishly and said, "Gosh, what a loser I am. I'm fine now, but it still hurts a bit. Teacher said the big monster battle might be postponed." Seeing the disappointment on the 3 girls' faces, Miklas quickly added, "But luckily I transformed in time, so the injuries aren't that serious." "That was fortunate." Red King smiled at the lively Miklas and said, "Yeah, once you're healed you can't slack off on training." "Yes, senior." At that moment, Pigman opened the hospital room door, exchanged glances with Aquila, Red King and Uindam, and the 3 girls followed Pigman out. A few minutes later, Red King heard what had happened the previous night from Pigman and slammed the table, cracking it. "What? I'm going to find Gats right now and demand an explanation." Pigman, seeing Red King ready to confront Gat, stood up and held her back. Before Pigman could speak, Aquila stood up from the sofa and defended Gats. Impossible. There's no way Gats attacked Mick. Yesterday Gats was with me. After saying that, Aquila stormed out, slamming the door. Uindam was about to say something, but Red King said, "Let her go. She's lost her cool. Give her some time to calm down." After running for a while, Aquila arrived at the spot where she had first talked with Zetan. She sat down with her arms around her knees and stared at the calm water, saying, "Gats attacked Mick." Just then Zetan's voice came, "What are you doing here?" Aquila turned and saw Zetan but sighed, "Zetan, I believe Mick didn't lie, but I was with Gats yesterday. A person can't be in two places at once." Aquila buried her head in her knees. Zetan looked at her and comforted, "You'd better accept the facts, Aquila. You've changed." Aquila raised her head, but her eyes were red at Zetan's words and she quickly lowered her head again. Zetan smiled at her reaction and said, "You've started thinking for yourself, searching for answers. The answer might not be as simple as you think, but hold on to what you believe and do what you can." At that moment a truck appeared right at the spot where Aquila had first transformed. After a brief complaint, she jumped down again, stopped the truck, lifted it and threw it into the sky. Zetan instantly teleported in front of the truck and caught it. The two girls exchanged a glance and laughed. Meanwhile at the music club, Sunderlass remembered Pigman saying that all Monster Girl concerts were cancelled and shouted angrily, "Really, how can they do this? No, the Hath concert was ruined. But the one who attacked Miklas, wasn't it Gats? If we catch Gats, won't that solve everything?" Roira next to Sunderlass chimed in, "If you're so capable, go catch her. But Gats is super strong." At this point Uindam finally interjected, "Come to think of it, when Mick was attacked, wasn't Gats with Aki?" "Really? Then who attacked Miklas?" "That's exactly why we don't know, so all Monster Girl activities are suspended." Uindam comforted the two distressed girls, "All right, let's head back. We can buy some dumplings on the way." A few minutes later Roira looked at Sedenlas, who had suddenly changed her mood, and teased, "You're so easy to cheer up." But as they turned a corner they saw Gats facing a dark Gats and saying, "I don't know when I split into two. This attack was your doing, wasn't it?" "No, it's all my fault." After saying that, both Gats and the dark Gats teleported into the air. Gats punched the dark Gats in the face, but the dark Gats blocked it with an elbow strike. Taking advantage of Gats's momentary distraction, the dark Gats struck Gats's head with its right hand, sending Gats crashing heavily to the ground. The dark Gats then charged toward where Gats had fallen. Gats blocked a punch and they began exchanging blows. Bang! Gats kicked the dark Gats, who quickly used both arms to block the attack. But after blocking, the dark Gats noticed the three girls in the alley watching the fight. While the dark Gats was distracted, Gats teleported behind it and fired a charged beam. The dark Gats couldn't dodge and took the hit directly. As the dark smoke around it intensified, it managed to repel Gats's beam. Taking advantage of Gats's momentary shock after the beam was deflected, the dark Gats unleashed a crystal cross. Gats, still dazed, didn't notice the crystal cross hurtling toward it and was struck crashing heavily into the wall behind. The impact caused Gats's phone to fall from its pocket. The dark Gats picked it up, smiled and pocketed it. Turning to the three girls watching at the alley entrance, it said, "Now I'll take care of you too." But suddenly the dark Gats felt a sharp headache and teleported away in pain. Meanwhile in another universe, Mofin absorbed the remnants of the ice dragon before him, stood up, clenched his fist and felt the ice dragon's power within him. He looked up at the azure sky and smiled. He glanced at the manual the system had given him earlier, which stated that the primordial dragon bloodline could absorb all dragon essence blood and turn it into his own power. Mofin thought about the time. About half a month had passed. It's time to go back. Once I absorb the power of Gabanazoa, I can head to the Ultraman universe. Then I'll see if I can bring Gamora along. If possible, add Gats and King Joe. That's enough for now. Let's see if I can make Zero recognize his mother, or if both of them are Zero's mothers. Thinking this, Mofin looked at the clear pool which reflected his face. He had been in disguise in the monster universe, but now his true appearance was that of Gogeta, somewhat like Vegito. After a moment of thought he decided to go without the disguise. With that he flew toward the Monster Girl universe. Meanwhile back at the girls' headquarters, Akira was taken aback upon hearing from Wyandamu that Geisai had been attacked. Geisai was attacked. Who did this? The culprit is. Just then Pigmon suddenly summoned Wyandamu and Akira to the conference hall. Holding a notebook, Pigmon addressed the assembled monster girls. Geisai of the Gaishan race was attacked after being eroded by the mist-shaped shadow. King echoed from the side. Geishans possess the ability to create clones. Currently there is the Geisai we know alongside a clone of her that has been corrupted by the mist-shaped shadow. Gamora raised a question. One good, one evil. Indeed. Red King abruptly stood up from his seat, his tone questioning. Isn't it said that the mist-shaped shadow can only possess humans? Although there are no prior precedents, logically speaking, if a monster girl's inner defenses falter, she too could be possessed by the shadow. Akira recalled Geisai's unusual condition from 2 days prior upon hearing King's words and silently cursed himself. I wish we had discovered this sooner. Noticing Akira's dejection, King offered words of comfort. Still, as expected of Geisai, she wasn't fully consumed. She must have instinctively split herself into a clone right before complete erosion, then severed the clone along with the shadow. Red King frowned. That doesn't make sense. How could she possibly defeat her own clone? Once possessed by the mist-shaped shadow, the clone goes berserk and its strength increases by 50%. Its combat prowess would far exceed the original. Pigmon interjected, then it's time for us to move. Little King Joe. King Joe, who had been dozing with his head on the table, raised a hand and stood up. Since the enemy holds Geisai's soul device, we will send an activation signal to it. That should lure her out, after which we will devise a plan to capture her. Pointing at Akira with both index fingers, Gamora remarked, we need to name this operation. Akira, what do you suggest? After stealing his resolve, Akira rose from his seat. Operation Super Rescue for Geisai. Hospital. Gazing at Geisai lying in the hospital bed, Akira said, Geisai, you're pushing yourself too hard. The monster within me never yields in battle. Perhaps because of that I refuse to admit defeat. But showing vulnerability does not mean surrender. Akira suddenly realized his tone and gestures had grown agitated. Blushing, he withdrew his hand and averted his gaze from Geisai. You are far stronger than me. Is it really wrong to seek help from others when you face trouble? I once believed I had to handle everything alone, but sometimes one simply cannot force through on their own. After speaking, Akira quietly left the ward. Lying in the adjacent bed beside Akira, Micah seemed to reach a decision after hearing their conversation. Your injuries should be fine, right? As he spoke, Micah's tossed his phone toward Geisai. She glanced at the phone resting near her, then looked up at Micah's, who wore a nonchalant expression. Smiling faintly, Geisai leaped straight out of bed and ran toward the ward exit. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, the monster girls waited for the arrival of Black Geisai. Standing at an elevated position, Gamora consulted Pigmon via his phone. Little Pigman, won't any ordinary humans show up here? Correct, as the message was only sent to Shadow Geisai. Gamora pointed toward a figure standing nearby labeled Jiga, and asked, then why is that person here? Jiga clenched his fist. I had a premonition that I would cross paths with Miss King Joe here. A few minutes later, after King Joe had successfully lured Jiga away, Black Geisai teleported directly to the center of the hospital grounds. Black Geisai surveyed the monster girls who were poised to swarm her. Recalling Mo Fan's instruction to avoid seriously harming Gamora, yet noting he had not forbidden mere injury, Black Geisai threw caution to the wind and prepared for a fierce battle. Crossing her arms, Black Geisai let out a mighty roar. Several shadows gradually materialized around her, and her surroundings were enveloped in a violent aura of darkness. Just as everyone was about to charge at Black Geisai, Geisai appeared atop a building behind her. Micah's, lend me your soul device. Though both my mind and body have been battered, I will resolve this myself. While Geisai spoke, Black Geisai watched her transformation process with cold, indifferent eyes. Upon landing, Geisai immediately threw a punch at Black Geisai's face. Black Geisai blocked it with her right fist and prepared to strike Geisai's abdomen, but Geisai swiftly rolled backward to evade. Watching the exchange, Akira called out, Geisai, are your injuries all right? I'm fine. Don't underestimate me. I am Geisai of the Geishan race, I never admit defeat. Finishing her words, Geisai leaped into the air. Anticipating a beam attack from Black Geisai, Geisai smoothly maneuvered behind her and delivered a sharp hand strike to Black Geisai's neck. However, Black Geisai immediately teleported away. Just as Geisai was trying to locate her, Black Geisai reappeared behind her and kicked her squarely in the back. Unable to dodge in time, Geisai took the hit head-on. After tumbling through the air, she used her right hand to brace herself, barely regaining her balance. The moment she landed, she fired 2 energy beams from the cannon on her head toward Black Geisai. Black Geisai hastily blocked the beams with both palms. Meanwhile, Gamora and Red King leaped down from a high rise. Glancing at the shadow sprinting toward them, Red King declared, "Leave those shadows to us. Let's go all out." As Akira prepared to join the fray, King Joe intercepted him. "Hold on. You stay here and guard Geisai so you can support her at any moment." Red King unleashed a single punch that sent one shadow crashing into several others against the wall. The sheer terror of his strength crushed them all against the masonry. Black Geisai smirked at the heavily breathing Geisai. Clenching her right fist, she gathered a violent sinister purple energy, teleported directly above Geisai and dove downward in a rapid strike, aiming to rend her heart with a black tiger palm. Just before impact, Akira shielded Geisai, blocking Black Geisai's devastating strike with both hands. In response, Black Geisai teleported behind Akira, seized his tail and hurled him toward a distant building. Bang! Akira was slammed directly into the building's wall, shattering it upon impact. He then tumbled out through the resulting wreckage. Before Akira could recover, Black Geisai teleported in front of him, delivering a brutal kick to his abdomen, followed by a relentless barrage of stomps as he lay prone on the ground. As Geisai recalled Akira's recent words, Black Geisai hoisted Akira into the air, smashed him violently against a wall, and then began gathering purple energy waves in both hands to blast him. Taking a deep breath, Geisai rushed forward and intercepted the energy wave just moments before it struck Akira. Struggling to hold back Black Geisai's assault, she cried out, "Akira, I've always been selfish. Now all I need to do is stop the other me." After repelling Black Geisai, Geisai turned to the crowd behind her and shouted, "Please everyone. Help me take her down." The moment Black Geisai teleported to the center, she was struck simultaneously by Wang Damu's laser and Sandra's sonic wave, rendering her nearly unconscious. Geisai, having accumulated her own energy beam, fired it directly at Black Geisai. "Transform back. Other me. Ah. How could this happen?" As Black Geisai collapsed, the dark aura radiating from her body merged with the residual black energy left by the defeated shadows. From the convergence, a shadow monster resembling Black Geisai drifted down and landed. Red King immediately identified it, shouting, "Shadow General." The Shadow General unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning a swarm of black lightning across the square. Before Gamora could react, a single punch sent him flying backward, accompanied by another crack of lightning. At that exact moment, Gamora suddenly felt a familiar warm presence. Looking up, he saw Mo Fan with a grave expression. Before Gamora could speak, Mo Fan teleported directly in front of the Shadow General. Amidst the crowd's bewildered gazes, Mo Fan extended his right palm toward the Shadow General and commanded, "Great explosion." Instantly, a golden explosive energy sphere erupted from Mo Fan's palm, completely engulfing the Shadow General's body. Amidst the Shadow General's pained cries as the golden energy dissipated, Mo Fan surveyed the lightly injured crowd and immediately threw over a dozen senzu beans from his earring space. Without hesitation, everyone caught the beans and swallowed them whole. Mo Fan ruffled Gamora's head and said, "Now that this is settled, let's go eat barbecue. I'll cook for you all." At that moment, King arrived and asked Mo Fan, "You already knew about Geisai's possession, didn't you?" Mo Fan gently set Gamora down, then smiled. "I did know. Then why didn't you tell us? Let me ask you this, do you think the real combatants would share such information with you, Akira?" he continued. "Moreover, Micas can only transform because of me. Before I left, I embedded protective shadows within all of you. If your lives are ever in imminent danger, they will automatically trigger your transformations. If you don't believe me, try this. One of you cancels your monster form while another attacks you in monster form. Watch how quickly you transform." After Mo Fan finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought, particularly Akira and Wang Damu. Akira reflected that if Mo Fan hadn't originally placed a protective shadow within Micah's Geisai at that time, could have easily killed him. At that moment, Jeduan also teleported to the air directly above Mo Fan's head. Jeduan merely cast a cold glance at Mo Fan, then turned his head to look at Akira, who was lying on the ground having just eaten the senzu bean. Mo Fan stroked the horn of Gamora lying in his arms. Meanwhile, the black-haired lady lurking in the distance merely let out a thorough laugh before turning around and walking into the black door behind her. Half a year later. In the evening square, the crowd gazed at the girl's logo printed on the billboard. Someone said, "Girls has been quite popular lately." 3 girls hid in the shadows. The one standing in the middle said, "Humph, calling that level of performance cool. Don't make me laugh. Watch closely, the era of girls is about to end. The world will belong to us, the Black Star." The next afternoon, a girl named Pegasa was packing her school bag when another girl ran over and said, "Class monitor, I have a favor to ask." What is it?" "We want to go to the girls' concert at 5 o'clock, so could you do the after-school duty for us tomorrow?" Sure. A few hours later on her way home Pegasa thought back to earlier and murmured, I couldn't refuse again. Is everyone talking about girls? Pegasa looked at the big screen on the square and simultaneously Gamora's voice came over the broadcast, today May 8th at 5 p.m. I'll be waiting for you at the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building observation deck. Pegasa stared at the advertisement lost in thought. People always want to escape their current selves, always dreaming of change. But what I wish for is... The three girls stood in the distance watching the humans pass by. A girl with white hair and a white-red gradient named Rudix glanced around and asked, is it really here? Don't worry, the revelation is always right. Pegasa had just looked at her phone when she saw black gas rising from her own body. A fierce wind began to swirl around her. What is this? Meanwhile at the girls' headquarters Aaron was looking at a map when it suddenly flashed red. She immediately asked the operator below, what's happening? An unknown UMG reaction detected near the southeast exit of Shinjuku Station. Pigmon. The Sun team move quickly to the scene and protect the target. Meanwhile on the other side Pegasa was gripping the iron railing tightly to prevent herself from being sucked into the black hole she had summoned. At the same time an unknown young girl with a dazed expression was drawn into the black hole. Black, who was looking at his phone, spotted Pegasa and immediately waved his hand shouting, found her. Grab that girl before girls do. Just as a flying billboard was about to strike Pegasa, Lunadix leaped into the air and waved her hands saying, sticky saliva spray. As Lunadix finished speaking she hurled white oleic acid from her hand which directly dissolved the billboard that was about to hit Pegasa. Then Noba extended a tentacle, wrapped it around Pegasa and pulled her over. Under Pegasa's terrified gaze Black pointed his phone at her. A flash of light burst forth and Pegasa regained her composure from the shock. Before she could speak Lunadix quickly covered her face with a paper bag. A few minutes later Akira, Gats and Mo Fan arrived at the starting point. Mo Fan sensed the aura of the place, a mixture of space and evil. After detecting the evil aura he immediately said to Gats, okay, no need to search. Let's go back. We won't find anything. Before Gats could respond Mo Fan took Gats's and Akira's hands and clasped them together, then walked toward the girls' headquarters. On the way back Mo Fan asked Gats, do you want to go to another world? Are you leaving Mo Fan? Actually it's not too early. I'll see if Gamora is coming. If not I'll go alone. So are you coming, Gats? Before I leave I'll see if I can take Gamora and Pigmon with me. At this moment Akira suddenly asked, Mo Fan, why are you suddenly taking so many people with you? Hearing Akira's question Mo Fan smiled and said, Gats and Akira, do you two have anything to do this afternoon? Both Akira and Gats shook their heads. Seeing this Mo Fan took out his phone and called Pigmon. Pigman, I'm taking Akira and Gats out to play so I won't be returning to headquarters tonight. Pigmon was startled by Mo Fan's words, but before he could speak Mo Fan hung up. Mo Fan casually summoned a black hole, grabbed Gats's and Akira's hands and stepped into the black hole. In the Ultra Universe Sai Luo kicked at Saiwan, who blocked the attack with both arms. Then Saiwan grabbed Sai Luo's foot with his right hand and was about to throw him to the ground when Mo Fan suddenly appeared before them. Seeing Sai Luo Mo Fan said, Sai Luo, didn't you want to know who your mother is? Well, I've brought her today. Ha! Gats was stunned by Mo Fan's words. Sai Luo also stood frozen staring at Mo Fan. But when he saw Gats standing beside Mo Fan he fell into deep thought, looking at his old father and then at Gats. Mo Fan gave Akira and Sai Luo a meaningful glance, then flew off into the distance. Sai Luo followed him. Just before Mo Fan disappeared from sight he shouted, Saiwan. Remember to explain the reason. After saying that Mo Fan vanished completely from the sight of Saiwan and Gats. Saiwan saw Gats blushing deeply, her hands clenched together. Saiwan explained, what Mo Fan meant is probably the monster soul inside your body. Once in a parallel universe I was with a Gats alien. She initially used a human body to be with me. Stop. Don't say any more. Gats hurriedly stopped Saiwan, but then she thought about how Mo Fan and Saiwan knew each other and asked, how did Mo Fan meet you? Should I call you Saiwan? I met Mo Fan about a few thousand years ago during the first invasion of the Land of Light by Belial. Back then Mo Fan was training with my son Sai Luo, who now can also be considered your son. Hearing that Mo Fan and Saiwan had known each other for thousands of years and that she had inexplicably gained a son, Gats blinked at Saiwan in a daze. On the other side Mo Fan explained to Akira, I met Saiwan thousands of years ago. As for Sai Luo, technically Sai Wan was once with the soul inside Gatsa's body. For some reason that soul, Sai Luo's mother, ended up in Gatsa's body. After speaking, Mo Fan turned to Sai Luo and said, "By the way Sai Luo, you wanted to see people, right? I'll take you there. You'd better transform into a human form or your current appearance will definitely scare everyone." Sai Luo glanced at Akira behind Mo Fan, then looked at Mo Fan and asked, "Don't monsters in your universe have the same size as us? This is your universe, not theirs. In their universe monsters are about the same size as humans. So how tall do you think they are?" After finishing his words, Mofan casually waved his hand and pushed Akira toward Sai Luo. Confused as to why Mofan was pushing him away, Akira noticed a golden-black aura beginning to emanate from around Mofan. After shoving Akira away, Mofan let out a thunderous roar, "Cool." His surroundings erupted with golden-black energy and his hair gradually turned golden-yellow. Sai Luo furrowed his brow at Mofan's sudden transformation and asked, "Mofan, what are you doing?" "I'm merely going to find Belial." "Hey Mofan, if you're going to find someone, how will we get back?" Upon hearing Akira's words, Mofan directly pulled 2 buttons from his pocket and tossed them to Akira before saying, "Akira, if you wish to stay here and play for a few days, wait for Gacy to return together. If you want to go back alone, give this button to Gacy before leaving. Farewell." After finishing his words, Mofan instantly teleported toward Belial's location. Sai Luo and Akira exchanged glances and Sai Luo spoke up, "Your name is Akira, right? Could you help me open a portal? I'd like to visit your side." Recalling how Mofan had mentioned wanting Pigmong to be with Sai Luo half a year ago, Akira didn't overthink it and assumed Sai Luo simply wanted to meet his future girlfriend. With that thought in mind, Akira pressed the button Mofan had given him earlier and a black vortex-shaped portal instantly appeared before him. Sai Luo waved goodbye to Akira and flew straight toward the black hole. Inside the space prison, Mofan teleported to where Belial was imprisoned. The 2 unnamed Ultramen beside him bowed deeply upon seeing him and said, "Lord Mofan, please enter." Mofan merely waved his hand and walked inside while the 2 Ultramen resumed patrolling beside Belial's cell. Mofan recalled that earlier when Sai Luo had been about to cleave Belial in one strike, he had intercepted him and then ordered Sai Luo to escort Belial to the prison he had built. Thinking back to when he first arrived in the Ultra Universe before Belial had been possessed, Mofan recalled being shocked to discover she was female. Yet no one at that time knew of Belial's other form. Remembering it now, Mofan smiled. Observing Belial's fierce anger upon seeing him, Mofan was about to speak when she roared, "Mo Fan! Why have you come back? When I was banished, you coldly watched me run out of the land of light in agony alone. When I was possessed by Raybrock, I went to find you that very day and begged you to come with me." Looking at Belial, whose fury concealed a trace of lingering affection, Mofan sighed and said, "Alas Belial, I will release you." Hearing Mofan's words, Belial laughed self-mockingly and said, "Ha ha ha Mofan, how am I supposed to leave like this? Besides, do you really think I would trust you?" Ignoring her words, Mofan simply reached into his earring dimension, pulled out the Dark Lugial capsule and the Alien Emperor capsule and threw them to Belial. Staring at the stunned Belial, he said, "Absorb these 2 capsules and then I will let you out." After contemplating for a moment, Belial suddenly felt her hands move freely again. She clenched her fists, picked up the Alien Emperor capsule and the Dark Lugial capsule from the ground and swallowed both right in front of Mofan. After swallowing the 2 capsules, Belial suddenly felt her power surging upward and the dark genes within her body exploded with energy. Accompanied by a flash of purple-black light, Belial broke free from her shackles. Mofan gazed at her current form and fell into deep thought. Where Belial had once appeared like a lowly, she now stood as a truly mature and captivating woman. Meanwhile, the moment Sai Luo arrived in the Monster Girl universe, he suddenly heard a girl's terrified scream. Pigmong stared at Sai Luo, who had suddenly appeared in her changing room. She recalled how 6 months earlier Mofan had said he would find her a boyfriend, one who bore silver, white and blue stripes on his body and had a rabbit-like blade on his head. Sai Luo, watching Pigmong instantly transform back into her monster form upon seeing him, thought of the Pigmong he had encountered while training under Master Leo. You must be the Sai Luo that Mofan mentioned, right?" Pigmong's words lightened the atmosphere between them. Sai Luo scratched his head and said, yes, that's right. "How about you put some clothes on first, Pigmong?" Noticing Sai Luo's fixed gaze upon her petite figure, Pigmong felt a wave of warmth rising within her and hastily rushed to dress herself. A few minutes later, Zero stared at Pigman, who was now wearing a JK uniform, and couldn't help but blush. Seeing Zero's expression, Pigmon chuckled and directly hooked his arm. Feeling the soft sensation against his right arm, Zero stammered, Pigman, how did you accept this so quickly? It took Mo-fan half a year to chase Gamora. Besides, I've always heard Mo-fan mention that there's also a Pigmon in your universe, isn't that right? Zero scratched his head awkwardly. When Zero and Pigmon stepped out of the dressing room, they bumped into Eleking. Eleking looked at the man Pigmon was holding on to, sensing an unsettling feeling from the depths of his soul. He frowned, but seeing Pigmon smiling at him, he didn't say anything and walked past Zero into the dressing room. When Zero was pulled out of the girls' headquarters by Pigman, he saw the scene outside and managed to steady himself. Since Zero had always lived in the land of light, he had never seen these Earth products before. He kept asking Pigmon about the things he saw, and Pigmon patiently answered his questions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pegasa, who had just jumped up from the cushion in shock after hearing Black's plans, suddenly felt Noba summon tentacles to threaten him, saying, "Don't stand behind me." Renatix explained, "Sorry, that's a bad habit Noba picked up from his time in the Special Forces." Hearing Renatix's words, Pegasa's heart trembled. Special Forces. Could these people be dangerous? But seeing the two of them looking at him calmly, he said, So what are the monster girls doing? We are Black Star with the goal of invading Earth. On the other side in the Ultraman universe, Mo-fan looked at Belial, who had broken free from the chains, and smiled. So how do you feel? Powerful. Belial clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. But seeing Mo-fan's grinning face, he remembered how Mo-fan had watched him being locked up here by Zero, and anger surged. He threw a punch straight at Mo-fan's stomach. Mo-fan saw the sudden punch coming but didn't dodge. He figured Belial needed to vent after all those years of suffering, so he let the punch from the evil Belial land squarely on him. Mo-fan took the opportunity to embrace Belial. Belial tried to break free from Mo-fan's arms but felt that Mo-fan's strength had increased significantly, so he stopped struggling and let Mo-fan hold him gently. Mo-fan ruffled Belial's head and looked at him, who had transformed into a mature woman but still wore a pout, and laughed. "Haha, Belial, you've changed your appearance, but you're still like a child." Hearing Mo-fan's teasing, Belial got angry again and swung his small fist at Mo-fan's chest. Mo-fan just smiled without saying anything, then teleported with Belial directly to the monster universe. Before leaving, Mo-fan released a dark purple figure to replace Belial. Mo-fan, tell me, who is that woman next to you? Gamora had just returned and saw Mo-fan being embraced by a woman. Mo-fan looked at Gamora, whose eyes were blazing with anger, then turned to Belial, who was looking at him with a smile. He silently swallowed his saliva and was about to get up and leave when Belial held him down. Mo-fan could only sit back awkwardly beside Belial. Belial, seeing Mo-fan sit back down, smiled at the increasingly agitated Gamora. Gamora, seeing Belial's expression, shouted angrily, "Mo-fan. You'd better explain yourself. Who is she? Go. Gamora, this is Belial. You can think of him as the second one I mentioned to you half a year ago." Crack. Crack. Mo-fan watched as an extremely terrifying pressure began to emanate from Gamora's feet, accompanied by cracking sounds. At that moment, Gamora's phone rang. Gamora answered impatiently, but after hearing what Pigman said, he was shocked. "What? Pigman, are you serious?" "I'm serious, Gamora. Call Mo-fan over quickly. We're fighting the evil god Katanathor right now." Boom. At the same time, a flash of fire appeared in the distance. Mo-fan quickly stood up from the sofa and said to Belial, "I'm coming. I have to go." Whoosh. Mo-fan teleported to the explosion site and saw Zero being entangled by several tentacles. Zero couldn't fire any light beams. In the distance, Gats and the monster girls who could shoot light beams were harassing Katanathor, who was floating in the air. Mo-fan narrowed his eyes. This shouldn't be happening. It should have taken thousands of years to make Katanathor go berserk. Thinking this, he ran to Pigman and asked, "Pigman, what happened?" Mo-fan, I don't know why, but the evil god Katanathor suddenly appeared in Shinjuku. Now it's in a berserk state. Mo-fan, think of a solution quickly. Mo-fan thought for a moment and said, "Just hold me back and Eleking and the others." While Pigman was puzzled by Mo-fan's words, he saw Mo-fan teleport directly to the top of Katanathor's head. Mo-fan spread his hands, aiming at Katanathor's head, and a tremendous suction force erupted, nearly pulling Zero, who was not far away, toward Mo-fan. A few minutes later, a massive darkness accompanied by an evil aura erupted from the shrinking neck of Katanathor. Zero quickly reverted to his original form and stood in front of Pigman, ready to block Mo-fan in case he went berserk and attacked. Boom. A vast dark aura exploded from the sky, forming a pillar of light that stunned Gamora and Belial, who had just arrived, leaving them frozen in place. Belial felt the pressure radiating from Mo Fan's surroundings. Even with his newfound power he could barely catch his breath. After a few minutes the pillar of light faded. Mo Fan flew out from it, his eyes turning blood red. Just as everyone was on guard against Mo Fan he laughed, haha, there's nothing to fear. Remember, my spirit is quite strong. After speaking Mo Fan closed his eyes. When he opened them again they had returned to their original black and the evil aura around him instantly dissipated. Mo Fan's actions immediately relaxed everyone. Mo Fan looked at Gamora and asked, Gamora, do you want to come with me to another world? Huh? Why are you suddenly saying that, Mo Fan? Gamora was caught off guard by the sudden question. Mo Fan scratched his head and said, I'm leaving soon. You see, I can't stay in one universe, I just can't settle down. Mo Fan looked at the stunned Gamora, then turned to Belial, who was watching him with a playful smile. He silently swallowed his saliva and was about to get up and leave. A few minutes later a massive darkness accompanied by an evil aura erupted from the shrinking neck of Katanathor. Bang! Bang! Mo Fan blocked the attacks of Sarua and Belial, then punched Sarua in the stomach, sending him flying. As he prepared to kick Belial she hastily blocked his strike. Mo Fan teleported behind Belial, swiftly securing her waist, then plunged rapidly toward the ground. Boom! The seawater was violently shaken by Mo Fan's attack, scattering seafood everywhere. Gaisai and Eileen quickly used light waves to protect the seafood and place it on the sand. Mo Fan, don't attack like that next time. Belial shouted at Mo Fan as she emerged from the seawater. Mo Fan just shook his head helplessly. Mo Fan sat down beside Sarua, who was already lounging on a sun chair. After taking a sip of juice from the table he asked Sarua, Sarua, what are you planning to do now? Mo Fan had previously sensed the power within Sarua, now only the pierogi and shining light remained. It seemed Sarua had already passed through the dark Sarua period. Mo Fan then decided to go to the galaxy and absorb or replicate the abilities of all the Heisei Ultramen and monsters. Sarua looked at Piggyman, who was playing volleyball with Gamora, and smiled. I've got nothing to do for now, so I might as well spend more time with my wife. Oh Sarua, you never used to have a sense of home, but now that you have Piggyman you've developed a concept of family. Mo Fan said nothing, leaned back in the sun chair and entered his spiritual space. In the spiritual space Mo Fan saw a new large tree before him. Previously there were only trees formed by the armor Kamen Rider and Dragon Ball, but now there was an additional tree of dragons. Currently Mo Fan's available forms included Super 1-5, Super Saiyan God levels 1-5, Crimson levels 1-5, Super Saiyan Blue levels 1-5, Deep Blue levels 1-5, Rose Blue levels 1-5, Dual Zanshin levels 1-5, White God levels 1-5 and Demon Form levels 1-5. Mo Fan sensed the power of his White God and Demon forms. He felt that the White God wasn't as strong as the Demon form, and he believed that was because of Lucifer, which caused the White God to be suppressed by the Demon form. Mo Fan suddenly thought of Kafra and Kururu from the Fox spirit world. He also recalled that before leaving the system had granted him a multiplicative immunity boost with a maximum of 100 billion times. Now if Mo Fan used his strongest form externally he could probably contend with the celestial hosts in Marvel. However, that was without including the ancestral dragon bloodline. If he added that Mo Fan could basically grind the celestial hosts into the ground. Unless Mo Fan encountered someone on the level of OAA he could basically escape with a sliver of health. Mo Fan sensed that in his normal state he was roughly at the level of the King of Ultra. He clenched his fist, it seemed his strength had finally reached the T1 standard. Mo Fan didn't insist on being the strongest in the universe, especially when fighting beings like Cthulhu or OAA where death was almost certain. Mo Fan scratched his head and stepped out of the spiritual space. As soon as he opened his eyes he was startled by Gamora's gaze. Wow! Bro Gamora, could you not appear so suddenly next time? It's really scary. Gamora chuckled. Oh Mo Fan, it's your fault for falling asleep. Everyone's about to have barbecue and you're still sleeping, is that appropriate? So come on, let's go eat barbecue. Mo Fan scratched his head and followed Gamora to the barbecue grill. Just as he was about to take a bite of the skewer in his hand he looked up and saw Belial and Gamora staring at him with pleading eyes. Mo Fan's mouth twitched. You two can't eat your own. No Mo Fan, you have to give us the skewer in your hand. Mo Fan looked at Belial, then at Gamora, and turned to see Sarua grinning at him as if saying, that's what you get for having two girlfriends. Mo Fan bit off 2 pieces of meat from the skewer and quickly fed them into Belial's and Gamora's mouths. Although Bei Lia disapproved of Mo Fan's actions, she was still satisfied and swallowed the piece of meat. Mo Fan smiled, then stood up from the stool and opened a portal behind Surul. Gamora asked, "Hey Mo Fan, where are you going? Why aren't you eating anymore?" Something came up in another universe. In a space within the galaxy universe, as soon as Mo Fan arrived, he found himself in a void, and standing before him was the Ultraman galaxy. But from the power radiating from Galaxy, Mo Fan recognized that this was the original Galaxy. Galaxy slowly turned around and said to Mo Fan, "Dear traveler, what purpose does your visit to our universe serve? I just came to copy some things and leave. Alas, this body of mine can barely hold on. I hope you can shine light for the future." After saying that, the original Galaxy dissipated. Mo Fan was stunned by those words, replaying them in his mind. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't understand what Galaxy meant by shining light. Thinking about it, Mo Fan decided not to dwell on it and directly teleported into the principal's office at Jiangxing Elementary School. Mo Fan looked at the dazzling array of Ultraman and Monster soft vinyl figures, waved his hand and brought all the figures from the wooden shelf before him. Mo Fan absorbed or devoured some of the dispensable monster figures and copied the skills of the rest. Just then he heard a sound, ding. The ultimate system has been bound. Host, do you wish to bind? Hearing this, Mo Fan chuckled. Bind? Then let me ask, what can this system do? Humph, host, please don't speak like that. This system can enhance your combat power. Mo Fan found the system's voice amusing and sat down in the chair where Nokia had once sat, listening to the lowly system. I can increase your combat power through devouring or absorption. Mo Fan's mouth twitched. He could already absorb and copy, why did he need this system? Calming down, Mo Fan said, a system I can already copy and absorb. How does your method improve combat power? Unlike your crude copying and absorbing, I directly boost the power of whatever you absorb, monsters or anything, by 3 times. So do you see how important I am? Mo Fan's expression turned serious upon hearing that the system could triple power. After thinking for a moment, he said, then system, what's your name and what do you look like? Do I just keep calling you system? Since my dear host is asking for my name and appearance, I'll tell you. I am Su Bai. A small light door appeared before Mo Fan and a cat-eared white-haired lowly stepped out. The system Su Bai puffed out her flat chest at the stunned Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked at the lowly, laughed and then cried. Haha, you really look like her. Su Bai, seeing Mo Fan suddenly cry, quickly ran to him. Hey host, don't cry. Mo Fan smiled, hugged Su Bai and teleported directly into the galaxy. Looking at the galaxy, he lowered his head to Su Bai, who was steaming red. Can a system blush? Su Bai, you reminded me of my girlfriend from before I came to this world. Her name was also Su Bai. Speaking of her, I haven't seen her in a long time. Su Bai gradually returned to normal from her steamed state. Mo Fan pinched her soft cheeks, smiled and hugging her teleported to the Monster Girl universe. Upon arriving at the Monster Girl universe with Su Bai in his arms, Mo Fan found everyone sprawled asleep on the sand, while Ajira and Zetan sat beneath a coconut tree gazing up at the brilliant moonlight. After slipping out of Mo Fan's embrace, Su Bai pouted indignantly and declared, this system has no intention of acknowledging you anymore. With those words, Su Bai retreated into the system space. Mo Fan smiled at the empty spot where she had vanished, said nothing and calmly walked over to sit beside Ajira. Ajira glanced at Mo Fan and sighed, I do wish things could remain this carefree forever. Ajira, that is a beautiful sentiment, but do you truly have a way to make it happen? Why do you say that, Mo Fan? I was simply thinking, food requires money, clothing costs money, and everything in this world demands payment, does it not? Therefore happiness exists only in fleeting moments and we must cherish the present. Mo Fan turned his head to look at Ajira, whose cheeks had flushed a faint pink. Though Ajira felt an inexplicable warmth rising to her face, Zetan remained utterly expressionless as he replied, You speak wisely, Mo Fan. But why do those wealthy children complain at all? Precisely because they are far too rich and have nothing to occupy themselves. They are simply bored. Moreover, parents of affluent families tend to indulge their children, do they not? After struggling so hard to amass wealth, can't they spare a little to treat their next generation? Zetan was left utterly speechless by Mo Fan's words for the first time. Mo Fan, observing the stunned expression on Zetan's face, chuckled, rose from the sand and brushed off the grains clinging to his clothes. Mo Fan walked over to Gamora, who lay sprawled asleep on the beach, lifted her into his arms and settled both of them onto a sun lounge. Reaching into his earring dimension, he summoned a blanket to cover Gamora and himself. Feeling the sudden warmth envelop her, Gamora clung even tighter to Mofin. Mofin smiled, gently resting his chin against Gamora as she drifted into a sweet slumber. The following morning Gamora stirred groggily from her dreams only to find her face pressed against Mofin's chest. Startled, she quickly scrambled to her feet. Mofin was roused by Gamora's sudden movement. Opening his eyes, he saw her face flushed crimson and gently pinched her extraordinarily soft cheeks. "Good morning, Mofin." Zero had just woken from Pigman's gentle embrace when he caught sight of Mofin and Gamora in their awkward posture. He quickly lowered his gaze, looking down at Pigman resting in his arms. Mofin and Gamora exchanged a glance. Watching Gamora's face grow redder by the moment, Mofin eventually felt her bury her face completely into his chest. Beryl observed Gamora's flustered state and sneered, "TSK TSK TSK. With such timidity you stand no chance against me for Mofin's affection. You are vastly inexperienced." Seeing Beryl about to mock Gamora further, Mofin intervened, "Oh, come now, let us keep things civil. No more quarreling." Beryl's tirade finally subsided. Mofin rose from the sun lounge and said, "Zero, would you like us to visit you today?" Mofin, you're actually coming to our place." "What else would I do? We're leaving now." Speaking thus, Mofin conjured a dimensional portal large enough to hold 10 people before turning to face the monster girls behind him. Will you all be coming along?" The Land of Light. Mofin teleported to the very center of the Land of Light. Gamora and Mycla, seeing the radiant gleam of the place, shouted in amazement, "Wow, it's so beautiful." When Belial arrived at the Land of Light, he could feel countless gazes fixing upon him, filled with fear and anger. However, simply by releasing a fraction of his aura, he easily frightened those hostile stares away. At that moment, Ultraman from the Ultra Police headquarters hurriedly flew over. The instant he arrived at the scene, he sensed the oppressive aura radiating from Belial. After Mofin glanced back at Belial, the latter withdrew the pressure he had just released. Upon seeing Mofin, Ultraman immediately stepped forward and asked, "Mofin, I must ask, why did you release Belial?" Mofin looked around at the restless Gamora and Myclas, then turned back to ask, "What's the matter, Ultraman? I'd like to know, is there a problem with me letting Belial out?" Hearing Mofin's words, Ultraman sighed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his gaze suddenly fell upon the cold and silent Zetan behind Mofin. Mofin noticed Ultraman staring blankly at Zetan and teased, "Oh, Ultraman. Why don't you find yourself a girlfriend? Look at Seven, he already has a child." Ultraman cleared his throat at Mofin's teasing and said, "Alright Mofin. If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Watching Ultraman gradually disappear, Mofin turned to Zero and asked, "Zero, want me to take you to train?" Zero, caught off guard by Mofin's sudden suggestion, replied, "Huh? Why are you suddenly taking me to train today?" "Mainly just bored," Mofin replied. "Nothing better to do." Mofin casually conjured a portal of light and stepped through first, with Zero following close behind. Before departing, Mofin looked back and shouted to Gamora and Zetan, "Gamora, Zetan, keep an eye on the others. At least don't cause any trouble. As for the Land of Light, I'm probably the strongest combatant here. If anything happens, go find Father Ultra at the highest authority here, and remember to mention my name." After saying his farewells, Mofin entered the spirit divine place of time. The instant Zero stepped inside, he felt an overwhelmingly powerful gravitational pressure pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Mofin assessed the gravity within the spirit divine place of time. Previously it had been set to 10 times the normal spiritual energy output, but Mofin had modified it so that each entry would push him to his absolute maximum tolerance limit. After unleashing his power, Mofin rose from the ground and turned to ask Zero, "How's it going? Are you holding up?" Zero, struggling under the mysterious force emanating from Mofin, managed to crawl to his feet. Remembering past encounters when Mofin had unleashed his rage, he too had mirrored Mofin's actions, but unlike Mofin, Zero transformed directly into his Crown Flash strong style. After a few hops to shake off the pressure, Zero called out to Mofin, "Hey Mofin. Come at me now." Mofin nodded and assumed his stance, then instantly teleported behind Zero. Just as he prepared to strike Zero's neck with a fist, Zero swiftly raised his arm and blocked Mofin's attack. Seeing his attack deflected, Mofin spun around and delivered a fierce rapid kick to Zero's waist. Zero grimaced in pain and released his grip on Mofin. Mofin performed a backward flip to create some distance between them. Zero rubbed his sore waist and complained, "Mofin, don't hit so hard next time. That's a pretty sensitive spot." Mofin paid no heed to Zero's words. He darted forward with incredible speed, throwing a punch straight at Zero's chest. Zero quickly crossed his arms to block the blow. Chuanqing watched as he failed to summon the desired character for the nth time and his blood surged, leaving him gasping for breath. Just as he blinked instinctively, his eyes closed heavily. When Chuanqing opened his eyes again, he found himself on a lush green grassland. As he inhaled the fragrant scent of the plains, a mechanical voice rang out, "Ding, congratulations on binding with the host. You have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it?" Chuanqing, still reeling from his recent death, heard the system's voice and exclaimed in surprise, "Am I dead? If I'm dead, then I don't have to go to that damn job and I won't be enraged by MiHoYo's gotcha mechanism anymore. Ha ha ha, that's right. Let me first claim the novice gift pack." Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack. You have obtained Super Self-Healing Universal Language Comprehension, Geo Vision and Bloodline Evolution. After the system finished speaking, a tremendously powerful force surged within every drop of Chuanqing's blood. Instantly an unbearable sensation overwhelmed him and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Several hours later, when Chuanqing awoke again, he felt the immense and surging power within him. Pinching his own cheek, he turned and saw a small stream nearby. He walked over to examine himself, noticing the changes brought about by absorbing the new bloodline from the system. Chuanqing's originally tall and robust frame had transformed into a short, white-haired, red-faced young boy. His body exuded an aura that made others want to cherish him, though he himself was unaware of this effect. Mo Fan scooped some water from the flask, washed his face and then looked at his now oversized clothes due to his shrunken size. He asked, "System, are you there?" Ding, answering the host, "The system is here. System, I want to ask if you have any clothes suitable for me. And what functions do you have?" Ding, answering the host, "The clothes have been placed in the system space. This system can help the host increase affinity and enhance combat effectiveness." Chuanqing listened to the system while retrieving the prepared clothes from the system space and changing into them. He then asked, "So system, where am I exactly?" Ding, answering the host, "You are currently on a grassland in Liyue." Chuanqing stood up from the grass, clenched his fists and thought about how in Teyvat beauties like Keqing, Hutao and Ganyu were waiting for him to take them into his harem. Musing on these delightful moments, Chuanqing began walking toward Liyue. But in a place he hadn't noticed, a pair of eyes from a high vantage point were observing his every movement. A white-haired woman was lying on a bed watching Chuanqing's movements and murmuring obsessively, "Ha ha ha, Chuanqing, you can only be with me. No one else can have you. Chuanqing, wait for me, I'll come see you soon." The male guard outside responsible for watching the white-haired woman shouted, "Hey hey, quiet down in there, Xia Na." Upon hearing the guard's voice, Xia Na suppressed her manic state and returned to calm. Several millennia passed and Mo Fan rose from the ground. Watching Sai Luo panting heavily, he teased, "Oh ho ho, has Sai Luo finally reached his limit? Mo Fan, you shouldn't mock me. My training has been exhausting." Sai Luo struggled to his feet. At that moment Mo Fan heard a system chime ring in his mind, "Ding. Congratulations host for forging a bond with Sai Luo. You have now obtained 3 times the power of Sai Luo's Radiant Shine ultimate form." Instantly Mo Fan felt a surge of power coursing through his veins, tripling once again. He had now amassed nearly triple the strength of every form Sai Luo possessed. Turning to Sai Luo, he said, all right. Next time we step out, thousands of years will have passed again." Sai Luo nodded. Mo Fan directly tore open a spatial rift before them and both seamlessly stepped into the aperture he had carved. Decades later, in the bustling city of Banqing, Mo La and Lei De Wang were strolling along the culinary street. Mo La, mid-bite into a grilled squid snack, suddenly froze. He raised his head, his gaze locking onto a sudden surge of power erupting in the distance. Jia Dun also sensed the anomaly. Seated upon Jia Dun's back was a Ji La. After incessantly pleading with Jia Dun to carry him over, Jia Dun finally gave in to his persistent nagging and soared toward the source of the disturbance with a Ji La aboard. Not far from the desolate wasteland, as Mo Fan and Sai Luo bounded out of the mind-time chamber, their eyes immediately caught Jia Dun and a Ji La hurtling toward them at tremendous speed. After Mo Fan gave Jia Dun a casual wave, the creature gradually decelerated. Hovering before him, Jia Dun asked, "Mo Fan, did that energy surge just now originate from your location?" Mo Fan nodded, but his gaze fell on a Ji La behind Jia Dun, who was still in a combat stance until spotting him. The fighting impulse seemed to have vanished upon seeing Mo Fan. Utterly speechless, Mo Fan sighed, Someone please tell me what a Ji La thinks he's doing here." Hearing Mo Fan's voice, a Ji La glanced down at his own battle-ready posture and hastily relaxed his muscles. Mo Fan closed his eyes, sensing the atmospheric currents of the current era on Earth. Opening them, he frowned in confusion. "Jia Dun, where is Bei Liya?" Why can't I sense her spiritual signature? She has traveled to another universe. None of us know her current whereabouts. Upon hearing Jia Dun's reply, Mo Fan nodded, waved dismissively and said, never mind then. I'm going to find Guemo La. See ya. Watching Mo Fan set off to find his beloved Sai Luo reasoned he should head to Pai Gu Meng next. Following Mo Fan's example, he waved farewell to Jia Dun and Ji La, then took flight toward the girls' headquarters. The moment Mo Fan teleported to Guemo La's location, a fierce punch was drawn back and aimed directly at him. Reacting swiftly, Mo Fan raised a palm to block the strike. Lei De Wang was already sensing something peculiar about the object he had struck. As the colossal force reverberating through his fist finally registered, the impact sent him reeling backward. Swatting away the rising smoke, he immediately found himself face to face with Mo Fan standing firm opposite him. Glancing at Guemo La cowering behind him, Mo Fan sighed, Guemo La, don't tell me the two of you were just sparring. Guemo La could only respond with an awkward grin, stammering, ha ha ha, and no, Lei De Wang was just because he wanted to. Watching Guemo La fumble through his excuses, Mo Fan chuckled and ruffled the monster's head affectionately. As Chuanxing was making his way toward Liyue, he suddenly felt an itch along his spine. He glanced over his shoulder but found nothing, scratching his head in bewilderment. It should be nothing, he mused. I'm likely the only one who transmigrated here, surely no one else is along for the ride. While Chuanxing was walking, a pitch-black ferocious beast suddenly erupted from the nearby brush, claws bared and fangs gnashing, charging straight at him. Chuanxing quickly activated his Geo vision, summoning a spear and a wall to block the beast's ferocious assault. Once the attack was contained, he darted behind the creature and drove his Geo spear straight into its neck. The moment the spear pierced its vital area, the beast thrashed wildly, desperate to break free. Chuanxing managed to hold firm, thanks to the system's aid, or else even with the Geo vision he would have been powerless against the feral creature. After a while, Chuanxing felt the beast struggling grow weaker beneath him. With a decisive motion, he gripped the spear shaft with both hands and delivered a fierce horizontal slash, severing the beast's neck clean. Zhongli, look quickly. There's a young lady here, I'll help. From afar, Chuanxing heard that voice and froze, a chill running down his spine. He turned around to find Rex Lapis Zhongli himself gripping his Geo spear, accompanied by a young woman clad in a blue-to-white gradient dress. Chuanxing quickly clasped his fists before him and bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty Rex Lapis, for coming to my aid. And may I clarify, I am male, not female. Hearing his words, the young woman's smile stiffened slightly, but after a moment she recovered and asked, young sir, what is your name? And where are you headed? Upon hearing her question, Chuanxing's mind raced frantically, culling through countless excuses. After much deliberation, with none proving satisfactory, he finally replied, I merely wandered into this world and came to explore. As for my name, I am Chuanxing. Hearing his response, Guizhong took his hand eagerly and said, hello. I am Guizhong. If you intend to roam around this area, I'd be happy to show you the way. At that moment the system's voice echoed in Chuanxing's ears, ding. Congratulations, host. Your affinity with Guizhong has increased by 1. Current affinity 11. You have obtained 1/10 of the Hydro Vision's power. Guizhong went along with her, pulling Chuanxing through the wilderness while he silently grumbled inwardly at the system's voice. System, what kind of bargain basement deal are you running here? Ding. Affirmative, host. Hee hee. Irritated, Chuanxing dismissed the system and gazed entranced at Guizhong as she dragged him along. Quietly he inhaled the fragrance of glimlily blossoms wafting from her. When Guizhong turned her head, she caught Chuanxing staring intently at her. She smiled and asked, well, Chuanxing, do I look fine? Mo Fan looked at Red King, who was slowly edging towards the exit, and said, so is that so? Red King could only nod awkwardly. Mo Fan rubbed his forehead, then turned to Gamora, who was drenched in cold sweat, and said, alas Gamora, I'm about to leave for another universe. Hearing this, Gamora looked up and asked, hey Mo Fan, why are you going to another universe? Why not stay here? It's not that I'm not coming back. I'm just going out for a while. Mo Fan patted Gamora's head and comforted him, it's okay Gamora. I'm not leaving forever. I'll be back in a few years. Look, I stayed away from the Land of Light for a long time too, didn't I? Mo Fan had originally planned to head off to another universe after talking to Gamora, but Gamora insisted on staying on Earth to play for a few days before letting him go. Mo Fan had no choice but to follow Gamora's wishes, accompanying him on a stroll through Osaka again and again. Finally, carrying a large backpack, Mo Fan stood on a grassland. Gamora with tears in his eyes simply waved at Mo Fan before turning and walking away into the distance. Mo Fan gave a helpless smile, then placed his fingers on his forehead. Just before leaving he said to Gamora, "Gamora, I'll be back. Bye." With that Mo Fan instantly teleported into the passage between parallel universes. Gamora looked back at the spot where Mo Fan had vanished and muttered indistinctly, Mo Fan. I'll hate you forever." Inside the parallel universe tunnel, Mo Fan walked along looking at the various names written on the tunnel walls. Some read all monsters. Mo Fan stopped before a tunnel entrance labeled Ultraman Galaxy Battle. He thought for a moment currently he possessed 3 times the power of Zero's full forms, but he lacked the strength of other Ultramen. With that in mind he stepped directly into the Ultraman Galaxy Battle. On a planet, Ultraman X and Ultraman Jeed slammed heavily into a wall. Jeed knelt on one knee looking at the 2 dark giants who exuded a dark aura and bore the same appearance as him and X, and said, "They're so strong. They absorbed our light energy and strengthened their darkness." In the distance, Dark Jeed and Dark X began releasing their ultimate moves. The Dark Cross Shockwave and Dark Nadium Ray were fired toward the already wounded Jeed and X. The 2 quickly summoned their Ultra Barriers, struggling to withstand the 2 powerful attacks. Boom! After seeing Jeed and X collapse to the ground, Dark Jeed and Dark X flew away into the distance. Meanwhile on Earth, Ultraman Grigio was firing a beam at a distant boulder. Recalling the words of her 2 older brothers, she encouraged herself. Brothers Katsumi and Isami have gone on study trips. I have to protect IA City. At that moment a portal suddenly opened directly above Grigio and 2 figures emerged, Zero and someone who looked like an Ultraman. While Grigio was puzzled, Zero jumped in front of her and said, "Hey, come with me." Is that alright? We've only just met." From the distant explosion site the Ultraman-like figure brushed aside the smoke, pointed at Grigio and said, "Hand her over to me." Zero stepped in front of Grigio and said to the figure, "Ultraman Dark Killer." Hiding behind Zero, Grigio remarked on Dark Killer's tone, "We've only just met. What's with that attitude?" Ultraman Dark Killer raised his hands to his chest and a dark sphere slowly formed there. While charging it he said, "Plunge into the endless darkness." Seeing the extremely powerful dark light wave heading their way, Zero quickly shielded Grigio. After Zero was struck, a dark portal appeared before them and Zero and Grigio were sent straight through. Meanwhile at the headquarters of the space garrison in the Land of Light. Just as Ultraman Rosso and Ultraman Blue teleported into the space garrison headquarters, they simultaneously made their signature poses in perfect sync. But soon they came to their senses. Rosso pointed at the other and said, "Brother Katsumi, aren't you studying design in Milan?" No, aren't you doing research at a university in California?" "By the way, where is this? Why are you transformed?" No, you're the same, aren't you?" Blue looked at himself after hearing Rosso's words and realized he was in the same state as Rosso. 6 Ultramen slowly approached from the distance. The one standing in the center said, "Ultraman Rosso, Ultraman Blue, something urgent has come up. You must be confused, right? This is the Land of Light, the home of the Ultramen. We are members of the Space Garrison." Space Garrison? In a pitch-black boundless space, Grigio looked at the surroundings, dark with a devouring light energy, and said, "Where is this place?" Zero explained to Grigio, "It seems we're trapped in his Dark Killer space. The dark aura floating here is absorbing our energy. Will we die like this?" Seeing Grigio's panic, Zero comforted her, "Don't worry. Someone will definitely come to save us. Trust in your comrades, that's an important quality of an Ultraman." An important quality of an Ultraman. At that moment Zero introduced himself, "I'm Zero. Ultraman Zero. I'm Grigio. Nice to meet you." Grigio extended her left hand, forming a fist toward Zero. Zero followed suit, raising his right fist. Grigio's fist punched down, then up, and ended with a clap. Zero suddenly thought of Dark Killer's actions and asked, "By the way, why did he target you? Any idea?" Grigio thought for a moment and said, "I don't know." Meanwhile in the Land of Light, Ultraman Taro said to Rosso and Blue, "Then I'll get straight to the point. Your sister Ultraman Grigio, Asahi Minato, has been kidnapped." Rosso was shocked by Taro's words. "What did you say?" "The one who kidnapped her is a dark demon we've been tracking, known as Ultraman Dark Killer. We once defeated him, but now he has revived and is targeting your sister. We sent Ultraman Zero to protect her, but now we can't contact him at all." When Rosso heard that they couldn't contact Zero, he said, "Wait a minute. This Ultraman Dark Killer and Ultraman Zero, I'm hearing about them for the first time. My mind can't keep up. Blue however grasped the key point and comforted his brother anyway, if it's true we have to save her immediately. Taro turned around and said to Rosso and Blue who were about to head off to find Dark Killer, that guy is quite strong. Don't go rushing off like that. Watching Rosso and Blue fly away into the distance, Taro smiled approvingly and said, "Ah, the young. No helping it." Then he turned and fired his ultra sign at the mirror behind him. At that moment a human who barely reached the height of Taro's ankle slowly walked out from around the corner. Mo Fan looked up at Taro and said, "Taro, are you really at ease letting them go like that? Don't forget, even if they fuse together they can't win." Taro heard Mo Fan's words, chuckled and said, "Hey, if someone else said that I might believe it. But when you say it, Mo Fan, do you think I'd take it seriously?" Mo Fan waved his hand, turned around and prepared to fly out of the land of light. Just before leaving he said to Taro, "Taro, remember your choice." On the other side, on planet 050, Orb was patrolling the very place where he first obtained his power. Gazing at the spot he murmured, "The baptism of life. Even this can bring peace to one's mind." Just then a rift suddenly tore open beside him and from within it leaped Dark Zet and Dark Ultraman X. Both unleashed beams of dark energy, and Orb quickly raised the Orb Trinity to shield himself, blocking the dark waves. Before Orb could make out his attackers, Dark Zet and Dark Ultraman X appeared before him. Shocked, Orb exclaimed, "Senior X and Zet." Dark Zet wasted no time and threw a punch at Orb, but Orb parried it with the Orb Trinity. Meanwhile Dark Ultraman X delivered a powerful kick aimed at Orb's chest, attempting to knock him down, but Orb rolled away to evade. Orb sensed the dark aura radiating from both attackers and asked, "This dark power? Who exactly are you?" Before Orb could finish speaking, Dark Zet charged forward with a barrage of attacks. Orb hastily activated the Orb Trinity, but after dodging the initial assault Dark Zet grabbed Orb from behind, wrapping his arms around Orb's waist. Orb frantically struck Dark Zet's back with the Orb Trinity while Dark Ultraman X charged in for another blow, only for Orb to block it with the sword. After managing to shake them off, a burst of white light enveloped Orb, transforming him into his dark shining form. Orb seized Dark Zet's attacking arm, twisted it behind his back and drove a fist into his spine. Taking advantage of Dark Zet's momentary stunned expression, Orb kicked him away. As Orb leaped forward to strike Dark Ultraman X, a sudden kick from behind sent him flying. It was Dark Zet recovering from his earlier blow. Orb rose to his feet just in time to see incoming energy beams and immediately unleashed his Zesium shoot. Boom! Using the explosion as cover, Orb launched into the air. Amid swirling lightning particles he transformed into his shining form, shouting, "Galaxy Exceed Burst." Dark Ultraman X mirrored the motion, releasing an equivalent dark beam, but the energy was far more potent and shadowed. Seeing Dark Zet charge again, Orb blocked the attack with both arms, then spun around to deliver an electrified kick toward Dark Ultraman X. Orb grabbed Dark Zet's arm mid-attack, driving a lightning-charged fist into his chest. He then somersaulted away to dodge a surprise strike from Dark Ultraman X, who had crept up behind him. Just as Orb kicked Dark Zet, Dark Ultraman X circled around and wrapped himself around Orb from behind while Dark Zet simultaneously ensnared him from the front. Realizing he could not break free, Orb dissolved into a beam of light and shifted into his Gale form. He then zipped through the air using his Gale Spear to harass both Dark Zet and Dark Ultraman X with rapid strikes. Dark Zet countered with a sonic wave while Dark Ultraman X unleashed a powerful energy blast that sent Orb crashing to the ground. The impact forced Orb to revert to his base form. Watching the two approach slowly, he muttered, "Their power is identical to the originals. No, dark energy has further amplified them." Ignoring Orb's words, Dark Ultraman X and Dark Zet raised their hands in unison, releasing a mysterious beam that began draining Orb's energy. Ping! The moment they finished siphoning Orb's energy, a sudden kick sent both of them flying. Mofin looked down at the unconscious Orb lying on the ground and said, "All right, get up. I'll heal you." Struggling to his feet, Orb asked, "Hey, who are you?" Calmly deflecting the energy beams fired by Dark Zet and Dark Ultraman X, Mofin explained while tending to Orb's wounds, "Well, you could say I'm a friend of the Land of Light. Or rather of your Land of Light." Orb barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he noticed Dark Zet and Dark Ultraman X charging toward Mofin. Before Orb could warn him, Mofin simply punched the two towering figures, scattering them apart. Mofin turned his mechanical gaze toward Orb, smiled and released his healing touch. "No need to overthink it. Ask Taro and you'll understand." Mofin then explained the current situation to Orb. Meanwhile elsewhere, Rosso and Blue, searching the cosmos for their sister, gazed into the endless void. Rosso remarked, "Where on earth should we even begin looking?" "Trust your instincts," Blue replied. If you focus completely you should be able to feel Hinata's presence. Raso groaned hearing his brother repeat the same old words, not that Zidlin thing again. Before they could continue a beam of dark energy struck both of them sending them plummeting toward the planet below. On a water planet called Lacerta a monster breathed freezing vapor toward the indigenous people below. Suddenly a voice rang out, Liproot Super Kick. An Ultraman with a small shield on his left arm and a silver-white body appeared declaring, Galaxy Rescue Force Ultraman Liproot mobilizing. Liproot kicked the monster then swiftly spun around and delivered a palm strike to its chest. He used his left-hand shield to block the monster's counterattack advanced rapidly trapped its limbs and struck its neck with his mobile device. Liproot then kicked the monster in the abdomen sending it flying and formed a cross with his hands declaring, Galaxy Shield Beam. The indigenous people emerged from behind the trees cheering and celebrating Liproot's victory. Kneeling before them Liproot said, No need to thank me. Protecting and rescuing the weak is the mission of the Galaxy Rescue Force. But sensing a powerful presence behind him Liproot turned to see an ultra sign sent by Taro. After reading it he whispered, It seems something major is about to happen. Meanwhile over at Raso and Blue, having just survived their fall from the sky the two siblings looked up to see a yellowish figure casually walking toward them. Transcending time and space I will bring terror to all parallel worlds, I am the transdimensional demon King Adaruga. Raso stood up and said, We have urgent matters. Do not interfere. I was resurrected precisely to bring you terror. Adaruga declared charging toward Raso and Blue. Just then a voice echoed, Final attack ride Dark Decade. Dark energy formed into cards that locked onto Adaruga. As he attempted to dodge he found himself completely paralyzed. Boom. A dark silhouette surged through Adaruga's body exploding in a massive blast. Raso and Blue moved past the wreckage and saw a humanoid figure standing behind them, someone who looked remarkably like themselves in human form. Mofin turned around and said to Blue and Raso, Let's head to the Land of Light. Now you understand why they kept you from leaving. I'll explain everything on the way. On the way back Raso asked Mofin, Senior Mofin may I ask, what form was that just now? You could understand it as a Kamen Rider form, Mofin replied. And is that Adaruga fellow dead? Mofin shook his head. No. He's alive, at least he'll need to rest for a long time before he can act again. If that's the case I'm heading to Zet's location. You should remember the way back right. The same thing happened there. On the other side at Zet's location, trying to rise from the ground Zet collapsed back down due to his severe injuries. Weakly he said, We must hurry and tell everyone his true intentions. A solemn voice echoed from the distance, Do you really think you can leave? Zed and X looked up to see a figure entirely clad in black with a massive crystal embedded in his chest. The dark giant said to them, I will stop your time and guide you toward eternal paradise. Just then an Ultraman glowing with golden light crashed down beside the dark giant. Grabbing the giant's arm the Ultraman stared in shock, I never thought you would be resurrected as well. At that moment X recognized the newcomer and exclaimed, Jinga. Zed hearing his name asked, So you are Jinga? It seems the sins from the Dark Spark War are not so easily severed. Since my opponent is you I suppose I'll have to get serious. Watching the battle between Jinga and the Dark Giant from afar Mofin muttered, Sigh. It seems each universe's Jinga is a fragment of the original. And Lu Kiel appears to share a similar connection. Sigh. It seems after the original Jinga departed the Jinga controlled by Hikari has grown significantly weaker, in fact barely usable. As Mofin spoke his consciousness was suddenly pulled into another space. Opening his eyes he found himself in a void, with Jinga appearing before him. Crossing his arms Mofin regarded the original Jinga with keen interest. Yo, why pull me in like this? And isn't your original consciousness almost gone? Jinga turned to face him. Mofin, would you like to accept all my power? Immediately on guard Mofin thought for a moment and replied, Speak. What are the conditions? I don't believe you'd so easily give away all your power. Jinga smiled. I knew you'd say that Mofin. I've been observing your actions over the years. I've discovered you're not from this universe, or rather not from this worldview. Correct Wajite? Hahaha caught me so quickly. Fine, I indeed am not from this worldview. Don't tell me this is the reason you're offering me all your power. Jinga shook his head turned and casually waved his hand to summon a screen. Mofin's eyes widened in shock as he saw it displaying the fates of all Jingas across every universe, and right in the center his own story unfolded from Dragon Ball to the present day. Jinga and the original observed Mofin's reaction with knowing smiles. I've seen through your motivations. Sigh. Alright, I accept. After hearing Jinga's words, Mofan could only sigh in resignation. Jinga nodded and then dissolved. Mofan felt a surge of energy erupt from within him. Mofan let out a breath. Feeling the turbulent power after absorbing the Inha Hansen, he took a deep breath and suppressed his aura and the yang to one. Mofan casually waved his hand and a gash opened in the pitch-black heart system Shinshi before him. He quickly used time reversal to retreat to the moment before he had made that strike. Mofan roughly calculated that the power of the Inha Hansen was about the same as Saiga's. Meanwhile on the other side, after Inha sent Lugier flying with a Inha fireball, he turned around and directly used the Inha light sword to block Lugier's attacking fist. Lugier turned his fist into a claw, seized the light sword in Inha's hand and with his other hand emanating dark energy punched Inha in the stomach. Inha quickly dispersed the light energy from his light sword and leaped away from Lugier's attack. Lugier mocked, "Is that all you've got?" From a distance watching the fierce battle between Inha and Lugier, X stood up shakily and said, "We can't drag this out any longer. Don't you think? Jeed. Sai, if we lose here we'll betray our name as Ultraman." Then Jeed and X both unleashed their ultimate moves, the tenfold shockwave and the Zanadium ray, directly at the still dazed Lugier. Inha quickly walked up to X and Jeed and said, "Alright, everyone is still waiting for us. Inha, can I help you get to the land of light faster?" At this moment Mofan, who had just come out of the space summoned by the Inha Hansen, heard Inha's words. Inha turned around and saw Mofan floating in the air with a speechless expression. He scratched his head and said, "Don't worry about it too much, Mofan." Mofan simply summoned a huge dimensional wall in front of him. He turned his head slightly and saw Jeed, who seemed to want to say something. "What do you want to say, Jeed?" Senior Mofan, why do you have the aura of my father on you?" Mofan scratched his head and said, I'll tell you later. You don't need to know for now." After that Mofan walked straight into the dimensional wall and Jeed followed him into it. As soon as Mofan returned to the land of light, he saw Ribbit reporting something to Taro. "Mission accomplished, Commander Taro. Ribbit, may I ask for another favor? I've already sent comrades from the Galaxy Rescue Team to find them. It seems they should be back already." At that moment Mofan's voice rang out. Taro and Ribbit turned around and saw Mofan floating in front of them. Taro greeted him then. Mofan just glanced at Taro, then turned to look at Jeed, who was staring at the sight of the land of light in awe. Taking a deep breath, Mofan said, "Jeed, I'll take you somewhere and explain why you said I had Belial's aura earlier." Jeed heard Mofan's words and followed him to a corner of the land of light. After looking around, Mofan said, It's a long story. I'll explain slowly." What did you say, Mofan?" No, Senior Mofan, is everything you said true?" Suddenly Jeed felt a sharp pain in his head. He turned around and saw Beria, who had been defeated by him, but now Beria appeared as a girl emitting a power even greater than the Belial he knew. Mofan looked at Beria and said, "Yo, why are you here? Why not go find Gamora? Cultivate some feelings between you two. At least when you two meet again you won't argue." "Humph. So this is the other universe you mentioned, my son. He's far too weak. And Mofan, don't think I don't know your scheme." Mofan just smiled. A flash of white light and his body grew much taller, but the aura he emitted was even stronger than before. Now Mofan had added the power of the giant and J, making his height almost that of an Ultraman. After transforming, he directly hugged Beria. This made Inha and the others who had come to check because of the sudden burst of power freeze in shock when they saw Mofan and Beria. "Hey Mofan, who is this person?" At this moment Inha, looking at Mofan, who was holding Belia, asked. Mofan awkwardly released Belia and explained, This is Belia, but from another universe." Because Taro, who had been very nervous seeing Belia just now, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Mofan's words. Mofan seemed to suddenly think of something and said, Right, when the final battle comes I want to absorb the power of the Dark Killer. Well, not exactly, it should be considered resurrecting his puppet." "Mofan, what do you want the Ultraman Dark Killer for?" Mofan smiled and said, "I want that ability of the Dark Killer to copy others. I can do it too, but only to resurrect the dead as my own. Could it be that you, Taro, want to be killed by me and then resurrected? Or I feel it's better to resurrect the Dark Killer and then resurrect your opponents, isn't it?" As Mofan spoke he gave Inha a look. Inha immediately understood Mofan's intention and stepped forward saying, "This matter still needs to be asked of Taro. Let me first explain the purpose of the Ultraman Dark Killer. Inha paused for a moment and said, our enemy this time the Dark Killer is a collective of grudges from monsters and aliens once defeated by the Ultra Brothers. At this moment Taro added, I once defeated him with the help of my brothers using the Ultra Bomb. However the Dark Killer has revived again and brought along Lugier and Idalugia. Meanwhile on a planet enveloped by dark brutality and oppression inside the Dark Palace. Anhei Ikisi and Anhei Jieta manipulated the red orb in front of them combined with the dark plasma energy of the Ultraman Dark Killer and summoned an Obu that was identical to the original but exuded a dark and brutal aura. Its eyes and chest emitted the same red light as Anhei Jieta and Anhei Ikisi. The colors on its body originally the same as Obu turned black-gray, the silver-white on both sides of its chest turned blue and its face was adorned with a few blue claw-like decorations. Ultraman Dark Killer looked at the gradually forming lineup and said, our lineup is steadily improving. I will use them to annihilate all Ultramen. At this moment Lugier walked over from the side and said, do as you wish but Inha must be left to me. Then I'll take Waikatelli. Just then a pitch-black lightning bolt struck the Dark Obu standing there. When Lugier and Idalugia turned to look at the person who had fired the lightning they no longer had their initial arrogance. In the distance a giant emitting a dark aura with particularly deep red eyes slowly walked out of a portal behind him and said, don't forget our original purpose. The dark clones of Inha Waikatelli Luasua and Bulu haven't been created yet. Ultraman Dark Killer upon hearing the Shadow's words said impatiently, I know but I don't understand why you insist on creating dark clones. Nothing much. I just want to prove that light and darkness, justice and evil have equal value. Let those Ultramen know this. Besides there's a guy named Mo Fan on the other side who is said to have the same ability as you. Inside the prison created by the Ultraman Dark Killer the Shadow slowly walked and looked at the two people sitting on the ground panting heavily and said, nice view huh. Sero quickly stood up from the ground and helped Go Liqiao behind him. Sero looked at the Shadow and demanded, are you the mastermind? Why did you take her? The Shadow explained calmly, she has a very powerful light. If that light merges with the two brothers it will produce a mysterious power allowing Ultraman Gelyobo to appear. Go Liqiao said weakly, so you targeted me. The Shadow sneered and said, ha ha ha, that's right, to prevent the troublesome Gelyobo from appearing. Go Liqiao upon hearing the Shadow's words began to blame himself, how could this be? I caused my brothers and brother Sero to fall into danger. Sero suddenly noticed that Go Liqiao's timer was emitting new light energy. Sero quickly supported Go Liqiao who was about to fall. The Shadow looked at Go Liqiao's weak appearance, smiled, turned around and walked toward the exit saying as he walked, next we can declare war on the Ultramen around tomorrow. In the land of light Mo Fan looked at the new generation Ultramen and said, Sai, let me take you to train, otherwise you are too weak. Luasua and Bulu stepped forward and said, why aren't we saving my sister now? Mo Fan smiled and said, do you think you can defeat them? If we don't add Inha and Waikatelli, just you alone fighting against them, do you think the rest of you can win? These words left everyone who were about to ask Mo Fan why he said that speechless. At this moment Inha asked, then Mo Fan, do you have a good plan? Mo Fan casually snapped his fingers and a portal appeared before him. Mo Fan said to the new generation, come in. The time here is different from outside. One day outside is about 1,000 years inside. So hurry up and train. After training for half a day we'll set off to find them. Oh, and you all use each form to fight me. I'll train you well. With that Mo Fan and the new generation Ultramen entered the spirit time room. Taro had a hesitant expression, wanting to say something but unable to. He could only turn around and walk helplessly toward the interior of the Galaxy Rescue Team in the Land of Light. Inside the spirit time room, bang 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 bang. Mo Fan blocked the incoming fist, then kicked Jieta away, turned around and grabbed the incoming battle device with one hand. Mo Fan looked at Belia and said, you're going too far, damn it. Before Mo Fan could finish speaking, Jieta in the distance released several light waves. Mo Fan had to quickly dodge Jieta's attacks. The others who were lying on the ground breathing heavily watched the tacit cooperation between Jieta and Belia. Inha also stood up from the ground and said, I didn't expect that Belia, though in a female body, is no less than us male Ultramen. So brothers, we must not bring shame to our gender. With that Inha charged again, tangled with Mo Fan in a fight. Thus after more than 600 years Mo Fan heard the system prompt. Ding, congratulations on perverse quality, obtaining 3 times the power of all Inha's forms. Mo Fan felt the power inside him rapidly surging, but he suppressed it to 1%. Mo Fan could now nearly compress the power of the White God and the Evil God together, achieving a state similar to dual intent. Previously, because of the evil god's power, Mo Fan always resisted the divine power, which directly prevented him from merging the white god's power with the demon form. Now Mo Fan has completely integrated the evil god's power into the white god's nourishment system. Now Mo Fan's strongest form is the white demon god stages 1 to 5. In order, the first stage is 20000 trillion times, the second stage is 40000 trillion times, the third stage is 18 trillion times, the fourth stage is 360 trillion times, and the fifth stage is 900 trillion times. Mo Fan said to the new generation, "Training is almost done, time to go." Just as Mo Fan and the others came out of the spirit time room, they saw the Ultraman Dark Killer standing on the screen in the center of the Land of Light. Ultraman Dark Killer declared to the Land of Light, "I am Ultraman Dark Killer. If you want to rescue Ultraman Zero and Golichiao, then come to the planet Tenebris." Luo Bu and Bulu, witnessing their sister's agonizing state, felt their hearts clench with profound anxiety. Taro, recalling the planet mentioned by the Dark Killer, said, "Planet Tenebulisi, a realm saturated with negative energy that nearly none can approach." At this moment X analyzed and spoke, "This is likely a trap. His design is to drain your light energy and forge dark doppelgangers." Mofan, observing the tense Rosso and Blue, urged, "Let's go now. If not now, when?" Hearing Mofan's words, Bulu and Luo Soa sped toward Tenebulisi, but realizing they didn't know the planet's location, they turned to Jinga and the others and asked, "Elders, can you lend us your strength?" Orb smiled, suddenly recalling his experiences on Earth, and said, "Have to fight for the ones you love, of course, no problem. I will never abandon a comrade, not ever." Jinga, noticing the sudden dejection among his teammates, said, "Come on, don't be so down. We still have Mofan, don't we?" Mofan waved his hand and said, "I'll handle the Dark Killer. The rest of you go about your own tasks. I, Mofan, have spoken. Now let's go rescue Zero and Zhao Yang." Before departing, Taro gazed at the new generation Ultras already flying toward Tenebulisi and said, "The new generation Ultramen, we have gained yet another reliable ally." Meanwhile, in a space shimmering with dark gold, the shadowy figure that had appeared earlier watched the approaching new generation and smiled, observing them intently. Within the Dark Empire, the Dark Killer sensed the new generation's aura drawing near and said, "Finally you have come." As the new generation landed on planet Tenebulisi, they saw before them three Dark Ultramen, Dark G, Dark X and Dark Orb. Orb, facing his own dark doppelganger, said, "They've come to us, saves the trouble." Then Jinga and the others assumed their stances and charged toward the dark doppelgangers. Orb X and Jeed swooped down from the sky, intercepting the dark doppelgangers that were about to block the others. Orb called out to Jinga, "Leave this to us. Keep moving forward, make sure you return safely." Jinga promised, "That goes without saying." As Jinga, Victory, Rosso and Blue arrived at the Dark Empire, they were immediately confronted by Lugiel and Alien Emperor. Lugiel sneered at Jinga, "I'll send you and Victory straight to hell." Jinga stepped forward, slowly shielding Blue behind him, and said, "They've specifically called us out. You go find Grigio and please take care of Zero as well." As Rosso and Blue entered the dark space created by the Dark Killer, they were suddenly ambushed and knocked flying by the lurking Dark Killer. Evading Rosso and Blue's attacks, the Dark Killer declared, "I will annihilate all Ultramen, including you two brats." Just as the Dark Killer prepared to strike Rosso and Blue away, a loud bang echoed. The Dark Killer looked down to see Mofan blocking his fist. Mofan turned to Rosso and Blue and said, "Take Zero and Grigio out of here first, or you'll be in danger within this space." Before Rosso and Blue could react, Mofan instantly hurled Grigio and the two of them out of the space. Mofan faced the Dark Killer and said, "Now it's just the two of us in this space." Ha! Before the Dark Killer could react, a surge of immensely powerful dark energy erupted from Mofan, blasting the Dark Killer back several meters. As the Dark Killer staggered to his feet, he saw Mofan's eyes turn blood red, his entire being radiating a savage and terrifying aura. Outside, Orb blocked Dark Orb's strike with the Orb caliber. Leaping back, he slid the four symbols of wind, fire, earth and water on the blade, finally activating the power of earth. Orb thrust the Orb caliber into the ground, and the sword, as if receiving a command, unleashed a bolt of earth and yellow lightning toward Dark Orb. Dark Orb calmly traced a circle in the air, then unleashed his ultimate move, Dark Orb Supreme Slash, which collided with Orb's earthen blade strike. On the other side, Jeed dodged a light wave from Dark Jeed, then fired his own ultimate attack, the Cross Impact, straight at Dark Jeed. Dark Jeed hastily raised an ultra barrier to block the incoming cross impact. Boom! Taking advantage of the blinding flash, Dark Jeed lunged toward Jeed. Meanwhile, the four who had been ejected by Mofan just climbed to their feet. Rosso and Blue rushed over to help Grigio up. Zero saw Jinga in the distance, unleashing Jinga lightning strike toward Lugiel. Lugiel leaped into the air and fired several dark energy bullets at Jinga, who backflipped, evading all of them. On the other flank, Victory equipped the King Zhou cannon, flying backward while firing beams at Alien Emperor. At that moment a tremendous force erupted from the space created by the Dark Killer, forcing everyone present to instinctively shield their eyes with their arms. When Jinga and the others opened their eyes, they found themselves in space, and the planet Tenebulisi before them had vanished. As Jinga and the others wondered why the planet had disappeared, Mofin flew up from below, supporting Zero. He said to the bewildered group, "The planet is destroyed. Time to leave. The Dark Killer and everything he knew are gone, and I've copied what I needed." This statement shocked Jinga and Jeed, and when Victory X and the others turned to ask Mofin for an explanation, they too were stunned by his words. Mofin smiled, casually waved his hand, and opened a massive dimensional wall before him. He stepped into it first, then placed Zero beside a pillar near the Land of Light. As the stars were still bewildered by Guizhong's words, Guizhong added, "Chuanqing, judging by your expression you probably don't know yet, do you?" Just as Chuanqing was still in a daze, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and fell unconscious. Guizhong gazed at the unconscious Chuanqing lying in her arms and said morbidly, "He finally I have you, Chuanqing. Last time I failed to capture your heart, this time I will seize both your stomach and your heart." She then glanced at Zhongli behind her and said, "Rex Lapis, don't forget the vow you made earlier." Zhongli reluctantly looked at Chuanqing in Guizhong's arms, then turned away and walked in the direction he had come from. After watching Zhongli walk away, Guizhong lowered her head to Chuanqing in her arms and murmured, He Chuanqing, from now on you can only be with me. I missed the chance last time, but now I will take complete control of your life." Then Guizhong carried Chuanqing toward a cave. When Chuanqing awoke again, he found his limbs bound by mysterious chains and his geo-vision was placed on the wall nearby. Clank clank. Every time Chuanqing struggled, the chains rattled. Hearing footsteps slowly approaching from behind the distant door, he stopped struggling. Creak. The door slowly opened. When Chuanqing saw the person entering, he exclaimed in shock, "Why, Guizhong? Why are you tying me up here? And we don't even know each other." Guizhong ignored Chuanqing's shouts and simply reached out to caress his face. After shouting for a long time without any response from Guizhong, Chuanqing fell silent. Suddenly Guizhong took off her shoes and sat directly on top of Chuanqing. Chuanqing's entire body tensed up, afraid to move lest his golden cudgel poke against Guizhong's belly. Guizhong bent down and kissed Chuanqing with a mad yet calm fervor, leaving a bloody mark on his neck. Then she lifted her head and looked down at him, saying, Chuanqing, you'll never escape now, ha ha ha. With that, Guizhong proceeded to engage in intimate acts with Chuanqing. Mo Fan had just placed Sero on a pillar beside the Land of Light when he turned to Saiwan and said, "Why are you looking at me with such eyes?" Saiwan's eyes reddened slightly but quickly returned to a pale yellow. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just a bit tired. By the way, how did it go on your end?" "It's settled. What else could happen?" Hearing Mo Fan's words, Saiwan touched the ice axe on his head, then turned and walked toward the Galaxy Guard. Mo Fan felt a spine-chilling sensation behind him. He quickly turned around only to see an empty expanse. Mo Fan scratched his head, healed Sero, and then teleported to Belial's location. Belial was lying on the bed, idly flipping through the human encyclopedia Mo Fan had given him earlier. He looked up and saw Mo Fan grinning at him, then said with irritation, "So you're coming back after all. I haven't seen you in so long, thought you were off doing something else." Mo Fan just sat beside Belial, gently stroking Belial's hair, feeling its silkiness, and said softly, "Sigh, it's fine. When are we leaving? I feel like I've spent enough time in this universe." Belial, hearing Mo Fan's words, put down the book and said, "All right, which universe? Are you taking me?" Mo Fan shook his head and continued, "I can go alone. You don't need to come." Belial, upon hearing this, immediately retorted, "What do you mean, Mo Fan? If I hadn't secretly followed you this time, who knows which girl you'd be with." As she spoke, Belial pinned Mo Fan beneath her. Looking at him under her, she couldn't help but blush deeply. Mo Fan used his right hand to gently tap Belial's nose and laughed, "Haha, why are you still the same as before, Belial?" Belial, seeing Mo Fan laughing and teasing her, felt a rush of heat and kissed him on the lips. Mo Fan, feeling Belial's kiss, shifted from his initial slight resistance to tenderness, gently wrapping his arms around her back. Meanwhile, elsewhere in space, Zoffy noticed a meteorite that had suddenly crashed in front of him and cautiously approached. But the moment he touched the meteorite, his eyes turned red. His body seemed to sublimate, exploding like a beetle, and his skin peeled off. Zoffy's appearance now resembled Belial's. But suddenly Zoffy shook his head, picked up the fallen skin and put it back on. A mysterious force sewed the skin together again, but on Zoffy's mouth vicious fangs emerged. Zoffy used his ultra-telepathy to teleport the meteorite to a mysterious place, then flew toward the land of light. At that moment Mo Fan and Belial had just finished their business and came out to see the Galaxy team already saying their goodbyes. Mo Fan pulled Belial over to Galaxy. Mo Fan said to Galaxy, "Hey little Guang, goodbye. Who knows when we'll meet again." Galaxy waved his hand and said, "As long as we face difficulties we'll always be together, right Mo Fan?" Mo Fan just smiled, patted Galaxy on the shoulder, then casually opened a wormhole and stepped inside with Belial. Before leaving, Mo Fan turned to the new generation Ultras and said, "Here, take this. When something big happens, just crush it." Then Mo Fan tossed a series of button-like objects into the hands of Galaxy and the others. A few hours later, as the first Ultra was patrolling near the Land of Light, he noticed Zoffy flying mysteriously from somewhere. Just as the first Ultra was about to ask Zoffy what he was doing, Zoffy suddenly turned and bit him on the neck. The first Ultra used the Specium Ray to blast Zoffy away. But seeing Zoffy's chest, which was clearly empty, still moving, a horrifying sight unfolded. Zoffy's chest slowly transformed into an exposed heart pounding loudly. Mebius, hearing the explosion, flew out from the Land of Light and saw that the first Ultra's neck was leaking light energy, which soon turned into human-like blood. The first Ultra, seeing Mebius approach, pushed him away and shouted, "Go! Zoffy is not right." Ugh. Just as Mebius turned to obey the first Ultra's command to flee, Zoffy teleported in front of him, dug out his Ultra heart with a black bear claw, then pulled a bottle of liquid from the space beside him and dripped it into Mebius's heart. A red light flashed and Mebius transformed into a zombie version of himself. Then Zoffy gestured with his finger, commanding Mebius and the first Ultra to fly toward the Land of Light. Meanwhile, in the space-time tunnel, Mo Fan emerged from the Ultra Galaxy fighting tunnel and suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned and looked at the slowly dissipating tunnel. He sighed, then dragged Belial to the entrance marked Monster Girl and threw her inside. Then Mo Fan teleported to the main space-time tunnel. He thought about which popular domestic game or anime he was still into and suddenly came up with the word Genshin Impact. So Mo Fan teleported to the tunnel entrance marked with the Genshin Impact symbol, thought for a moment, then opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as Mo Fan entered the world of Genshin Impact, he felt a gaze upon him. He thought it must be the ruler of time, the heavenly principle, so he teleported to the celestial island. Mo Fan had just arrived at the Grand Hall when he heard a majestic voice outsider state, "Your purpose for coming here." Mo Fan smiled and said, "I'm merely a traveler through time and space. I won't interfere much, only in certain matters." Mo Fan then looked at the white-haired beauty opposite him and said, "Should I call you heavenly principles or fans? Isn't that right?" The white-haired beauty smiled upon hearing this and said, "I am indeed fans. Traveler from beyond, I wish to know what brings you to our world." Mo Fan shook his head, leaned against a nearby stone pillar and continued, "You should be able to sense the immense energy fluctuation I brought. I'm here to mend something." "Oh, so the one Ling Mo mentioned before, the one who would come to fix the flaws in the world tree, must be you." Mo Fan frowned slightly and said, "Then let me ask, who exactly is this Ling Mo you speak of? I have no memory of him. He is about 100 times stronger than you." Hearing Fan's comparison, Mo Fan said in exasperation, "Sigh, then can you at least tell me about the world tree? What level of combat power does this Ling Mo represent relative to the world tree?" Ling Mo is far more powerful than the world tree." Mo Fan was utterly stunned by Fan's description of Ling Mo. Mo Fan scratched his head in frustration before turning and walking out of the Sky Island. Fans watched him leave and said, "Mo Fan, remember to come play if you have time." Ling Mo said that if he wanted to repair the world tree he would have to stay here and slowly recover. Mo Fan waved his hand and left the Sky Island's range. But the moment he stepped outside he instantly felt his power plummet. Mo Fan hurriedly called out Su Bai's name. "Su Bai, why has my strength suddenly dropped so much?" Su Bai, who had been silent for a long time, jumped out of the system space and said, "I don't know. Also, let me explain the rules of this world. Here ordinary men and women have the same strength as in other worlds, but those with the eye of God, women are enhanced several times while men are only doubled. Then why am I an outsider being weakened? I haven't finished yet, don't rush, host. It mainly depends on the outsider's gender. Men who come to this world are weakened while women are enhanced hundreds of times." Mo Fan was completely stunned by Su Bai's explanation. He looked down at himself and then quickly shook his head. Even though he was weakened, he was still very strong. At that moment Mo Fan froze upon hearing the system's words. "Oh, and host, there's one more thing. If a woman gets together with another woman, one of them will act like a man but their gender won't change. But don't worry host, if you encounter such a situation I'll give you a marker. Su Bai's words sent Mo Fan plummeting from the air to the ground. He quickly leaned against a nearby rock and began to vomit. Su Bai chuckled and said nothing, then disappeared back into the system space to watch his shows. After vomiting for a while, Mo Fan wiped his mouth and stood up leaning against the rock. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again he saw patches of red light before him. Mo Fan thought for a moment. It was currently 500 years before the original Yuanshan and he was probably in Liyue. With that in mind he flew into the air and headed toward the densest red light. When he arrived he saw a woman in a white cloak wearing a brown and yellow outfit beneath. Her hair flowed behind her and her chest was strikingly prominent. Her eyes were amber-colored and she exuded an aura as solid and unyielding as rock. Mo Fan searched his memory and suddenly thought of a Yuanshan character, Zhongli. The stunning woman sensed someone staring at her and turned around. Seeing Mo Fan she silently aimed her blood-stained rock spear at him. Mo Fan waved his hands in response, "Hey, it's fine. I'm a traveler from another world. Don't point your weapon at me right away, alright." At the same time a girl with short gray hair jumped out from beside them. She wore blue and white clothes and a clock floated beside her. The girl glanced at the stunning woman then said to Mo Fan, "It's fine, it's fine. Zhongli is like that. Hello, I'm Gui Zhong. May I ask, traveler from another world, what's your name?" Mo Fan was stunned when he heard the name Gui Zhong. He remembered that in the original story Gui Zhong was meant to die. Since he was already in this world he should help. While Mo Fan was lost in thought, Zhongli casually killed a demon god that had lunged at them. Mo Fan, snapping back to reality at the sight of blood, said, "Oh, I'm Mo Fan. What's your situation here?" Zhongli simply replied, "It's the Archon War." Mo Fan let out an "oh," then casually intercepted an arrow shot at him. He said to Gui Zhong, "Once I've dealt with this you two will have to show me around." Before Gui Zhong could react, Mo Fan teleported into the swarm of demon beasts, gathered energy in his hand and killed them all with a single massive explosion. Mo Fan assessed his current strength. It was roughly equivalent to the first level of Beijite Shenlan, but that was still enough. Mo Fan looked at the shattered remains of the demon gods then stomped his foot. The demon gods he had killed slowly rose from their own corpses. From afar Gui Zhong exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Mo Fan, do you have the ability to resurrect dead demon gods?" Mo Fan just nodded instead of answering and instead cut down another demon god charging at him with a single slash. Mo Fan glanced at Zhongli, who was also slaughtering nearby, and said, "Zhongli, want to compete on who kills more? Since I came to this world my power has been cut down and I can feel your strength is immense. How about a contest?" Zhongli didn't reply, only nodded. Mo Fan smiled at her gesture then punched directly, killing the demon gods before him with a single blow. Mo Fan watched the dark horde of demon gods charging toward him, took a deep breath and then roared. A mighty aura suddenly erupted from Mo Fan's body, sending the approaching demonic beasts flying. Then he bent down and gathered scattered pale blue light on his right side. Gallic gun. Mo Fan thrust his hand forward, violently blasting the concentrated pale blue radiance from his palm. Zhongli sensed the energy of Mo Fan's Gallic gun and was utterly astonished. The power far exceeded her own. Mo Fan watched the fresh wave of demonic beasts charging in after the previous group had been incinerated, then stamped his foot and declared, "It's time to stretch my limbs. Rise." As soon as Mo Fan finished speaking, a mass of dark shadows suddenly appeared behind him and immediately surged toward the demon gods ahead. Mo Fan turned around and saw the two women completely stunned, Zhongli and Gui Zhong frozen in disbelief. He couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, don't be so surprised, you'll see even more shocking things in the future. By the way, do you really fight non-stop on this battlefield without ever sleeping?" Gui Zhong shook her head and replied, "No, it's not as bad as you think, Mo Fan. We came out to deal with the demon gods here, and once it's done we'll return." "Oh, and how do you plan to return?" Gui Zhong glanced at Zhongli, and Mo Fan understood that she must have traveled here riding Zhongli in her dragon form. Mo Fan glanced back at the nearly annihilated demon gods and waved his hand, retracting the dark shadows back to where they belonged. Before leaving he extracted the shadows of the fallen demon gods and carried them along. At that moment a gentle breeze brushed past Zhongli and Mo Fan. He turned around to see a girl standing before him. She had two pairs of massive white wings spread across her back, a gem representing the wind element emblazoned on her chest, her arms wrapped in white sleeves and her torso covered by a metallic breastplate about the size of a walnut. Wow, I didn't expect Venti to be so striking even as a boy, now as a girl she's even more captivating. After calming himself, Mo Fan opened his eyes and addressed the girl before him. You must be Barbatos the Anemo Archon. Otherwise such concentrated wind element could only belong to the Archon's consort Valen. I'm surprised a traveler from another world knows my name, it seems I do have quite the reputation across Teyvat. Mo Fan watched Venti growing increasingly self-satisfied and couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation before glancing at Zhongli. Zhongli, facing her friend, also shook her head with resigned amusement. May I ask, dear Lord of Wind, what brings you to our land? It's because of the energy fluctuations you sent out from that foreign traveler, they reached me directly, so I came to see what was happening here. Oh, then it's time we're off. It looks like both Gue Zhong and Zhongli have been fighting for quite some time, so let's go. Saying this, Mo Fan began manipulating an energy flow to carry Venti, Gue Zhong and Zhongli. Gue Zhong, why? Why would you do this? After a fierce battle, Chuanqing and Gue Zhong were exhausted, and Gue Zhong was lying comfortably on Chuanqing's stomach while the surroundings were filled with milk and thick water elements left over from the battle. Gue Zhong slowly got up from Chuanqing's stomach, looking at the flustered Chuanqing, who seemed startled by her, licked her fingers and laughed. Chuanqing, from now on you can only stay here with me. In the past you were with Liuyun, but I was the one who came first. Why weren't you with me? Chuanqing. Gue Zhong shouted, grabbing Chuanqing's shoulders with both hands as she spoke. Cough cough cough. Gue Zhong, how come I don't remember the past? And stop shaking me, if you shake me anymore I'll die. Hearing Chuanqing's plea, Gue Zhong stopped shaking him. Mo Fan, having reached the summit of Ayakagura mountain, played with the rock and wind attributes in his hands. He had secretly copied all of Zhongli and Venti's elemental powers and authorities. Venti, who had just run out of the cave of whirling wind, saw Mo Fan playing with wind and rock elements. He rushed over and asked, Hey Mo Fan, where did you get those wind and rock elements? I've never sensed your elemental power before. Who knew you were a multi-element manipulator? Mo Fan absorbed the 2 sets of elemental powers in his hands, then looked up at Venti and said, my ability is absorption and replication. Venti suddenly hugged Mo Fan's shoulder and began shaking him excitedly. Really? Mo Fan, can you replicate things? Venti, stop shaking me. I can replicate. Mo Fan was startled by Venti's sudden burst of enthusiasm and stumbled over his words. Then Mo Fan, can you replicate wine? Mo Fan, seeing Venti growing more excited at his words, quickly grabbed Venti's hands with both of his. I can, but Venti, please stop shaking. And what exactly do you want me to replicate? Venti eagerly pulled a bottle of wine from behind his back and placed it in front of Mo Fan. Mo Fan, if you can replicate, help me copy this wine. Mo Fan glanced at Venti's side and casually waved his hand. Several bottles appeared neatly arranged before Venti. Wow! Mo Fan, you really can replicate. Venti's eyes sparkled with golden light as he gazed at the replicated wine, looking up at Mo Fan in pure delight. Seeing the way Venti looked at him, Mo Fan wished he could tie himself to one place and spend every day replicating wine for Venti to drink. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a youth draped in a rainbow-hued cloak stood quietly. When his hood slipped off, it revealed a face that gave no indication of his immense power. His hair was as pure and pristine as fresh snow, while his eyes burned with a crimson color reminiscent of hell itself. As he passed by, everyone bowed deeply upon seeing him. Welcome, Lord Ling Mo. May I ask what brings you to our humble domain? Rise. It's nothing. I've simply come to take a look around. After dismissing the person before him, Ling Mo continued walking. Whenever someone greeted him, he would give a perfunctory nod in return. Ling Mo raised his head and saw the grand entrance bearing the inscription, System Temporal Hall. He strode purposefully toward the center of the hall. The moment he entered, the hall's broadcast system announced, Please welcome Lord Ling Mo. Ahem. Ling Mo gave a light cough and the announcement immediately ceased. He glanced around at the systems beside him, who continued their work undisturbed by his interruption. At that moment, a petite lowly system ran up to Ling Mo. After catching her breath for several minutes, she said, Phew, Lord Ling Mo, I have completed the task you previously requested. So may I? Oh. Has that adapter named Mo Fan finished? Yes, though there was a minor incident midway. I then sent Su Bai to handle it. Explain the general cause. Lord Ling Mo, the host formerly known as Mo Fan, inexplicably had his physical body suddenly return to the system hall after his reincarnation. Ling Mo pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Which universe is he currently in? He is currently in the Genshin Impact universe. Hearing the lowly system's report, Ling Mo fell into deep thought. After the system girl gently shook his arm, he was pulled back from his reverie. Ling Mo brushed through his snowy white hair and instantly teleported to the universe in question. In the cosmos, Ling Mo gazed at the Milky Way before him, lost in thought. He recalled how pathetic his previous life had been, how he had given everything for the woman he loved. Those were the final moments of his first life. Cough cough. Hua. Hua, give me the antidote. Ling Mo lay on the ground writhing in agony, his body covered in red spots like beans all over. Meanwhile, a girl with pink hair and pink eyes dressed in a European-American style standing opposite Ling Mo sneered at him writhing on the ground and then embraced the robust man who had just entered from the door. The pink-haired girl crouched down beside the struggling Ling Mo, hooked her finger under his chin and said mockingly, "Oh dear Ling Mo, can you guess why you got this disease?" Could it be you, Hua? But why would you do this? Tell me, Hua. Hua released her hand from Ling Mo's chin, stood up, wrapped her arm around the strong man's and walked toward the door. Turning back, she said, "Then blame yourself for having neither strength nor money, ha ha ha." Ling Mo watched Hua and the strong man walk away, clenched his fists and slammed them hard against the ground. He thought to himself, if I survive this time I will definitely kill you both. But then Ling Mo had another thought. His body had already been ruined by Hua into a sickly state, and in the end he was on the verge of death. Just when Ling Mo was feeling despondent, he heard ding. Congratulations to the host for binding the strongest system. The current system version is 1.0. Please upgrade the system slowly later. Currently it is found that the host's body is deeply poisoned. The system will open a newbie gift pack for the host. Ling Mo listened to the mechanical voice that suddenly sounded in his ear. He thought it was just an auditory hallucination before death, but the blue display panel that suddenly appeared before him dispelled that idea. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the newbie gift pack. One pack obtained. Body enhancement grants the host a physique and strength 10 times beyond human body recovery. Super recovery. As long as the injury is not fatal, it can slowly recover to full. But since the system arrived more than a year late, the system will give the host 2 additional abilities: Devour and Copy. Devour skill detailed description: can devour everyone defeated by the host. Copy skill detailed description: can freely copy any skill of a person whose favorability reaches 60 or more. May I ask whether the host accepts the newbie gift pack and the system's gift? Now Ling Mo felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Ignoring whether it was an auditory hallucination, he shouted, "Accept." Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie gift pack and the system's gift. After Ling Mo heard the system's words, he felt a surge of immense power and a healing sensation within his body, instantly bringing him from the brink of death back to full health. Ling Mo clutched his chest, gasping for the precious air. After receiving this power, he suddenly thought of something and said, Then I want to ask, is there any price? Such a miraculous effect must come with a great price, right? Ding. There is no major impact on the host, but you must travel to 2 worlds for the system. Otherwise you will be directly erased." Ling Mo broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the system's punishment. But then he thought, though he had been on the verge of death, if he could meet the system's requirements, could he perhaps obtain the power of all the worlds he visited? Thinking this, Ling Mo said, "Does what you mean is that as long as I travel through 2 worlds I can freely obtain the power within them? And are there any new rewards?" Ding. Congratulations on the correct answer. After traveling through 2 worlds you can obtain the Samsara Lord's recognition at 10. Later, please gradually complete all tasks of the Samsara Lord to obtain all of the Samsara Lord's power, as well as the ability to traverse all time and space or parallel universes. But the system did not let Ling Mo see the Samsara Lord's punishment. Reincarnation will randomly activate at any moment, and after reincarnation one can obtain power stronger than the previous time. Somewhere, a long-haired elder looked at Ling Mo projected before him and sighed. The girl beside him said to the elder, "Samsara, do you think this time it will really work? Have you forgotten? This is your 999th candidate. All the previous ones exploded because they couldn't withstand more than 50 of the power." The elder glanced at the girl beside him and said, "Alas, after trying this last one, if it still doesn't work then." The elder said nothing more, but the girl understood his meaning. She didn't say anything either, just watched Ling Mo on the projection. Back to Ling Mo, he was leaning against the wall gasping for fresh air. After a moment of thought he said, "System, I suppose I have to choose to go to a world since I don't have the ability to traverse time and space for now." Ding. Congratulations, host, you answered correctly. Currently there are 3 worlds you can go to. The first is the Dragon Ball world, the second is the Naruto world, and the third is the Dolua continent. Which world would you like to go to? System, tell me about the characteristics of these 3 worlds so I can decide. Ding. In the first world, when your power exceeds 1000 you can destroy planets. The second world cannot destroy planets initially but can in the later stages. The third world and the first world can both destroy planets later, but the third world has divine positions while the first world does not. After hearing the system's introduction of the 3 worlds, Lin Mo immediately dismissed the second world. He was now pondering whether to choose the first or the third. If he chose the third there would be no divine positions, but the first world seemed to offer further growth later on. Lin Mo asked, System, can you tell me about the power systems of the Dragon Ball world and the Dolua continent? Ding. In the first world the combat system is based on battle power. In the third world it is based on soul power. However, in terms of upper limits the first world surpasses the second, but the third world is easier to progress in. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Mo rubbed his nose impatiently. He hated making choices, they were too troublesome. I choose the first world, Lin Mo said after a moment of thought. As soon as he spoke, Lin Mo felt a sharp pain and dizziness, then fell unconscious. When he woke up he found himself in a mountain with a spherical object resembling a space pod beside him. At that moment the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's ears, Ding. Congratulations host, you have arrived in the Dragon Ball world. As a reward for your first arrival in a new universe you receive 5 of the power of the Lord of Reincarnation. Lin Mo felt an endless surge of power welling up from within his body. As the power continued to flow he let out a loud shout. But when he heard his own voice, so childish and immature, he immediately asked the system, System, why is my voice that of a child? Ding. This is a side effect of the Lord of Reincarnation. From now on you will be stuck with this body. Lin Mo wanted to curse the system but swallowed his words. After all, the system was the one granting him power, so he decided not to scold it. Lin Mo turned to the spherical space pod, opened its hatch and saw a baby sucking its thumb with a monkey-like tail behind it. Lin Mo gently touched the baby's body and the system's voice rang out, Ding. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained the abilities of the Saiyan Kakarot along with the Saiyan bloodline. The characteristic of the Saiyan bloodline is that the more you fight without dying the stronger you become. As long as you have a breath left and recover, your power will be far greater than before. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Mo gasped sharply, Shoo, his training is so formidable, why was he abandoned here like this? Ding. This is because Kakarot's home planet Vegeta was destroyed by the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Kakarot's father Bardock sent Kakarot to Earth, then fought the Cosmic Emperor Frieza alone and perished along with planet Vegeta. After hearing the system's words, Lin Mo looked down at the baby Kakarot. The confusion in his eyes gradually turned into admiration and respect. Creak. At that moment an old man with white hair emerged from the small forest. He saw Lin Mo and Kakarot, but Lin Mo pretended to be unconscious observing the old man. Bang! Lin Mo's fist clashed with Kakarot's, who had now grown to an adult size. Wukong, not bad. It's been a while since we last fought and you've almost reached the level I had last month. Now Kakarot no longer went by that name, he was called Sun Wukong. When he was a child, Kakarot, due to the old man who had saved him and Lin Mo, named Sun Wufan, was so excited that he fell out of a cradle, tumbled down a cliff, hit his head and lost his memory. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, He brother Lin Mo is still stronger than before. Due to Lin Mo's interference, Sun Wukong had become far more powerful than in the original story. At present Sun Wukong's battle power was over 1000, while Lin Mo's current battle power was 1200. At that moment a girl walked out of the house behind Sun Wukong and called out, Wukong, time to eat. And Lin Mo, would you like to join us? Lin Mo glanced at the girl and waved his hand. No need, Chi. I'll just say a few more words to Wukong, then he can go in. Lin Mo looked at the young girl, then turned back to Sun Wukong. Hey Wukong, living with Chi, she's been through a lot with you. If she hadn't been willing to be with you with your personality, you'd never find anyone. Do you understand? Lin Mo looked at Wukong, who was still grinning cheerfully, and helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had long noticed Chi-Chi's feelings for Wukong and had been working to bring them together. Now Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi were finally a couple. But even though Wukong and Chi-Chi were together, seeing Wukong's current demeanor, Lin Mo knew that Wukong still didn't have deep feelings for Chi-Chi. Or rather, Wukong's understanding of love was practically zero. Meanwhile in Yuanshen, After copying Wendy's whine, Mo Fan rose from his chair. A round blue creature with a head adorned with red and black gradient horns resembling those of a goat rolled out from the cave of wandering clouds. Behind it Gue Zhong chased after the blue round thing shouting, "Hee let me rub Ganyu once, don't run away, it's not like you'll lose skin." The blue round thing was named Ganyu. Guanyu rolled directly to the foot of the magic square and hid behind Mo Fan's legs, trembling as it looked at Gue Zhong. Gue Zhong looked at Mo Fan and said, "I insist you hand over Ganyu." Ganyu's belly is so soft to rub. Mo Fan, seeing Gue Zhong acting like a lovesick maiden, twitched his lips, turned his head and glanced at Zhongli, who was drinking tea. Zhongli merely glanced at Mo Fan's side, then shifted his gaze, looking at the distant mountain range while sipping the tea in his hand. Mo Fan looked at Zhongli's actions and sighed. He said to Gue Zhong, "All right Gue Zhong, although Ganyu is... well, don't be like that. After all, she is a girl." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Gue Zhong stomped her foot, then walked toward the cave of wandering clouds. Seeing that Gue Zhong had finally gone far away, Ganyu poked its head out from behind Mo Fan's legs, looked up at Mo Fan, then rubbed against his leg. After that it jumped onto Mo Fan, trampled on his belly a few times and found a comfortable spot to lie down. Mo Fan looked at Ganyu, different from the one in the game, yet still felt immensely pleased. He gently stroked Ganyu's blue fur with his left palm as if petting a cat. Mo Fan felt the softness and comfort emanating from his palm, immersing himself in the act of stroking Ganyu's fur. Cough. Cough. Mo Fan was startled by Zhongli's sudden coughs, abruptly pulled back from his reverie. He looked at Zhongli. At that moment Zhongli placed several plates of dishes on the table, then sat down on a stone stool beside Gue Zhong, glanced at Mo Fan and began eating on his own. Mo Fan scratched his head, looked down and saw that Ganyu had already left his embrace. He stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his clothes and looked at Wendy and Gue Zhong, saying, "I don't need to eat, I'm special anyway. I want to go see Dao Qi." Mo Fan suddenly remembered something, tore open a rift beside him, pulled out an object and tossed it to Gue Zhong. Gue Zhong, who was in the middle of eating, quickly caught the thing Mo Fan had thrown. She looked at it. It was something like a button. "Gue Zhong, keep it for now. If anything goes wrong later and Zhongli isn't by your side, press it and I'll come directly." Having said that, Mo Fan flew in the direction of Dao Qi. In the air he mused, I wonder what Su Bai is up to. I haven't seen her for a long time. Hey! Why are you suddenly thinking of me?" Su Bai appeared abruptly before Mo Fan. Startled while deep in thought, Mo Fan yelled, "Ah, damn it. Su Bai, can you not pop out like that? It's terrifying." Su Bai grinned at Mo Fan, whom she had startled, suppressing her laughter, and said, "Hee, speaking of which, Mo Fan, what do you want me for?" "It's just that there's no reward after all. I remember you said before that you are a system of emotions." Hearing Mo Fan mention checking the panel, Su Bai casually summoned a blue panel, then summoned the system space and walked into it. Mo Fan looked at the blue panel summoned by Su Bai. Zhongli's affection increased by 15. Current affection for the host is 65. Reaching 70 or above becomes friends, reaching 80 or above becomes. Reward host 20 of the power of the world tree from the Dragon Ball world and a mask made of energy. After reviewing the data on the blue panel, Mo Fan roughly summarized Zhongli's affection was almost 65, Gue Zhong's was 60, Ganyu's was 55, and your affection was 70. What surprised Mo Fan was Wendy's affection. It was unexpectedly high. Indeed, after helping Wendy replicate the wine, the affection soared. But Mo Fan also felt that the power within him had expanded considerably. Mo Fan silently sensed the power within his body, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Unbeknownst to Mo Fan, the sudden surge of his power caused the nearby water and grass to be blown away. Mo Fan clenched his fist, feeling the turbulent yet gradually calming power surging within his body. Phew! It's increased so suddenly. I'm finding it hard to control this power for now. If my strength were a bit more refined, I might actually explode. Mo Fan suddenly noticed snow gently drifting down before him, the white flakes dancing in the air. It seems Inazuma has started snowing. If that's the case, let me see if I can run into Yamiko. As Mo Fan pondered this, he realized he had already flown to the edge of Inazuma's territory, then fell from the sky. Mo Fan walked across the flat ground covered with a blanket of snow. Looking into the distance, he noticed a tall mountain bathed in pink. This must be the Grand Yukai Shrine where Kuzunomiya resided. Mo Fan thought about this and headed toward the Grand Yukai Shrine. Just as he was about to reach the foot of the mountain, he spotted a fiendish demon carelessly destroying a village at its base. Hey, what the hell? There's a demonic beast rampaging at the foot of the Grand Yukai Shrine and nobody seems to care. I wonder how Raiden Makoto manages things around here. I guess I'll lend a hand. Mo Fan teleported behind a ghost-like beast and delivered a powerful punch. The creature was slammed into the ground by his unexpected strike, black blood spurting from its mouth before it perished on the spot. Mo Fan flicked the black blood from his hand and scoffed, "Tisk so weak." Whimper whine. Mo Fan suddenly heard a fox's sound coming from the distance. He looked up and saw a pink fox shivering at a distance curled up into a ball. But why was there a cat beside Yamiko, its body half molten rock and half pristine white snow? Mo Fan gazed at the cat nestled in her arms, lost in thought. Sai might as well raise it together. At that moment a rustling sound came from behind Mo Fan. He turned around and saw a woman with fox-like ears on her head, white as snow. Her eyes emitted a faint golden glow and she held a golden pipe in her left hand. Her attire resembled a shrine maiden's robe, though in black and white stripes. A large slime on her chest was wrapped in white cloth and behind her a massive tail swayed gently. The woman was looking at him with a relaxed gaze. Mo Fan turned his head and smiled, then cradled the pink fox in his arms while the black and white striped cat rested quietly on his chest. Mo Fan looked down at the cat, then gently stroked its fur and asked the woman before him, "You must be Kuzunomiya, the current Guji of Inazuma, correct?" The woman, surprised that Mo Fan had so easily guessed her name, shook her pipe and said, "Since you figured out my name so quickly, master, could you also tell me my purpose for coming here?" Mo Fan glanced at the pink fox in his arms and replied, "You're here for the fox in my hands, aren't you? Or rather the fox with the star blood lineage." Mo Fan's words startled Kuzunomiya slightly, her ears twitching, but she quickly composed herself and asked, "Then may I ask if you could hand over the pink fox in your possession? And you're an outsider, correct? Not from Artavat?" Mo Fan remained unfazed, cleaning up the blood and remains around him before sitting down. Using his healing magic he restored the fox and cat to a state where they could barely wake up. "Indeed, I am an outsider. You could say I came to this world for travel and relaxation. But I must say your Electro Archon seems quite neglectful. How can she let a demonic beast ravage the foothills of her own sacred mountain without posting a single guard? These common folk have suffered terribly." Kuzunomiya seemed to recall something and smiled. "Oh right, our deity here doesn't really care about her followers." Mo Fan looked at the fox in his arms, then at the mischievous Kuzunomiya, lost in thought. He never expected that she was truly raised this way from childhood. Kuzunomiya felt uneasy under Mo Fan's gaze and asked, "What's with that look?" Nothing, just some strange feeling." Kuzunomiya watched Mo Fan's awkward expression with suspicion. Mo Fan met her gaze, sat up from the ground and embraced the fox and cat in his arms. Meanwhile at a farm. An unknown farmer shovels the last of the straw onto his cart, then leans on his pitchfork and fans himself with his straw hat. Looking up he spots a meteorite streaking down toward him and shouts, "Ah!" "What? What is that? A meteorite or a UFO?" The meteorite hurtles from the sky, crashing down onto the grassland with a violent explosion. The farmer quickly jumps onto his truck and races toward the crash site. He parks, grabs a shotgun from the seat and cautiously approaches the crater. A man with long jet black hair that reaches his waist emerges. On his right ear is a device that resembles a scanner. The farmer watches as the man lightly leaps out of the crater and lands on the ground. Startled, the farmer raises his shotgun and aims it at the stranger. The man looks around, then at the farmer, pointing the gun at him. How are there still living people on this planet? What about Kakarot? The farmer shouts, Hey. What are you? The device on the man's ear emits a series of electronic beeps and a small screen on it displays the number 5. The man chuckles upon seeing the number. A power level of only 5. You insignificant little pest. He slowly approaches the farmer. Trembling, the farmer backs away, but the man keeps advancing. In desperation, the farmer pulls the trigger. The bullet shoots toward the man, who merely smiles and catches it with his hand. The man places the bullet on his index finger, then flicks it with his thumb. The bullet flies back with the same force, piercing the farmer's head. The farmer collapses, his fate unknown. The man smirks, then suddenly turns around, sensing a new energy. His scanner emits rapid beeps. A powerful being ahead, distance 4,880. Could it be Kakarot? Meanwhile at Mount Paozu, Ling Mo hears the system's voice, "Ding, congratulations, host. A new mission has arrived. Do you accept?" Ling Mo glances at Master Rashi and Krillin, who are chatting cheerfully, and thinks to himself, "System, tell me what the mission is." Ding replying to host. A powerful enemy is approaching the danger zone. The enemy is Kakarot's older brother Raditz with a power level of 1500. What's my current power level and what are the rewards? Ding replying to host. Your current power level is 1200. Defeat Raditz to obtain the 2x Kaioken and a gravity feature that can be activated freely around you. Lin Mo clicked his tongue at the power level. He would have to go all out, there was no way he could win otherwise. Lin Mo estimated that if he fought Raditz with full force releasing all his energy his power level could spike to around 1400. Then the battle wouldn't be too difficult. Just then outside came house a girl lands a spaceship in the air. She steps out and opens the door. The girl greets the old man and the young man inside, long time no see. The old man grins, haha. Bulma. He rises from the sofa looking at her in surprise. Yes yes. It's been ages. You guys never visit unless I invite you. The girl named Bulma hands him a gift. Here's some pastries for you. Then she turns to see Lin Mo sitting on the beach gazing at the ocean. Lin Mo. Long time no see. Blushing she lowers her head. Lin Mo glances back at her briefly then turns his gaze back to the sea. Sai Bulma isn't really my type. What a wasted treasure of a girl. Lin Mo sighs then continues watching the ocean. Soon he spots Goku flying over on the Nimbus holding a baby with a 4-star ball on its head. Meanwhile 10 minutes earlier Raditz had killed the farmer and flown toward the strong energy. At a mountain peak Piccolo suddenly felt an immense power surge. Ah! Such a powerful energy. Could it be Goku or Lin Mo? As he focuses he sees Raditz heading straight for him. Raditz lands before Piccolo. Oh so you're not Kakarot. Who are you and what do you want? You're not my target. Piccolo tenses. Then what are you here for? Looking for a fight. Raditz taps his scanner and it displays 323. Power level 323. Not bad but still no match for me. Piccolo is stunned and furious. What? Do you know who you're talking to? No. Enraged Piccolo raises his palm and fires a golden energy wave at Raditz. Boom. After the smoke clears Raditz stands completely unharmed. He wipes his nose. Is that all you've got? Just a little dust. Now it's my turn. Let me show you. He raises his left hand slowly. Piccolo seeing the gesture breaks out in a cold sweat. Just as Raditz is about to strike his scanner beeps urgently. He suddenly takes off into the air looking toward the energy source. Two massive energies. So strong. There are such powerful energies on this planet. It must be Kakarot. Raditz flies off toward the energy. Piccolo left behind collapses to one knee gasping for breath. Huff. Huff. How? How is it possible? I'm trembling so badly I can't stand. He clenches his fists in frustration then punches the ground repeatedly.